This guy is our main character. He possesses the legendary innate Tao body, but all he does all day is loaf around. Because he's a transmigrator. This is his 100th time transmigrating. In the previous 99 attempts, he slaved away, following the system's instructions, living a dog's life. Ultimately, he kicked the bucket every single time for one reason or another. So, this 100th time, he's determined not to listen to the system anymore. Even though the system has granted him countless earth-shattering treasures, he couldn't care less. It gave him a cultivation technique containing the will of the heavenly Tao. He uses it as a coaster for his alchemy scales. A single sip of a certain elixir could allow him to break through 5 major realms and comprehend the heavenly Tao. He uses it to water his plants. After watering, the plants instantly gained sentience, creating a world-altering phenomenon that shocked everyone. And without further ado, let's begin. In a martial arts training ground, numerous people are practicing. Some are training in sword flight. Some are running, while others are practicing martial arts. In the distance, there's a large, muscular man and a smaller man. The large man asks the smaller man, "You've just arrived, so you don't know Senior Brother Yi, do you?" He points toward a distant mountain and says, "See that mountain? That's where Senior Brother Yi resides." The smaller man asks, "He can occupy an entire spirit peak by himself? Is Senior Brother Yi that powerful?" The large man replies, "Senior Brother Yi possesses the innate Tao body. He's also the 4th personal disciple of our sect master." The smaller man gapes in astonishment. What? The innate Tao body? Isn't that a legendary existence thought to be extinct? The large man, thinking of women, blushes dreamily. He says, "Moreover, he's the personal disciple of that beautiful sect master. She used to only accept female disciples." The smaller man also blushes with excitement, replying, "Damn, I'm so jealous of Senior Brother." Just imagine, after their fantasizing, they resume their training. The smaller man asks, "So, Senior Brother Yi is a prominent figure in our sect, right?" The large man replies, "No. He's just a good-for-nothing. He has the talent and the resources, but he refuses to cultivate." They continue to train while bad-mouthing Yi-Fan. He's been in the sect for 2 months, but he hasn't cultivated at all. I bet he's just an ordinary person now. Meanwhile, Yi-Fan is sprawled out on his bed. As he sleeps, he sighs contentedly. Clear blue skies, a gentle breeze. It's a perfect day for sleeping in. Suddenly, the check-in system appears, announcing, "Congratulations, host, for successfully activating the strongest cultivator creation system." Yi-Fan yells in exasperation, "No way. Another system has appeared." It replies, "Precisely. You need a system to transmigrate to different worlds, pretend to be cool, and level up." The check-in system cheerfully provides information about its features. This system will dedicate itself to making you the strongest cultivator on the continent. Come on, host. Let's begin your journey to the pinnacle of power. While the system is enthusiastic, Yi-Fan remains indifferent, drifting back to sleep without a care in the world. The check-in system asked its host in a dejected tone, "Don't you plan on showing any enthusiasm? Any at all?" He rolled over. "Enthusiasm for what? You're just a system. It's not like I haven't seen this all before." The check-in system persisted. "Host, wake up. Don't you want to become invincible?" But he just ignored it and went back to sleep. Then he introduced himself. "I'm Yi-Fan, and I'm a transmigrator. Before arriving here, I've transmigrated 19 times already. In other words, I've encountered 99 systems. All sorts of them. 10,000-fold cultivation boost systems, divine beast summoning systems, 100,000-fold cultivation speed increase systems. In one world, I lived humbly in seclusion. I thought, one must be modest, but before I even matured, some child of destiny jumped out and killed me. In another world, I worked tirelessly on the brink of death to complete my missions. I was taunting the monsters. I'm in. I'm out. Come and get me." It was pathetic, really, but in the end, I failed my mission and was erased by the system. Mission time expired. Commencing elimination. And then there was that other time, the strangest one. I really struggled to level up. Yi-Fan's voice took on a mournful tone. I was so happy when I finally broke through. But then I discovered I was nothing more than a sacrificial offering nurtured by the system, meant to be offered to someone else. He mimicked a monstrous voice, thick with hunger. "You are finally worthy to be sacrificed to me. 99 times. 99 times I've cried out to the heavens, and not once did I make it to the end. So, I've come to a realization. Since I'm going to die anyway, why bother trying? All those benefits the systems offer are just bait. Elaborate scams to string me along." The check-in system's voice was frantic. "Host, wake up. How can you sleep at a time like this?" This time, Yi Fan was resolute. This is my 100th transmigration. I absolutely will not listen to any system. Child of destiny? I'm going to be a salted fish. I'm lying flat. The system was furious now. Get up and cultivate. Life is fleeting without cultivation. Yi Fan plugged his ears. I'm afraid I'll cultivate too fast. Besides, I've lived 99 lifetimes. Can I just enjoy this one? I'll just keep sleeping. Check-in system activated. Newbie reward activated. Congratulations, host. You have received a 10,000-fold cultivation speed boost. Every time you advance a minor realm, your cultivation speed will multiply. Host, hurry up and cultivate. It was practically giddy with excitement. I've taken the initiative. How can you be so indifferent? Seeing Yi Fan still asleep and uncaring, it swore under its breath, a string of bleeped-out curses. System malfunction. Detecting host resistance to cultivation. Recompiling modules. Module compilation complete. System rebooting. A different check-in system materialized, this one with a feminine voice. System reboot complete. System function changed to location check-in system. The host only needs to arrive at the designated location to check in and receive rewards. Today's check-in location detected. The host's room door. Check-in process is simple. The host only needs to enter the designated check-in circle and check in. The check-in location is only 5 meters away, host. It'll only take 10 seconds. Come on, host, move. It's not healthy to just sleep and not exercise. Yi Fan remained indifferent, continuing his slumber. The check-in system was a loss. He's really asleep, isn't he? He slept soundly from early morning until dusk. Yi Fan stretched luxuriously as he woke. The new check-in system grimaced, relieved. Host, you're finally awake. I thought you were going to sleep for 1,000 years. As Yi Fan swung his legs out of bed, it perked up. Yes, that's it. Come on, host. Just a few more steps and you'll reach the check-in location. But Yi Fan moved in a different direction, leaving the system dumbfounded. What the? The host clearly reached the check-in point. Why didn't he check in? Yi Fan entered the kitchen and prepared to fillet a fish. I slept a bit too long. I'm hungry. Fish it is then. The system reappeared. System error detected. Rebooting. Suddenly, a different check-in system appeared. System reboot complete. System has successfully assisted the host with check-in. Seeing Yi Fan washing vegetables, it brightened, showering him with praise. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the holy water body. After consuming the holy water body, all mortal impurities within the host's body will be purged, transforming it into the most suitable physique for cultivation. It also possesses immense destructive power against demon and ghost cultivators. After consumption, the path of demon or ghost cultivation will be closed off. Yi Fan, ignoring his pronouncements, poured the water in front of it. Here you go. The check-in system shrieked. Damn it. He started the stove. Once the fish is cooked, we can eat, Yi Fan murmured. The check-in system sputtered. Why? Suddenly, someone opened the door and walked in. It was a young woman. She spoke shyly. Hello. Yi Fan, seeing someone enter, greeted her warmly. New here? Come in, have a meal. He urged her to eat. Come on, eat up. Make yourself at home. Don't be shy. Watching her eat, Yi Fan mused. A month ago, a newly joined disciple got lost and ended up here. Didn't expect another one today. I'll take her to the personnel elder after the meal to sort things out. Looking out the door, Yi Fan wondered, disciples from the patrol squad? What are they doing here? He stepped outside to greet them. Junior brothers, has something happened? One of them informed him. Senior brother Yi, a ghost cultivator skilled in transformation, has infiltrated the sect. We're searching for its whereabouts. Yi Fan told them, my gossip mirror hasn't reacted. Seems like they're not here. They agreed. Senior brother Yi is right. We'll search elsewhere. Back inside, Yi Fan sighed. These times are truly turbulent. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of something. What's that burning smell? Realization dawned, and he panicked. My fish! The young woman, observing his distress, smiled a sinister smile. I don't know why this place blocks my demonic aura, but I've finally escaped a close call. This foolish, cultivation-less idiot has inadvertently saved my life. As repayment, I, your ghost granny, will devour you whole. She bared her teeth like a ferocious demon, about to pounce and attack him. But suddenly, she broke out in a cold sweat, clutching her stomach in agony. What's happening? Why does my body hurt so much? The holy water body had taken effect, so she had to scream and disappear first. Yi Fan stepped out, feeling disheartened. Although the fish was a bit burnt, it was still edible. Seeing no one around, he wondered, where is she? Setting the plate of fish down, Yi Fan muttered, forget it. Senior sister and in the sect is very capable. Nothing will happen to her. The check-in system materialized a book and excitedly announced, "Congratulations, host, for completing the random quest. Reward: 1 God-level cultivation technique, the eternal undying scripture. This technique contains the will of the heavenly Tao. Cultivating it to completion grants an indestructible body and a lifespan equal to that of heaven and earth." The check-in system, seeing Yi Fan bend down, inquired, "Host, what are you doing?" It turned out Yi Fan was using the book as a support for the table. "My eye for such things is truly exceptional. Now the dining table is stable." This action left the system utterly bewildered. Seeing this, the check-in system became exasperated. Meanwhile, Yi Fan planned to go fishing after his meal. The system, however, announced, compensating for this loss, the system has detected an unknown error. Rebooting. A while later, after finishing his meal, the sun shone brightly. Yi Fan, in a cheerful mood, donned a hat and sunglasses, then shouldered his bucket and fishing rod, ready to go fishing. Other disciples, seeing him, began to whisper behind his back, "Look, senior brother Yi is going fishing again. What a waste of talent. If I had his gifts." A woman's voice, its owner unseen, shouted towards the now distracted Yi Fan, "Focus on your training. Don't lose your concentration." He jumped, startled, and replied, "Yes." Looking at the woman before him, he was filled with excitement. Scolded by senior sister again. How wonderful. The person before him was Ziyin, the third disciple of true monarch Ziyin. Suddenly, a large explosion erupted behind them. They fled in panic, shouting, "Senior sister, something's happened. People from the Wanda sect are attacking." Ziyin, surprised, responded, "What?" A figure approached. He was the second elder of the Wanda sect. He spoke as he walked. "Young friend, there's no need for misunderstanding. Our Wanda sect didn't want to barge into your mountain gate. We were only prevented from ascending the mountain to investigate, leaving us with no other choice." Ziyin angrily pointed her sword at him and shouted, "Ascend the mountain to investigate? Is the territory of the Ziyun sect a place your Wanda sect can search as you please?" The elder, his expression stern, replied fearlessly, "Then hand over the nine-tailed fox." The disciples behind Ziyin began to clamor. "The nine-tailed spirit fox, isn't that a creature of legend? It's a treasure. Definitely a treasure. With one of those, our sect would prosper." Gao Jian, his face grave, frowned and said, "The nine-tailed spirit fox. We've been pursuing that nine-tailed spirit fox for a long time. In the end, you, the Ziyun sect, snatch it away. You must give us an explanation." Ziyin, tense, stepped forward. "This is a serious matter. We must wait for my master to emerge from seclusion before a decision can be made. Your Wanda sect is not allowed to set foot in our Ziyun sect." Hearing this, the elder angrily ordered his disciples to attack. "Not allowed to set foot in? I see. Your Ziyun sect wants to keep it all for yourselves." Ziyin, refusing to back down, charged forward in anger. "Relying on such a small number, you dare to act so arrogantly in the Ziyun sect? Your Wanda sect has grown quite bold." As the two sides clashed, a nearby patch of grass began to rustle. Inside, a man witnessed the scene, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Operation successful. Infiltration complete. Events are unfolding precisely as the elder predicted. While the elder stalls for time, I've successfully infiltrated. I, the Wanda sect's foremost expert in spirit beast detection, will find the nine-tailed spirit fox. He moved swiftly through the forest, his progress abruptly halted by the sight of Yi Fan, calmly fishing by a stream. A flicker of confusion crossed his mind. Why is someone here? Shouldn't everyone be cultivating at this hour? No cultivación. He's immortal, and a mortal who isn't even cultivating? This one is truly hopeless. Meanwhile, Yi Fan, mid-yawn, was interrupted by the check-in system. "Host, I've detected a supreme-grade spirit beast nearby, the nine-tailed spirit fox. Let's go capture it." Yi Fan groaned inyardly. "This damned system. I just got comfortable, and now it wants me to run off. Trying to make me waste my time, is it?" The system, sensing his hesitation, responded anxiously. "Understand, host. You're worried about the dangers of capturing such a powerful beast, aren't you? No need to worry. I've prepared a spirit beast contract orb. Just throw it at the nine-tailed spirit fox, and you can instantly form a contract, making it your loyal pet." Suddenly, Yi Fan sat up, a triumphant gleam in his eyes, causing the system to buzz with excitement. "Host, you're finally taking action." But Yi Fan's cry of joy was not for the fox. "Finally, after all this time, I've caught something. My efforts weren't in vain." He held up a wriggling fish. The check-in system, deflated after its premature celebration, angrily flung the contract orb away. A mere fish, more important than a supreme-grade spirit pet. The orb sailed through the air, propelled by the system's frustration. It flew for some distance before striking the head of the sleeping, nine-tailed spirit fox. Rudely awakened, the fox snarled. "Damn it, what was that? What? Someone's trying to force a contract on me? Do they want to rob me of my freedom, then send me to die in some some endless battle? Don't make me laugh. I'm a nine-tailed spirit fox. I will not be so easily enslaved. Exhausted from its outburst, the fox succumbed to the effects of the orb and collapsed. A notification appeared. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme grade spirit pet, nine-tailed spirit fox. Hidden in the undergrowth, the Wanta sect infiltrator jolted in surprise. What just happened? I sensed the nine-tailed spirit fox being bound by a contract. Could it be him? What trickery is this? He unleashed the Wantu one-finger strike towards Yifan. No matter what, I'll kill him first, then deal with the spirit fox. The check-in system frantically issued warnings. Warning, host, warning. Knowing Yifan's oblivious nature, the system intervened, deflecting the attack and retaliating. Forget it. I know you won't respond. I'll just directly help you this once. Counterattack. 100-fold return. The infiltrator could only gasp as his own attack hurtled back towards him, amplified 100 times. A massive explosion rocked the area, sending smoke and debris billowing outwards. Elsewhere, Gao Jian, a disciple of the Ziyun sect, reacted with alarm. What was that sound? Could something be happening at the Great Stone? No, I must go and see. He ordered a retreat. The force of the redirected attack sent Ziyin, the third disciple of true monarch Ziyun, reeling, blood spraying from her lips. Her fellow disciples rushed to her side. Senior sister, are you all right? Hold on. Seeing Ziyan's condition, the Wanda sect elder feigned concern. That palm strike shouldn't have been enough to cause such serious injuries. Could she be faking it? Another woman descended from the sky, her voice laced with fury. The Wanda sect has grown bold indeed. Do you think the Ziyan sect is so easily bullied? Gao Jian and his disciple knelt, pleading for forgiveness. It was our mistake today. These are offered as an apology. Please, allow us to leave. The woman was taken completely by surprise. As he fled, Gao Jian thought, damn it, not only did I fail to find a nine-tailed spirit fox, but I also got extorted. I need to get out of here before I lose everything. Meanwhile, the woman wondered what they had been doing there. Saving Ziyin is more important right now, she decided. Ziyin stared at her in astonishment. Soudain, Y que fanes jade pendant chimed. He wondered, is Master sending me another message? The message read, trouble, come quickly. Yifan immediately dropped his fishing rod and ran back as fast as he could. As he ran, he stumbled upon the man who had tried to ambush him earlier, now sprawled on the ground. Yifan seethed. Is this another trap set by that damned system? The moment I pay attention to this guy, a chain of events unfolds, turning me into its unwitting slave. Trying to trick me with such an outdated ploy? Who do they think I am? By the time he returned, the sky had begun to darken. Panicked, Yifan called out, Master, you wanted me? Ziyun, her face streaked with tears, choked out, your senior sister. She's not going to make it. I called you here so you could see her one last time. Yifan was utterly shocked. What? Stunned, Yifan asked Ziyun. Senior sister was fine this morning. How could this happen? Ziyun replied, it's all the Wanda sect's fault. Ziyun cultivates a technique that refines demonic energy from demonic beasts. 6 months ago, she accidentally destabilized the demonic energy within her. It's in a constant struggle ever since. Today, when a Wanta sect attacked, Ziyun forcefully activated her technique. She was struck with a demonic energy had stagnated, causing it to go haywire and backfire. I'm afraid she won't last much longer. Yifan's face crumpled with grief. Senior sister. He remembered Ziyin teasing him when he was younger. Your master's new disciple, right? That means you have to call me senior sister. You don't want to cultivate? That's okay. Senior sister will protect you. Rage consummate Yifan. He cursed the check-in system. This is all your fault, you damned system. You turned me into this errand boy, and now you dare to do this to her. The system, bewildered, thought, hey, this wasn't me. I'm innocent. I'm getting blamed for nothing. A fellow disciple entered and announced, Sect Master, the spiritual water you requested is ready. Desperate to redeem itself, the system called out to its host and produced a vial. Yifan, still fuming, snarled, trying to trick me again, you mutt. He roared at it to shut up, startling the system so badly that it dropped the vial. The vial landed in the basin of water the disciple had brought in. The medicine dissolved into the water. Ziyun Sigid. I hope this spiritual water can ease Ziyan's suffering. Yifan offered, Master, let me attend to senior sister. You've been caring for her for so long. Please rest. He dipped a cloth into the basin. Suddenly, Ziyun felt a jolt of surprise. Something was strange. Why does the spiritual water feel so much more potent than usual? Am I imagining things? Surely Yifan couldn't have altered its properties. Why is Ziyan's complexion suddenly so rosy? Is there a light shining on her? No, it's not light. She's healed. What in the world is going on here? Just now, Ziyan thought Ziyan was beyond saving. But now, the demonic energy within Ziyan's body had stabilized, and her external wounds were completely healed. No, not just her internal and external injuries. Ziyan was fully recovered. Moreover, her cultivation had even broken through to the 10th level of qi condensation. Yifan, utterly bewildered, thought, Senior sister was so gravely injured. Why does Master seem unusual? He decided it best to give Ziyun some space to compose herself. Master, Yifan said, requesting permission to leave. I'll take my leave now. You should take care of yourself too, Ziyun replied. Left alone, Ziyun was perplexed. What in the world just happened? As night fell, Ziyun summoned the others. The only woman present inquired, Sect leader, how is Ziyun's condition? Ziyun replied, many thanks for Grand Elder's concern. Ziyun is safe and sound. Another person asked, incredulously, such injuries could actually be healed? Ziyun's expression turned serious. All right, we'll discuss Ziyun's matter later. We still need to discuss what the Wanda sect is planning. Although our two sects have occasional clashes, an attack on our mountain gate is unprecedented. Furthermore, as soon as we arrived, they knelt down and apologized so smoothly and practiced, it was almost disconcerting. A man agreed, indeed. I discovered the body of a Wantu sect disciple near Tranquil Clarity Lake. After multiple examinations, it was determined that this disciple was killed by the Wantu sect's own cultivation technique. So, it can likely be ruled as suicide. Ziyan rested her chin on her hand, lost in thought. Suicide? Is the head of the Wantu sect losing his mind? Wait a minute, wasn't he Fan the only one active near Tranquil Clarity Lake recently? Could be him, but I haven't seen Yifan cultivate anything. How could he do something like this? No, wait, she reconsidered. Yifan possesses the innate Tao body, a physique unseen for 10,000 years. Perhaps he has some abilities I'm unaware of. The Grand Elder asked, Sect Leader Ziyun, do you have any leads? Ziyun replied, I have some clues, but they need further confirmation. Inwardly, she thought, my precious disciple is probably asleep right now. It's best to wait until tomorrow to investigate. Ziyun addressed the others. Regarding the nine-tailed spirit fox the Wanda sect mentioned, are there any leads? One person responded, the disciples of the Ziyun sect haven't found anything yet, but rest assured, sect leader, such a precious spirit beast. If any disciple were to see it and not report, they would still treat it well. Meanwhile, the nine-tailed spirit fox was in Yifan's room, ravenous. Yifan, oblivious, slept soundly. The check-in system's voice rang out, host, your pet is starving. If you don't feed it, its life will be in danger. The system observed Yifan snoring with his mouth open and grumbled internally. Forcibly forming a contract is one thing, but at least feed the poor creature. Ignoring the system, the nine-tailed spirit fox decided to find food for itself. Forget it, I'll take care of this myself. As the humans say, a full belly and warm clothes. There must be some leftovers in the kitchen. It found an impeccably clean kitchen, with everything neatly organized. Since Yifan was notoriously messy, the fox was astonished. So clean, the nine-tailed spirit fox eyed the vegetables and declared haughtily, I am the nine-tailed spirit fox. Even if I starve to death, I will absolutely not eat these. But then, its stomach growled, forcing the fox to relent. With a resigned sigh, it began to eat the vegetables, muttering between bites, delicious, so delicious. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed, thief, catch the thief. A door slowly creaked open. A tall, thin man, the sect leader of the Wanta sect, chuckled. The spirit fox tracker is growing brighter. It seems the nine-tailed spirit fox is close by. Beside him, a portly man, the Grand Elder of the Wanta sect, added, unbelievable that immortal Ziyun hasn't detected the nine-tailed spirit fox. The heavens truly favor our Wanta sect. The Wanta sect leader snapped, his voice laced with irritation. Favor my ass. I gave those two elders so many resources, and not only did they fail to capture the nine-tailed spirit fox, but they also lost the great stone compensating the Ziyun sect. Now I have to handle this myself. Utterly shameful. The Grand Elder, visibly nervous, stammered, indeed. It's all thanks to the sect leader's protection that the Wanta sect thrives. This sect cannot do without you. He continued, smoothing his beard. Of course. Let me tell you something else. To ensure tonight's operation goes smoothly, I paid a hefty sum to 13 of the most notorious bandit kings in the Donghong region to create diversions. This time, even if a mortal Ziyun arrives, we can escape unscathed. The portly Grand Elder praised the sect leader's foresight. He glanced towards the sleeping Yifan and asked the Grand Elder, why is he still here? Wasn't he lured away by the bandit kings? He pointed, explaining to the sect leader, he's just a mortal. He probably didn't hear anything. Hearing this, the sect leader smiled sinisterly. He then cast a spell, the wand to heaven-opening palm, towards Yi Fan, shouting, "Even mortals must be eliminated. I've invested so much in this operation. I won't tolerate even the slightest chance of failure." Standing outside, the wand's sect's Grand Elder's eyes gleamed with admiration. As expected of the sect leader, going all out even against a mere mortal. The check-in system, with a look of bored annoyance, flicked the sect leader with a casual punch, asking, "Do I look invisible to you?" The blow sent the wand's sect leader flying backward, landing squarely on top of the portly Grand Elder. The loud crash startled Yi Fan awake. "What was that? Rats making a ruckus?" The system, delighted, chirped, "Host, you're finally awake." Internally, the check-in system thought smugly, "I'm finally starting to understand the host personality. If I had directly woken him up, not only would he not have responded, but I might have caused my own system to crash. So, it's better to take care of things and wait for him to wake up so I can take credit. I am maturing." Yi Fan, taking in the scene before him, exclaimed, "Holy crap." The check-in system thought, "Here's my chance to steal the spotlight." It pointed at the two men and began to boast. "Host, while you were sleeping, these two—" Before it could finish, Yi Fan interrupted, "How did these guys wander in here in the middle of the night? And they just fell asleep? Must be exhausted from cultivating." Yi Fan pulled out a small bottle. "Luckily, I have these pills from the two elders. Otherwise, they might have died from exhaustion, and I'd be the one in trouble." The system, indignant, warned, "Host, they were trying to kill you." Yi Fan scoffed, "Do you think I'm stupid? First, the Ziyun sect strictly forbids disciples from killing each other. Even just insulting someone results in a punishment worse than death. Second, I have no cultivation techniques and no treasures. What would they gain from killing me? My status as the sect leader's personal disciple? Besides, I've lived 99 lifetimes. Life and death don't really matter to me anymore." Meanwhile, the check-in system, utterly exasperated, was practically tearing its hair out. The Wanta sect leader stirred, wondering, "Am I still alive?" When the Wanta sect leader and Grand Elder awoke, they found Yi Fan staring down at them like a predator. "Awake already?" he asked. The sight of him sent them scrambling out the door as if chased by wild dogs. "ManhwaCapped. Good spirits, I see. Seems like there's no problem." Then a thought struck him. "Oh no," he muttered. "I heard the two elders' medicine is quite potent. You shouldn't have eaten anything." He shrugged it off. "Well, whatever. Those legends are usually just nonsense anyway. Back to sleep, back to sleep." Meanwhile, the nine-tailed spirit fox, having eaten its fill, thought to itself, "These humans are so noisy. What are they even doing?" The Wanta sect leader and Grand Elder were sprinting for their lives. Sect leader, the Grand Elder gasped, "We've run 500 miles like madmen. We should be safe now." The sect leader replied, "That was terrifying. Absolutely terrifying." He spoke of Yi Fan with awe. "He not only effortlessly neutralized my full-powered attack, but he also saved us at death's door." The Wanta sect leader recalled Yi Fan's face. "Did you see his expression? That smile." The Grand Elder shuddered. "I'll never forget that smile for as long as I live." "It was a smile of concern, because we survived," the sect leader mused. "No," the Grand Elder countered. "It wasn't concern. It was the confidence of someone who could manipulate us at will. To think that within the Ziyun sect, there exists someone whose cultivation far surpasses even Ziyun Jinren himself. The reason we couldn't sense his cultivation wasn't because he's immortal, but because our own cultivation is too low." He suddenly remembered something. "Sect leader," he asked, "what about the nine-tailed spirit fox?" The sect leader sighed. "Do you really think this is the time to be worrying about the nine-tailed spirit fox? We're lucky to be alive, thanks to that expert's mercy. As soon as we return, we'll prepare a grand gift. We must personally apologize. Even if it means bankrupting ourselves, we must earn his forgiveness." "Understood," the Grand Elder replied. Suddenly, the Grand Elder stopped and began to dance erratically, baffling the sect leader. "What are you doing?" he asked. The Grand Elder, equally confused, replied, "I don't know. I just feel like dancing." And so, the two of them began to dance wildly. "You know," the sect leader said, "now that you mention it, I feel like dancing too." Unbeknownst to them, a wild boar was watching from afar. It snorted angrily, thinking, "Stupid humans. Can't you let a boar sleep?" As it approached, however, it suddenly recoiled in fear. The Wanta's sect leader, wearing a lascivious grin, said, "Little fella, you look pretty good. How about joining us?" The Grand Elder chimed in, "As a judge, I'm willing to turn around for you." The boar squealed, "Perverts!" The cry startled other nearby cultivators. "What was that? Go check it out." They rushed toward the sound. They were astonished by what they found. Before them, the Wanta sect leader and Grand Elder were dancing manically. The sect leader, clutching the boar, cried, "Let's dance." The Grand Elder, weeping, clung to a monkey in a tree. "Father, I miss you so much. The two witnesses, horrified, yelled, "Run! They're crazy! Go tell the sect leader." The next morning, two figures entered the forest. "It's been a whole night," one said. "Why haven't the sect leader and grand elder returned?" The other replied, "And there's no sign of them along the way either." A sudden, loud noise startled the two onlookers, drawing their attention. "What was that?" they muttered, cautiously approaching the source of the commotion. The sight that greeted them made their eyes widen in disbelief. The wanted sect leader and the grand elder were sprawled on the ground, thoroughly defeated, while a wild boar and a monkey stood nearby, seemingly cheering on the spectacle. "Something's happened," they cried out. Ziyun and another member of the Ziyun sect, Xiangzong, reacted with astonishment. "What?" Ziyun exclaimed. "The Wanta sect leader and the grand elder dead? Here, right next to the Ziyun sect." Xiangzong, fuming, added, "This is ridiculous. Dead so close to the Ziyun sect? Don't tell me. It has to be the Ziyun sect playing tricks." Ziyun, however, seemed more perplexed. "I don't understand what the Wanta sect is up to." The sun had risen, painting the rooftops with golden light. Yifan awoke with a contented stretch, the remnants of a peaceful slumber clinging to him. "Slept well last night," he mumbled. "Now, what delicious treat shall I make for myself today?" Entering the kitchen, he discovered his cooking ingredients had vanished. Panic flared in his eyes. "Where's my food?" he cried. "That was a whole basket of vegetables." His gaze fell upon the nine-tailed spirit fox, curled up asleep inside the kitchen. "Don't tell me. That beast ate it all," he thought, indignation rising. Without hesitation, he scooped the fox up into his arms. Yifan began to scold the fox. "Those vegetables," he lectured, "were painstakingly carried up the mountain by this young master. They were precious." Meanwhile, the check-in system chimed in, its voice filled with praise. "Host, you finally noticed it. This is a top-grade spiritual pet, a nine-tailed spirit fox. If you nurture it well, it will bring you immense benefits." The nine-tailed spirit fox, its eyes gleaming, assessed Yifan. "This human, though undeniably poor, didn't hit me for eating his food. Perhaps he's not so bad after all. Perhaps I was too prejudiced against the wickedness of humanity," the fox mused. "Following him might not be so bad after all." The check-in system, practically buzzing with excitement, celebrated in the background. "A meeting of minds. They understand each other. This is what I like to see, host. Nurture it well, and your future will be bright." Yifan pondered aloud. Steamed fox or braised fox? His words left both the nine-tailed spirit fox and the check-in system stunned. He continued, "Come to think of it, I wonder if it can be fried?" The check-in system frantically intervened. "Host, this is an incredibly rare nine-tailed spirit fox. Please abandon these dangerous thoughts. Show it some respect. More respect." The nine-tailed spirit fox braced itself. "My life is over. Obliterated." Yifan paused, then declared, "No, I can't eat it like this." Both the check-in system and the nine-tailed spirit fox breathed a collective sigh of relief. "Exactly," the system exclaimed. "Exactly, host. This is the right way to think." The fox thought, "So he was just trying to intimidate me. I don't like this playful human very much." But Yifan's reasoning was different. "Fox meat has a strong smell," he muttered. "I'll need some herbs to mask it." The nine-tailed spirit fox's internal monologue resumed its panic lament. "You still want to eat me?" He grabbed a knife from the wall. "But just in case it tries to run," he said, "best to kill it first." The fox despaired. "Did you really have to be so hasty?" Suddenly, Ziyun entered the kitchen. "My dear disciple," she asked, "what are you doing?" Yifan replied, "Master, you've arrived at the perfect time. I'm about to kill this fox. You can join me for a meal." Ziyun gasped. "What? This is a nine-tailed spirit fox." Yifan responded nonchalantly, "So it seems." "Master, please step aside. Wouldn't want you to get blood on your robes." Ziyun stepped back, a mixture of shock and awe swirling within her. Truly worthy of being a natural-born Dao body, she thought, using such a rare, nine-tailed spirit fox for a meal. Ziyun, realizing something was amiss, rushed over and snatched the nine-tailed spirit fox from Yifan. "Are you joking with me?" she cried. Yifan looked at her, bewildered. "Master, it's my breakfast," he explained. Ziyun, however, was adamant, so he conceded, "If you like it so much, master, you can have it." Annoyed, Ziyun thought, "Has this disciple of mine caught some sort of illness from the Wanda sect? How can he be so dense? Using such a rare, nine-tailed spirit fox for cooking. I can barely bring myself to scold him. It seems I'll have to take care of it for now." Meanwhile, the nine-tailed spirit fox thought, "So I don't have to die after all? Couldn't you have just said that?" Yifan, oblivious, mused, "It's just a fox. Does master really need to lose her composure like this?" He asked aloud, "Master, did you need something?" Ziyun replied, "I almost forgot what I came here for." Ziyun took Yifan's hand and pulled him along, urging him, "Come to my room and take off your clothes." He embraced her, blushing. "Master," he stammered, "even if you're hungry, you don't have to be like this." Ziyan quickly corrected his misunderstanding. Blushing in return, she retorted, I'm over 1,000 years old, older than your grandmother. Why would I be interested in you like that? I want you to take off your clothes so I can examine you. Yifan thought playfully, 30 like a wolf, 40 like a tiger, and she's an old maid many times over. How could I understand the perversions in her heart? Besides, he continued his internal monologue. If we're going by age, I've lived over 99 lifetimes. She's got nothing on me. Looking at Yifan's body, Ziyun made a startling discovery. No cultivation base. And yet he could handle that boulder and rescue Ziyin? That's impossible. He must be hiding his true strength. She asked, Dear disciple, since we're alone, can you tell your master your true cultivation level? I'll keep it a secret. Hearing this, Yifan thought, embarrassed, that look, that tone, and she says she doesn't have any ulterior motives. He replied, Master, my strength is nothing compared to others. I'm just an ordinary mortal. Ziyin misinterpreted his humble words. A child? Does he mean he's already reached the nascent soul stage? But he only started cultivating 2 months ago. She thought, I'm only at the 5th level of nascent soul. The innate Tao body is truly remarkable. Our Ziyin sect has hope of rising again. Meanwhile, Yifan worried, is Master all right? Should I be concerned about her? Ziyin beamed. I understand, she said. My disciple is cultivating incorrectly. Just keep having fun. Master has high hopes for you. Yifan was confused. What does she understand? Watching her leave, he made plans. I'll go to Bright Lake later. My fishing rod is still there. As she flew, Ziyun swelled with pride. My disciple is so humble. He's already at the nascent soul stage and still hiding it from me. In half a month, he'll probably surpass me. When that happens, I'll give him the sect leader position. Until then, I'll take care of everything for him. The nine-tailed spirit fox, nestled in Ziyun's arms, sighed in relief. Thank goodness I'm away from that demon. Even though the contract is still in place, at least I won't be turned into breakfast just yet. Ziyun placed the fox in a small house, thinking the matter of the nine-tailed spirit fox can't be revealed just yet. Suddenly, the Grand Elder descended and inquired, Ziyun, junior sister, how is your disciple Yi Fan doing at Jade Immortal Peak? He's been at the sect for 2 months now, still eating, playing, and not cultivating. Even if he possesses the innate Tao body, he can't just waste the sect's resources like that. Hearing this, Ziyun responded with a proud look, wasting resources? Don't worry, let me tell you, my dear disciple is already at the nascent soul stage. The Grand Elder burst into laughter. Junior sister, I know you want to protect your disciple, but you can't just spout such nonsense. You're killing me. Ziyun fumed inwardly. If I weren't trying to hide things from my precious disciple, I would have definitely let the nine-tailed spirit fox scare you to death. Suddenly, someone rushed in, announcing, Sect Leader. It's bad. As the 2 onlookers listened curiously, the messenger reported, Something's happened to the 2 elders again. Both onlookers exclaimed in unison. What? Yi Fan, walking nearby, heard the commotion and muttered, Honestly, how pathetic. Not this again. Looking towards the crowd, he wondered, what are they looking at? Someone in the crowd remarked, I wonder how long they'll last this time. An old man clung to a woman, crying, My wife, I know I was wrong. Don't leave me. The woman, her face flushed with anger, shouted, Who's your wife? Someone. Indecent behavior. Come and see this. Yi Fan, observing the scene, thought, what's going on? Oh, it's the 2 elders again. He strained his ears and heard someone say, It's such a pity about the 2 elders. They were clearly the strongest alchemists in our Ziyan sect. Who knew they'd suddenly want to refine those strange medicines and even test them on themselves? Yi Fan was taken aback. Could be true. Do the 2 elders' elixirs really have side effects? He then thought about the Wanta sect leader and Grand Elder from the previous day and wondered, I hope those pills they took are all right. As if summoned by his thoughts, the old man suddenly turned and embraced Yi Fan, sobbing, Yunner, you've come to see your father. He kept repeating Yunner. This time, father won't let them hurt you again. Let's go home to your mother. The other disciples sneered. One of them said, With someone as unambitious as senior brother Yi here to hold back the 2 elders, we can leave with peace of mind. Suddenly, Ziyun rushed over from afar, anxiously calling out, My precious disciple. Nothing can happen to him. The Grand Elder scoffed. Junior sister, what's the rush? She began to taunt. If Yi Fan has already reached the nascent soul stage, he should be able to handle this kind of situation, right? She thought to herself, Now, let's see how you keep up this pretense. But to her surprise, Ziyun readily agreed. The Grand Elder said, You're right, I was being rash. The check-in system appeared, alarmed. Host, this guy is dangerous. Run. Yi Fan retorted, He's just a heartbroken old man. What's so dangerous? Despite his words, he thought, I really don't like being this close to man. The system shrieked, Man, get out of there. Why aren't you protecting yourself better? There have been so many tragic cases like this. Haven't you seen them? Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted from Yi Fan, throwing the 2 elders backward. They landed sprawling at the feet of Ziyun and the Grand Elder. Ziyun inwardly praised. You little rascal, claiming to have no cultivation. The Grand Elder's jaw dropped. So he really was hiding his strength. The two elders, reeling on the ground, wondered, how did we get here? The check-in system panicked. Oh no, I got too excited and boosted the host's power. The disciples who had been sneering earlier were also astonished. How is this possible? Senior brother Yi actually repelled the two elders. Even though their cultivation is low, they're still at the 10th level of chi refinement. How could senior brother Yi do that? Ziyun cheerfully floated back to where Yi Fan stood and inquired, my dear disciple, are you preparing to go fishing? Though inwardly irritated, she took my breakfast. Now I have to go fishing. He replied dutifully. This disciple is indeed preparing to go fishing. The weather is lovely today, perfect for fishing. She beamed, supportive. Go. Fish for as long as you like. Inwardly, Ziyun mused, yes. Using fishing as an excuse to cultivate, aren't you? Meanwhile, Yi Fan, outwardly obedient as master commands, inwardly rejoiced. I can't believe my master is so understanding. The other disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Good heavens, the sect leader's attitude. Senior brother Yi is truly something else. He managed to repel two elders, even if they were only at the foundation establishment stage. To go from mortal to being able to overpower two foundation establishment cultivators. He's a monster. They all thought back to when Yi Fan had been considered waste. If we'd known he was this monstrous, we would have definitely tried to get on his good side. Meanwhile, the check-in system chattered incessantly. Host, since you're going for a walk anyway, why not try the martial arts arena? You might receive a supreme reward. The West Yi and Pill Peak is also good. Or how about the Scripture Pavilion? The Scripture Pavilion is good too. The disciples, practically weeping with the desire to latch onto Yi Fan's rising star, began spreading the word. Junior brother, stop cultivating. Senior brother Yi is going to Bright Lake to cultivate. Hurry, let's go see. The rumor quickly morphed. Junior brother, I heard senior brother Yi is going to give us pointers at Bright Lake. Don't miss out. The whispers rippled outwards, gaining momentum with each retelling. Junior sister, senior brother Yi is going to impart a supreme cultivation technique at Bright Lake. Let's go together. The rumors continued to escalate. Senior brother, I heard senior brother Yi is going to undergo his tribulation at Bright Lake. Come with me. By the time the tale reached the Grand Elder, it had become, Elder, senior brother Yi is truly amazing. I heard he caused a celestial phenomenon at Bright Lake. She asked, astonished, really? Ziyun, brimming with misplaced pride, replied, well, this disciple of mine. Honestly, how can such obvious rumors spread so wildly? She turned to leave. I must go and set them straight. The Grand Elder, however, saw through her facade. You just want to go and watch. Why put on such a dignified act? The disciples who had once scorned Yi Fan now lurked in the shadows, observing him with a newfound reverence. Senior brother Yi, your fishing posture is so handsome. Flawless movements, unrestrained demeanor. But why can't I sense any spiritual energy fluctuations? It must be because my cultivation level is too low. I must learn more. Ziyun, peeking from a nearby bush, whispered, well, has my disciple caused a celestial phenomenon yet? The Grand Elder admonished her. Sect leader, please maintain your composure. Meanwhile, Yi Fan felt a chill and wondered, strange, it's summer. Why is it suddenly so cold? It feels like I'm being watched by a lot of creepy eyes. The check-in system, having been utterly ignored, suffered another mental breakdown. Yi Fan stopped fishing and announced, it's getting cold. We should head back early. Wouldn't want to catch a cold. Ziyun emerged from the bushes and barked at the other lurking disciples. What are you all doing? Get back to cultivating. They scrambled to their feet. Yes, sect leader. The Grand Elder thought sarcastically. You have the nerve to say that. Bucket in hand, Yi Fan declared cheerfully, not a bad haul today. Fish soup for dinner. The check-in system, rebooting itself, announced, no matter how many times I crash, I will not give up. Host, a check-in point has appeared at your residence. Go there to receive a supreme reward. Suddenly, Yi Fan stepped onto a glowing circle on the ground. A celebratory fanfare erupted, and a cheerful voice proclaimed, congratulations, host Yi Fan. You have successfully checked in. A weeping check-in system presented a vial, explaining, this super experience potion can directly elevate you to the first level of nascent soul and grant you a chance to obtain the heavenly Tao. Internally, the system rejoiced. Success. I finally got the host to check in. The check-in system continued. Host, now you must. Yi Fan, uninterested, interrupted. Oh no, I forgot to water the flowers. He snatched the vial, saying, good thing the flower pot is right here. The check-in system wailed as Yi Fan used the precious potion to water a plant. Why is it so hard to get the host to complete a task? It lamented. As night fell, the flower suddenly stirred. A petal drifted from the blossoming flower. Now able to speak and see, the flower exclaimed in astonishment. What's this? A plant like me has received cultivation essence and become a demon cultivator. The flower soared into the sky, crying out, "Yi Fan, my master, has bestowed this grace upon me. I will forever remember this kindness." It ascended towards the celestial realm, where celestial maidens played music and danced. Seeing the light emanating from Yi Fan's location, the fellow disciples pointed excitedly. "Look, a celestial phenomenon. Senior brother Yi has manifested his divine power." They knelt in worship. It seems Senior Brother Yi was worried we wouldn't see the phenomenon, so he waited until nightfall. "Senior Brother Yi, you're so thoughtful. You are my idol. I feel it. I feel the true meaning of cultivation." The Grand Elder scoffed. "How dramatic." Ziyun, however, was stunned. So the rumors about Yi Fan causing a celestial phenomenon were true. She leaped with joy. "Our Ziyun sect is about to rise again." The Grand Elder tried to restrain her. "Sect leader, your image. Think of your image." A fellow disciple, carrying 2 large baskets of vegetables, beamed. "Another day delivering vegetables to Senior Brother Yi. Wonderful." His name was Mingbai. Other disciples blocked his path, commanding, "Halt." Mingbai, looking apprehensive, asked, "Senior brothers, what do you want?" One of the men ordered, "Hand over the vegetables and get lost, or else." Mingbai's face paled. "I'm sorry, but I can't. The sect forbids disciples from fighting amongst themselves." They ignored him, retorting, "As long as we don't use our chi when we beat you, it won't be considered fighting. Now give them up." They lunged for the baskets. Mingbai resisted, pulling them back. "No one is touching these vegetables." He then proceeded to pummel them, leaving them shocked. "What the? Are you a demon beast in disguise? What monstrous strength? Ouch, that hurts." Having dealt with them, he cheerfully continued on his way, baskets in hand. "Senior Brother Yi, your vegetables are here." The scene shifted to Ziyun, standing on a cliff, speaking to a giant eagle. The Ziyun sect and the Huowu Mountain have always kept to themselves. "What brings you here today?" The eagle declared. "Rest assured, our Huowu Mountain wouldn't even glance at your dilapidated sect. I've come for the 9-tailed spirit fox." Ziyun responded, "I haven't seen any 9-tailed spirit fox." Hearing this, it roared in fury. "If you won't cooperate, then I'll beat you until you do." But Ziyun, with a casual sidestep, sent a fiery palm strike hurtling towards it. Struck and battered, the creature gasped for breath as Ziyun asked coolly, "Want to continue?" The giant eagle reconsidered, a flicker of realization in its eyes. "So the rumors of the 9-tailed spirit fox at Ziyun's sect are true." It wheeled around and took flight. "I must report back to the great king, and then we shall annihilate the Ziyun sect." Ziyun and the others gave chase, shouting, "Don't even think about escaping." With a swift blow, Ziyun struck the giant eagle, sending it plummeting to the ground unconscious. A worried frown creased her brow. "This time, I'll have to go straight to the source." The scene shifted to Yi Fan's residence. He was setting out a meal, gesturing to the blue-haired Mingbai. "Junior Brotherly, come, stop working and wash your hands. Dinner's ready." Mingbai's face lit up. "Senior Brother Yi, it smells delicious." Yi Fan, picking up some food with his chopsticks, mused inwardly. "In my past 99 lives, cultivation was all I knew. Now, I shall embrace the life of salted fish, be kind to myself, and savor good food." Suddenly, a strange gust of wind swept through the room, scattering everything. Mingbai gasped, demonic chi." A giant eagle's talon appeared, snatching up both Yi Fan and Mingbai as Ziyun watched in astonishment. The eagle addressed those outside. "Come any closer, and I'll kill these two." Ziyun's eyes flashed with anger. "Don't you dare touch my precious disciples." She began to negotiate. "Release them, and we'll let you go." The eagle scoffed. "You think I'd fall for that? I'm taking them with me. If you dare follow, I'll kill them instantly." Mingbai, trembling with fear, stammered, Senior Brother." But seeing Yi Fan's calm expression, his fear turned to awe. "Senior Brother Yi isn't afraid at all. He truly is my idol." Meanwhile, Yi Fan fumed inwardly. "My painstakingly prepared meal, ruined just like that." The system check-in notification appeared. "Great heavenly dragon ready." Suddenly, a surge of energy enveloped the eagle, blasting it aside with a pained shriek. It collapsed before everyone, unconscious. Ziyun stared in disbelief. Yi Fan, as terrifying as I expected. She approached him and asked, "Precious disciple, would you like to be the sect leader, just for fun?" He replied simply, "No thanks." Ziyun persisted, following him inside. "Come on, I'll get you a new set of furniture." Yi Fan reluctantly agreed, making her beam. "That's right, my good disciple. About the exchange conference in half a month. Do you think you should—" Before Ziyun could finish, Yi Fan picked up the unconscious eagle and asked, "Master, since we have some demon beast meat on hand, would you like to join me for dinner tonight?" She readily agreed. "I'll be back tonight then." He knelt down and began plucking the eagle's feathers. The system check-in hovered behind him, muttering, "Host, you should visit the check-in points of other sections. There's a chance to obtain divine weapons and easily handle demon beasts like this." Congratulations, host, you've received. Never mind. You wouldn't care anyway. Suddenly, a voice called out, Senior Brother Yi. So, it was Ming Bai, Yi Fan said, watching the younger disciple enter with a basin of water. You said you had something you didn't understand? Ming Bai nodded hesitantly. Just tell me, Yi Fan encouraged. Ming Bai recounted his story. Master Zi Yin arranged a meeting for me. At first, we were getting along quite well. But then she asked some questions. Ming Bai continued, his voice tinged with dejection. And suddenly, she said she wanted to leave. Yi Fan raised an eyebrow. What kind of questions? Ming Bai sighed. Things like, what does your family do? How many properties do you own? Do you have any spirit beasts or carriages? Of course, I told her the truth. My family farms. We don't have any properties in the city. And spirit beasts and carriages? Those are out of the question. He slumped slightly. Yi Fan, when I told her, she just said, I thought so. But it's not my fault. Yi Fan clapped Ming Bai on the shoulder, offering a comforting smile. Junior Brotherly, stay for dinner tonight. Master Zi Yin won't mind. Ming Bai looked at Yi Fan with open admiration. Senior Brother Yi, you're so kind and thoughtful. If I could, I would definitely repay you with my life. He continued, lost in thought. Speaking of Senior Brother Yi, even when faced with the most beautiful female disciples, he remains completely unmoved. But with me, could it be that Senior Brother knows I'm? That afternoon, Zi Yin and Zi Yin visited Yi Fan's residence. Zi Yin greeted him cheerfully. Junior Brother Yi, long time no see. Yi Fan responded politely. Greetings, third senior sister. Please, come in and have a meal. Observing their friendly interaction, Zi Yun smiled warmly. The atmosphere of young people is so wonderful, so sweet. Yi Fan then presented her with a package. These are for you, master. Zi Yun accepted the gift, her face beaming with joy. Such extraordinary talent, diligent in cultivation, and so filial. To have such a wonderful disciple, I am truly blessed. At that moment, Ming Bai, his stomach noticeably fuller, spoke up. Senior Brother Yi, if there's nothing else, I'll head back down the mountain. Yi Fan offered a cheerful farewell. Be careful on your way back. Ziyin bowed her head in gratitude. Thank you, Junior Brother. It was thanks to you that I survived before. Anywhere I can go, I won't refuse, she added, her voice soft. Yi Fan replied modestly, Senior sister, you're too kind. We're all fellow disciples. There's no need to be so formal. Despite his words, Ziyin felt a pang of sadness. Is Junior Brother already at the nascent soul realm? While I'm only at the 10th level of Qi condensation, how can I ever repay him? Meanwhile, Ming Bai, while taking out the trash, discovered something unexpected. Among the refuse, a book lay hidden. He gasped. Picking it up, he wondered, what's this? He recalled Yi Fan's words, be careful with the trash. A hopeful smile spread across Ming Bai's face. If Senior Brother Yi wanted me to be careful with the trash, then it must be all right to take a look. His eyes widened in disbelief as he saw the title. This is... He clutched the book to his chest, overcome with joy. The eternal, undying scripture. Such a powerful cultivation technique. Senior Brother, you wouldn't carelessly discard it like trash. He must have used the excuse of taking out the trash to give this supreme, divine scripture to me. Father, Mother, your son will finally make a name for himself. Later that night, back in his room, Ming Bai huddled under his covers. He opened the book, a determined glint in his eyes. This precious cultivation technique cannot be discovered by others. I must find an absolutely safe place to hide it, he muttered to himself. Under the bed? No. The cellar? No. Inside the wardrobe? Not safe enough. The drawers? Even less safe. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Yes, this place is absolutely safe. No one will ever find it here. With newfound resolve, Ming Bai began to cultivate. Step 1. First, circulate the true qi within the body for 1 cycle. He closed his eyes, and a faint energy began to swirl within him. 1%. In half a month, a gigantic vessel appeared in the heavens, dominating the skyline. A disciple, craning his neck, pointed. That's the Tianqing sex airship, he observed. Massive, isn't it? Another man replied, his eyes fixed on the imposing ship. Tianqing Dao Run is at the 7th level of nascent soul realm. None of the other sect leaders can match him, not even ours. Another disciple joined the conversation, a note of apprehension in his voice. I heard the Ziyun sect actually captured a 9-tailed spirit fox. What will the Tianqing sect do if they can't acquire one themselves? They wouldn't attack us, would they? Suddenly, a voice echoed from within the city walls. Sect leader. It was the Grand Elder. She addressed Zi Yin directly. Perhaps you should inquire again with Yi Fan about participating in the competition. Zi Yun sighed, a hint of frustration in her tone. I've already asked him, but my prized disciple refuses. There's nothing more I can do. At least Zi Yin should be able to manage a draw tomorrow. Ziyin gazed out at the Tianqing sect's airship, her thoughts churning. As long as Yifan continues to progress smoothly, the Ziyun sect is destined to become the strongest of the 9 great sections. We might even have a chance at becoming the most powerful sect in the entire Donghuang region. Meanwhile, inside, Mingbai diligently continued his cultivation, muttering to himself, as expected of senior brother Ye's generosity. "I'm halfway there," Mingbai exclaimed, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. "I've managed to open half of my meridians." He carefully tucked the book away inside his robes, his smile widening. "Just 2 more months, and I'll have them all open. Just you wait, senior brother Yi." A man approached Ming Bai, his expression serious. "Wen Qing was injured during training 2 days ago. You'll be taking his place in the inter-sect competition tomorrow." Ming Bai's eyes widened in alarm, and he pointed at himself incredulously. "But senior brother Wen Qing is at the 5th level of qi condensation. I'm only at the 4th. If I fight in his stead, I'll be slaughtered." The man turned and walked away, his voice nonchalant. "You'll live. Just do your best." Ming Bai's internal monologue was less optimistic. "I've only been cultivating for half a month. I haven't even grasped the fundamentals." Around him, the other disciples were buzzing with gossip. The Golden Core disciples' matches were somewhat balanced, with wins and losses on both sides. But the Qi condensation group has been utterly decimated. Aside from Ziyin, everyone's been completely crushed. The Grand Elder, overlooking the arena, announced the next match. Next up, He Mu of the Tianqing sect's Qi condensation group will face Li Ming Bai of the Ziyin sect. The whispers around him intensified, making Ming Bai's blood run cold. Anyone who's fought He Mu before has ended up better than for half a month. He's at the 5th level of Qi condensation, while Li Ming Bai is only at the 4th. He'll be defeated in an instant. Terror gripped Ming Bai. "Why He Mu? I'll be turned into a cripple. As soon as the match starts, I'll just collapse. Better to lose face than be broken." He Mu, observing Ming Bai's evident fear, sneered. "Don't worry, I'll be gentle. You'll only be bedridden for a fortnight." From the stands, the disciples of the Tianqing sect roared their encouragement. "Senior brother He Mu, crush him." Ziyun watched the scene unfold, a deep sense of helplessness settling over her. Ming Bai touched his chin thoughtfully. "I need to make my collapse look convincing, so they don't suspect anything." He leaped forward, feigning an attack, and shouted, "Let's get this over with." To He Mu's astonishment, his punch connected, but Ming Bai didn't even flinch. Confusion clouded his features. That punch was strong enough to knock down any 4th-level Qi condensation cultivator. What in the world? Ming Bai was equally perplexed. Why does punch feel so weak and slow? There was no force behind it at all. He Mu, still reeling from the unexpected outcome, threw another punch. Again, Ming Bai remained standing, completely unfazed. He Mu practically wet himself this time. "What was that all about?" he demanded. Ming Bai gestured subtly. "Senior brother He Mu," he whispered, "while I appreciate your gentle approach, isn't this staged fight a little too obvious?" He Mu, feeling mocked, bristled with anger. "So, the disciples of Ziyun's sect just stand there and take a beating? Do you even dare to trade blows with me?" Meanwhile, Ming Bai, in his naivety, thought, "Senior brother He Mu has a point. Just standing here, getting hit, is a waste of time. I'll provoke him with an attack, then conveniently collapse." Gathering his strength, Ming Bai replied cheerfully, just as senior brother suggested. He Mu's jaw dropped as Ming Bai's seemingly weak attack sent him flying several feet. Ming Bai, surprised by his own strength, thought, "I didn't even use that much force." From the sidelines, Ziyin watched with a smug smile. "I knew it," she thought. "My precious disciple wasn't really staying out of the competition. He just said that to save face for me. He must have arranged this whole thing with Ming Bai beforehand." As He Mu was carried away, the onlookers buzzed with speculation. What happened? He Mu got knocked out cold. Was that kid cheating? No one gets taken down with a single blow. An older man stepped forward and challenged them. "Are you suggesting that the judgment of the 7 great sects would favor Ziyun's sect?" The other stammered, "Well, no, it's just impossible." Suddenly, it dawned on Ming Bai. "I understand now. This must be the effect of the eternal, undying scripture. I feel like I could keep fighting." A hawk, its wing looking suspiciously like the one Ziyun had previously injured, reported back to a larger, more imposing hawk. That's all the intel I could gather. The larger hawk, the fearsome Eagle King, ruler of Huo Wu Mountain, flared its eyes in fury. Ziyun's sect is willing to risk mutual destruction just to kill my subordinate. It seems the 9-tailed spirit fox is truly in their possession. The Eagle King spread its massive wings, its gaze sharp and cold. "Go," it commanded. "What are you waiting for? Remind those cultivators who's in charge around here. Once I seize the 9-tailed spirit fox's demon core," the Eagle King mused, "the title of Donghuang's first demon king will be mine." Meanwhile, Ming Bai continued his triumphant march through the competition. Another opponent fell with a single blow. The older man addressed the crowd. Ming Bai has 7 victories. Are there any other challengers? The disciples responded in unison. No way. We don't want to be humiliated. And being bettered for half a month doesn't sound appealing either. Whoever wants to go can go. Ming Bai, brimming with excitement, wanted to shout, "Is there anyone else?" But he restrained himself, worried about embarrassing his sect. Among the judges, Tianqing addressed Ziyun. Taoist Ziyun, I didn't realize your sect had such a hidden talent. Ziyun responded modestly. Taoist Tianqing is too kind. After all, he's still only a qi condensation disciple. Suddenly, Tianqing's tone shifted, laced with insinuation. Oh, is that so? I heard a rumor that a 9-tailed spirit fox recently sought refuge with your sect. Wan Tuzong, seated beside him, chuckled darkly, clearly intrigued. The bait had been cast. Ziyin waved her hand dismissively. Taoist Tianqing, you think too much. It's just a baseless rumor. My Ziyin sect wouldn't have such luck. Inwardly, however, she cursed Wan Tuzong. That damned Wan Tuzong, always stirring up trouble. Tianqing set down his cup. We all understand, he said pointedly. Let's not waste time with pointless denials. Then, radiating a chilling aura, he pointed at her and declared, if you don't hand over the 9-tailed spirit fox today, you know the consequences. Ziyun's face paled slightly at his words, but she refused to be cowed, gathering her qi, preparing for a confrontation, causing her disciples to cry out in alarm. Sect leader, Tianqing, still arrogant, offered, I'll give you 3 seconds to think. After 3 seconds, there will be no Ziyun sect. He began to count. 3. He continued. 2. Ziyun's mind raced. If I hand it over, my precious disciple won't be able to advance. But the lives of the entire sect, what can I do? As Tianqing counted, he remarked, it seems sect leader Ziyun is a stubborn one. His voice hardened. 1. Tianqing lunged forward, roaring, time's up. D. A strange voice echoed. Oh, cultivators squabbling amongst themselves. Tianqing spun around in surprise. He recoiled at the sight before him, half a step into the nascent soul realm. It was the Eagle King, a colossal bird demon. Tianqing stammered in disbelief. Eagle King. He looked up at the sky and shouted, you're all nascent soul realm demon beasts. You must have all crawled out of Huowu Mountain. Eagle King, you're nearing the end of your lifespan. Are you here for the 9-tailed spirit fox's blood? The Eagle King glanced towards where Yifan was and said, so, it's there. Meanwhile, in Yifan's kitchen at Xianyu Peak, he was examining his ingredients, calculating. Golden flour pine nut chicken. If only I'd saved some of that demon eagle meat. But ground pork will do. The flavor isn't that much different. As Yifan prepared to chop the meat, his check-in system appeared, announcing, detected, host pet, the 9-tailed spirit fox is facing imminent danger. Please rescue immediately. Unconcerned, he continued cheerfully washing vegetables. The system lamented, what am I even hoping for? Activating emergency recall function. The system, despondent, didn't want to reboot. Delete. Suddenly, a portal opened, depositing the 9-tailed spirit fox. It landed directly in the basin where Yifan was washing vegetables. Submerged, it began to thrash. He patted its head. The 9-tailed spirit fox felt a surge of gratitude. Master, save me. You have no idea. There was so much scary demonic energy out there. I was almost scared to death. Its gratitude was short-lived as Yifan coldly assessed it. You've put on quite a bit of weight compared to half a month ago, haven't you? He gave a dangerous look. The 9-tailed spirit fox, now terrified, scrambled away. Why did I delude myself into thinking he'd become kind? Saving your life. Yifan continued, admiringly. And you're so plump. The quality of this is definitely better than pork. Welcome back. The Eagle King, mid-flight, realized the aura had shifted. Unexpected. The larva of a 9-tailed spirit fox can teleport. How many times can it use such a divine ability? He decided to turn back, commanding his followers, follow me. He swiftly changed direction, flying at full speed. People began pointing and informing Ziyun. They've changed direction. It seems they're heading towards Xianyu Peak. Ziyun's face fell. Not good. My precious disciple. She rushed off in a frantic dash. Tianqing sneered at the Grand Elder. Your sect leader has arrived. Why aren't you acting? Ziyun, turning to face him, retorted, we are no match for the Eagle King. How are we supposed to act? It's you who should be acting. Didn't you steal the 9-tailed spirit fox? You use your strength to bully fellow cultivators. Why not try stealing it from the Eagle King? The Grand Elder worried inwardly. Although Yifan had displayed considerable power before, the Eagle King was half-step nascent soul. They were no match for him. We should follow them, he decided. At least we can protect the sect leader and Yifan. He turned and headed back towards Yifan's dwelling. Inside the kitchen, Yi Fan peeled potatoes, humming to himself as he prepared the nine-tailed spirit fox for cooking. The finest ingredients should always be simmered over a low flame, he mused. First, crushed ginger, garlic, and spring onions into the water, then a spoonful of salt, 2 spoonfuls of soy sauce, and just the right amount of cooking wine. Perfect. Must taste test it first. It'll save effort later when plucking the fur. And I need to prepare some shredded ham. Suddenly, a system check-in notification appeared. Warning, the host is about to encounter a fierce battle. Please proceed to the entrance of the house to receive your reward. Out of nowhere, a massive claw lashed out, aiming to snatch Yi Fan. It was the Eagle King, reaching down to seize him. Moments later, Yi Fan was clutched in the Eagle King's talons. Gotcha! The Eagle King crowed triumphantly, but upon closer inspection, he realized his mistake. This isn't the nine-tailed spirit fox. Oh well, back I go. Ziyun appeared before the Eagle King, her face etched with worry for her beloved disciple. Chaos erupted around them. Tianqing pondered the situation. So, the nine-tailed spirit fox is hidden elsewhere. And who is that fellow? Meanwhile, Yi Fan, seemingly unconcerned, sat yawning languidly. Ziyun called out anxiously, "Beloved disciple, where's the nine-tailed spirit fox? Don't tell me you killed it." Overhearing her, the Grand Elder realized the source of her distress. Tianqing, observing Yi Fan's nonchalant demeanor from above, was puzzled. Why isn't that youngster afraid of the Eagle King? And immortal Ziyun doesn't seem worried either. Could he be incredibly powerful? The Eagle King, growing impatient, roared, "It's just one little human. These human cultivators are so troublesome. I'll just crush him and be done with it." Yi Fan's system continued to issue warnings. "Warning host, just give up. You're better off doing it yourself." A surge of energy slammed down, startling the Eagle King, who stared in bewilderment. What kind of attack was that, he wondered. Even a nascent soul cultivator would be obliterated by that. An explosion rocked the air, sending smoke billowing in all directions. As the smoke cleared, the Eagle King lay defeated, ready to be served on a platter, while Yi Fan leaned casually against its massive form, drifting off to sleep. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. He killed it, a half-step nascent soul cultivator, and those hundreds of nascent soul eagle demons, all wiped out in an instant. Tianqing couldn't believe his eyes. This youngster, could he be some old monster in disguise? He thought nervously. I just insulted the Ziyun sect. Was he deliberately giving me a warning? Tianqing adopted a respectful tone. As expected of the Ziyun sect, with such a powerful figure, your future is boundless. Unfortunately, I'm in a hurry today and haven't come properly prepared. I must take my leave. I'll visit again another time. Knowing she held the upper hand, Ziyun simply stated, "You cannot leave." Suddenly, both Ziyun and the Grand Elder blocked Tianqing's path. Ziyun, her voice laced with a threatening undertone, questioned Tianqing. "The exchange meeting isn't over yet. What's the rush?" By now, Tianqing, practically wetting himself with fear, stammered, "And no, we forfeit. We forfeit now and forevermore." Seeing Tianqing's terror, a contemptuous smirk played on Ziyun's lips. "Forfeit? You all came here from so far away. Returning now would make it seem like my Ziyun sect bullies its guests." She folded her arms, feigning consideration. "It's true, we had some unpleasantness earlier, but as the sect leader of Ziyun's sect, I can't very well crush you over such trivial matters, can I? In fact," she added, her voice dripping with false sweetness, "shouldn't I offer some compensation, perhaps an apology?" The surrounding cultivators exchanged uneasy glances, their minds buzzing with questions. Was she serious? Surely, she couldn't be. This was Ziyun, the ruthless sect leader, not some gentle flower. "We've known each other for millennia. Does this wicked woman really need to lay on so thick?" Ziyun turned to the Grand Elder. "Grand Elder," she instructed, "escort these esteemed friends to the rear courtyard for a few days' rest. They must be quite shaken after encountering so many demonic beasts today. Keep them comfortable. Make sure they don't wander off." Even the Grand Elder seemed taken aback. "You want me to entertain them?" Ziyun beamed. "Precisely, Grand Elder. We see each other so often. A little hospitality is only natural. Nothing excessive, mind you. No need to beat them to death and extract their marrow." The Grand Elder, resigned, bowed his head. "Understood." Ziyun turned back to Tianqing. "Taoist Tianqing," she purred. "Isn't your grand birthday celebration coming up soon?" Tianqing, terrified, frantically shook his head. No, there's no such celebration. Please, don't arrange anything for me." Ziyun's expression turned serious. "Well, when it does arrive, my Ziyun sect will certainly prepare a lavish gift. A very generous one." Inwardly, she mused, Tianqing's sect is finished. Bankrupt. They won't even be able to keep their pots and pans. She then strode towards Yi Fan, her face radiating pride. My precious disciple is truly remarkable. In just 2 months, he's ascended from a mere mortal to the nascent soul realm. It seems the heavens themselves favor my Ziyun sect. An elderly man standing behind her spoke up. I fear Yi Fan is more than just a natural-born talent. Perhaps he's a reincarnated grandmaster. Another elder chimed in. A reincarnated master. Though he may have lost his past memories, his cultivation techniques would carry over. If he can share his knowledge with the other disciples, our Ziyun sect will truly prosper. Yi Fan turned to leave. Farewell, master elders. I feel unclean. I'll go cleanse myself. Ziyun waved a dismissive hand. Take your time, precious disciple. There's no rush. We still have that demonic fox to deal with. The 2 elderly men began to confer. So many demonic eagles. It seems we'll be busy. The other replied, if you can pluck a feather from the Eagle King, it would make a fine magical artifact. Ziyun added, the elder speaks true. I intend to use that beast's feathers to make winter robes for my precious disciple. 10 minutes later, the enormous eagle lay plucked bare, nothing but skin and bone. Ziyun, surveying the scene, remarked, this should be enough. A half-step nascent soul demonic beast is no easy opponent. After all, she paused, a flicker of confusion crossing her face. Now, what was that important matter I came here for? Suddenly, the voices of her disciples reached her ears. Such a delicious aroma. Is it dinner time already? I've smelled this scent before. In senior brother Yi Fan's kitchen. It's demonic beast meat. Realization dawned on Ziyun, and her face paled. Demonic beast meat, the 9-tailed spirit fox. Ziyun immediately flew into Yi Fan's kitchen and looked at the pot simmering on the stove. Opening it, she saw the 9-tailed spirit fox inside, and Ziyun gasped in horror. The small, furry creature slowly began to open its eyes. It saw Ziyun's worried face. Thank goodness you came in time. You scared me half to death, it thought, a mixture of relief and lingering fear giving way to overwhelming joy. Tears welling, the 9-tailed spirit fox leaped into Ziyun's arms. You finally came. I almost met my ancestors. She soothed it. There, little one, don't cry. My precious disciple doesn't care about you, but I do. Yi Fan returned, holding a cleaver, and said, I was wondering how that little rascal managed to open the pot. So was Master. I thought the demonic beast blood would be very nourishing. I should have drawn the blood first. The 9-tailed spirit fox shrieked in terror. It clung tightly to Ziyun, crying, save me. Yi Fan approached and said, Master, no need to rush. I'm about to make you a pot of stewed fox meat. Ziyun's voice rose sharply. Disciple, are you made of water? Why is your head so full of it? You'd even kill your own spirit beast. Yi Fan, unmoved by her admonishment, replied, in my eyes, my spirit beast is just a piece of meat. Killing it is no big deal. Cradling the fox, Ziyun pouted. But you promised to give it to me. Her display of affection flustered him. I admit, Master is indeed a beautiful and adorable young woman, he thought. But considering she's over 1,000 years old, it feels a bit strange. Hearing this, Yi Fan said, Never mind, Master. I still need a few more ingredients when I stew the Eagle King. Before he could finish, Ziyun, clutching a 9-tailed spirit fox, hurried away. I'll go prepare them right away, she called back. Yi Fan muttered, but I wasn't finished. That evening, the tantalizing aroma of cooking meat wafted throughout the entire Ziyun sect. Everyone celebrated, raising their glasses and calling out, bottoms up. On a nearby road, Mingbai slung an arm around a fellow disciple. I told you, your vision is too narrow. This morning, you only saw senior brother Yi make his move, but you completely missed his deeper intentions. The other disciple asked, Senior brotherly, what do you mean? He posed a question to the disciple. You all saw senior brother Yi fight those golden dragons, right? I ask you, what happened when the Eagle King appeared while senior brother Yi was fighting? The disciple pondered. Was there some deeper meaning to it? Mingbai muttered, a bunch of fools. Such a simple matter, and you can't see it. The disciple asked, Senior brotherly, are you saying senior brother Yi deliberately injured us by directly intervening? He pointed at the disciple and said, Exactly. You're not as dim-witted as you look. The surrounding disciples jostled him. Brother, you're drinking again? We haven't even had our meat soup yet tonight. Mingbai declared, well, you know, senior brother Yi could have clearly won the exchange tournament, but he deliberately put on a show. He didn't reveal his true strength. The Eagle King suddenly appeared with all those demons. Was that a coincidence? The other disciple asked, Are you suggesting it was all part of senior brother Yi's plan? He bellowed, Exactly. Senior brother Yi waited for the Eagle King to arrive. He waited at Xianyu Peak, like a hunter waiting for its prey. That's how he eliminated the Eagle King and his demonic horde without injuring any of us in the arena. It was all part of senior brother Yi's plan. They erupted in cheers. Senior Brother Yi is truly invincible. Senior Brother Yi is amazing. Senior Brother Yi is amazing. The next morning, a female disciple was being chased by a group of male disciples. Frightened, she screamed, "Help! These brothers have gone mad." They chased after her, calling out, "Elder sister, please be my Tao companion." "Elder sister Yanzi, don't you know how to live?" When they caught up, they grabbed her and pleaded relentlessly. "Elder sister, I want to cultivate a relationship with you." "Elder sister Yanzi, I entrust my entire life's happiness to you." She refused them, saying, "I am devoted to cultivating immortality. I truly do not desire this. Please go find someone else." Meanwhile, the Grand Elder stood in a corner, observing the elder sister being harassed. After a while, she encountered the same group of brothers, who had also begun to act strangely. "Brother, you smell so good. I love you, brother. I will satisfy you." A little further on, the sisters, too, were behaving oddly. "Little sister, you are so beautiful. Your skin's so soft. I long to share a bridal chamber with you." "Elder sister, please don't touch me anymore. I feel like I'm about to ascend." But the Grand Elder continued with her task, carrying a bowl of hot soup. She looked at it and thought, "Good, I used to think nascent soul realm demon beast meat was priceless. I must let the sect disciples enjoy it. I forgot that nascent soul beast meat is extremely mild. Whole Mountain has developed quite a bit. Why can't the demon beasts living there be eaten? Wait a minute, this bowl of soup seems to have something extra in it. This won't do. I must inform sect leader Zi Yun immediately." At Zi Yun's location, Zi Yun was shouting, "Get your hands off me, Zi Yun. My clothes are about to rip." Zi Yun refused, saying, "Master, I won't let go. I truly adore you. I beg you, please take me." Zi Yun replied, "Oi." Zi Yun asked joyfully, "Master, really?" Zi Yun took out a small, round pellet and popped it into Zi Yan's mouth, saying, "Just kidding." Zi Yun swallowed with a gulp. At this point, she came to her senses and asked Zi Yun, "Master, what happened to me?" "Wait, what happened to your clothes?" Zi Yun explained, "Zi Yun, you were just influenced by a demon beast. Hurry to the main hall and help the Grand Elder. Give the clarity pellets to the disciples." Hearing this, Zi Yun responded, "Understood." Not long after, under the combined efforts of the sect leader and the Grand Elder, the Zi Yun sect was brought back under control. They had narrowly avoided becoming the Joyful Union sect. From then on, the sect had many more rules. The chefs were no longer allowed to use wine and demon beast meat as rewards. Sitting on her chair, Zi Yun said, "Unexpectedly, today's incident occurred because Li Mingbai and the others drank wine. After regaining my senses, I learned of my precious disciple's true strength. His foresight is like a god's, able to know events 5,000 years in the past and future. The innate Tao body is truly extraordinary." She picked up a book and thought, "Back then, I only happened upon an ancient text that mentioned the innate Tao body's immense power. Perhaps there's much more I don't know." From then on, the Ao High Nation had an innate Tao body cultivator with formidable power. At 20 years old, he slew the nascent soul realm Jiao. At 30, he became the ruler of the Ao High Nation. At 40, he began studying divination, and within 2 years, he mastered the art, surpassing all others. Zi Yun gasped upon reading this and wondered, could it be that my precious disciple has also secretly learned the art of divination? If what Li Mingbai and the others said is true, then that day's events were indeed as planned. She got up and muttered, thinking about it carefully, aside from being momentarily stunned by the hot soup, that little rascal wasn't harmed at all that day. The herbs used in the soup could also mask his aura. So, how could ordinary hot water injure a demon beast? So that's it. Everything is clear now. It seems my precious disciple is rushing to break through to the nascent soul realm. He didn't have time to conceal the spiritual energy, so he used this method to resolve it. He was also afraid of accidentally injuring others, so he used a spirit beast to lure the Eagle King and the demons away. I never thought my usually frivolous, precious disciple could be so meticulous. Today's rest is canceled. All elders prepare to accompany me to the Tianqing sect to deliver the birthday gifts. 3 days later, Yi Fan was cooking something on the stove. He sighed. Xianyu Peak is so quiet. Master went to the 8 great sections. It's been 3 days, and she still hasn't returned. The system check-in appeared and said, Host, why don't you try going around for a check, or maybe chat with your brothers for a bit. Yi Fan continued to curse the dog system. So noisy, it's still the same old tricks. First, make others think I have power. Then, use the praise of those around me to make me lower my guard and force me to cultivate. In the end, give those children of destiny peace. The result is a chaotic mess. In a few days, I'll go learn from the bankrupt system next door. Maybe he can change this person. He grumbled. The check-in reward for the host has arrived. Please step forward to receive the best reward. The system helped the host successfully receive it. Congratulations to the host for receiving a mysterious pet egg. Seeing him cheer up and hold the egg in his hand, The system check-in said cheerfully, "Host, you're finally happy again. This mysterious egg, after hatching, will be a matter of luck, but the worst it can be is a nine-tailed spirit fox. It might even be a high-grade or peak-level female companion. Based on the shiny exterior, the system predicts it could possibly be a azure dragon or a phoenix divine beast." But Yifan didn't care and threw it directly into the steamer, saying, "Not bad, it's clean too." Seeing this, the system was speechless. "Host, stop that dangerous behavior. Host, the nine-tailed spirit fox is a top-level existence only found in the cultivation world. This egg might even hatch into a divine beast. It's a divine beast. I have to break it." An hour later, Yifan opened the steamer, and the egg inside was still the same. He said irritably, "Why is this egg so tough? No, wait, it's even angry." The system check-in said excitedly, "The mysterious pet egg has undergone a mutation, but the inside is probably unharmed." The egg began to hatch, startling Yifan. The egg cracked slowly, and a dog appeared. He looked at it, disheartened. A husky, a house-wrecking, door-destroying husky. The dog happily jumped on Yifan, who was astonished. Damn, the egg hatched a husky? It started licking Yifan, making him uncomfortable. "Damn it, stop licking my clothes. Your saliva is dirty." The system check-in announced, "Congratulations to the host for receiving a mutated divine beast." A mutated husky. He said, "Peak-level divine beast." The system exclaimed in surprise, "Infinite defense." Yifan had already put it back in the steamer. As it continued, "Unlimited attack power." The dog broke the steamer and rushed out. It jumped so high that it broke through the ceiling. He looked at the hole, dumbfounded. "Although I don't eat dog meat, there's still quite a bit of meat. I'll just cook it." Yifan stopped, dejected. That evening, the dog started barking in his room. Yifan carried the dog as he walked. He looked at the bed and thought, a dog's first book, the immortal book, the Heavenly Joy Edition. The first thing a newborn dog needs to do is dismantle the ceiling. While Yifan was coaxing his levitating dog, several figures lurked in the shadows, observing the scene. "This dog really isn't much," one muttered. "Even if he couldn't give us Yifan, he could at least have offered the nine-tailed spirit fox. And for heaven's sake, get rid of this mutt." Early one morning, Yifan set up a stall with a simple sign, "Dog needs a home." Looking at the unsuspecting husky, he thought, this place is 3,000 miles from the sect. There's no way it can find its way back. He hopped on his flying bed and bid the dog farewell. The husky, Hut, stared blankly after him. Slowly, a dawning realization crept into Hut's canine mind. Master is gone. This was a game. A grand game of hide-and-seek. With innocent glee, he bounded off. High above, a white-haired woman soared through the air on her sword. Taking a sip from a flask, she sighed contentedly. The night air is truly refreshing. She was murmuring a line of poetry, cold wind like sweet dew, a peerless cultivator, standing atop a mountain, gazing at the vast rivers and seas, when she noticed something beside her, something flying. What? A fine dog. A puppy that can fly must be at least at the golden core stage. If I could capture it as a pet. Suddenly, a streak of light shot towards her. The projectile, a sword, pierced her side. With a cry of outrage, the white-haired woman plummeted. "I've been ambushed." In the distance, a massive airship cruised through the sky. The woman crashed to the ground below. On the deck of the airship, a golden-haired, older man addressed a red-haired man beside him. Rogue cultivators, always overestimating themselves. They never know their place. The red-haired man nodded. "That Xian woman is truly insane. She even dared to steal spirit stones from our outer disciples. If we can bring back this nascent soul stage young beast, it will more than compensate the Tianqing sect for our losses." The golden-haired man paused. "Wait, I sense something." The red-haired man's eyes widened. "Really? Then I'll use my beast catching rope." They leaped from the airship and spotted the dog paddling happily in a lake below. The red-haired man frowned. "Why do I feel like this demonic beast isn't very bright?" The golden-haired man chuckled. "Young beasts are often like that. Let's observe a bit longer." He reached down toward the dog. He gently lifted the playful puppy from the water. Hut, oblivious to the danger, was happily chewing on a small stone. He looked up at the golden-haired man with large, innocent eyes. The man stared back, mesmerized. "In its eyes, I see someone. The path in its eyes is her reincarnation. We were bound by deep love and loyalty." He burst into laughter. "Yes, this is the key to the Tianqing sect's revival." The red-haired man looked bewildered. "Sir, perhaps you should turn it around." Under the cover of night, they carried the dog back to the airship. Back on board, a voice questioned the golden-haired man. "Fifth Elder, where did you find this treasure? Did anyone see you?" The golden-haired man replied smoothly. "A rogue cultivator crashed into our airship. I extracted his soul and turned him into an idiot. To cover our tracks, I eliminated all the cultivators on that route. No other sect will know about this." He turned to the red-haired man. Seventh Elder, I entrust this to you. The red-haired man beamed. I'll raise it with the utmost care. They both gazed at the dog lying on the table. There's no record of this type of young beast, the golden-haired man mused. Is it fire red or thunder blue? Well, as long as it has a color. Hunt, fascinated by a nearby lamp, opened his mouth wide, then snatched the stone from within, startling everyone around. With the stone clamped firmly in its jaws, it bolted away like a gust of wind. Tianqing roared in fury. Mutated dog, return the radiant sun lamp at once. His men had finally cornered the husky. We finally caught you. Mutated dog, release it. As he tried to pry the stone from the dog's mouth, a startling realization dawned on him. This dog possessed incredible strength. The seventh elder of the Tianqing sect, standing nearby, fumed. Mutated dog, don't let your drool touch the radiant sun lamp. Saliva dripped onto the stone, and the stone glowed even brighter. They watched in astonishment. Look, the drool, it touched it. Tianqing gasped. An auspicious light. How can this be? The seventh elder couldn't believe his eyes. No, look at the radiant sun lamp. Each color change is becoming more pronounced. The dog maintained its iron grip. Moments later, the stone shattered. The fifth elder of the Tianqing sect was stunned. The radiant sun lamp. Even a nascent soul expert's attack couldn't damage it. Yet this dog shattered it. The seventh elder was equally dumbfounded. No, if a spirit beast's natural talent reaches a certain level, it transcends common understanding. Tianqing hugged the dog, his face beaming. Our Tianqing sect will prosper. With this, both the fifth and seventh elders rejoiced. Once this treasure grows, unifying the eastern wastelands will be child's play. Next time, we'll make that old woman, Ziya pay. A sudden knock echoed through the hall, bringing Tianqing back to reality. He composed himself. I'll get it. He raised his voice. What is it? We're in the middle of an important discussion. It's not a good time. The voice from outside called urgently. Sect leader, something's happened. There's trouble at the forbidden grounds in the back mountains. A short while later, in a mystical location, Tianqing stood with several disciples. Report. What's the situation? He barked. Who is this fiend? Could it be another sect spying on us? Second and seventh elders, assemble the disciples. The rest of you, take your positions. Prepare to engage the enemy. An eerie voice echoed through the air. No need. It is I. Prepare to greet your ancestor. Tianqing was taken aback. Who dares impersonate our ancestor? Just because you say you're our ancestor doesn't make it true. The ghostly voice responded. Well said. Look down at your feet and you'll understand. This is the celestial star formation created by your ancestor. A man with blue hair and eyes devoid of pupils materialized before them. Tianqing stammered. This appearance, could it truly be our ancestor? But our ancestor has been gone for over 3,000 years. Time truly flies. They reverently knelt. We greet our ancestor. The Tianqing sect ancestor gestured for them to rise. I still need to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth for another day. Tomorrow will be an auspicious time to emerge. I saw you struggling with a mere magical artifact just now. How disappointing. Unless is the Tianqing sect facing some calamity. Tianqing trembled as he reported. Upon hearing the report, the ancestor flew into a rage. What? A mere nascent soul cultivator dares to lord over our Tianqing sect. Tomorrow, this old ancestor will personally obliterate the Ziyun sect for you. They responded in unison. We obey your command, ancestor. The man settled into a meditative posture. He glanced around, a frown creasing his brow. There's so little spiritual energy here. I fear it will be difficult to reach the void interpretation stage and emerge tomorrow. As expected, flesh and blood is still the best. It seems the nascent soul juniors have all gone to the Ziyun sect. If this continues, I might suffer backlash from the cultivation technique. Tianqing sect's ancestor seethed, overhearing the whispers behind him. I should just kill some of the golden core disciples in the inner sect to replenish myself. The whispers continued. Hey Mao, have you seen the sect leader's spirit pet anywhere? No, the sect leader and the others went to the Ziyun sect this morning, so I haven't seen it. His fury intensified. Meanwhile, oblivious, the two disciples continued their hushed conversation. I hope it shows up soon, or we're done for. You weren't even watching, and now you're blaming me. They froze, realizing the Tianqing sect ancestor stood behind them. In an instant, he drained the life from them, leaving two withered husks. The Tianqing sect ancestor paused, pondering. Still not enough. I wonder what kind of spirit pet they're looking for. Suddenly, something startled him. This energy, even 1,000-year snow lotus, isn't this pure. He gasped, his eyes falling upon the dog, Hut, relieving himself on his grave. Rage consumed him. You beast! How dare you defile my resting place? I was just lacking spiritual energy. You're dead. He lunged towards Hut, but with a single, casual expulsion of gas, Hut obliterated the ancestor's ethereal form. The ancestor, now a swirling orb of energy, lamented, I was so close to reaching the void interpretation stage, and now this beast has ruined it with a fart. What kind of creature is this? A moment later, a new sound reached him. The ancestor, still in his spherical form, watched in horror. Hey, you beast! Stop digging! Stop digging! Hut unearthed something gleaming. A sinister grin spread across his face. Awake, are we? Time for revenge. The nails sealing the coffin began to glow. Hut started pulling them out one by one. The Tianqing sect ancestor, swirling helplessly, could only watch in disbelief. Why isn't the coffin sealing formation working? Damn beast, stop pulling. If you keep pulling, my essence will dissipate. No, he realized his vulnerable state. The nascent soul cultivators are gone. I can only rely on those disciples. He mustered his remaining power. All Tianqing sect disciples, assemble at the back mountain. Silence. The Tianqing sect ancestor was dumbfounded. Why isn't anyone responding? Damn it, I shouldn't have killed those two who were looking for this dog. As Hut pulled the final nail, a message appeared. Hut's passive skill, Bookworm's tranquility, activated. Terror gripped the ancestor. He wept and pleaded. Little ancestor, please don't dig anymore. I'll give you all the nails. Just don't open the coffin lid. Please. But it was too late. As the last nail came free, the coffin lid burst open. Hut tumbled to the ground. Inside the coffin lay a man, but the man vanished just as quickly. Hut, getting to his feet, was bewildered to find only a pile of ashes. Disappointed, Hut's gaze was drawn to a glint in the distance. He bounded towards it, tail wagging playfully. Eisehide, Ziyun Aprurochit Yifan. My dear disciple, I heard you were seen flying on a magical artifact, going out to cultivate. Yifan looked puzzled. Cultivate? I didn't do any such thing. Don't you lie to me. Ziyin snapped, her voice laced with anger. If you weren't cultivating, then what were you doing out there? Tell me the truth. Was there really some urgent matter? Ziyin pressed him. Suddenly, a figure burst in, breathlessly reporting. Sect leader, it's terrible. Tianqing Daorun is bringing his people here. Ziyun frowned, a flicker of annoyance crossing her features. They dare to come here again? How do they have a nerve? I'll deal with this immediately. Turning to Yifan, she said, My dear disciple, I must go on a short trip. Yifan offered words of encouragement. Master, be safe and return quickly. A blush crept onto Ziyun's cheeks at his words. Return quickly? This little rascal actually cares about me. Meanwhile, the Tianqing sect ship had arrived. Down below, the disciples murmured amongst themselves. Are those Tianqing sect lunatics sick? They keep coming and going. This time their aura is immense. I can feel it even from 1,000 miles away. Another disciple agreed. Yeah, I think they must have come prepared this time. A booming voice echoed from the ship, arrogant and full of malice. Women of the Ziyun sect, come out and face me. I have gifts for you. Ziyun's voice dripped with icy disdain. Tianqing Daoyu, what is the meaning of this today? Tianqing's voice boomed back. Meaning? Our ancestor has returned to life. Prepare to die. Ziyun's voice sharpened. Tianqing ancestor returned to life. A wave of tension washed over Ziyun. Could it be? Did their ancestor use some sort of death-feigning secret technique and revive after 3,000 years? If that's true, then we're in grave danger. The Tianqing ancestor was a 10th level nascent soul cultivator back then. Even if his cultivation has regressed, we're no match for him. She locked eyes with the Grand Elder and sent a mental message. Grand Elder, I fear we cannot hold Ziyun's sect. Inform all the disciples to escape through the secret passage immediately. The Grand Elder's voice was laced with worry. Sect leader, what about you? Ziyun's voice was firm. If the Tianqing ancestor is here, then with my dear disciple present, he wouldn't dare to attack me directly. Tianqing stroked his beard smugly. Speaking of which, your Dao companion has been dead for a long time. You're a woman after all. Why don't you become my Dao companion? Ziyun's response was a chilling threat. Do you believe I'll gouge your eyes out? He chuckled lewdly. I quite like your eyes. They're delicious. The men behind him paled at his audacity. He dares to speak like that? What if we fail? Tianqing produced a token, a triumphant smirk spreading across his face. It seems our ancestor has arrived. Let you all witness his magnificent form. Suddenly, a frantic voice screamed from the side. Disaster. The ancestor is dead. The sect is ruined. Sect leader, come back quickly. That beast, it desecrated the ancestor's grave. It swallowed all the scriptures and treasures. Everything is gone. As he spoke, the dog, Hut, leaped onto his back, startling him into silence. Tianqing stared at the cracked token in his hand, tears streaming down his face. Tianqing stumbled backward, collapsing to the deck, his voice a broken whisper. It's over, it's over, it's all over. The ancestor is dead. Our foundation is destroyed. No one can stand against her. Even the silver-eyed Eagle King was killed by the golden dragon. The golden dragon, her golden dragon. Tianqing coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in rage. The sight terrified those around him. Sect leader, they cried. The Grand Elder observed the scene with a sneer. I knew it. How could someone with his talent cultivate to the nascent soul stage? Ziyun's voice cut through the air. He most likely used pills to force his advancement. Ziyun's voice rang out, filled with newfound authority. Now that the Tianqing ancestor is dead, no one in the Tianqing sect is a match for me. She turned to her disciples, her voice ringing with command. Elders, disciples, listen to my command. We will annihilate the Tianqing sect. A resounding roar of agreement echoed from her followers. Standing on a nearby mountain, Yi Fan watched the unfolding battle. Yi Fan complained, bored, it's so noisy here. Below, Ziyun, with a single swing of her sword, cut down countless disciples of the Tianqing sect. Ziyun swung her sword, cleaving through the man before her. Then, with a circular sweep, she cut down all those surrounding her. Finished with the slaughter, Ziyun addressed the first elder. Dispose of these bodies. Take them far away. Don't let them defile our Ziyun sect. The first elder replied. And what of the rest? Ziyun explained. Their disciples numbered 230,000. Killing too many wouldn't be good for my Dao heart. Besides, the Tianqing sect is no more. Without their backing, these disciples will scatter on their own. The first elder agreed. The sect leader speaks true. Suddenly, both of them saw something that filled them with alarm. Something resembling a large chest was flying through the sky towards the mountain. They cried out, what is that? A coffin heading towards Xinyu Peak. They immediately mounted their swords and flew towards it. Let's go see. From afar, Ziyun saw the beast atop the coffin and exclaimed in surprise, isn't that the demonic beast that just ravaged the Tianqing sect? The first elder asked, bewildered, what's going on? Even with a flying ship, it should take 12 hours. But it got here in just half an hour. Ziyun, with fierce determination, prepared to intercept it. I'm gonna stop it. The Ziyun sect cannot be destroyed by it. Even the ancestor perished, let alone my precious disciple who just reached the nascent soul stage. As it flew, the beast noticed the figures below. Seeing them, it paused momentarily, then surged forward with incredible speed. It moved so fast that Ziyun cried out, so fast. I can't catch it. Panting, she thought of a plan. It seems I'll have to use the secret speed technique. A moment later, the coffin came to a stop and Ziyun landed, approaching it cautiously. She glared upwards, fuming. Damn it, as I suspected, it's heading straight for my precious disciple. If you dare touch my disciple, I will perish along with you. Seeing Ziyun's fury, Yi Fan was speechless. He decided to play along with her emotions. Picking up Hut, the husky, Yi Fan scolded, this dog, just coming back would have been fine, but bringing a coffin? What's the meaning of this? Ziyun, puzzled, asked, coming back? Could this demonic beast be yours? And here I rush back at full speed. Yi Fan, thinking of an excuse, began, Master, this kind of dog is a terribly ominous creature. Having it in the house brings nothing but... He thought to himself, this dog is a gift from the system. Giving it away, then taking it back, then giving away Hut again. I can't get a moment's peace. Suddenly, Ziyun stopped him. Wait, let's think of another way. He held up Hut, arguing, Master, this kind of dog is a truly disastrous creature. Having it in the house brings nothing but ruin. Ziyun used her most pleading expression to persuade Yi Fan. Please reconsider. He offered Hut to her, saying, Master, don't look at me like that. I can't stand it. Fine, if you like it so much, take it. Ziyun happily took Hut into her arms. Wonderful. The first elder, seeing Ziyun emerge holding the dog, asked, Sect leader, have you subdued this demonic beast? Ziyun replied cheerfully, it's unexpectedly for my precious disciple. The Grand Elder, upon hearing this, expressed surprise. Ziyun then elaborated, explaining that her astute disciple, anticipating the Tianqing ancestors' resurrection, had brought Hut to the Tianqing sect during the night. Therefore, the events of this day had already been foreseen by him. The Grand Elder, acknowledging this, remarked, so that's how it is. This spirit pet certainly has a healthy appetite. A male disciple, standing behind them, chimed in. With such a powerful spirit pet, I fear Yi Fan's cultivation will soon reach the void interpretation stage. Ziyun, hearing this, pondered aloud. But master, I wonder if this little fellow will eventually bite and tear apart our own sect. Uncertain, she added, surely not. Suddenly, everyone present paled, and the atmosphere grew heavy. A person with orange hair, cradling someone who appeared to be unconscious, called out to Ziyun, sect leader, masters, elders. Something terrible has happened. Senior brother Su Shuming has encountered an evil cultivator. Ziyun Grau Forwedinanja. What? An evil cultivator near our sect? And they dare to injure one of our Golden Core disciples. She immediately issued commands. Grand Elder, strengthen the sect defenses. Elders, contact the other sects. If anyone encounters this cultivator, report it immediately. The others responded in unison. Understood. The scene shifted to a breathtaking mountain vista. Fei Yi, her arms crossed defensively, muttered, luckily, this old lady is blessed with good fortune. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll pay a visit to the Tianqing sect and see what's what. A voice suddenly broke the silence. The world is truly heartless. They give me money, then steal it right back. Who will collect my old bones? The road is so long. How will I ever get home? Fei Yi, with a cheerful tone, offered, old sir, how about I give you a lift on my flying sword? The evil cultivator feigned gratitude. Really? Young lady, I thank you. Then, his face contorted into a sinister expression as he unleashed his malevolent energy. Unaware, Fei Yi continued brightly, think nothing of it. A cultivator acts thus to repay the heavens. Before Fei Yi could react, he swiftly reached out and attacked her eyes. Shedding his elderly disguise, he transformed back into his youthful form. Fei Yi lay in a pool of blood flowing from her eyes. Dragging her away, he laughed triumphantly. Another fool. The evil cultivator pulled her body into a cave, where a circular formation was etched on the floor, surrounded by dirt, rocks, and skulls. He threw Fei Yi into the center of the formation. By sacrificing this cultivator to the seventh disciple of the war demon and offering her heart to Lord Nya, my power will grow. A cruel smile spread across his face. I will become the strongest cultivator in the eastern wilderness. Elsewhere, the check-in system announced to Yi Fan, host, I have successfully drawn a prize for you. Congratulations. You have received a tainted removal talisman. This talisman has a powerful cleansing effect against evil forces and is the bane of all demonic cultivators. See how capable I am? Now I can even draw prizes automatically. Yi Fan listlessly took the talisman while the system preened. Host, cherish me. There's no need to crumple it like that. Without hesitation, Yi Fan tossed the talisman aside, much to the system's shock. A voice called out, Senior brother Yi Fan, are you there? I brought today's vegetables. It was Ming Bai. He opened the door and entered, carrying a basket of vegetables. Yi Fan acknowledged him. Ah, junior brotherly, you've worked hard. Ming Bai cheerfully set the basket down. Senior brother Yi Fan, I'll leave them here. Junior brother, Ming Bai suggested. Let me cook us a meal together. Ye Fan pointed it. No, thank you. I have something to do and can't stay to eat. But, junior brother, if you're free, perhaps you could take out the rubbish for me. Yi Fan's request was simple, and he didn't press the matter further. If you wouldn't mind. A little while later, Ming Bai walked beneath the blazing sun, his heart brimming with a secret delight. No one's around here to see, he thought to himself. I wonder if senior brother threw away any treasures amongst the trash. He tipped out the contents, but found nothing but refuse. Disappointment etched itself across his face. Nothing? Really? Nothing at all. Could senior brother be trying to teach me a lesson? He pondered. Perhaps he's saying I shouldn't be so attached to worldly possessions. Wait, what's this? Ming Bai picked up the discarded item. It was the talisman Yi Fan had thrown away. A joyous expression, as if he'd struck gold, spread across his features. He held it gingerly, despite having just retrieved it from the rubbish. I knew it. Senior brother wouldn't disappoint me. He's so kind. I mustn't tell anyone about this, he murmured. I have to keep these 6 talismans safe. Some time passed. Zhao Ta City was unusually quiet, lacking the usual hustle and bustle. Ming Bai approached an elderly man. Shopkeeper, he inquired, where are my fellow disciples? The man replied, Young Masterly, it seems something's happened. I don't know what it is, but they've all headed north. A wave of disappointment washed over Ming Bai. North, he muttered, unless they've accepted some kind of mission. If it's a mission, I need to get back quickly. He quickly bid the shopkeeper farewell. Thank you, shopkeeper. After walking for an hour, Ming Bai grew perplexed. That's strange, he thought. There's not a soul on the road. I can't even reach my fellow disciples. What's going on? Should I just go back? Suddenly, he spotted an evil cultivator disguised as an old man, lying by the roadside. Feeling a surge of compassion, Ming Bai approached him. Old man, he asked, are you all right? He studied the man's face. He looks distressed, Ming Bai thought. Perhaps I should take him back to town. I might even find my fellow disciples there. He decided to help the old man back to his room. Kindly, Mingbai laid the evil cultivator on his bed and sat down to cultivate. Suddenly, the old man stirred and sat up. Where am I? The evil cultivator wondered, startled. I'm in. Who brought me here? Ah, that brat. I was planning to capture 10 cultivators for the third transport, he mused, but that damned bear demon and the elder from the Ziyun sect ruined everything. I had to use a substitute talisman and lost all 10 cultivators. Tricking this kid into bringing me back will delay their pursuit. I'll control him for a few days and then use him as a sacrifice. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. The talisman Mingbai had taken from the rubbish emitted a protective aura, shielding him from the evil cultivator's influence. The talisman unleashed a burst of fiery energy, striking the evil cultivator. He collapsed to the floor in agony. What was that? He groaned. Is there a powerful cultivator nearby? But if there were, I'd be dead already. Does this kid have a magical treasure? I shouldn't confront him, he decided. Better to run. Farewell, he muttered. We won't meet again. He hadn't gone far when another surprise struck him. The talisman fired another burst of energy, further injuring the evil cultivator. Meanwhile, Mingbai slept soundly, oblivious to the events unfolding around him. Mingbai dreamt he was standing before a breathtaking hot spring, the scenery around him idyllic. As he undressed, he marveled, what a magnificent hot spring. Sinking into the steaming water, he sighed contentedly. This is pure bliss. Mid-soak, a wave of homesickness washed over him. I miss Mother so much. A loud crash from the second floor jolted him awake. Mingbai sat up, startled. What was that? He looked down and gasped in horror. The evil cultivator, still disguised as an old man, lay sprawled on the floor below, his head against the ground. The old man lay twisted and still. Unaware of the danger, Mingbai rushed to his side, his voice filled with concern. Old sir, what happened? How did you fall? The old man's eyes flickered open. Seeing Mingbai, his face paled with terror. He cried out, stay back. Don't come any closer. Naive to the man's true nature, Mingbai tried to reassure him. Old sir, I mean you no harm. I'm a disciple of the Ziyun sect. The evil cultivator, despite his pain, scrambled backwards, fear etched on his face. Stay away from me. Mingbai, oblivious, warned him to be careful. In his panic, the evil cultivator stumbled against the railing. Rotted with age, it gave way, sending him plummeting to the floor below. The fall left the evil cultivator dazed and disoriented. Innocent Mingbai immediately jumped down to help. He began channeling his spiritual energy into the old man. Old sir, hold on. I'll transfer my spiritual energy to you. The evil cultivator's face turned a sickly green, his voice a desperate rasp. No. I'm an evil cultivator. Spiritual energy clashes with the demonic energy within me. I'll die. As Mingbai continued, the evil cultivator's condition worsened, black energy seeping from his body. Alarmed, Mingbai asked, Old sir, why is there demonic energy in you? Were you attacked by an evil cultivator? The evil cultivator lay on the ground, his face ashen, his life fading fast. His soul seemed poised to leave his body. Mingbai observed he's gone, just like my two grandfathers. He sat there, grief-stricken, blaming himself. It's all my fault. I didn't realize he was poisoned by an evil cultivator. I shouldn't have transferred my spiritual energy to him. If I had known, I would have taken him back to the sect for treatment. He wouldn't have died if I hadn't brought him to a mortal physician. These evil cultivators commit such heinous acts. Heaven and earth will not forgive them. I will avenge you, old sir. He walked outside, his heart heavy with sorrow. His fellow disciples greeted him with relief. Junior brother Lee, you're finally back. We were so worried something had happened to you. Confused, Mingbai asked, what do you mean? One of the disciples explained. The patrolling elder said he spotted an evil cultivator near North Town, luring disciples to the drunken, immortal restaurant. The cultivator was incredibly cunning. He used a substitution talisman to escape when the elder attacked. The elder only managed to rescue 10 of our brothers. Mingbai exclaimed. So, all those disciples were tricked by an evil cultivator. Did the patrolling elder describe what the cultivator looked like? The disciple replied. He said the evil cultivator was an old man with a long white beard and 3 moles on his face. Mingbai paused, a chilling thought dawning on him. 3 moles, wasn't it the old man I carried back to town? So, when that old man collapsed, it wasn't some strange illness. He was injured by a patrolling elder. But that doesn't make sense. Why wouldn't the evil cultivator attack a chi refinement stage disciple like me? The patrolling elder is nascent soul stage. So, the evil cultivator isn't nascent soul. At least he's golden core. But after the evil cultivator woke up, why did he look so unwell? And why was he afraid of me? Could it be something I have on me that frightened him? That talisman? Mingbai quickly took off, leaving his 2 fellow disciples puzzled. Junior brother, where are you going? One asked. I have something to discuss with senior brother Yifan, he replied. Meanwhile, Yi Fan paced anxiously, his face pale. This is bad. I should have called Master and the others over here sooner. I can't handle this alone. I've been cooking so much lately. There's too much food to eat by myself. Suddenly, Mingbai rushed in, calling out, Senior brother Yi Fan. Yi Fan bidigt in it. Junior brother, you're just in time. I just finished cooking, and there's plenty to go around. Mingbai replied, Senior brother, I came to thank you. You prepared a meal for me. Yi Fan chocolate. You could say that. Mingbai looked at the spread. Why so many dishes? Mingbai sat down at the table while Yi Fan explained. I've been experimenting with cooking lately, trying out every recipe. Before I knew it, I had made this much. I wanted to invite Master and the others, but they're swamped with that evil cultivator situation. Mingbai nodded. I know. It's a shame I can't help. You guys are the ones doing the real work. As he ate, Mingbai thought to himself, Senior brother Yi Fan's words make sense. He gave me that talisman to deal with the evil cultivator. Preparing this meal means he expects me to return safely. The excessive amount of food means he's telling me one person can't finish it all. I need to save my fellow disciples so we can eat together. But wait, wasn't the evil cultivator already dead? So, if the sect leader and the others are still worried, doesn't that mean there are other evil cultivators? Senior brother Yi Fan wants me to help. He gave me that talisman to prepare me. Seeing Mingbai shoveling down rice, Yi Fan said with concern, Junior brother, don't just eat the rice. Have some of the other dishes too, or you'll choke. Having eaten his fill, Mingbai sighed contentedly. Senior brother Yi Fan, you shouldn't have. I need to speak with the sect leader. I'll be going now. Seeing this, Yi Fan didn't press him. Be careful, junior brother. I will, Mingbai replied politely. The scene shifted to an ancient city. A voice echoed. That's what happened. We almost had the evil cultivator, but he used a substitution puppet to escape. Inside a room, Ziyun spoke with the Grand Elder. The Grand Elder finished recounting the recent events. Understand, Ziyun said. Tell all the outer disciples to remain within the sect. Grand Elder, have you arranged for the inner disciples to expand the search area? Prioritize finding our disciple. We need to eliminate this malignant tumor. Yes, the Grand Elder replied. Thinking of Yi Fan, Ziyun's expression turned somber. Sealing the sect will protect the outer disciples, but the people at the foot of the mountain will likely suffer. If my precious disciple finds out, he'll overthink things. It's better to let him calculate the evil cultivator's location. No, my precious disciple will surely predict everything. I must disrupt his cultivation. Perhaps then, the information will come to us. Suddenly, Mingbai burst through the doors, exclaiming, Sect leader, senior brother Yi Fan told me to come and help. Elder Lu, bristling with indignation, snapped, Li Mingbai, this is the sect's main hall. Have you no sense of decorum? What's all this commotion? Ziyun smoothed things over, placating the irate elder. Elder Lu, please calm yourself. Have some tea. My precious disciple told him to come. Li Mingbai, do you perhaps know of other missing disciples? Or the whereabouts of the evil cultivator? Perhaps even their hideout. Mingbai scratched his head, a disarmingly innocent smile spreading across his face. I don't know. Elder Lu, perplexed, retorted, Then why are you here? Just then, another disciple rushed in, his voice laced with anxiety. No. This is bad. The elder sighed, a weary slump in his shoulders. Again, these disciples, not a single one gives me a moment's peace. What is it now? The disciple pointed a trembling finger. The brothers brought back by the patrolling elders, they've succumbed to demonic influence. They're poisoning the other disciples in the sect. The news hit Elder Lu like a physical blow. He choked, spraying tea across the floor. Below, dark energy pulsed from the afflicted disciples, their eyes glowing crimson with malevolent power. Ziyun and Elder Lu, with Mingbai in tow, ascended on their swords to observe the chaos from above. So they dare to come right to our doorstep and deceive us, Elder Lu growled. Just when we were lamenting our inability to find the evil cultivator, Ziyun spoke, her voice calm amidst the turmoil. Elder Lu, do not be rash. An evil cultivator bold enough to act like this must have made preparations. I fear this is a trap, so we just let them take our disciples? Elder Lu questioned. This time, Ziyun replied, we'll only take half the elders. Li Mingbai, you come as well. A delighted grin split Mingbai's face. Finally, a chance for me to contribute. Ziyun's expression turned serious. With half the elders and my disciples protecting the sect, Ziyun's sect will be safe. But I pray this isn't an ambush. The scene shifted to a dilapidated, crumbling house. Inside, the evil cultivator stood within a glowing formation, flames licking at its edges. A chillingly triumphant smile twisted his lips. Finally, he cackled, the big fish takes the bait. As the last rays of sunlight painted the mountainside, a group approached the house. A woman at the front pushed open the decaying door. Is the evil cultivator hiding inside? It was Ziyun, leading a contingent from the Ziyun sect. Grand Elder, she continued, has brought the binding shackles, correct? The Grand Elder, positioned behind her, responded swiftly. As a precaution against these demonic assassins, we all brought them. Ziyun nodded. Good. She began issuing orders. Grand Elder, take a group and secure the perimeter. Do not let the evil cultivator escape. Yuan, standing behind them, acknowledged the command. Yes, sect leader. Mingbai piped up. Sect leader, what about me? Ziyin turned to him. If my precious disciple thinks so highly of you, then of course you'll come inside with us. The image of Yi Fan flashed in Mingbai's mind, giving a thumbs up and a confident wink. Endorsement from Yi Fan. Thrilled to be included, Mingbai beamed. The Grand Elder, arms crossed, observed Mingbai's naive enthusiasm. Li Mingbai, he inquired, everyone here besides you is a nascent soul elder. Aren't you afraid of the evil cultivator's hidden powers? Mingbai puffed out his chest. With the sect leader and the elders here, I'm sure we can easily handle the evil cultivator. Ziyin looked at him, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Li Mingbai, I didn't realize you had such faith in us. He continued, besides, I've been thinking on the way here. With an innocent face, Mingbai continued to chatter. The evil cultivator uses blood essence and the energy of cultivation techniques to refine his wicked powers. The elder's energy is abundant and their power is immense. By then, he'll definitely deal with everyone else first. He won't care about me. Oh, right? Do you have any sort of escape treasure? Give it to me. If something happens to everyone, I can send a message to the two elders and get everyone to escape. Ziyun's face darkened as she listened to him. She cursed inwardly. Gods, I really want to kill this kid. The group stood discussing the situation before the dilapidated hut. From within, a plume of black smoke billowed out, dark and ominous. Elder Lu sniffed the air. He immediately raised a hand to his forehead. Ugh, I'm dizzy. The Grand Elder also realized something was amiss within the house. Ziyin quickly covered her face and warned the others. This is bad. This is ancient demonic qi. Everyone, quickly take your repelling evil pills. Inside, a grotesque, demonic face appeared. The figure gave a chilling, contemptuous laugh. Repelling evil pills? You think such paltry pills can ward off my demonic qi? Before the doorway, amidst the swirling demonic energy, a terrifying red formation pulsed. The group became increasingly affected by the demonic qi, grimacing and clutching themselves in discomfort. Ziyun, her face a mask of pain, furrowed her brow and commanded, Elders, form a formation. The Grand Elder, standing behind her, replied, Sect leader, our spiritual energy is sealed. One by one, the others voiced their distress. Me too. Seeing everyone suffering, Mingbai raised his hand, feeling strangely unaffected. How come I don't feel anything? He wondered. The evil cultivator materialized into a human form and stepped before them. With a triumphant smirk, he declared, Of course I won't let you use your spiritual energy. After all, nascent soul essence is far more delectable than that of some qi refinement trash. Ziyun was aghast, a question burning in her mind. How could it be? This evil cultivator's power, it's at the nascent soul stage, even stronger than void interpretation. She demanded, Who are you? The evil cultivator gave a predatory grin. You may call me Niezue. The name sent a ripple of shock through the group. Mingbai, his curiosity piqued, turned to Elder Lu. How dangerous is this Niezue? Elder Lu's brow furrowed deeply. Niezue isn't just dangerous, he's terrifying. He began to recount the ancient tale. 10,000 years ago, the demonic race brazenly invaded the human realm. The heart-devouring war demon and his 12 envoys bathed the entire eastern wilderness in blood. That war raged for over 100 years. Countless cultivators perished at the hands of the demonic race. The eastern wilderness cultivators were nearly annihilated. Tens of thousands of Tribulation Transcendent Stage powerhouses self-detonated, finally managing to drag the heart-devouring war demon down with them. That battle left the eastern wilderness devoid of Tribulation Transcendence cultivators. Niezue was the 7th demonic envoy of the heart-devouring war demon, the last to fall. Even when faced with the siege of over 300,000 greater completion stage cultivators, he slaughtered them for 3 days and 3 nights, resulting in a loss of over 100,000 greater completion stage cultivators from the eastern wilderness. Ziyun, though seated on the ground, struggled to speak. But weren't you killed 10,000 years ago? How can you still be alive? Her question only fueled his arrogance. If I were so easily killed, you would be greatly underestimating the might of our demonic race. The demonic race will never be truly extinguished. Niezue erupted into maniacal laughter, his voice booming with triumphant madness. The time has come for me to feast. Mortals, you will become a part of me. Consider it an immeasurable honor. I shall forever remember this day, the day my power is restored. Ziyun, observing the increasingly dire situation around her, felt her life force and energy draining away. A wave of despair washed over her. A sorrowful expression settled on Ziyun's face. Am I going to die? She thought. If I had known, I would have spent more time with my precious disciple today. There's still so much I haven't told him. While everyone else writhed in agony, their life force being relentlessly siphoned by the deathly aura, Mingbai remained unaffected. He stood tall, observing the collapsing figures around him. Suddenly, a realization dawned on him. A spark ignited in his eyes, and a brilliant golden light flickered within them. Ziyun, too, witnessed this strange phenomenon. He had drawn the talisman he'd received from Yifan. Ziyun gasped in surprise. Li Mingbai, Niezue, alerted by the movement, snapped, "Boy, what are you holding?" Mingbai clutched the talisman tightly, adopting a ready stance. "This is a talisman from senior brother Yifan, Niezue, Di." Hearing that it was Yifan's talisman, hope flickered in Ziyun's eyes. "My disciple even gave you a magical treasure," she exclaimed. With a swift movement, Mingbai slapped the talisman onto Niezue. "Die!" he shouted, lunging forward. But Niezue reacted quickly, catching him. He sneered. "A mere chi refinement stage cultivator trying to dispel demonic energy? What charade are you playing at?" But mid-sentence, Niezue faltered, taken aback by Mingbai's unwavering determination. Without another word, Mingbai unleashed the dazzling golden light of the illusory extreme golden radiance. He punched Niezue squarely in the face, leaving the evil cultivator stunned. The impact unleashed a blinding light that shot into the sky. Meanwhile, Yifan, sound asleep in his room, was roused by the sudden brilliance. He shielded his eyes with his hand, muttering, "It's so bright outside," before rolling over and falling back asleep. Niezui, radiating a peu d'itli aura, stood reading. He scowled. "Don't get cocky," he warned. 300,000 Great Circle cultivators couldn't kill me. What makes you think the magical treasure of a chi refinement cultivator like you can harm me? Mingbai continued his assault, striking poses and unleashing attacks, though he himself seemed unsure of what he was doing. Niezue watched in bewildered astonishment as Mingbai unleashed a flurry of bizarre techniques. Tentacles erupted, ensnaring Niezue in a suggestive, almost BDSM-esque pose. Mingbai, seemingly embarrassed, raised a hand to partially cover his eyes. "Such perverse techniques," he muttered. "Break free." Niezue roared, shattering the binding tentacles in a resounding explosion. The shattered remnants of the tentacles rained down like grotesque confetti. The other sect members, now regaining consciousness, looked around in confusion. "Where are we? Weren't we just drinking?" My eyes hurt. Ziyun surveyed the scene, her thoughts turning to her disciple. "My precious disciple, the Ziyun sect is saved thanks to you." Aloud, she praised him. "Li Mingbai, you did well. If it weren't for you, the Ziyun sect would have suffered the same fate as the Wanxiang sect." Mingbai rubbed his head sheepishly. "I was just borrowing senior brother Yifan's good fortune." Unseen by anyone, a small, demonic figure hovered behind Mingbai. The scene shifted back to Yifan's room. Mingbai entered, announcing, "Senior brother Yifan, the sect leader and I have come to visit you. Go out and greet Junior Brother Li. He's been coming around quite often lately," Ziyun said. "Speaking of which, Master, why are you here so early today? I haven't even started preparing lunch yet. Is something the matter?" Mingbai stepped forward to explain. "My precious disciple, today, I came to ask for your guidance on, cooking." Hearing this, Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. "Cooking? Master, I wouldn't have thought you'd be interested in cooking instead of cultivation." Ziyun calmly explained, "I'm a woman, after all. If I ever get married, it will be useful. Besides, even cultivators need to eat sometimes." Yifan, mischievous as ever, leaned closer and teased, "Are you eyeing some old geezer, hoping to snag him as a husband, Master?" Immediately, Ziyun gave him a kick and scolded, "You call me Master all day long. Can't you address me properly?" She sighed inwardly. "Silly disciple, why bring up cultivation? I really did want to ask about cultivation matters. After all, my cultivation has been stagnant for 200 years. But you wouldn't let me use cooking as an excuse, would you? Do you have to treat me like a delicate young miss?" Yifan suddenly became serious and made a request. "Master, if you want to learn how to cook, then let's go to the kitchen. You have to listen to me later, though." Ziyun readily agreed. "Of course, disciple. Let's go." Mingbai then chimed in cheerfully. "Senior brother Yifan, I'll wait here for you to make lunch." The demonic figure behind Mingbai frowned and spoke. It was him who gave the warding talisman, but he's just a mortal with no cultivation. Wait, his constitution is a natural Tao body. Heaven helps me. Once I possess your body, I can return to the tribulation transcendence realm in less than 100 years. Even surpassing the sovereign of wounds won't be a problem. Just as the demon was feeling smug, the check-in system issued a notification. Detected that the host is about to be possessed by a powerful demonic envoy. This demonic envoy is extremely dangerous. The host is advised to escape this location. The host can check in at designated locations within the sect. The system can assist the host with one check-in task sheet. Yifan thought to himself, demonic envoy? Back in the day, I fought countless heavenly demon envoys. Even so, I didn't sense anything. The check-in system calmly announced, detected that the host master is seeking a breakthrough from the host. The host is advised to go to the designated location to receive the corresponding reward. Forget it. He's about to be possessed anyway. What's the point of helping him? Ziyun then asked, Disciple, how do you make your golden cicada hiding in Leaves dish? Yifan abruptly stopped their conversation and turned to look. No, master, that's not how you do it. You're going to crush the tofu. Ziyun replied sheepishly. How should I do it? I don't know how to cook. Yifan immediately stepped behind her and took her hand, guiding her. Master, relax. Follow my rhythm. You're gripping it too tightly. I can't get it in. He held her hand and demonstrated with a piece of tofu. His words and actions were enough to make anyone blush. Squeeze gently, then move up and down rhythmically. You can use your index and middle fingers to gently probe its opening. How deep is the tofu? Have you reached the bottom yet? Have you torn the membrane? After a while, Ziyun couldn't take it anymore and cried out, Stop talking. It hurts. Seeing this, Yifan teased. You're over 1,000 years old, and yet you act like a little girl. This angered Ziyun. You're still laughing? Master is dying here. Just then, Mingbai entered and announced, Senior brother Yifan, your food. The sounds emanating from within were ambiguous. At first, it hurt, but after getting used to it, it doesn't hurt anymore, the muffled voices said, causing Mingbai, standing outside, to entertain improper thoughts. What are Senior brother Yifan and the sect leader doing? Meanwhile, inside, Yifan remained blissfully unaware, casually saying, I'll go slow. There's plenty of time. Let junior brother Mingbai wait outside a bit longer. These words sparked a significant misunderstanding in young Mingbai's mind. Senior brother Yifan and the sect leader. Are that kind of relationship? Like a forbidden teacher-student romance? How scandalous. Yifan watched Ziyun cook with an exasperated expression. Master, you're creating culinary darkness. Behind him, the demonic presence continued its puzzled observation. Strange. My demonic chi is clearly affecting him. Why can't I possess his body? At that moment, the check-in system manifested, its metaphorical fly swatter ready to disperse the demon. If the demonic peach tree can't succeed, then don't bother trying with this one. A palpable tension filled the air. In the Ziyun sect's meeting hall, Elder Lu, Ziyun, and Yuan were engaged in a heated discussion. Elder Lu's proposal broke the silence. I believe that after the destruction of the evil cultivator, the inner disciples should lead the outer disciples in outside training to prevent similar incidents. Yuan, clearly displeased, slammed her hand on the table. Training? You make it sound so simple. Many of the inner disciples are still naive and inexperienced. Having them lead the outer disciples is like sending them to their deaths. Ziyun, who had been silently enduring the argument as if subjected to hours of torture, finally slammed her hand on the table, releasing a surge of power that silenced everyone. The quiet didn't last long before the bickering resumed. Elder Lu, gazing at Ziyun with unconcealed awe, exclaimed, Sect leader, have you broken through to the 6th level of nascent soul? When did this happen? Ziyun couldn't help but beam, a blush coloring her cheeks. It's nothing. Yesterday, my precious disciple made me some food, and I suddenly experienced enlightenment. It was like an ancient power, a warm current merging with my being, clearing my meridians. With its guidance, I've also realized that a part of the Ziyun sect's cultivation technique is flawed. I will rewrite the technique, incorporating this new understanding for the entire sect to learn. Elderlu, Gildered, questioned Ziyun. Flawed? Are you saying the cultivation technique passed down for thousands of years in our sect has errors? And what does this have to do with cooking? Ziyun, resting her chin on her hand, replied with a casual smile. Of course it's related. When my precious disciple hugged me, I felt his chi constantly colliding with my dantian. Elder Lu stared blankly, Ziyun's words transforming into incomprehensible gibberish in her mind. Ziyun, however, recalled the moment with a thrill of pleasure, her face flushing crimson. The speed of the collision was incredible. Before the first wave subsided, the peak of the second wave arrived. After nearly 2 hours of this intense collision, I suddenly felt the barrier within me shatter completely. Yuan was frozen, stunned into silence. She couldn't believe her ears and pressed Ziyun for confirmation. 2 hours? Ziyun, without a moment's hesitation, replied casually, yes, 2 hours. Why? What are you thinking about, Elder Lu? Elder Lu, listening to her flippant tone, felt a surge of annoyance. She's the sect leader, lived for 1,000 years, and yet she speaks so carelessly, she thought, seething inwardly. Yuan was equally unimpressed. Ziyun's nonchalant demeanor filled her with a quiet dread. How could she discuss this so openly, she wondered. Will this elder ever stop? Just as things seemed to be settling into an uncomfortable normalcy, a disciple rushed in, breathless and panicked, interrupting Ziyun mid-sentence. Sect leader, a great event. A hidden cave has appeared on Phoenix Crime Mountain. The shocking news struck the 3 women like a thunderbolt, leaving them speechless and aghast. Yuan couldn't contain herself and blurted out, what? Rocks and debris from the desolate peaks of Immortal Jade Peak, shattered by some unknown force, tumbled down the mountainside. Amidst the lush greenery, Yi Fan sat calmly, pouring tea and watching Ziyun with a slightly sheepish expression. Master, she began hesitantly, you said there's a Xinjiang sect cave on Phoenix Cry Mountain? Zhao Tingzhen's? She looked at him questioningly, her hands clasped nervously. 8, 9 parts certain, he replied. All the sects are gathering their people, and my precious disciple, as if understanding her unspoken request. Yi Fan cut her off before she could finish. Yes, I'll go. His agreement was so sudden and unexpected that it left Ziyun, who had been bracing herself for an argument, completely dumbfounded. Don't refuse so quickly. Wait, you're really going? Yi Fan, pouring tea, looked up at her with a bright, reassuring smile. Well, Master has never seen how grand the opening of a hidden cave is, so I want to go and join the fun. His outward obedience masked his inner thoughts and calculations. While that's true, he mused, I'm more interested in learning about this Zhao Tingzhen. Could he be someone I knew 70 lifetimes ago? Zhao Tingzhen, not a bad guy. One of the few friends I had. Pity his life was so short, and I was betrayed by senior sister. Ah, well, troubling memories. It's just a spectacle, a hidden cave. Could it really be connected to me? Meanwhile, Hookskin and the nine-tailed fox were frolicking nearby. Understanding their master's conversation, they began to discuss it amongst themselves. Hookskin, running ahead, glanced back and exclaimed excitedly, Master's going out. Let's go too. The nine-tailed fox, however, wasn't as enthusiastic. I can't go, it replied flatly. Hookskin, seeing its reluctance, quickly interjected, No, you have to. Atop the towering peak of Phoenix Cry Mountain, a flying ship slowly descended, touching down on the rocky ground. Elder Shur's silhouette appeared on the summit, looking down at the approaching vessel. Ziyun's sect has arrived, he announced to someone beside him. A relaxed voice replied, nonchalantly, I see. Understood, Elder Shur said. The assembled elders gathered as Ziyun and Elder Lu disembarked. One of the elders stepped forward and addressed Ziyun. Ziyun, you finally arrived. You certainly kept us waiting. Ziyun, facing the group of seasoned cultivators, showed no sign of fear or intimidation. Look at these arrogant sect leaders, she thought. Have they found some powerful backing? From within the crowd, Air by Xiao sauntered forward the moment Ziyun finished speaking. He toyed with the fan in his hand, then stepped up to the platform. I'll tentatively accept that, he said. A strange symbol on the edge of his robe caught Ziyun's eye, sparking her curiosity. What did it mean? The top sect of Eastern Flower City, the profound Een sect, Air by Xiao announced, fanning himself in a seemingly scholarly manner. But his words dripped with disdain for Ziyun, reducing her to a mere plaything. So, this woman is Ziyun's person? Her appearance is harmonious enough. Pity she's so old. Otherwise, this young master might have considered taking her as a concubine. Elder Shur, seeing his ally seemingly gaining the upper hand, quickly chimed in, eager to curry favor. If young masterly finds her too old, we can find some younger ones for you. Elder Lu, hearing these insults, could barely contain her fury. She bristled, ready to lash out. Fortunately, Ziyun, ever composed, managed to restrain her in time, preventing a disastrous escalation. Calm yourself, she urged. The profound Een sect is a formidable force. They have dozens of nascent soul cultivators alone. We're no match for them. The advice had its effect, and Elder Lu visibly settled, bowing her head slightly. As you say, sect leader. Once calm was restored, Ziyun turned to the arrogant young man and offered a polite, if strained, greeting. So, it is fellow Taoist of the profound Een sect. It is an honor to meet you. At Habi Siu, utterly dismissive, ignored her pleasantly. He flicked his fan towards the shimmering green barrier of the entrance and cut straight to the point. You lot can go in and scout the way for me later. The legacy of the Great One belongs to me. The rest of you can squabble over the remaining treasures. But if any of you dare to covet the legacy, be mindful of your 9 souls. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, his words cut short by an unexpected sight. He stared, momentarily stunned. Air by Xiao, seeing Yi Fan as an unforeseen wrinkle in his plans, pointed his fan accusingly. "Who is this?" he demanded. Without hesitation, Ziyin stepped aside, beaming with pride as she gestured towards Yi Fan. "This is my most prized disciple, Yi Fan," she announced. Yi Fan, facing the assembled crowd, remained unfazed, humbly deflecting his master's praise. "Master," he said, "I'm just an ordinary person. There's nothing prized about me." Air by Xiao glared at him, disbelief and resentment twisting his features. "He's Yi Fan," he snarled. The report said he never left his secluded cultivation. They said he spent all his time on a mortal jade peak. And what does he mean by calling himself an ordinary person? Is he truly just a mortal? He's clearly suppressing his aura. He's the one who, right in front of the seven sects, single-handedly annihilated the silver-eyed Eagle King and hundreds of nascent soul realm demon beasts. How can such a cultivation genius be a mere mortal? No, he's deliberately mocking me. I've cultivated within a prestigious immortal family for over a decade, and I'm still no match for him. A commoner who started from nothing? A mortal, you say? Just you wait until I cripple your dantian. Then you could be immortal for the rest of your life. His composure shattered, the arrogant facade crumbled. Sensing Air by Zhao's intent, a hand shot out, quickly intervening. "Young Master Li, restrain yourself," a voice urged. This man's spirit beast killed the heavenly sound sex ancestor, a peak nascent soul cultivator. Air by Xiao froze, staring at the speaker in disbelief. "Peak nascent soul?" he echoed. "But his spirit beast is only at the core formation realm." He looked at Yi Fan with a chilling glare, much like Air by Xiao. The mere mention of Yi Fan's name seemed to ignite an uncontrollable hatred within him. This man had at least reached the nascent soul realm. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to subdue the spirit beast under his command. Air by Xiao seemed to grasp his current predicament. He had no way to defeat Yi Fan, so he could only humble himself. With feigned respect, he stepped forward, bowed slightly, and said, "Junior Air by Xiao greets Senior Yi Fan." Yi Fan, having witnessed the disrespect shown to Ziyun, his master, chose to ignore Air by Zhao's greeting. He turned to Ziyun and asked a different question. "Is there a place to rest nearby? Or somewhere with some shade?" Air by Xiao, maintaining his respectful posture, quickly pointed to the seat he had just occupied, hoping to attract Yi Fan's attention. "Of course, Senior Yi Fan, please have a seat." Watching Yi Fan unceremoniously take his seat, Air by Zhao's resentment grew. He dares to come here and compete with me for the Grandmaster's legacy. After the cave opens, I will find countless ways to punish him. Yi Fan, seemingly oblivious to Air by Zhao's inner turmoil, comfortably reclined in the chair. He even raised his hand and waved dismissively at Air by Xiao. "Thanks." The sun climbed higher, its light finally reaching the peak of Phoenix Cry Mountain. The sunlight revealed two playful beasts. Hookskin, playfully nipping at the nine-tailed fox's neck, threatened to drop her down the mountainside. Terrified, tears streaming down her face, the nine-tailed fox pleaded, "So high, let me down." Hookskin, utterly unmoved, simply replied, "No." Engrossed in their game, Hookskin suddenly noticed a cave bathed in golden light. Spotting a new source of amusement, he abandoned his companion, his mouth agape. He didn't even notice as he dropped the nine-tailed fox down the treacherous cliff, his attention fully captured by the new toy. Hookskin, brimming with excitement, dashed towards the cave, completely forgetting the nine-tailed fox plummeting down the mountainside with a terrified shriek. Everyone had been waiting for half a day for the cave to reveal itself. Yi Fan, sitting wearily on the ground, asked Ziyun, "Master, it's been more than half a day. How much longer until the cave fully opens?" Ziyun calmly replied, "Just wait. If not half a day, then a year. Sooner or later, it will open." Yawning, Yi Fan impatiently muttered, "If we can't wait for it, we might as well return to the sect." Suddenly, an unexpected tremor startled everyone. Ziyun exclaimed, "The cave is opening." Beams of light flashed spontaneously. A large cliff face began to crack. The ground shook violently. The emerging sect caused one onlooker to cry out, "Zhenyang sect." The Zhenyang sect has finally appeared completely. Another person added, "I can't believe I've lived to see the Zhenyang sect reveal itself with my own eyes. This sect is truly magnificent." The magnificent appearance of the sect startled Yi Fan. "So, this is the revealed cave dwelling," he thought, impressed. "Truly spectacular." Air by Xiao, his thoughts far darker, observed the scene with a calculating glint in his eyes. "Though its style doesn't match the imperial courts I know," he mused, a sinister expression twisting his features. "This is the first time I've seen it in 100 reincarnations. This return trip has been worth it." His mind churned with schemes, fixated on Zhenyang Dao's sect-protecting treasure and its power to manipulate the flow of time. Turning to the assembled crowd, Air by Xiao announced, "Honored guests, the Xinjiang sect has opened. Within, numerous seals undoubtedly remain. I implore you to join me, Li, in breaking through the mountain's grand protective formation and revealing the entirety of the Xinjiang sect." Elder Lu responded respectfully, "We agree." But a flicker of suspicion crossed his face as a dark thought arose. Does he intend to use us as cannon fodder? He wondered. The inheritance cannot fall into his hands. Meanwhile, Ziyun turned to Yifan. "My precious disciple," she said, "the cave dwelling is opened. Will you accompany me inside?" Yifan Politelidejanet had invitation. "No, thank you, master. Aside from the scenery, this cave dwelling holds no value for me." Ziyun accepted his decision. "Very well then, we shall have to cooperate with the other sections." Yifan replied, "Master, I will await you on the flying ship." Elsewhere, Hookskin, the playful beast, poked its head into a small cave. Suddenly, the nine-tailed fox appeared behind him. "Hookskin," it called, "come quickly. There's something good here." The nine-tailed fox, standing just outside the cave entrance, added an encouraging meow. Without hesitation, they ventured deeper into the cave, a strange green light reflecting on their faces. Deep within the cave, the tyrant moon bear sat meditating, eyes closed, a green flame emanating from its body. Sensing the intrusion, it scowled and growled, "Little brats, leave at once, and I may spare your lives." Sensing the danger, the nine-tailed fox thought, "This place is perilous. We must leave." But the gluttonous Hookskin, already captivated, dashed forward. "A big bone. I'm coming," it cried, snatching up a glowing stone. The tyrant moon bear's attention snapped to Hookskin's action. Its eyes blazed with fury. "Little beasts," it roared, "you dare steal my treasure?" The nine-tailed fox whimpered in fear. Its claws extended menacingly. "To interrupt my cultivation is to court death," it thundered. "You shall all perish." It slammed a paw down in rage, but with surprising agility, Hookskin dodged the blow. Back at the cave dwelling, Elder Shi, Air by Xiao, and Ziyun combined their efforts to unlock the Bagua 8 trigrams formation. Wiping sweat from her brow, Ziyun exclaimed, "Finally, the last formation is open." Elder Lu added, "Remarkable that even after the Xinjiang sect's destruction, these 1,000-year-old formations remain intact." Air by Xiao exchanged a knowing glance with Elder Shi, communicating silently. "We'll proceed as planned." Elder Shi, his eyes conveyed. "After you injure these nascent soul weaklings, seize the heaven and earth infinity treasure immediately. I will hold them off." Elder Shi nodded in agreement. "Once I have the heaven and earth infinity treasure, we will retreat." Meanwhile, Elder Lu approached the young man with a conciliatory tone. "Young Master Li," he began, "this is the innermost part of the sect. We have yet to see the Xinjiang sect's inheritance. Might we have a glimpse?" The red-haired young man added, "We would be most grateful, young Master Li." Elder Shi suddenly clapped the red-haired young man on the shoulder, a sly smile playing on his lips. "Complete success? Not quite. I will agree on young Master Li's behalf." Seeing how easily it was granted, the young man asked incredulously, "Really? Then, thank you very much, Elder Shi." At that moment, Elder Shi's expression shifted, a reddish glint flashing in one eye. As he spoke, he began to cast a spell on the other two. "But that's only if you can defeat me." Air by Xiao took a fighting stance, his own magic crackling to life. He unleashed a barrage of lightning bolts, shattering the stone around them. Ziyun shielded herself with her arm, bewildered. "Fellow Taoist Li, what is the meaning of this sudden attack?" Air by Zhao's eyes gleamed with malice. "Attack? Consider yourselves lucky I haven't taken your lives outright." He turned to Elder Shi. "Take this opportunity and go." Elder Shi replied, "Rest assured, young Master Li, I will certainly obtain the heaven and earth infinity." Suddenly, something blurred past Elder Shi, startling him. What was that? A massive figure loomed before him, stopping him dead in his tracks. A giant paw, tipped with razor-sharp claws, slammed onto the ground. The blood drained from Air by Zhao's face. He stammered in terror, "Elder Shi." The tyrant moon bear towered over them, its rage palpable. "So, it was you humans, colluding to steal my treasure." The red-haired young man whimpered. "The tyrant moon bear." The tyrant moon bear roared, its eyes blazing crimson, and unleashed a torrent of green energy skyward. The shockwave ripped through the surroundings. Ziyun yelled, "Scatter!" But the enraged tyrant moon bear paid them no mind. It charged, bellowing, "Don't run." Its attack injured several people, including Elder Lu. A disciple cried out in alarm. "Seventh elder, fourth elder, The tyrant moon bear, its fury unabated, turned its attention to air by Shao, giving chase. D. Humans, return the heaven and earth infinity. Air by Shao, panicked, fled, sweat pouring down his face. We didn't take it. We just opened the door. The bear clearly didn't believe him. As he ran, desperately trying to explain, he noticed a nine-tailed fox riding on Hookskin's back, running beside him. He froze, seeing the heaven and earth infinity clutched in Hookskin's mouth. Air by Shao understood everything in that instant. Even if I jumped into the Yellow River, I couldn't wash away this injustice. He thought bitterly. Meanwhile, Yuan, running alongside Ziyun, said anxiously, Sect leader, running like this isn't a solution. I have a 6th grade wind riding pill. Take it. The Ziyun sect needs you. Live on for us. She offered the pill to Ziyun. Touched, Ziyun murmured, second elder. But she shook her head, refusing the pill. You should take it yourself. Yuan stared, dumbfounded. Suddenly, a dark shadow streaked past her. Both of them simultaneously turned towards the dark figure. It was Daoist Changjian. He was currently elated, having snatched the spiritual pill. As expected of the Ziyun sect, such impressive unity. Well then, I, Daoist Changjian, shall accept this pill. Without hesitation, he popped the pill into his mouth. Seeing the pill stolen, Ziyun roared in fury. Daoist Changjian spit it out. Changjian, however, paid no attention, focusing on the surge of power the pill provided. As expected of the Yifeng pill, my entire body is overflowing with strength. But then he started in shock as he looked at his hands. Weight scales. Terror gripped him as his body began to transform. In the blink of an eye, he became a worm-like creature covered in azure scales. What kind of poison is this? He shrieked. The tyrant moon bear had appeared behind him unnoticed, staring in bewilderment at the small creature before it. Realizing the bear's presence, Daoist Changjian panicked, thrashing wildly. The bear, however, paid him little mind, swatting him with a powerful paw, ending his life instantly. Witnessing the pathetic scene, Ziyun sighed. Another sect leader bites the dust, truly worthy of being the niece of the two elders. Her training methods are identical. Elder Lu, standing behind her, nodded in agreement. Daoist Changjian, I shall forever remember this extended kindness. Yuan, observing from the side, quickly interjected, Don't compare me to my retired grandfather. Air, Bai Shao rushed up, questioning, You're the two elders? Is the Ziyun sect's elder position hereditary? Ziyun, noticing his arrival, thanked him. Young masterly, instead of concerning yourself with the affairs of our Ziyun sect, perhaps you should worry about the tyrant moon bear behind you. Air, Bai Shao calmly replied, That bear isn't chasing me anymore. That heaven and earth devouring dog has flown towards your Yifan. Hearing this, she exclaimed in shock, What? Meanwhile, the tyrant moon bear was in hot pursuit of Hookskin and the nine-tailed fox. You can't catch me, they taunted, running straight towards Yifan. Yifan, oblivious to the unfolding events, received a system notification. Warning, host is about to be subjected to a devastating attack. Please flee immediately. Yifan, exasperated, muttered, A devastating attack before I've even done anything? Couldn't it be a little more creative? Seeing the two creatures running towards him, he asked, What are you two doing here? Did Master bring you? He bent down, taking the object Hookskin offered, examining it with suspicion. What is this? It looks like a Tai Chi symbol and a bone toy. Do you want to play fetch? Just then, the tyrant moon bear lunged from behind, attacking. The system's voice blared, Host. Oh dear, too late. Power up in progress. Ziyun cried out in alarm. Beloved disciple. The attack caught Yifan off guard, but instinctively, he dodged with ease. Taking advantage of the bear's momentary lapse, he retaliated with a swift kick to its flank. The impact sent a wave of pain through the bear, the wound spreading rapidly across its body, ultimately detonating its upper half. The two demonic cultivators watched in stunned silence. The defensive power of a nascent soul stage demon bear is supposed to be far superior to a human cultivator at the peak of nascent soul. Yet Yifan completely obliterated it in an instant. He struck the bear's flank, arguably the most difficult spot to injure. Just what is Yifan's true strength? Meanwhile, Yuan was stunned. That last move, it seemed like he hadn't used any spiritual energy. Did he just strike with his bare hands? Yifan himself was startled. He'd unconsciously used a deadly technique he'd honed as a warrior in his 83rd life. Suddenly, he snapped to his senses. Damn it, I almost fell for that wretched system's trick. It had deliberately manufactured a crisis, endangering him and those he cared about, exploiting his instinctive reactions to force him to use his past abilities and rekindle that old thirst for power. Once he started to adapt, it would make him reliant on the system. Despicable. He glared at the system, which, seeing his gaze, seemed momentarily confused. What are you looking at me for? Protecting the host is my duty. Just then, Hookskin and the nine-tailed fox trotted over to him. Seeing them, Yifan's face darkened. "Oh, so you two have a nerve to show yourselves?" Yifan approached them, fury radiating from him. Hookskin sensed the danger. "Master," the nine-tailed fox trembled, sending a panic message to Hookskin. "Brother, why do I feel like Master wants to kill us?" Hookskin turned back to her. "What do we do? Master wants to play with us." But before he could finish, Yifan's hand shot out, seizing them both by the neck and shaking them roughly. The system, seeing this, hastily intervened. "Host, although your spiritual pets caused this disaster, they will be valuable assets in the future. Please reconsider." But Yifan ignored it, coldly stuffing the two creatures into a pouch. Then he informed Ziyun, his master, that they were returning to the sect. Seemingly sensing his anger, she agreed. "All right." Yuan, standing beside them, nodded fearfully. "The pressure is so intense. Sect Master, why does Yifan feel more and more like your master every day?" Back at the sect, in front of the alchemy refining room, Yifan, Ziyun, Yuan, and the Grand Elder stood together. Ziyun, seeing him carrying the pouch, asked, "Disciple, do you intend to refine your spiritual pets into pills?" He turned, his voice sharp with anger. "No." His tone and demeanor startled both Ziyun and the Grand Elder. Seeing his insistence on bringing the spiritual pets into the refining furnace, she tried to dissuade him. "Precious disciple, perhaps you should reconsider this." Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she stopped her Qingao, agreeing with his course of action. "This time, Master supports you." He responded with a questioning. Then don't open the furnace later, or it will be a waste." Ziyun, a gleeful expression on her face, thought to herself, "A waste?" Indeed, the Grand Elder, observing her amusement, asked, "Sect Master, what scheme do you have this time?" Ziyun, arms crossed, replied smugly, "Grand Elder, you wouldn't understand. My precious disciple can even kill the tyrant Moonbear. If he truly wanted to kill his spiritual pets, wouldn't it be a simple matter? Besides, don't forget what my precious disciple is throwing into the refining furnace. It's not just the spiritual pets." At this, the Grand Elder's eyes widened in realization. Could it be he wants to use the residual medicinal herbs in the furnace, along with the Samadhi fire, combined with the time power of the heaven and earth infinity, to train his spiritual pets? Zia nodded, confirming her suspicion. Precisely. Inside the refining furnace, smoke filled the furnace, the flames intensifying the heat. Hookskin, delighted, ran and jumped around. Sauna, sunbath. The nine-tailed fox sat in one spot, her face filled with misery. "I'm so pitiful. I clearly did nothing wrong. Yet all these cultivators want to capture me. Now, even after falling into Master's hands, he wants to kill me." Hookskin drifted into a wistful memory of a time when his parents were still alive and so many delicious treats remained uneaten. Noticing his melancholy, the nine-tailed fox approached and inquired softly, "Little fox brother, are you all right? You seem distressed." "Young Masterly, he just casually without a thought to my feelings." Hookskin stammered, his voice thick with emotion. The nine-tailed fox declared fiercely, "Little fox brother, I will protect you." The flames around them continued to roar and spread with frightening speed. Outside the refining room, Yifan lounged casually in a chair, whistling a carefree tune. Suddenly, his system check-in glitched, flashing a jarring message. "System undergoing fragmentation. Reboot initiated." The unexpected interruption startled him. "So noisy," he muttered, irritated by the disturbance. The system sputtered back to life, its digitized voice announcing, "Host spiritual pets are experiencing intense spiritual fluctuations and undergoing mutation. Congratulations, host. Hookskin mutation evolution. New skill acquired. Resonance defense." Resonance defense. Basic Hookskin can designate a target and establish a defensive resonance between himself and the target. Duration, 1 hour. Cooldown, 1 day. Congratulations, host. Nine-tailed fox evolution. New skill acquired. Material softening. Material softening. Passive can soften hard materials into an easily consumable state. Special note, this skill only applies to physical objects and has no effect on cultivators or monsters. Even Yifan was taken aback by the sudden influx of information. He exclaimed, bewildered. "They can mutate." Inside the refining chamber, the furnace shuddered violently, as if something within was struggling to break free. Observing the commotion, Ziyun, the sect leader, exclaimed excitedly, "Look, just as I predicted." Elder Lu, equally astonished, murmured, "Can such a thing truly happen?" Yuan, ever enigmatic, added, "It seems we are about to witness a miracle." Outside the Ziyun sect, a large crowd had gathered, drawn by the commotion surrounding the heaven and earth infinity and the tyrant moon bear. A disciple rushed towards Ziyun, his voice urgent. "Sect leader, it's not good. People from a Xianyin sect have arrived." Ziyun's expression hardened. "They've come again," she said, exasperation lacing her tone. Every time they come to our sect, it's to spew venomous words. And yet, a few days later, they end up dead. Elder Sure, his arms crossed, growled, "If they dare to cause trouble, I'll wipe the Ziyun sect off the face of the earth." Within the Lian Lu alchemy furnace, Hook Skin and the nine-tailed fox glowed with a newfound brilliance, their bodies radiating light. Hook Skin, his voice filled with wonder, exclaimed, "Little fox sister, look, I can talk." The nine-tailed fox, equally amazed, replied, "Me too. Is this evolution or mutation?" Hook Skin pondered for a moment. "I don't know, little fox sister. Could you look at my back? It feels itchy." The nine-tailed fox clambered onto his back. "Let me see." Before she could examine him, the furnace lid swung open. Yi Fan stared at them, bewildered by their strange behavior. Startled, Hook Skin straightened up, eager to show off his newfound ability. "Master, look, little fox sister, and I can talk now." At that moment, the system chimed in, its voice cheerful. "Host, behold your mutated spiritual pets. Aren't they adorable? Now, they can understand your every command." But in a fit of pique, he snatched up Hook Skin and the nine-tailed fox. The sudden loss of weight startled them, and they let out confused yelps. Yi Fan, calming himself slightly, stuffed them into a sack and tied it tight. There, he muttered. "A male dog being ridden by a female fox? This mutation is just too much. Better to get rid of them quickly." Observing his actions, the system chimed in, puzzled. "Host, who are you giving them to?" "Surely not. If you forcefully sever the connection with your spiritual pets, it could trigger rebellious behavior. Yifan Seekit, this is such a headache. Time for another system reboot and memory wipe." Before the gates of the Ziyun sect, a heated argument raged. The Grand Elder of the Xianyin sect, his face a mask of fury, bellowed, "Ziyun sect, I give you 3 minutes. If you don't hand over those 2 spiritual pets and the heaven and earth infinity, I will shatter your ancestral tombs." Ziyun, the sect leader, tried to maintain a calm demeanor as she reasoned with the aggressors. "Fellow Taoists, it seems there's been a misunderstanding. Those 2 spiritual pets were raised by our sect. Other sects are aware of this. As for the heaven and earth infinity, we haven't seen it since the secret realm's collapse. Furthermore, that tyrant moon bear initially charged towards Taoist Changjian. Bai Xiao, however, jumped forward to contradict her. "I don't have the heaven and earth infinity. Grand Elder, she's lying." The Grand Elder stepped forward, a dark aura of spiritual energy swirling around him. "Then don't blame me for taking it by force." Ziyun, seeing the imminent battle, felt a surge of worry. 5 nascent soul cultivators. Why is it that every time enemies come, they're a realm higher? Even activating the sect's grand formation might not be enough to hold him back. Despite her apprehension, she maintained her composure and called out, "Elders, form the formation." Just then, a figure emerged from behind the sect gates, his voice booming across the courtyard. "Are these the spiritual pets you're looking for?" Recognizing Yi Fan's voice, Ziyun's face lit up with relief. "Wonderful, my prized disciple, you've arrived. They're trying to steal your spiritual pets and the heaven and earth infinity." The system, anxious, pleaded with Yi Fan. "Host, please complete the mission and keep your spiritual pets. Once the mission is complete, I'll increase your spiritual energy." But Yi Fan simply gazed calmly ahead. Seeing that it was Yi Fan, Bai Xiao panicked, falling to his knees and clutching the Grand Elder's leg. "Grand Elder, he's here. Let's retreat. Just say, I took the heaven and earth infinity. Please, take me back to the Myriad Sound sect." Witnessing Bai Xiao's terror, the Grand Elder eyed Yi Fan with suspicion. Why is this Bai Xiao so frightened? Could this person really have killed the tyrant moon bear with a single kick? Yi Fan, oblivious to their thoughts, smiled inwardly. Finally, someone's come knocking for the spiritual pets. That smile sent a chill down the Grand Elder's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by something ancient and terrifying. Such unfathomable depth. Could he be a tribulation transcendence realm expert? A monster who's lived for millennia? "I am doomed. Why can't I move?" Without hesitation, the Grand Elder dropped to his knees, kowtowing frantically. "Please spare me." But Yi Fan, instead of harming him, offered him the cloth sack containing Hook Skin and the nine-tailed fox. "Here," he said calmly, "these 2 spiritual pets are a gift for you." The Grand Elder, bewildered, could only stare in disbelief. "He's not only sparing me, but giving me the spiritual pets? What is going on?" The system, in a panicked voice, cried out, "Host, what are you doing? I worked so hard to manifest that domain's aura." But Yi Fan, ignoring the system completely, continued, "As for that heaven and earth infinity you mentioned, I can't find it right now, because these 2 mutts ate it." He opened a pouch, revealing 2 spiritual pets. Hook Skin, noticing the stares, said calmly, "What are you looking at?" The Grand Elder of the Xianin sect, seeing his objective within easy reach, breathed a sigh of relief. It seems he's still afraid of my Xianin sect, he thought. Obtaining these 2 spiritual pets is enough. No need to antagonize this old monster any further. Confidence surging back, he declared arrogantly, "Consider this a sign of your Zi Yun sect's good sense. As for the matter of the heaven and earth infinity, let it go. From now on, my Xianin sect will consider becoming allies with your Zi Yun sect." Zi Yun and the Grand Elder of the Zi Yun sect exchanged a knowing smirk. Bai Xiao, observing the events unfolding so smoothly, felt a growing unease. This is strange. Why is it so easy? Could Yifan really be willing to just hand over his spiritual pets to us? He recalled what Elder Shi had told him before they left. Yifan's spiritual pets are the very beasts that killed old ancestor Tianqing and even destroyed the entire Tianqing sect. Bai Xiao, you must be wary of his spiritual pets. The words "be wary, be very wary" echoed in his mind. The more he thought, the colder his spine felt, his face paling. He rushed towards the Grand Elder, urging, "Grand Elder, don't accept those spiritual pets." There, before he could finish, a fist slammed into his face. Bai Xiao collapsed unconscious. The Grand Elder, enraged, snarled, "A worthless wretch like you has no right to speak here." Then, turning back, he bowed respectfully to Yifan. "Fellow Taoist, since you understand the bigger picture so well, I shall make a decision for you. Leave the Ziyin sect and become an elder in my Xianin sect. What do you say?" Seeing someone attempting to poach a member of her sect, Zi Yun stormed forward, placing herself protectively in front of Yifan. "What?" she raged. "Not only did you steal my disciple's spiritual pets, but you dare try to steal my precious disciple as well." The Grand Elder calmly explained his reasoning. "My Xianin sect is the #1 sect in Donghua City, with a solid foundation and numerous powerful cultivators. You, sect leader Zi Yun, despite your position, have a cultivation level inferior to your own disciple. You haven't even reached the nascent soul stage. If you truly want what's best for him, you should let him join my Xianin sect to further his development, instead of holding him back in this small Zi Yun sect with sentimental attachments." Zi Yun, though furious, knew his words held some truth. Yifan calmly placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "Master, it's all right. There's no need to argue with this kind of person." He smiled. "Being in the Ziyin sect is the most relaxing time for me. Cooking at home is 1,000 times better than being an elder in the Xianin sect." Seeing his unwavering loyalty, Zi Yun was deeply touched. "My precious disciple," she thought, overjoyed, "you truly care for our sect." Seeing their affectionate display, the Grand Elder, disgusted, waved his hand dismissively. "So this old monster is obsessed with women. No point in persuading him further. Forget it, forget it." Xianin sect, longevity celebration of sect leader Li Tiango. Li Tiango, the sect leader, sat upon a raised platform, a smile playing on his lips as he raised his glass. "Welcome, everyone, to Donghua City. Your presence here truly gives Li Tiango face. I wonder what surprises you all have in store for me this year." A chorus of congratulations erupted from the crowd below. One voice rose above the din. "Sect leader, regarding your gift, I found 2 exceptional Thunder Tribute dancing girls for you. I hope you'll accept them." Elder Shi, standing nearby, scoffed. "Step aside. How can that compare to my grand offering?" "Sect leader, I have 2 top-grade spiritual pets." Intrigued, Li Tiango's eyes lit up. "Spiritual pets, you say? Bring them forth for me to see." Elder Shi strode towards a large cage draped with a heavy cloth, his voice brimming with pride. "Sect leader, watch closely." With a flourish, he yanked the cloth away. Instead of the anticipated beasts, Bai Xiao was revealed, bound and gagged within the cage. His eyes widened in terror as he caught sight of the onlookers. "Elder Shi, save me!" Li Tiango stared in bewilderment, then roared in fury. "Xiao. Elder Shi, what in the world is the meaning of this?" Flustered, Elder Shi stammered, pointing at Bai Xiao. This wasn't me. I don't understand." Bai Xiao, where are my spiritual pets?" Murmurs rippled through the assembled crowd. One, sensing something amiss, glanced upwards at the ceiling. "Oh, what's going on up there?" A crack was visible in the roof tiles. On the roof, Hookskin and the nine-tailed fox were busily gnawing on the tiles. "Sister Fox," Hookskin mumbled through a mouthful of tile. "Eat quickly. I think these things can increase our spiritual power." The nine-tailed fox, equally engrossed, chirped happily. "It's true. Wonderful. No more hunger." They continued their feast, oblivious to the damage they were causing. Suddenly, the weakened roof gave way, sending the two tumbling down into the hall below. Meanwhile, back at the Ziyun sect, Ziyun and Yifan sat peacefully across from each other in a quiet room. Ziyun gracefully lifted a morsel of food to her lips. Yifan watched her, a gentle smile gracing his features. "Master," he asked, "is it good?" She nodded, her expression serene. "Very delicious." Pleased, Yifan chuckled. "It seems cooking isn't so difficult after all." After a moment, Ziyun looked at him thoughtfully. "Disciple," she began, a hint of concern in her voice. "Are you sure about giving away the spiritual pets like that? Aren't you worried about any unforeseen consequences?" Yifan waved a dismissive hand. "Consequences? What consequences? Having someone else raise them is even better, isn't it? The Xianin sect is the #1 sect in Donghua City. Surely with all their heavenly treasures and earthly resources, they're capable of nurturing them, aren't they?" Ziyun considered his words, a slow smile spreading across her face. So that's his plan, she realized with dawning comprehension. He intends to use the Xianin sect's resources to cultivate the spiritual pets. Not only will this save our sect's resources, but it will also drain theirs. Truly killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Her smile widened. "I wonder what surprises these spiritual pets will bring when they return." A sudden sound echoed from another room, pulling Ziyun from her thoughts. "Disciple, what was that noise? It seemed to come from your room." Yifan rose to his feet. "Let me go and see." A voice drifted from within the room. "Elder sister?" Ziyun's brow furrowed. "Elder sister?" She moved closer, listening intently, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes. Yifan hesitated at the door, unsure whether to enter. "Elder sister, do you know where you are? Do you know why you're blindfolded?" "Well, for now, we have nowhere else to go, so we'll just have to stay here." The system chimed in cheerfully. "Host, it seems your spiritual pets have returned." Yifan's mind raced. With a sudden kick, he burst through the door, roaring, "You mutt! How dare you come back here?" 2 scantily clad women sat within the room. Yifan froze, a blush creeping up his neck. Startled by the intrusion, Bai Tao scrambled back, shielding her chest with her hands. "Who are you?" she cried, her voice laced with alarm. At the same time, 2 figures bounded towards Yifan. Hook Skin, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "Master, we're back." Yifan crouched down, clamping a hand over the creature's mouth. "You stupid dog, who did you bring back here?" Hook Skin, unfazed, replied, "I sense Master likes big, I thought you'd like them." Yifan instinctively started to retort, then stopped himself mid-sentence. "How did you? No, who told you that?" The system materialized, arms crossed. "Host, please calm down. Must you always ask who told you that? Like master, like spiritual pet." The sound of shattering porcelain echoed from the doorway. Yifan turned to see Ziyun standing there, her face pale. "Master," Ziyun's voice trembled, despite her composed expression. "Yifan, is this why you gave away your spiritual pets? Is this the surprise you promised me?" Confusion clouded Yifan's features. "Surprise? When did I promise you a surprise?" Ziyun's voice was laced with sadness. "I understand. You must be dissatisfied with your old master. All this cross-dressing, perhaps a real woman, is more to your liking." Yifan threw his hands up in exasperation. "You even know you like to cross-dress?" Behind them, the blindfolded Phi Dai, overhearing their conversation, gasped. "Yifan, he's Yifan. That voice, it's like his very soul. Could it be my master reincarnated? My years wandering this world haven't been in vain." Phi Dai continued her internal monologue. "It seems master has some conflict with his master. I must find a way to stay here." She knelt, bowing deeply. "Immortal Venerable, it is an honor to meet my benefactor." Her sudden action startled both Yifan and Ziyun. Phi Dai then introduced herself and Bai Tao. "My name is Phi Dai, and this is Bai Tao. We were originally taken to be offered as courtesans to the sect leader of the Miaoyin sect, to aid in his breakthrough to the void illusion realm. If your spiritual pet hadn't rescued us, I fear the Miaoyin sect would have soon controlled all of Donghua." Hook Skin, overhearing this, tilted his head in confusion. He had no recollection of being sent by Yifan. Phi Dai's words seemed to jolt Ziyun awake. If Li Tiango truly broke through to the void illusion realm, things would indeed become difficult. Thankfully, her precious disciple, ever clever, had once again nipped the problem in the bud. Yet, he refused to take credit. "This was that rascal dog's doing, not mine," Yifan said, gesturing towards the 2 women. "Master, what arrangements will you make for these 2? Ziyun at a loss sighed. "In 2 days, I'll have someone escort them from the sect." Hearing they were to be sent away, Phi Dai clasped her hands together in a panicked plea. "Immortal Venerable, please don't do this. What if we're captured again by the Miaoyin sect?" Bai Tao, equally frightened, chimed in, "Immortal Venerable, save us. I don't want to be humiliated by that old man again. Ziyun, seeing their distress, was unsure what to do. From the side, Yi Fan offered a suggestion. Master, since they are dancers, why not let them perform a dance before deciding? Ziyun, considering this, nodded in agreement. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Bai Tao bowed respectfully. Then, this humble servant will present a performance. With that, she began to dance, her movements alluring and captivating, drawing the gaze of every man present. Before long, however, Ziyun rushed forward to stop her. Enough! It was a good dance, but don't dance anymore. Fai Dai, watching from the side, was puzzled. Master, did you find Junior Sister's dance unsatisfactory? Unwilling to dwell on the matter, Ziyun quickly changed the subject. It's not that. I will allow you to become outer disciples of the sect, but you must care for the spirit beasts every day. Now, come with me and bring the spirit beasts along. Overjoyed at being accepted, the two women knelt gratefully. Thank you, Immortal Venerable, for taking us in. Watching Ziyun lead the two women away, Yi Fan smiled, thinking to himself, my master truly has a kind heart. But then his gaze fell upon the shattered doorway, where Ziyun had been standing moments before. He froze, a cold sweat breaking out. I take back what I just thought. During their meal, Ziyun asked Yi Fan, Dear disciple, is it tiring for you to cook 3 meals a day? He replied, Before, I only knew cultivation and never follow my heart. Now, I simply want to live the life I desire. Hearing this, she responded cheerfully. After all, my precious disciple possesses exceptional cultivation talent. You can spend your days doing whatever you please. Suddenly, Ziyun's command token vibrated. She picked it up and asked, Grand Elder, what is it? The Grand Elder informed her, those people from the Miao Yin sect are here again. Moreover, their sect leader, Li Tiango, is with them this time. Ziyun replied, Oh, I understand. I'll come after I finish eating with my disciple. She turned away, a worried thought crossing her mind. Li Tiango being here likely means he's the one behind the questioning. Perhaps I should bring my precious disciple along to wear them down. So, she suggested to Yi Fan, Disciple, come with me to this meeting. He replied with a hint of reluctance. Let me finish washing the dishes first. Meanwhile, Grand Elder Shi and Li Tiango waited, their faces grim. They fumed. That woman, Immortal Ziyun, is so arrogant, making us wait while she leisurely eats her meal. She still hasn't arrived. Ziyun's voice called out from afar. Fellow Taoists of the Miao Yin sect, I apologize for the delay. Intrigued, they turned to see her approaching with Yi Fan at her side. Li Tiango's face was dark as he questioned, Are you the owner of those 2 spirit pets? Ziyun, her brow furrowing, replied, They are raised by my disciple. Li Tiango, sect leader of the Miao Yin sect, glared at Ziyun, remarking that her disciples were surprisingly well fed. Suddenly, he lashed out at Elder Shi, sending the Grand Elder sprawling with a mouthful of blood. The single blow left Elder Shi on the ground, bewildered. Sect leader, Tiango W, he stammered. Ziyun, equally confused, questioned, Fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this? Li Tiango abruptly dropped to his knees, presenting a massive bag with a reverent bow. It is my failure in discipline, he declared, that allowed my elder to offend your esteemed sect. I, Li Tiango, sect leader of the Miao Yin sect, have brought all of our treasured possessions to offer my sincerest apologies. Ziyun snatched the bag, her surprise evident. What is the meaning of this display? She asked, still perplexed. Tiango began to wail. Esteemed sect leader, please hear me out. Yesterday, he sobbed, I celebrated my 2000th birthday. Representatives from all the sects came, and I was joyfully accepting gifts. But then your disciple's spiritual pet ravaged everything. I tried to intervene, but my face was covered in its excrement. 6 of my ribs were broken. All the treasures our sect has gathered for centuries, devoured. Even the ancestral tombs of generations past couldn't be spared, he continued, his voice cracking. Well, the tombs aren't important, but the power of that beast, it could have killed me. Ziyun's eyes widened in astonishment. What a coincidence, she murmured. Yi Fan, standing behind her, muttered, See, I told you that dog couldn't be controlled. Last time, it even brought back a coffin. Ziyun gracefully knelt, helping Li Tian go to his feet. Fellow Taoist, she said, her voice soothing, I sympathize with your plight. If you agree to one condition, I will forgive you Miao Yin sect. Tiango, desperate, replied, As long as it's within my power, I won't refuse. A sinister glint entered Ziyun's eyes. Sect leader Li Tiango, she proposed, disband your sect, then cripple your meridians. Tiango paled. 2,000 years old, he thought, barely out of my youth, and she wants me crippled? This is a fate worse than death. Mustering his strength, he placed his hand over his heart. Esteemed sect leader, he choked out, I will not resist. I swear to the heavens, we, the Miao Yin sect, will obey the Ziyun sect. I offer my life essence and blood soul as proof. Ziyun sinister to jihash churnet. Blood soul, a fragment of Li Tiango's very being. With this, his life and death will be in my hands. Accepting the offering, she said, "Don't worry, sect leader Li Tiango. I've heard that after crippling one's meridians and then recultivating, one becomes even stronger. I was worried you wouldn't have the cultivation to manage your sect, so I suggested disbandment. If you don't want to, I certainly won't force you." Yi Fan, standing behind Ziyun, furrowed his brow. Severing meridians and recultivating, it can indeed reverse the flow and open spiritual acupoints, leading to greater strength, he mused. But the pain, it's 100 times worse than what a normal cultivator endures. Ziyun gasped. "Is that true, disciple? You know so much." He then asked Li Tiango, "By the way, do you have any good fishing rods?" Tiango, bewildered but compliant, replied, "Fishing rods? Of course we have some." Ziyun, intrigued, turned to Yi Fan. "Disciple, since when did you take up fishing?" He replied, "I just felt today was a good day for it. Figured I'd ask. Save myself a trip back to CNU Peak." Ziyun pondered, a furrow in her brow. Something felt amiss in her precious disciple's words. Was he subtly suggesting that the Miao In sect become a branch of the Ziyun sect? Would that truly attract bigger fish? Just then, Li Tiango presented a fishing rod, a high-quality 99 alloy rod, and said, "Young Master Yi, this is the finest rod I possess. I've never used it myself, as fishing isn't to my liking." Accepting the rod, Yi Fan beamed. It felt exquisite in his hand, complete with a stand. A magnificent rod indeed. Li Tiango responded cheerfully, "I'm glad you like it, young Master Yi." Holding the rod aloft, Yi Fan asked, "Master, if you'll permit me, I'll be off to fish." Ziyun readily agreed. "Disciple, be sure to bring back a large catch." Yi Fan replied with a confident grin, "Rest assured, Master. I won't return empty-handed. If I don't catch a big one, I won't have the face to return before nightfall." The system, sounding weary and strained, interjected, "Time's a bit tight." A moment later, Yi Fan began to fish. The system presented Yi Fan with a gun. "Host," it began, "there's something I'd like to discuss." Reclining leisurely, Yi Fan inquired, "Why are you bringing out such high-tech gadgets this time?" The system replied, "This is a small Ivan, a gun with unlimited ammunition. It'll never run out. It's for self-defense, host. I'm helping you prepare to protect the sect." Yi Fan took the gun, a puzzled look on his face. "Self-defense? What I need this toy for?" The system declared, "Host, I'm going on a journey, and I'm afraid I won't be returning." The news struck Yi Fan with a jolt of alarm. "What?" Though feigning a moment of sadness after the system's disappearance, Yi Fan exclaimed with uncontainable glee, "That blasted system is finally gone. No more nagging in my ear." Inwardly, he added, "Good riddance. Permanently gone, huh?" He lay back, relishing the newfound peace. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind erupted, blowing directly at him. Yi Fan cursed in annoyance. "Damn it, what a wind!" Looking skyward, he saw a large bird. "What an inconsiderate beast," he muttered. Unseen from a distance, Phi Dai and Bai Tao watched him from behind a bush. Phi Dai observed Yi Fan, remarking, "Which sect does this fool belong to? How dare he insult my master with such disrespect?" Bai Tao, sounding surprised, replied, "Senior sister, you've been secretly following our benefactors since yesterday. Isn't that even more disrespectful? And you're not blind, are you?" Phi Dai turned to leave, saying, "Having damaged eyes is one thing, being blind is another. I won't argue with you. I must go and seek justice for my benefactor." Bai Tao sighed. "Well then, benefactor, should we call him senior brother from now on, instead of master?" Meanwhile, high above, Steward Liu and Ni rode atop a Liangjun eagle. Ni pleaded with the older man. "Steward Liu, can you let me stay at the Wanshou sect? I don't want to get married yet." Steward Liu replied, Ni, you can't do that. The seventh prince of Liang has obtained immortal destiny. Marrying him is the patriarch's decision." Ni questioned, "Then why not marry off my younger sister? This is unfair of my father." Suddenly, a voice shouted, "Stop! Let's go check on those two, master," Wang Tam suggested. "It seems there's a little golden core stage cultivator shouting at us up ahead." The old man replied, "Could it be that Seven and Ni's foolish antics caused the eagle to fly too low and injure someone? I'm a benevolent person at heart. I didn't see anyone hurt." Wang Tam, "Go ahead and let that person die peacefully." Wang Tam licked his lips and agreed. "Very well." Wang Tam then teleported away. At this moment, Phi Dai flew up towards the eagle. She wondered to herself, what grade of spiritual beast is that? How can it fly so fast? As soon as she finished speaking, Wang Tam teleported behind her and launched a sneak attack. Fortunately, Fidi dodged instantly. She spun around and shouted, "Who's attacking me?" He landed on the ground. With a menacing look, he said, "Not bad. You're quite skilled. Why is your soul a sword? Could you be a sword spirit?" Energy permeated the air as Phi Dai replied, "I've cultivated for over 15 years. Even someone at the half-step void illusion realm wouldn't recognize it." "How did you know?" Wang Tam pointed to the eye on his forehead and said, "Because I'm a soul cultivator at the nascent soul stage." "How could I not know? Sword spirits are much rarer than our spiritual beasts. It seems I must deliver you intact to my master." Unafraid, Phi Dai pointed her sword at him and declared, "So what? As long as I'm not ambushed, even if you're at the nascent soul stage, I can still..." But with a single blow, her sword shattered into pieces. Wang Tam remarked, "You're just a broken sword. You still dream of fighting me? Why don't you reveal your true form?" Seeing the odds weren't in her favor, Phi Dai turned and fled, leaving him cursing, "Damn it, you're just gonna run like that." As she ran, Phi Dai thought, "My weapon is gone. What a waste of time. It's better to lure him back to my master and let him deal with it." Meanwhile, Yifan was still calmly fishing. As Wang Tam chased Phi Dai, he came across Yifan lying leisurely, fishing. He looked at Yifan quizzically. "Where did she go? Did she lure me here? Why is there only a mortal here?" Hidden in the bushes, Phi Dai called out, "Master, hurry up and kill this soul cultivator spiritual beast." Wang Tam approached Yifan calmly and asked, "Young man, have you seen a sword spirit around here?" Yifan replied, "Haven't seen one." Wang Tam threatened suspiciously, "Really? If you're lying, I'll kill you." Hearing this, Yifan responded, "You could try sticking your head out and see." He thought to himself, "This again? Does the system really think I'd be scared without it?" Hearing this, Wang Tam extended a claw towards Yifan, saying, "Brave, aren't you, kid? I'll grant your wish." As he prepared to attack, the eye on his forehead bumped into something. It turned out he was staring at the gun under Yifan's chair. He picked up the gun, puzzled. "What is this thing?" Yifan warned, "I advise you to put it down. It's a very dangerous weapon." Wang Tam scoffed, "Ridiculous. How could this little thing hurt me?" Yifan goaded him dangerously, "Don't pull the trigger in the middle. It'll be very bad if you do." Wang Tam held the gun to his temple and said fearlessly, "Like this, you chicken." He foolishly pulled the trigger. Bang! Wang Tam's skull exploded, blood splattering everywhere. After the gruesome scene, Yifan sighed in exasperation. "The system sends these idiots to scare me, and they end up killing themselves." He shrugged it off and continued fishing. But eventually, Yifan stopped what he was doing and decided to haul Wang Tam's body away. Best to get rid of the fool's corpse. He looked too human. The sect masters probably wouldn't dare eat him. Better to make him fish food or something. From behind, Phi Dai watched silently, saying nothing. After he left, she bent down, picked up the gun, and examined it curiously. What kind of weapon was this? No spiritual energy, no aura of intimidation. Yet it could instantly kill a nascent soul cultivator, far more powerful than even herself. No wonder her master hadn't brought her along initially. If she could refine this weapon, make it a part of her, her master would surely accept her then. Steward Liu suddenly realized something. His spiritual pet was dead. He commanded the Liangjun eagle to land and instructed I, we must return. Let's go back to the previous location with the eagle first. She obediently agreed. Inside Yifan's kitchen, blood splattered across the floor. Seeing this, Ziyan exclaimed worriedly, "Why is there so much blood? Was my disciple injured while fishing?" Rushing inside, she called out, "Disciple, are you all right?" Ziyan was stunned to see what Yifan was chopping resembled a human leg. Her face paled. "Oh heavens! Not satisfied with eating spiritual beasts, now my disciple is going to eat people." Steward Liu hovered in the sky above. Looking down, he declared, "Wang Tam died here. The aura below is too weak. How could it possibly be Wang Tam's opponent?" Steward Liu gathered lightning into his staff and roared, "If you use such despicable means to kill my spiritual pet, then I need not show mercy. You will be buried with Wang Tam." Bringing his staff down, he bellowed furiously, "Die." Later that afternoon, in another location, Ziyun chided Yifan, "Disciple, you are so wasteful. The hide of this wolf demon could have been made into excellent armor, yet you burned it like this." He held up the scraps and explained, "Well, this wolf looked too much like a person. I was afraid it would scare everyone, so I did this." Suddenly, they saw a pillar of lightning in the sky, conjured by Steward Liu. Yifan asked, "Master, is it about to rain?" Looking closer, Ziyun saw Steward Liu sending down the lightning. She cried out in alarm, "Yifan, danger! Someone wants to destroy the Ziyun sect." The descending sphere of energy grew larger. Ziyun threw herself in front of Yifan, pushing him away, filled with worry. "My precious disciple." Yifan was surprised, "Master," but a rainbow barrier had already enveloped them. When the sphere of lightning struck the barrier, it rebounded. Steward Liu froze, watching his own attack hurtling back towards him. What's happening? How is this possible? coming to his senses, he yelled, "Don't come any closer," but was too late to dodge. The lightning struck Steward Liu, causing a massive explosion in the sky. Though absent, the system felt a surge of pride for protecting Yifan. System defense protocols, highly effective. Ziyan clung to Yifan, anxiety etched on her face. Yifan, meanwhile, cursed the system under his breath. Even after leaving, it causes more trouble than it's worth. He comforted the frightened Ziyan. "Master, there's no need to protect me. That lightning couldn't reach us." She asked, "Is it truly over?" Yifan reassured her, "It's over, I promise." Zhang Huan's spirit returned to Ziyan, and she confessed, "I truly thought we were going to die here." He gently stroked her hair, saying, "Those were just parlor tricks. They couldn't possibly harm us." Ziyan blushed, a flicker of embarrassment in her eyes. "Don't pat my head like that," she admonished. "I am your master, after all." Yifan's face flushed crimson as he quickly withdrew his hand. Right. No more head pats." She then chided him again. "Why did you pull your hand away so quickly? Can't you see my hair is a mess? Help me straighten it." As the smoke cleared, they could see Steward Liu sprawled at the bottom of a deep crater. "He's badly injured," Yifan observed. "I never imagined this sect would have such a powerful protective formation. I must inform 7th young Miss I and the Patriarch so we can seize this formation for ourselves." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. "After 1,000 attempts, I finally grasped the inverse law within this cultivation technique. I've mastered it." Steward Liu, startled, looked around. "Someone's nearby? Just when I need spiritual energy to heal my body." He leaned on his staff and called out, "Little one, reading won't save you now that you're about to die." It was Mingbai. Seeing the steward, he feigned surprise. "Who dares to spy on my cultivation?" Steward Liu put on a benevolent facade. "Don't worry, I'm just a passing Taoist priest. I saw your diligent efforts and wanted to offer assistance." Mingbai feigned suspicion. "And why should I trust you?" The steward, barely containing his fury, thought, "Damn it, if I weren't so badly injured, I'd slap this little fool to death." Aloud, he said, "This is an eye of all-seeing, capable of seeing 1,000 miles. I'll give it to you." Mingbai snatched the proffered orb. "Thank you, Taoist priest. It's not safe here. Please forgive my boldness, but I'll keep this treasure safe for now." The steward produced another orb. "Don't be hasty. I have another one." Mingbai grabbed it as well, exclaiming, "Many thanks, Taoist priest. You're incredibly generous. Do you have any more? Might as well bring them all out." Now utterly enraged, Steward Liu dropped the pretense. "I can't take it anymore. I'm going to drain your spiritual energy." As Mingbai turned, the steward placed his hand on Mingbai's head. Purple energy quickly enveloped Mingbai's body. But moments later, the purple energy shifted to green as Mingbai activated the inverse law. Steward Liu cried out in agony. "Why is my spiritual energy being absorbed? What's happening? No, my cultivation. I can't hold on. I can't even pull my hand back." Mingbai calmly watched the steward writhe in pain. Then, Steward Liu screamed, "Help me." Soon after, a notification appeared, signaling Steward Liu's death. A Liang-jun eagle soared overhead, carrying NI on its back. She noticed the commotion below. "What's going on? How did Steward Liu die?" NI commanded the eagle. "Liang-jun, Steward Liu is dead. We must return and investigate." The eagle responded, "Understood." Suddenly, something struck the eagle's wing, causing it to cry out in pain. I looked around, demanding, "Who dares harm my eagle?" It turned out Phi Dai had shot it with the gun. She commanded her dog, "Huskin, good boy. He's bullying your mistress. Go bite him." The dog barked in response. "Just leave it to me. Leave it to me." I looked down, annoyed. "Just relying on you? I'm being looked down upon like this." Not long after, I ran as Phi Dai chased her, calling out, "Don't run. If you have the guts, keep fighting." Isn't this exciting? I'm not using weapons, just sending my master's spiritual pet to fight you. I looked around fearfully. Just what hidden sect are they from? That little dog looks so cute, yet it severed my eagle's 4 legs in an instant. That woman is clearly only at the golden core stage, yet she possesses such a heaven-defying divine weapon. Even if I use any defensive magical treasure, it would shatter after just one touch. I can only hide in this sect for now. I hope they aren't enemies of my sect. Phi Dai searched around, wondering, can that little girl run faster than a spiritual pet? Is there actually something faster than a spiritual pet? Meanwhile, I hid in a room, praying, "Don't find me, don't find me, don't find me." After sniffing around for a while, Huskin found I. It barked, announcing, "Found her." I, inside, despaired. "I'm done for." Yifan, seeing the two of them, asked, "What are you doing in the courtyard?" Fidi Yumpit startet. Huskin, however, was delighted. "Master, come play with me." He angrily kicked the dog away. Get out of here. I need to rest a night. Hearing this, and I was terrified. He's the spiritual pet's master? I'm finished. I walked into a tiger's den. Yi Fan asked Fi Dai, Junior sister, master asked you to take care of the spiritual pet, right? She replied, it's my responsibility. He threatened. If you can't take care of it, then don't. Fi Dai responded fearfully, Senior brother, don't worry. I will definitely take good care of it. Please don't send me away. Yi Fan watched her leave, muttering, what a stupid dog, always leading people here. But he had a question. I heard Junior sister is blind. How could she see the way so clearly? And I was now utterly panicked. Does he know I'm here? He pushed the door open and discovered someone huddled under the covers on his bed. Yi Fan thought, what kind of prank is this? Why is there another person here? He gently lifted the covers, and I, inside, screamed in terror. She shrieked so loudly that Yi Fan had to cover his ears. He asked, young lady, who are you? Why are you hiding under my covers? Who taught you this? And I knelt on the bed, her head bowed. Senior, please forgive my rudeness. I offended you earlier, so you sent your spiritual pet to kill my eagle and chase me here. I know I was wrong. I won't be arrogant anymore. Yi Fan replied, little girl, I've never had any ill will towards you. All of this was your own doing. And I, hearing this, thought, my own doing? How could I possibly have killed all of his spiritual pets and attendants? No, wait. This tone, it sounds like the way the elders justify their own misdeeds. Then a thought struck her. If his actions are like the elders, and his spiritual pets and servants are even stronger than the elders' disciples, then he must be at least a nascent soul cultivator. If I could just get on his good side, I could escape my family and avoid marrying the Liang prince. Yi Fan suggested, you can stay with me. Tomorrow morning, I'll talk to my master. We can discuss compensation based on the value. And I, her mind racing, stammered, compensation? No, senior. I don't need any compensation. She frantically searched for a plausible explanation that would allow her to stay near this powerful cultivator. Feigning shyness, she replied, because I like you, senior, she blurted out, instantly regretting her impulsive words. Zitu Yang, you must endure. If you can win this powerful cultivator's favor, the senior disciples of the 10,000 Beast sect won't be able to bully you anymore. Yi Fan stood there dumbfounded. His thoughts immediately jumped to being arrested. She's underage. I'll be in handcuffs, dragged away by the police. Officer, let me explain. I really didn't. He imagined the scene vividly. The cold steel of the cuffs, the disapproving stares. No. I haven't done anything. Panic seized him. Overwhelmed by the imagined scenario, Yi Fan stammered, turning pale. Take care of yourself. I don't want to end up doing hard labor. He practically fled from Ni's presence. Meanwhile, within the primordial black hole, a place said to open only once every million years, a battle raged. Countless powerful cultivators had fought and perished here, vying for resources and fortune. Only a few had become ancient kings, their legacies preserved within this mystical realm. Check-in system registering, a voice announced. Another system, black and radiating anger, materialized. This sword is mine. I found it first, it snarled. The check-in system retorted, so what if you found it? I will bring victory to my host. Grabbing the black system, it roared, die. The black system shrieked. You've ruined my plan. The check-in system, brandishing a sinister-looking sword, declared, victory is mine. This sword will belong to my host. The black system retreated, warning, don't let me see you again. Suddenly, a wave of sadness washed over the check-in system. My host doesn't want anything. Even if I die, he won't care. A beautiful woman appeared, addressing the dejected system. I've taught you so many tricks, and you still haven't won over your host. Startled, the system exclaimed, the defeated system. How? The defeated system remarked, such ferocity. But none of that can beat the system's supplementary training, can it? The check-in system bristled. Are you trying to provoke me? I want to let my guard down. I'm not here to fight, the defeated system replied. I'm not your enemy, nor am I a trap. You blaspheme my status as a star monarch. I'll come to make a deal. The defeated system's words trigger a memory. The check-in system recalled hiding behind other systems as they fought. With a mischievous grin, it had tossed something out, causing the other systems to exclaim, a wild 900mm miniature artillery shell. The prodigal system displayed the image of a girl. The check-in system inquired about the transaction, and she confirmed. The new system was touted as incredibly powerful. The prize, it declared, was all the luck points earned this time, offered for sale. It asked her about its function. The prodigal system claimed it had no function whatsoever. However, it did possess a passive ability to inject the host with chicken blood, increasing their power fivefold without breaking the game. The check-in system gleefully presented the contract and agreed to the deal. The prodigal system happily accepted, boasting, as expected, you know how to choose suitable deals. You can just wait for good fortune to arrive. Suddenly, she was taken aback by a notification. Content establishment is empty. Unable to read. Enraged, the prodigal system crushed the USB drive, cursing, that damn number 2204. He dared to trick me. One day, I will make him pay. Meanwhile, at noon on Immortal Jade Peak, Zian wondered aloud. It's almost noon. The smell of food always wafted from Immortal Jade Peak before, but now there's not even smoke. Yuan reassured her. Isn't he probably meditating? Or maybe he's ill. Hearing this, Zian worried. I have a bad feeling. Let's wait a moment and not stir up trouble. She then mused to herself, stir up trouble. Using that phrase to describe my disciple doesn't seem quite right. Ziyun and Yuan then hid in a tree near Yi Fan's location to observe him. Seeing him carving something in a stone, Yuan whispered, he seems fine. Ziyan agreed. The food spoiled. Could it be that my maidenly intuition is failing me? Yuan, embarrassed, thought. Maidenly. Ziyan is 1,145 years old, pretending to be 14. I, the second elder, just turned 24. Suddenly, I emerged from Yi Fan's room, calling out, Senior, what are you doing? Yi Fan casually replied, making some noise. Am I bothering you? The sight before them was like a bolt from the blue for Yuan and Ziyan. Ziyan was so shocked, she looked like her soul had left her body. She lamented, it's over. My precious disciple has changed his heart. Yuan, meanwhile, supported her, urging, Sect Master, pull yourself together. Don't collapse. Ziyan concluded, so he likes young and pretty girls? If I had known this, I wouldn't have left a scar on myself. Yuan retorted angrily. That's a very rude way of thinking. I feel like you're insulting me. Ziyan turned to Yuan, pleading, Second Elder, tell me how to get rid of her. Yuan reassured her, Sect Master, listen to my advice. As the saying goes, fertile water doesn't flow into fields of strangers. I believe that as long as the Sect Master's love is strong, Yi Fan will naturally understand your intentions. Imagining herself having to say embarrassing things like, my precious disciple, come into my arms, Ziyun vehemently refused. Don't be ridiculous. I am the Sect Master, after all. Ziyun suggested, I've got it. Why don't we ask senior disciple Zibing to come back? She'll know what to do. Yuan, perplexed, thought, she wants Zibing to come back and witness this lovey-dovey scene? Who in the sect doesn't know that her relationship with Yi Fan has already transcended that of master and disciple, and she's still pretending to be shy? Below, and I looked at the stone Yi Fan was carving and asked, Senior, are you carving words on a tombstone? He cheerfully replied, you could say that. After all, they haven't returned in 2 days. They probably won't be coming back. Looking at the crooked characters, she thought to herself, without voicing her opinion, such awful handwriting. And I changed the subject. Senior, you seem to enjoy eating demonic beast meat. Yesterday, I saw some fur in your kitchen. Yi Fan replied, indeed, I do. Demonic beast meat is quite delicious. Why do you ask? She proposed a deal. Senior, how about a trade? I'll guarantee you have demon beast meat with every meal. Yi Fan, intrigued, asked, a trade? Is your family in the butchering business? And I replied, a slight hesitation in her voice. It's somewhat related. Suddenly, a shout interrupted them, forcing them to turn their heads. Seventh junior sister, are you planning to betray the 10,000 Beast sect? You heretical wretch. And I gasped in surprise. Jia Chan, standing above them, sneered. I thought you really intended to marry that bald fool in Liang country. I never expected you to have the audacity to kill Steward Liu and the disciples of the Elegant Dust sect. Such decisiveness. Truly worthy of being the woman I admire most. Just follow me, and I'll handle the sex affairs for you. And I responded. The deaths of the steward and the Elegant Dust disciples were acts of desperation. When I return, I will accept my punishment. There's no need for you to interfere. Inwardly, she thought, I must leave a good impression on Senior Yi Fan. Perhaps he'll intervene. Jia Chan, enraged, commanded his dragon. This won't go your way. Fire dragon, burn this sect to the ground. Then, capture 7th junior sister. The dragon obeyed. Yes, master. Yi Fan, his expression hardening, glanced at them. I advise you not to touch this sect. You'll face the consequences. Jia Chan, brimming with arrogance, retorted, consequences? A mere mortal like you has no right to interfere. The fire dragon lunged. The dragon unleashed a torrent of flames towards the mountain where the sect resided. But, just like with Steward Liu, as the fireball approached, a protective barrier materialized, shielding them. The flames, repelled by the barrier, reversed course, hurtling back towards Jia Chan and his dragon. Jia Chan's eyes widened in disbelief. What's going on? As the fireball collided, a dazzling firework display erupted in the sky. A system notification abruptly appeared. Launch detected. Identified as high grade. Cease your attack on the sect immediately. Jia Chan, sprawled on the ground in pain, thought, this sect's grand formation is ridiculously powerful. I must report this to grandfather. Looking up, he saw Phi Dai standing before him. She greeted him cheerfully, Huskin cradled in her arms. Still trying to send messages? Jia Chan, she taunted. Phi Dai unceremoniously deposited Jia Chan into a coffin and sat on top of it. He howled, let me out, let me out. But she ignored him. Huskin asked Phi Dai, Sister Phi Dai, why did you let him lie in my little bed? She replied, of course, it's to save the dying and help the injured. Huskin continued, so, after I get a little bed, if I do a lot of good deeds, I can become a good dog that doesn't make master angry, right? Phi Dai patted its head. Of course that's right. Zi Bing, having finished her cultivation, stretched languidly. She said cheerfully, it's been a while. Thanks for keeping me company, little guy. Zi Bing reached down and stroked the cat's chin. Rubbing its belly, she wondered, I wonder how the sect is doing. I should check my command token for messages first. Suddenly, Zi Bing's face paled as she saw a message on the token. Urgent, eldest disciple, return immediately. She gasped, Master, something's happened. Zi Bing quickly mounted her sword and flew back, her heart filled with worry. Master, you're like a mother to me. Nothing can happen to you. Meanwhile, back at the sect, Zian had come down to speak with Yi Fan and Ni. Inside the room, Ziyun addressed Ni. Tell me, are you truly a high-ranking disciple of the 10,000 Beasts sect? Ni responded respectfully, I am merely the 7th direct disciple of the sect at the 2nd level of the Hollow Core realm. To call me a high-ranking disciple would be inaccurate. Ziyun warily inquired, so why have you come to my second-rate sect? Are you planning to steal away my beloved disciple? Ni innocently replied, Old woman, you misunderstand. I've merely come to invite this senior to be a guest of my 10,000 Beast sect. Hearing the words, old woman, Ziyun squeezed the cup in her hand until it shattered. Old woman, Ziyun seethed, glaring at Ni. And why should I agree to this? Ni quickly responded, well, you are this senior's master. Shouldn't you consult his opinion on the matter? Ziyun retorted, he's ascended to the Hollow Core realm. How would he be younger than me? Just who is the old woman here? The two women locked eyes, their argument escalating. Ni exclaimed, truly, if it's not about strength, it's about youth. What makes you think you can be this senior's master? Ziyun shot back, only the allure of a mature woman. Ni then turned to Yi Fan, asking, what about you? He awkwardly looked away, muttering, don't look at me. I have nothing to do with this. Nini glanced ensemble bosom. Then back at herself, she slumped in defeat. Ni realized, no wonder this senior isn't interested in me. To lose like this, it's utterly humiliating. At that moment, Yi Fan finally spoke, agreeing, all right, take me to the 10,000 Beasts sect. Ni's eyes lit up. Senior, she said, I'll take you there immediately. By the time they arrived at the 10,000 Beasts sect, night had fallen. Ni led the way, introducing the sect. Senior, this is the 10,000 Beasts sect. Yi Fan observed, not bad. It's certainly worthy of the name 10,000 Beasts. Suddenly, a voice boomed. You villain. A massive man leaped down, his voice a growl. Give me back my son's life. I explained, Elder Jia Chan, although I had a disagreement with my 5 senior brothers. After they left, they disappeared. I had nothing to do with it. He refused to listen, grabbing her by the throat and slamming her to the ground. Lies, he roared. Despite being choked, I struggled to speak. Elder Jia Chan, I brought this guest here for the sake of our sect leader. You can't kill me. He glared at her. My son is dead. What does it matter if I kill you? Not even the sect leader, not even the Grand Elder, can stop me. Yi Fan stood by, observing the scene. This is troublesome, he thought. In the world of cultivation, being bullied by the strong is commonplace. If this keeps up, I'll miss dinner. Jia Chan turned to Yi Fan. Are you the man this traitor brought here? I see. You're the one who murdered my son. He lunged towards Yi Fan, who asked, why attack without a word? As he charged, a thought flashed through Jia Chan's mind. If I use the gun that damn system gave me. No, I can't fall for its trap. But this guy, he doesn't look easy to deal with. His fist was suddenly stopped by a gleaming sword, much to his surprise. As everyone watched in astonishment, Yi Fan wondered, isn't this the spirit's sword from my past life? Why is it here? Within the ethereal form of the spirit sword, Phi Dai, a young woman, clutched her face, a mixture of embarrassment and self-admiration coloring her cheeks. Master will surely be astonished, she mused. I wonder what he'll think when I finally return to my human form. If he knew I had journeyed through countless worlds, aided by celestial forces, and even cultivated myself, all just to return to that day, it would be so touching. Jiachan sneered, his face contorted in a mask of disdain as he clenched his fist. Boy, he spat. You think you can stop me with a single sword? With that, he lunged forward like a dart, his fist cocked. I'll turn you into mincemeat. Fidi panicked. This force is too powerful. I can't control it anymore, she cried. Master, quickly, use me to strike back. Master, can you hear me? Can you hear me? Yi Fan, gripping the spirit sword, thought to himself, it seems I have no choice but to intervene. He mused, I don't have any spiritual energy right now, so I can't kill him, can I? He then used the spirit sword to launch himself into the air, slashing a few times. Fidai, exhilarated, thought yes. That's it. Yi Fan landed gracefully, while Jiachan trembled violently. Under the darkening sky, Jiachan's body fragmented, his voice rising in a shriek of disbelief. This is impossible. My son! The surrounding onlookers erupted in a cacophony of murmurs. The Grand Elder is dead. Is the Grand Elder really dead? After witnessing Yi Fan strike down Jiachan, and I rushed over, her eyes shining with admiration. Senior, she gushed, you're incredibly powerful. You're even stronger than the Sect Master. You killed Grand Elder Jiachan with a single move. Around them, the crowd scattered in a panic. Quickly, inform the Sect Master. Yi Fan, surprised, replied, I didn't intend to kill him. Who knew he was so weak? Hidden within the spirit's sword, Fi Dai preened. It was because of my speed. My speed. Yi Fan then proceeded to bend the spirit's sword over his knee. I understand now, he muttered. This must be a scheme of that damned system. Fi Dai, bent painfully out of shape, cried out in protest. He tossed the sword aside, and I looked on with regret. Senior, she said sadly, why did you do that to the sword? Yi Fan, turn away. Why keep a broken sword? Inside the Sect Master study, a voice echoed. Jun Su, it inquired, you're saying the Grand Elder was killed by the outsider with a single sword strike? But the outsider didn't use any spiritual energy? The attendant standing beside her confirmed. That is correct. My disciple witnessed it with his own eyes. Many outer disciples also saw it. Jin Su, a smug look on her face, declared, that fool has been vying with me for half a lifetime. So what if his cultivation was higher than mine? Those without intellect cannot become Sect Master. She then ordered her attendant, disciple, go and make the arrangements. Tomorrow, I want a pleasant meeting with that outsider. The attendant replied, understood. In the main hall of the 10,000 Beast sect, fellow Taoist Yi, we've been waiting for you for a long time, Jun Su said, a hint of reproach in her voice. Yi Fan responded indifferently. Oh, is that all? She asked, stroking her chin. My beloved disciple has sung your praises highly. Nini, gzud, asked, bildu disciple. Jun Su smiled at Ni. I intend to take you as my disciple. From now on, you will naturally be my disciple, won't you? Yi Fan, annoyed, said, Elder sister, I don't want to waste any more words. I came here only to acquire a long-term meat voucher. Jun Su readily agreed. You can have as much demon beast meat as you want. Even the abalone in the water is quite delicious. Yi Fan grumbled inwardly. Don't think I don't know you're flirting with me. Yi Fan enthusiastically continued his questioning of Jin Su. So, are there giant crabs here? The kind as big as a wash basin? She stammered, there probably are. If not, we can send someone to catch them in the rivers and lakes. Having settled the matter, he turned to leave. Well then, I'll leave it to you. Jun Su produced a black box. By the way, fellow cultivator Yi, I have a treasure I'd like to gift you. Yi Fan, intrigued, wondered aloud. What could it be? She began her introduction. This is something otherworldly. Its fragrance is quite alluring. Her words drew his attention back. He took the fragrant pouch and examined it curiously. He sniffed it. This scent is somewhat familiar. It seems to be Jixianhua. Jin Su, standing beside him, showered him with praise. Fellow cultivator Yi, your knowledge is truly vast. This is indeed a treasure our sect acquired by chance. Yi Fan's interest in the pouch deepened. It truly is a treasure. Animals are very fond of this fragrance. Fish will surely like it too. Jun Su advised him. Fellow cultivator Yi, quickly put away, lest the immortal chi dissipate. He continued to admire the fragrant pouch. Well then, I'll accept this. And I, watching with a hint of regret, spoke up. Senior, you're leaving soon? Won't you stay at the 10,000 Beasts sect a while longer? Besides, it's already getting dark. Why the rush? He replied with a proud air. My master enjoys the food I make. If I return quickly, I can still prepare breakfast. Yi Fan didn't forget to remind Ni. All right, little sister, remember to bring the cooking ingredients to my sect every week. Do you know the location? Jun Su answered smugly, to Ni's evident alarm. Doesn't my disciple know? Yi Fan turned to leave. Well, I'll be going back now. Ni hurried after him. Senior, I'll come find you in a few days. Yi Fan crossed his arms, pleased. Excellent. With this Jixianhua, I'm sure to catch a big fish tomorrow. Yi Fan returned to his dwelling, leaving Ni filled with longing. Senior is so devoted to his master. If only I could become Senior's master. master. Junsu covered her mouth, chuckling to herself. Finally, I've managed to get rid of this hot potato. Taiyangxing's sect wants this treasure. Let them fight over it with fellow cultivator Yi. It's best if they both suffer losses somewhere else. Meanwhile, Yi Fan lay down, one hand resting on his forehead, the other holding a fishing rod. He silently prayed, "Brother Heavenly Tao, please bless me with a 30-pound fish this time." Beneath the water surface, Huang Ru caught a whiff of something familiar. The scent of Jixianhua. Her face lit up with joy. This is definitely the Jixianhua sachet mother left me. She quickly began to swim upwards. But just then, her legs became entangled in seaweed. She looked back, puzzled and curious. How long have I been asleep after being injured? The seaweed has actually turned into evil creatures. The evil seaweed creatures surrounded her. Immortal, don't go. Let us take your spiritual energy. Huang Ru is tightly bound. These are just weak weeds. If I can regain my senses, I can definitely break free. Suddenly, she felt a fishhook snag her clothes, and she looked up in surprise. On the shore, Yi Fan, thinking he had caught a fish, started reeling in his line. So heavy. This must be a huge fish, maybe even the king of fish. Underwater, Huang Ru panicked. Where did this hook come from? Stop pulling on my clothes. One person pulled on the line from the shore, while the other, caught on the hook and entangled in seaweed, struggled below the surface. I'm pulling as hard as I can. The fisherman on the shore strained. Suddenly, Huang Ru, dangling from the line in the water below, was yanked into the air. Yi Fan feigned surprise. A white float? Or is it kayak? After a moment of contemplation, he adopted a mournful expression. My nose, it's Tessizo. Huang Ru, embarrassed, explained, it happened like this. I snuck down to retrieve my mother's sachet. Then I was attacked by the Heavenly General. If it weren't for your help, Senior, I might have been stuck down there forever. Yefan Sikit, ikaspiratit. No need for further explanation. Here's your sachet. All I want to know now is if there are any bigger fish down there. She, still flustered from the ordeal, seemed oblivious to his question. He waved her off dismissively. Just go. Before leaving, Huang Ru offered her thanks. Senior, I will never forget your great kindness. Farewell. As she departed, dark clouds suddenly gathered overhead, lightning flashing and thunder rumbling. A booming voice echoed down. Celestial maiden, hiding in the mortal realm for so many years, and now consorting with a mortal man. Huang Ru gasped. Heavenly General, the figure in the clouds boomed again. For violating 2 celestial decrees, you are sentenced to death. Terrified, Huang Ru huddled behind Yi Fan. Senior, save me. Yi Fan thought to himself, I thought I was fighting Tucina, not a heavenly general. Suddenly, the check-in system reappeared. Host, don't be afraid. I'm back. Yi Fan was taken aback. Huh, dog system, you're not dead. Rewind a half an hour earlier. Huang Ru and a stray cat were lost. I remember 2 mountains on the left. Where did they go? Just then, she and the cat saw a green light. This is a celestial sign. As soon as she arrived, the check-in system showered Yi Fan with kisses. Host, I missed you so much. Yi Fan, disgusted, sukulit. Don't you dare start with that disgusting behavior again the moment you return. Behind them, Huang Ru was fleeing from the pursuing Heavenly General. The check-in system spoke smugly. Host, those days without me must have been agonizing, right? Yi Fan grimaced and pointed at the check-in system. Agonizing? You were literally gone. You're lying, pretending to be absent and pulling all these stunts. What's with the cow act? It replied triumphantly. Heaven sees all. Since when did I learn to pretend? By the way, it said, holding a red gem, I brought you an ultimate treasure. It will definitely satisfy you. Huang Ru looked pathetic as the Heavenly General pummeled her. Senior, why are you just watching? Yi Fan pointed at the red gem. Another spirit dog? You really have no fear of copyright infringement, do you? Change it up next time. It waved its hand, conjuring beautiful red lights. Choose then. Come forth, chicken slaying system. Another system appeared, looking overjoyed. Finally, I can appear. Wonderful. Someone wants me. The check-in system said proudly. Chicken slaying system, you are now my child system. The person beside you is our host. I need you to give the host some motivation. Amidst the chaotic scene unfolding behind him, Yi Fan thought, what is this system planning now? The chicken slaying system asked, surprised, motivation? I understand. It widened its eyes and unleashed its ultimate move. The temptation of red copper. Power increased 100-fold. Diamond, indestructible body. Unwavering spirit. Victory. The check-in system beamed. Yes, that's it. Make the host happy. Flies buzzed around Yi Fan. All right, father technique. The check-in system clutched its head in terror. Heavens, what are you doing? A sudden flash of violet light filled the air. The Heavenly General, bristling with indignation, pointed an accusing finger. It's because you immortals sneak down to the mortal realm that we Heavenly Generals get our pay docked every year. Huang Ru, struggling, tried to explain. I just want to get my mother's fragrant pouch back. The Heavenly General scoffed. Do you even understand what I'm saying? At that moment, Yi Fan arrived, sending the heavenly general flying with a single kick. He gently extended a hand to help Huang Ru up. You can go. I can handle this heavenly general. Grateful. Huang Ru bowed her head. Thank you, senior. I will repay your great kindness after this. The heavenly general coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face contorted in rage. I haven't been this badly injured in 1,000 years. To think that a mere ant in the mortal realm could wound me like this. You have some skill, boy. You're almost worthy of being my opponent. Yi Fan scoffed. Worthy of being my opponent? Even if an immortal came, I could slay them with a flick of my wrist. I was just toying with you, using only a fraction of my strength, and look at you. The heavenly general's face burned crimson. I've given you enough face. Red and gold light swirled around the heavenly general's form. Yi Fan continued to wear an expression of playful nonchalance. Enraged, the heavenly general stomped down towards Yi Fan. Yi Fan caught the descending foot barehanded, using your leg when your arms are free. He then slammed the heavenly general to the ground. The heavenly general looked up at him, his face a mask of humiliation. Yi Fan punched the heavenly general in the stomach with a powerful blow, a technique known as tiger shattering the mountain. The chicken slaying system suddenly appeared, shouting, "What a fight!" The check-in system watched with fear and concern. Master, are you alright? Yi Fan, furious, pointed at the check-in system. If you ever dare to control my body again, I'd rather kill myself and make you fail your mission. The check-in system clasped its hands together pleadingly. Master, I'm so sorry. I'll definitely manage the system better and never let it happen again. The heavenly general, groaning, clutched his stomach. An immortal in the mortal realm with such power. Damn it, my Dantian is shattered. My cultivation has been reduced to the chi refining stage. If it weren't for this, I would definitely report back to the commander and have this world destroyed. He glanced at the crater left by Steward Liu and then at the one left by Jia Chan. Why does this place feel like a burial ground? He thought. I have to get out of here quickly. Panicked, he turned to flee. He ran straight into Phi Dai, who was brooding with a fierce glint in her eye. Another one bothering Master? Why can't I ever be useful? It's so frustrating that Master doesn't need me at all. The heavenly general flailed and begged. Boss, please stop hitting me. I'm just a cripple now. Don't kill me. Just then, Husky and the nine-tailed fox arrived, carrying a green bed. Husky announced, we don't want to kill you. We're going to use this bed to heal you. The nine-tailed fox added, that's right. We have to be good children, and please, Master. No more cooking. Hearing him mention the jade coffin of Tenoch Quan made his face drain of color. A nascent soul cultivator trapped inside would be imprisoned for thousands of years. If I, a mere chi refinement cultivator, were to enter, I'd emerge as an immortal king, or perhaps even after tens of thousands of years. This is nothing but a prison. If it's open during the recovery period, my bones would simply shatter. I beg you, don't put me in that coffin. I'm willing to trade all the information I have for this dog's life of mine. Husky angrily roared in his face. A dog's life, you say? He trembled and stammered. A human life. A human life. Yi Fan looked at him with suspicion. Tell me everything first, he commanded. He spoke with a seemingly trustworthy expression, gesturing as he described the mortal realm. There truly are traces of the true dragon, he insisted. The heavenly general wailed. Let me out. This isn't what you promised. Phi Dai, along with Husky and the nine-tailed fox, sat atop the coffin, replying nonchalantly. Did we ever say we'd agree? We'll release you once we've captured the true dragon. Just then, Zibing walked past Phi Dai's group and paused. Hello, everyone, she inquired politely. Do you know which way to the Zian sect? Phi Dai pointed in a direction. It's that way, she replied, a thought flashing through her mind. Purple hair, just one look, and you know they're from the Zian sect. Zibing, her face beaming with relief, departed. Finally found it. Thank you so much. In a house with an ancient architectural style, a voice echoed. Master. Yi Fan and Ziyan looked at each other, bewildered. Zibing suddenly rushed in and embraced Ziyan tightly. Master, you're all right. I was so worried I'd have to mourn you before my own hair turned white. Ziyan, still stunned, slowly registered Zibing's presence. Ziyan gently stroked Zibing's face, a loving expression softening her features. When did my hair turn white? I sent that message ages ago. Ziqing has been back for a while now. And you, why are you only just returning? Zibing giggled, her voice filled with playful affection. Master, please understand. I accidentally ran all the way to the northern region. That's why I'm so late. Yi Fan, observing the reunion, quietly sat down. Ziyan introduced Yi Fan to Zibing. Zibing, look, this is your junior brother. He's a prodigy of our Ziyun sect. Zibing looked him over. So, this is junior brother Yi? He certainly looks the part of a talented cultivator. Ziyun smeated. Indeed. Ziqing said the same thing. Yi Fan, Yun, curious, asked Senior Sister Ziyun, "Who is this Zi Qing that Master mentioned?" She replied gently, "Zi Qing is our second senior sister." He laughed innocently. "So, I have 3 senior sisters? How come I've never met them before?" Ziyun explained with a knowing air. "You've only been back at the sect for 2 or 3 months. It's normal that you haven't met her. I've been in the sect for 18 years and haven't even met her myself. That year, after you were accepted as a disciple, your family regretted letting you go so young. So I could only return to the sect with Master first. I constantly heard Master talk about the 2 senior sisters, but until now, I've only seen the eldest." But he was still puzzled. What kind of aura is this? Her presence is so faint. Even Lan Ling Wang has a stronger presence than her. Ziyun, not understanding, asked, "Who is Lan Ling Wang?" Cutting through their thoughts, Ziyun's voice rang out. "Junior sister, junior brother, stop teasing me. Come and have some tea." They obeyed, taking their teacups. "Thank you, senior sister," they said in unison. Ziyun spun around, searching. Where are the 2 senior sisters? From outside the gate, a voice called out, Hung Hai rushing in. "Sect Master, it's terrible." The son of Sect Master Ma Bian of the Wanxiang sect suddenly broke through to the Qi refinement stage. He's currently leading the entire sect in an attack on us. Ziyun was astonished. "What? Ma Bian is son," Zi Bing replied. "And he's at the Qi refinement stage already." Ziyun, indignant, exclaimed, "Hold on a moment. I've known that scoundrel Ma Bian for hundreds of years. Since when did he have a son?" She continued. "Moreover, the child cultivation is 2 or 3 realms higher than his elders. Isn't that absurd?" Ziyun commanded fiercely. "I fear someone is taking advantage of the situation. Disciples, follow me. We'll see what's going on." Zi Bing and Ziyun both shouted, "Understood." They pulled a dejected-looking Yifan along with them. Elsewhere, at the 10,000 Beast sect, and I held a piece of paper and read it with a displeased expression. "What? The vice sect master of the Sun Spirit sect is attacking the Purple Star sect under the guise of the Wanxiang sect?" Zhen Su replied calmly, "Indeed. I was surprised as well. Had I known, I wouldn't have gifted that treasure to Yi Yu Dao." Zhen Su instructed I, "Disciple, prepare the mounts. We're going to the Ziyun sect to lend them a hand." She acknowledged the order with a loud, "Understood." Zhen Su's eyes glinted with calculation. "I wonder, in the end, by whose hand will Shou die? Yi Yu Dao, don't disappoint me." Outside the Ziyun sect, a crowd of people brandished weapons, shouting and pleading, "Young master, avenge the old sect master. Young master, avenge the old sect master." Ziyun mused. "Avenge the old sect master? Where were all of you the day he died?" Before them appeared a handsome young man seated upon an extravagant chair. This was Ma Fan, the current sect master of the Wanxiang sect and vice sect master of the Sun Spirit sect. Yifan looked at him with burning eyes, thinking, so he's the infamous figure who's been causing such a stir lately. But he looks more like a mortal. Could he be using a technique to conceal his aura? Then he couldn't help but admire. Not a bad physique, though. Ziyin stood before him, questioning. The Wanxiang sect has no heir. For hundreds of years, we've never heard him boast of one. Did your young master spring from his mother's belly or crack out of stone? Your so-called young sect master is an imposter. He responded with a condescending air. Such words are unacceptable. How could I possibly be an imposter? I am of the Ma family line. How could the Wanxiang sect not be my inheritance? Zi Bing pointed a finger, accusing, "You're twisting logic. You simply want to attack our Zi Yun sect." He scoffed at her, such a sharp tongue. "But it matters not. Just hand over the treasure of the former sect master, and I'll let your Zi Yun sect go." Zi Yun angrily challenged him. "If you want it, then you'll have to break through our sect's grand formation to take it." He sneered. "Why bother breaking the formation? Unless you have something to hide." She worried, her face etched with fear, thinking he's planning to use the opponent's grand formation attack to trigger a counterattack. But even if he sees through it, he won't dare to act rashly. Zi Bing surged forward. "Master, why waste words with this fiend? Let's just fight him." Zi Yun hastily intervened. Zi Bing, wait. Ma Fan laughed contemptuously. They truly don't know the meaning of life and death. Yifan stepped forward, reassuring his master, Zi Yun. "Senior sister will be all right." Suddenly, Zi Bing charged towards Ma Fan, sword in hand. He asked, surprised, "You've reached the Qi refinement stage too?" She retorted, "Are you scared?" Zi Yun sighed mournfully. "Both my disciples have surpassed me in cultivation," she muttered, embarrassed. "It's so humiliating to say this in front of my disciples." Ma Fan, preparing a greenish energy attack, sneered. "So what if your sect has 2 Qi refinement cultivators?" A hairpin adorned with feathers materialized behind Ma Fan. "Face my immortal treasure," he declared triumphantly. "You have no chance of winning." Zi Bing watched the feathered hairpin hurtle towards her, anxiety rising. "He's using a powerful attack right from the start. How can I defend against this?" She glanced back at Yi Fan and Ziyun, a flicker of panic in her eyes. I can't run. They'll laugh at me. High above, two figures hovered in the sky, observing the unfolding battle. Jin Su, with evident relish, commented to her companion. The Ziyun sect is truly a hidden dragon, isn't it? They even have another Qi refinement cultivator, but they won't last much longer. And I, however, was filled with worry. Master, she urged, we must help Senior Ziyun's sect. She'll die. Jinsu waved a dismissive hand. We can't interfere. That's a hairpin crafted from the withering, immortal flower. Even Tribulation Realm cultivators face certain death against it. My treasure is also immortal grade, but its destructive power isn't strong enough, and we're too far away to intervene in time. Her initial refusal wavered as her gaze, now burning with a strange intensity, fixed on something below. However, I sensed the aura of the withering, immortal flower on that Yifan. Let's see if he uses it. Yifan glanced around, his mind racing. The withering, immortal flower? Could she have dropped it? The check-in system, hearing his thoughts, hesitated. After checking, it seems the chaos outside is mirrored within this space. The chicken slaying system, indignant, challenged the check-in system. You have time for idle chatter? Aren't you worried about the host's senior sister dying? The check-in system, unfazed, retorted, of course I'm worried, but you must understand, while I'm explaining, time is essentially frozen. The chicken slaying system, still skeptical, pressed, so can we save the host's senior sister? The check-in system declared triumphantly, of course, master, senior sister, they're all considered the host's family. Upon receiving this information, the chicken slaying system excitedly began to power up Yifan. Okay, I understand. Granting the host's senior sister support. 100 layers of silkworm, tyrant shield. Back at the Ziyun sect, Z Bing struggled against the relentless attacks from the hairpin. To her astonishment, the hairpin grew larger and larger, looming before her. The next attack slammed down with terrifying force. Ma Fan, watching her struggle against his treasure, was filled with glee. This is the fate of my enemies. Hand over the treasure, or you'll all die. Ziyun, witnessing the scene, gasped in shock. Senior sister, she cried out. Ziyun, who had been laughing and chatting just moments before, now panicked at the sight of her disciple, battered and bruised beyond recognition. She frantically embraced Yifan, wailing, my dearest disciple. Yifan spun around in his master's tight embrace, could only offer helpless reassurances. Senior sister, I have a protective shield. I'll be all right, he added, slightly breathless. But master, could you ease up a little? I'm starting to feel a bit faint. After an earth-shattering blow, Z Bing remained miraculously unscathed. The sheer improbability of it left her bewildered. I'm alright. Ma Fan, gnashing his teeth in frustration, roared, why aren't you dead yet? Seeing Z Bing unharmed, Ziyun cried out in triumphant joy. My dearest disciple, don't be afraid. Use all your strength to strike down that fiend. My precious disciple promised to protect you. Yifan, inexplicably dragged into the situation, was slightly confused. I don't recall saying that, he thought, though I suppose it's close enough. Emboldened by her master's words, Z Bing regained her courage and prepared to attack again. Many thanks, disciple Yi. Now I can fight without worry. Ma Fan's face darkened momentarily at his failure to land a blow, but his confidence quickly returned. That was just the first attack. I doubt you can withstand 100, let alone 1,000. Jun Su, casually riding his sword in the air, was stunned by the spectacle. This is impossible. He didn't use any spiritual energy or magical treasures. How could he neutralize Z Bing's attack, which was empowered by the withering immortal flower? Jun Su was conversing with his check-in system when it suddenly shifted its attention elsewhere. Host, someone is watching you. Jun Su glanced around, but saw nothing unusual. I don't see anyone. Jun Su, observing the battle like a spectator, suddenly noticed Yifan's strange gaze directed towards him. Why is he looking this way? It's not right. A Qi refinement cultivator shouldn't be able to detect me. How is this possible? Could his strength be even greater than I imagined? Such cold, lazy eyes. It feels like he can see right through me. What is he trying to convey? This is bad. He must think I'm trying to take advantage of him. Could he be disappointed in me as an ally? Without further hesitation, Jun Su surged forward, pulling Ni along with her. Disciple, we must help. Ni, bewildered by her master's sudden change of heart, questioned, but master, didn't you say we wouldn't interfere? Jun Su descended swiftly, her voice booming with authority. Ma, you old scoundrel, how dare you attack an ally of the 10,000 Beast sect? Ma Fan's face reddened with fury at the audacious challenge. Who's there? Jun Su, brandishing her flute in the air, responded with cool confidence. I am Jun Su, sect master of the 10,000 Beast sect, here to assist. and I followed her master down, adding her own introduction. And I am and I, beloved disciple of the 10,000 B sect master, here to lend my aid. Provoked, Ma Fan snarled and swung his hairpin towards Jinsu. Zen Su, you, a mere nascent soul cultivator of the 8th level, dare to meddle in my affairs. Zi Bing instantly appeared beside her, parrying the hairpin's attack with her sword. Don't forget, your opponent is still here. Zi Yun, watching these prominent figures clashing fiercely, was actually delighted. She praised her beloved disciple. Ah, you truly have some face, even managing to call the 10,000 Beasts sect into this battle. Yi Fan, wanting no part in this squabble, turned to leave. Master, he said, if there's nothing else, I'll be going now. Ziyin, seeing him leave the commotion, approached and asked, Junior brother Yi Fan, where are you going? He scratched his head without hesitation. Where else? I'm going fishing. I still have to cook dinner later. Hung Hai, gazing at the undulating mountains reflected in the clear river, couldn't help but fall into deep thought. When the Ziyin sect was first established, the sect master was only at the nascent soul stage. But now, her disciples can fight against heavenly generals. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the older. Suddenly, a voice broke the tranquil silence by the fishing river. Who are you? Startled by the unexpected question, the man quickly recovered and turned towards the voice, introducing himself. I'm just a rogue cultivator who occasionally visits the Ziyun sect to enjoy this lake. Yi Fan strolled toward the fishing spot and casually remarked, a rogue cultivator? Huh? Master never seemed to object to that. So, I guess it's alright to be here. He glanced at the man without any suspicion, having only been at the sect for 3 months and unfamiliar with its rules. Seeing the only remaining seat about to be taken, Hung Hai quickly sat down, not forgetting to taunt Yi Fan. I'm taking your spot, young man. Don't you have anything to say? He was taken aback by Yi Fan's indifferent response. Yi Fan simply sat down beside him. Sit if you want. Anywhere is fine. Hung Hai pondered Yi Fan's profound words. Anywhere is fine. Such philosophy. He thought of his fellow disciples, always so concerned with their own positions. The image of 2 people squabbling over a fishing spot filled him with weariness. This is my spot. I come here every day. Well, I've been waiting here since 2 in the morning. He glanced back at Yi Fan, calmly preparing his bait, and fell silent once more. Ultimately, everyone seeks success and happiness. To gain more, one must fight for something. Or perhaps, not fight at all. As the unfortunate worm was cast into the water, Yi Fan settled onto a rock. The man, observing his carefree demeanor, asked, You're still fishing? Has the Wanxiang sect issue been resolved? Yi Fan replied nonchalantly, Not yet. I think they're still fighting. The man, surprised by Yi Fan's indifference, decided to provoke him. And you still have the heart to relax? I observed while passing by and discovered their leader is at the Qi refinement stage, wielding an immortal treasure. Your senior sister is sure to die. Seeing the outsider's curiosity about the Ziyun sect situation, Yi Fan lowered his guard slightly. I'm just a mortal. I'd be useless there. Besides, my senior sister won't lose. The man was shocked by this statement and rushed to Yi Fan's side, exclaiming, Your senior sister is only at the ordinary Qi refinement stage. How is that possible? Unless, young friend, do you possess some heaven-defying means? Unable to reveal too much, Yi Fan answered vaguely. Let's just say it has something to do with me. These cryptic words sent ripples of unease through Hung Hai's heart. He'd almost forgotten that Yi Fan was the one who defeated the heavenly general. It seemed the young man had more than a few tricks up his sleeve. If only he could confide his predicament to him. Hung Hai slowly lowered himself to the riverbank beside Yi Fan, fishing rod in hand. No matter how you look at it, I'm still a Vu Hoa immortal. Asking a junior for help would be utterly humiliating. Finally, he decided to swallow his pride. Young friend, he began, I have a story I'd like to share. Do you have time to listen? Yi Fan, seemingly unbothered, replied with easygoing generosity. Go ahead. Fishing is just a way to pass the time. Encouraged, Hing Hai took a breath and began. I have a friend who was once a prince. Yi Fan listened attentively, though inwardly skeptical. Everyone has friends, he thought. Seeing Yi Fan's apparent interest, Hung Hai continued, painting a picture of a solitary figure in the imperial court. At 13, he murdered his brothers to claim the throne. At 15, he conquered the northern barbarians. By 20, he'd unified the entire realm. At 22, enlightened by his predecessors, he abdicated in favor of his younger sister. At 100, he reached the first level of the nascent soul stage. At 1000, he entered the tribulation realm. But when he ascended, he was wounded by a heavenly general, crippling his further advancement. Young friend, do you think my friend's fate is tragic? Yi Fan answered frankly. If his body is unharmed, then it must be a mental ailment. He should see a therapist. The unfamiliar terminology was lost on Hung Hai, who asked, perplexed, a therapist? Is that some kind of villain? Or a creature from legend? Yi Fan suddenly realized he'd spoken too casually, forgetting that such a profession didn't exist in this world of cultivation. To avoid suspicion, Yi Fan quickly changed the subject. Do you want me to help your friend? I have a method. I've been meaning to practice it, but I'm warning you, it might not work. Come back in a few days. Hung Hai, seeing no other option, agreed. Very well, I'll visit you another day. Long after Hung Hai had departed, Yi Fan continued fishing alone until the first drops of rain began to fall. It's raining, he murmured. I should head back. As he walked along the slick, rain-washed path, Ming Bai Cho came running towards him, a large umbrella in hand. Seeing your brother Yi Fan, what a coincidence. I was just bringing you some vegetables. Yi Fan replied. What a coincidence indeed. How's the battle at the sect going? How much longer will it last? I need to know, so I can time dinner. Wouldn't want it to get cold. Ming Bai Cho's face lit up with pride. It's over. I heard that. That Ma Fan ran away like manure off a shovel. Senior sister Zi Bing didn't even have a single hair out of place. The two continued their walk back to the sect. Yi Fan, upon hearing the news, praised Zi Bing's strength. The scene shifted to the next morning. With the battle concluded, Jun Su and Zi Yun gathered in a room, recounting the events. Jun Su began. Fellow Taoist Zi Yun, do you know that the hairpin your eldest disciple seized is one of the artifacts left behind by a powerful heavenly immortal? 55 years ago, Ma Fan and I were at an auction, bidding against each other for that very hairpin. The price went up to 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Zi Yun, shocked by the sheer value, exclaimed, 2,000 high-grade spirit stones. Maybe I should sell it to you. Jun Su, upon hearing Zi Yun's words, burst into laughter, her tone laced with disdain. Taoist Zi Yun is truly pragmatic, as expected. That immortal left behind at least 5 immortal-grade artifacts, and your sect already possesses 2 of them. Why not strive to find the remaining 3 to solidify your sect's power? Zi Yun was stunned, reeling from one revelation to the next. 2 already? She echoed, the words hanging in the air amidst the mountainous forest. The sachet of the heavenly immortal. It's in the hands of Taoist Yi, isn't it? Meanwhile, Yi Fan and Ming Bai Cho were searching high and low for the others. Peeking into the room where the 2 sect masters were conversing, Yi Fan asked, Master, where are senior sister and the others? Zi Yun, spotting him, rushed over, her voice sharp with concern. They've gone to rest. It's just me and Sect Master Janir. By the way, my dear disciple, is it true that the sachet is in your possession? Yi Fan didn't bother with denial, readily admitting, it is, but I don't have it on me right now. Zi Yun, a flicker of suspicion in her eyes, pressed him further. And where is it then? Did you give it to someone? He glanced at his master before answering casually. It's with a heavenly immortal. Zi Yun erupted, her voice echoing with disbelief. The miracle that appeared that day, was it the heavenly immortal himself? Why didn't you tell me? Yi Fan sighed, exasperated. You didn't ask. His retort was so flawless that Zi Yun could only resort to lecturing him. Important matters must be reported to your master, understand? This is common sense. Seeing his master's outburst before a guest, Yi Fan relented, his tone softening. I understand, master. I'll tell you next time. Jin Su, feeling ignored, sashayed over to Yi Fan, her voice dripping with charm. Taoist Yi, wouldn't you say my performance today qualifies me as the Ziyun sect's greatest ally? Yi Fan, aware of her maneuvering, didn't call her out, instead smoothly changing the subject. That wound is quite deep. It needs immediate attention. However, his words only fueled Jun Su's delusions. He's smitten, she thought, preening inwardly. No man can resist my beauty. Yi Fan, quick to deflect, turned to Ming Bai Cho. Disciple Li, please escort Taoist Jun to the guest quarters for rest and treatment. Ming Bai Cho obediently complied. Yes, master. Jin Su, taken aback, stammered, wait, what? As they walked, Ming Bai Cho gave Jun Su a tour. The guest quarters are over there. Your disciples are also there. If you need anything, just find an outer disciple dressed like me. Lost in her thoughts, Jin Su barely registered his words. I helped the Ziyun sect so much, yet Taoist he shows no gratitude and even has an outer disciple escort me to my quarters. Wait a minute, this outer disciple. He's at the peak of the nascent soul realm. These two are even stronger than Ziyun Jinren. How? She continued to ponder, her face flushing as a new thought struck her. Understand now, this man is Taoist, yet confident, and that sect master, weak and foolish, probably just a puppet Taoist you put in place. As the two walked in relative peace, a colossal azure dragon suddenly materialized in the darkening sky, roaring menacingly. Terrified, both Ming Bai Cho and Jun Su fled for their lives. An azure dragon. The fearsome azure dragon targeted a small, swift hookskin creature, snapping its jaws. But the hookskin, nimble and elusive, danced across the dragon's scales, taunting it. "You can't catch me." Seizing a moment of distraction, the azure dragon lunged, its massive jaws opening wide, intent on swallowing the tiny creature whole. "You're going to die." Just as it was about to successfully absorb the skin, several red projectiles shot out. These projectiles embedded themselves directly into the azure dragon's body, causing it to cry out in pain. The nine-tailed fox quickly ran to Fei Ye's side, exclaiming, "Sister Fei Ye!" Its head's been knocked to the side. She looked at the struggling azure dragon, a mischievous glint in her eyes. "What dragon head? It's all precious treasure. We should bring it all back from master to refine." The azure dragon, overhearing this, was horrified. So that's what's happening. The azure dragon, which had been playing dead, suddenly thought of Fei Yi and was gripped by fear, hatching an escape plan. Damn it, her magical treasure is too powerful. I can't keep pretending to lie here like this. No sooner had the thought formed than it mustered all its strength and soared upwards, bursting through the hole at the top of the cave, sending rocks and debris flying. To pursue it, Fei Yi quickly grabbed her jade coffin, using it like a bizarre flying mount. "It's getting away. It's trying to escape," she cried. Inside the coffin, the heavenly general lay dejectedly, able only to offer constant reminders. "When you find the azure dragon, you have to let me out. You hear?" Fei Yi, focused on the chase, casually replied, "We'll talk about that after I catch it." He could only curse his helplessness, muttering about untrustworthy women. "You tricked me again." After escaping, the azure dragon summoned a storm of rain and thunder above the Ziyan sect. Jinsu, witnessing this, had a foreboding feeling. This is bad. Contrary to her expectations, the azure dragon plummeted downwards, creating a thick cloud of dust. It wept and wailed, pleading for her salvation. "Human cultivator, please spare my life. I'm willing to form a pact with you." Jinsu was stunned. "With me?" Desperate to survive, the azure dragon quickly confirmed, "Yes." Jinsu fell in a deep thought, her face creasing slightly. No wonder there's suddenly a downpour at the Ziyan sect. So it's because of an azure dragon capable of controlling the weather. This is one of the most powerful spirit beasts in the world. If it were to form a pact with a human, that person would be like an immortal from the upper realm. I can't handle this hot potato. Knowing she couldn't handle such a powerful beast, she cleverly declined, shifting the responsibility to Ming Bai Cho. "I'm sorry. I've already formed pacts with many spirit beasts. I don't have enough spiritual energy left to form another one. How about I help you form a pact with this young man? The price is just one of your protective heart scales." Ming Bai Cho was utterly shocked. "What? I can have this huge dragon as a spirit pet?" The azure dragon, looking at the unassuming Ming Bai Cho, hesitated. It turned out Jin Su wasn't being kind at all. She had secretly approached the azure dragon and devised this plan to harm Ming Bai Cho. He's only at the nascent soul stage. Even if you can't overcome this danger, you can still dissolve the pact yourself. The azure dragon's eyes lit up. "So that's how it is." Reassured by Zhan Su's scheme, it stood up, offering its thanks. "Thank you so much." Jin Su, harboring her ulterior motives, continued to urge the azure dragon to form the pact. "Just leave it to me." A short while later, Fei Yi arrived, riding her coffin like an unidentified flying object, crashing to the ground. She looked around, shouting, "Where's the azure dragon? Why did it suddenly disappear?" Good Skin, thanks to its keen sense of smell, tracked the azure dragon's location for her. "It's just up ahead." A lone figure in a dog raced towards the azure dragon, only to find Jun Su and Ming Bai Cho already there. Hu Xian, upon seeing the familiar flash of red, paused, a thought sparking in her mind. Someone dared to steal from her master? They were courting death. Could this be the one who had pursued her spirit pet? Damnable. And there was a nascent soul cultivator, too. Why was she forcing the azure dragon to form a pact with this person? Watching the two figures approach with blazing auras, Jun Su, resigned, decided to take the immediate advantage and leave. After all, she had the heart scale. She hadn't come away empty-handed. The nine-tailed fox, along with Hu Xian, reached Ming Bai Cho. It looked him up and down before exclaiming, "Sister Fei Yi, this person seems to be Master Yi Fan's disciple." Hearing this, Hu Xian eagerly leaped onto Ming Bai Cho, sniffing him. Sister Fox is right. Among his belongings, there's something that belongs to Master. Ming Bai Cho, annoyed by the creature clambering over him, snapped, "Are you Yi Fan's spirit pet?" "No, you're just a stupid dog. Stop sniffing me." Jun Su, her imagination running wild, misinterpreted Hu Xian's words, conjuring inappropriate images of things belonging to Master. Lost in her misguided thoughts, she boldly asked Ming Bai Cho, fellow Taoist Yi, you play rough, don't you? Ming Bai Cho, wrongly accused, could only frantically explain, that's not what you think. Fei Yi, piecing together the conversation, recognized Ming Bai Cho and rushed over with a bright smile. So your senior brother Yi Fan's disciple. It was all a misunderstanding. Ming Bai Cho, quick-witted, immediately expressed remorse. I apologize. This Azure Dragon has a pact with me. Should I break the contract and return it to you? Fei Yi, not particularly attached to the cunning Azure Dragon, waved it off. It's all right, it's all right. I can use the things in the coffin for refinement. This single sentence made both of them wince. The heavenly general, overhearing the mention of the coffin, cried out in fear, and the Azure Dragon trembled alongside him. No, I don't want to see that woman again. Watching the two converse amicably, a thought struck Jin Su, draining the color from her face as the realization dawned. She had just lost a valuable Azure Dragon. Damn it. Elsewhere, Yi Fan stood pensively in the rain, muttering to himself. What can I do to help my sworn brother? What if, oh, that's right, a friend from my past life gave me a recipe for honey flower wine and nectar. I've had a few cups myself. It was truly divine. Proud of his ingenuity, he excitedly began his preparations. When it comes to brewing, borrowing equipment from the alchemy pavilion would be most suitable. Large quantities and ample space. The roof of a pavilion appeared against the darkening sky. Walking through the night, he called out, "Elders, are you there? I've come to borrow some equipment." Preoccupied with finding someone, he failed to notice a pair of hands reaching out to grab him. Elders, Ziyun, having caught him, wrapped her arms tightly around his neck. Finally, I've found my chance. She ran her hands over him, sighing with pleasure, leaving him bewildered. So soft, so comfortable. I love it. Ziyun looked at him as if he were a cat, cuddling and kneading him. A little kitten like you was born to be played with by this elder sister. Yi Fan, stunned by her words, could only stammer. Kitten? Elder Ziyun, what do you think I am? Fueled by the wine, she became utterly wild, her lips puckering and pressing kisses all over his face. A kiss for elder sister, another kiss for elder sister. Her barrage of affectionate, yet invasive, actions left him utterly helpless, terrified, and completely unable to resist. Elder Ziyun, why are you acting like my grandfather who's accidentally taken the wrong medicine? He could only appeal to the most improbable source of help, the check-in system. Help! The check-in system materialized quickly, boasting and prattling on before him as if showing off a trophy. What is it, host? This is the first time you've called me. Do you need my assistance? He looked at the system's smugness with disgust and uttered a few dismissive words. No, I've just had a sudden realization. If I die, find another host to bother. Hearing its master's callous words, the system became distraught. Don't say things like that at a time like this, okay? The chicken, appearing from within the system's space, immediately scolded the foolish check-in system. You idiot, what are you asking the host for? Maybe next year, there will be a little host, it exclaimed, as if suddenly enlightened, its excitement growing with each passing moment. It continued to fantasize. A son inheriting his father's system. That would be so unprofessional. But I'd like it. He glared at the two traders, utterly annoyed. Don't get any ideas. While chaos reigned on this side, Ziyun's eyes twitched uncontrollably, filling her with unease. Strange. Why is my right eyelid twitching? Left for fortune, right for disaster. The thought startled her. She slammed her hand on the table and shouted, "Trouble! Something's happened to my disciple." Elder Ziyun, eyes brimming with affection, showered Yi Fan with kisses. Let elder sister give you another kiss. Then I'll take you to eat dried fish. Ziyun burst into Yi Fan's room, accompanied by Ni and Jinsu. Have you seen my precious disciple? She demanded. She was taken aback to find Elder Ziyun embracing Yi Fan. Elder Ziyun, in turn, asked, Secmaster, you're here. Seeing this, Ziyun flew into a rage and confronted Elder Ziyun. Fang Yuan, what are you doing with my precious disciple? Elder Ziyun replied nonchalantly. Of course, I'm just giving him a little affection, just a little bit. Ziyun, unable to bear it any longer, rushed forward and rapped Elder Ziyun on the head. Affection my foot. Elder Ziyun looked at her in confusion. Secmaster, what happened? Jun Su, observing the scene, chuckled and remarked, no wonder Taoist he doesn't want to leave the Ziyun sect. Meanwhile, I thought this time I must behave well. I can't miss this opportunity. No, wait, I should seize this chance to turn Taoist Yi into my husband. Then, pointing at them, I accuse Yi Fan. As expected, Senior Yi only likes big breasts. They're using this to force Senior Yi to become a spirit slave. Hearing this, Jun Su exclaimed in surprise, Spirit slave? Where did you learn such a strange term? However, Ni and Jun Su soon joined the fray, battling against Elder Ziyun and Ziyun. Jun Su declared, regardless, Taoist Ziyun, I'm here to help you. And I added, I can't let you continue to possess Senior Yi. Ziyun retorted, this is an internal matter of my sect. Outsiders stay out of it. Elder Ziyun, still clinging to Yi Fan, said, if you want to pet a cat, just say so. Why resort to fighting? After the squabble, they plunged into a full-blown brawl. And I cried out, stop fighting. I know I was wrong. Yi Fan finally managed to extricate himself from the chaotic mess. This is a headache. If I had known, I wouldn't have come to the alchemy pavilion alone. Not long after, a peculiar scent wafted through the air, causing the brawling women to pause mid-fight. What's that smell? Smells like sauce? They wondered aloud. Amidst the chaos of their earlier struggle, jars of precious ingredients, dried young too, 1,000-year honey flower, proudly obtained spring water, and 9-flower dew, had shattered on the ground, their contents mingling into a fragrant mess. Yi Fan's eyes fell upon the broken jars. He stepped forward, gathering the fragments, a thoughtful expression on his face. This aroma, it's almost identical to that top-quality brew I had before. If blended correctly, it might be possible to recreate it. Meanwhile, I lay pinned beneath the heap of struggling bodies, crying out, Senior Yi Fan, help me. Yi Fan, his mind preoccupied with the spilled ingredients, glanced at her dismissively. You girls play amongst yourselves, he said coolly. I have more important matters to attend to. Trapped beneath the others, and I finally relented. Fine, I surrender. I won't be oppressed. I'm not even mad anymore. Half a month later, at Immortal Jade Peak, Moffin stealthily crept into a room, his thoughts churning. Those one B-sect people are finally gone. Searching for the Immortal Needle will be much easier now. He rummaged through the room, frustration building with each empty-handed search. Strange, where have those Ziyun sect girls hidden their precious Immortal Needle? No matter, if I don't turn this place upside down today, I won't give up. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a ceramic jar, standing brazenly in plain sight. Moffin picked it up, muttering to himself. They wouldn't hide it in a place like this, would they? Damn, it smells good. Maybe just a sip to see what it's like. He tipped the jar back and gulped down its contents in one long swig. Outside, Renhai strolled alongside Yi Fan. Young friend, Renhai inquired, could you perhaps enlighten me as to your proposed solution? My friend is growing rather impatient with the wait. Yi Fan offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, the longer the wine ages, the better it becomes. It needs at least another half a year. The mention of wine piqued Renhai's interest. Wine? Is your solution to drink wine? Suddenly, a maniacal laugh echoed from within the building. I shall stand atop this world. All shall bow before me. Yi Fan, unfazed, continued his conversation with Renhai. Classic villain monologue. Now, who's in my house? The voice continued, closer now. Let me take a look-see. It was Ma Fun. Overhearing their conversation, he let out a mocking chuckle. Recognizing the voice, Renhai's face darkened with anger. Taiyang Star Sect. Why has he suddenly barged into Ziyun Sect? Ma Fen sneered. Nonsense, soul man. This belongs to me too. The blatant disrespect enraged Renhai, who lunged towards Ma Fun without hesitation. Ma Fun summoned a shadowy energy, roaring, how dare you defy me? If I don't take you down today, I'll change my name to Horstone. Renhai paused, assessing his opponent. Tribulation Realm? No, just the potential of it. With a confident smirk, Ma Fun declared, become another entry in my kill book. Renhai simply raised a hand. An explosion rocked the air. All that remained of Ma Fun was a bloody smear on the wall. Renhai frowned, puzzled. Strange, he was only at the nascent soul realm. How could he exude the pressure of the tribulation realm? And he reeked of alcohol. Yi Fan picked up the empty jar Ma Fun had drained. No wonder that man was so brazen. He snuck in and drank my wine. The word wine caught Renhai's attention. He turned to Yi Fan, his eyes gleaming. Wine? Young friend, if you have any more of that wine, perhaps you could spare some for me? Yi Fan pointed it. I'm afraid that's impossible. The wine is still too strong. It's only been brewing for a little over 10 days. It hasn't had enough time to reach its peak flavor. Hearing this, Renhai grew even more excited. So, it's not even at its best yet. After drinking it, Ma Fun's power was nearly comparable to someone in the tribulation realm. If I drink it, could I attain the power of a Xiantian or even a Jinxian, even for a short time? Renhai knelt down, pleading, young friend, I truly desire to taste your wine. Seeing his desperate plea, Yi Fan relented. If you want to drink it, go ahead. Good wine shouldn't be left waiting. Elsewhere, the check-in system and the bloodlust system were engaged in a hushed conversation. Bloodlust system, the check-in system inquired, did you by any chance drink some wine and cause some trouble again? The bloodlust system retorted, no way. I've been perfectly behaved lately. The check-in system pressed further. Then how can the host's wine have such a potent effect? The bloodlust system mused, perhaps it's not that the wine itself is potent, but that it stimulates the drinker's abilities like some kind of stimulant. Suddenly, a figure materialized, interrupting their discussion. A stimulant, huh? An interesting analogy. I happen to be in need of something like that. The check-in system questioned the newcomer. Who are you? How can you see us? The bloodlust system exclaimed. How can you see me? The check-in system felt a tremor of fear. Something was wrong. This was someone else who wielded a system. Suddenly, the check-in system was attacked. A crimson system, standing beside the mysterious figure, announced. Found her at last, host. She's the final piece of the puzzle. A 75% increase in power for the wielder of the growth system. The check-in system cried out in pain. Growth system? What nonsense are you spouting? Her. The growth system laughed. As expected of a lower-level system. You don't even know the function of your own subsystem. Truly pathetic. The mysterious figure prepared to lunge at Yi Fan, their host. Despite its pain, the check-in system rushed to protect him. You cannot harm my host. It darted behind Yi Fan and yelled, activating time bullet, activating 9th level chrysanthemum shield. Startled, Yi Fan spun around. Ren Hai, astonished, demanded of the mysterious figure, who are you? Why are you attacking this young friend? The figure responded with frustration, blocked again. The check-in system urged Yi Fan, host, we need to work together. These other hosts want to kill you. Yi Fan, still bewildered, questioned, other hosts? Aren't these just actors you hired? The check-in system shrieked, no. The mysterious figure observed Yi Fan, unfazed by danger. A courageous host indeed. I suppose I should show you some of my true power. Ren Hai warned Yi Fan, young friend, be careful. This person is very strong. The figure spoke softly. Transformation. The growth system announced. Berserker Knight. Logging in. 10 hosts. Prepare for battle. A red energy enveloped the mysterious figure as the growth system counted down. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Transform. The transformation complete, the figure was clad in armor resembling a superhero's. The growth system warned its host, remember, we're illegal immigrants here. We can't kill the natives. The figure replied casually, understood. Yifan, impressive, commented, amazing. The check-in system, frantic, cried out, host. Is this a time to admire the show? If we don't fight back, we'll die. Ren Hai leaped to attack the mysterious figure, telling Yi Fan, young friend, allow me to test this opponent's strength for you. But with a single blow, the figure sent Ren Hai flying back towards the mountain behind them. The enhancement system scoffed, see? Pathetic. This is the true power of my host. The check-in system retorted, you're just relying on an obedient host. And besides, you just said you couldn't kill natives. So, you're a black market system, aren't you? The enhancement system bristled with rage. Damn it, don't call me a black market system. Host, help me kill it. I'll give you a Hao Yin great ruler sword. Hearing this, the mysterious figure agreed. Interesting proposition. The mysterious figure began to channel a violet energy, declaring, now, I will make you and your host vanish from this world. Countless clones of him materialized, chanting in unison, die. The check-in system anxiously created a shield. Host, please be careful. Yi Fan, his expression unchanged, simply said, let him try to kill me. The check-in system, seeing his nonchalance, was speechless. Aren't you going to dodge? Forget it. Wait a moment. System, activate defense. The check-in system then unleashed its explosive star, level 7. The shield absorbed a barrage of damage. 32, 515, 165, 1, 345, 367, 964, 367, 4, 636, 778, 645, 357, and finally, 5,843,888. After withstanding this onslaught, the shield shattered. The mysterious figure laughed. This is the consequence of opposing me. The check-in system lay on the ground, groaning. That hurt. Unfazed, Yi Fan asked, how bad is it? The check-in system replied, my health bar of over 2 million just lost 300,000. 300,000. Hearing this, the mysterious figure, enraged, prepared another attack. Damn, this system is tough. Even if you're resistant to damage, how long can you last against me? You might survive 7 or 8 times, but can you survive a 10th? A dark red energy coalesced around a talisman the mysterious figure had produced. He grinned. I have plenty more tricks on my sleeve. This is your end. But before he could unleash the attack, the talisman was sliced in two. The mysterious figure looked up in shock. What? Ice prison. The profligate system appeared, radiating an aura of cool indifference. Which backwater system are you? How dare you bully a member of the official registry? The bloodthirsty system stood beside her, glaring at the two. The profligate system continued her interrogation. And you even dared to bully my junior? The check-in system, tears welling up, cried out, profligate system, you came to save me. The profligate system's voice dripped with exasperation. Save you? You tricked me last time. Pay back the luck points you owe me. The check-in system chuckled nervously. I spent them all. The profligate system exploded. Really? You're always causing trouble for me. You almost got my previous host killed. Living with you is like living with my mother. The check-in system shouted. Host, fellow systems, did you hear that? From now on, she's our mother. The profligate system yelled, watch your mouth. The mysterious figure and the enhancement system, witnessing this bickering, whispered to each other. They're ignoring us, the figure said. She's a high-ranking system. Who knows how strong she is? The enhancement system replied, she's definitely a formidable opponent. He drew his sword. Then the best defense is a good offense. Let's strike before she can react. The enhancement system agreed. A series of power-ups activated. Supersonic speed upgrade, Phoenix dance protection, high-level energy shield, ice armor, mastery of 10 weapons. Empowered by these enhancements, the mysterious figure lunged forward. He instructed the enhancement system, go ahead and attack. Cover me. It readily agreed. Roger. The profligate system glanced back, observing the others charging in, and remarked, there's an unspoken understanding between master and servant. She effortlessly opened a black hole, startling the mysterious figure who was rushing forward at full speed. Damn it, I can't stop. He plunged headlong into the black hole. Inside, there was only blackness, nothing else. The enhancement system asked, where are we? The mysterious figure, addressing it, questioned, system? How do we get out of here? The profligate system, standing outside, called to them, you can't get out. Her image appeared above them. The skill she had just used was Superstar Master, Natural Disaster Imprisonment. The mysterious figure was astonished. Superstar Master? A system even stronger than the central system? How can I encounter such a system? The profligate system replied, naturally, it's because of your reckless waste of system resources. He retorted, you call that a reason? She enlarged herself, grabbed the enhancement system, and commanded, release your transformation, Gemstone Knight. The profligate system opened a black hole, dragged out both the mysterious figure and the enhancement system, and announced to those outside, the trouble has been dealt with. The check-in system praised her. No wonder you're a humanoid system. Your power far surpasses ours. You are truly our goddess. Hearing this, the profligate system urged, I like hearing that. Tell me more. Then she looked over and asked Yi Fan, you're Yi Fan, right? How are things progressing with your master? There's a certain individual named Yi Feng who has 2 children with Master Luo Tianxue. Hearing this, he wondered, why do you care about my affairs? My master and I are completely innocent. She replied, the host of the spending system, Xiao Yu, is also completely pure with her master. The profligate system proposed, do you want me to help you reach the pinnacle of life? If you bind yourself to me, I can even help you obtain the goddess of creation. The check-in system angrily shouted at her, profligate system, you're so wicked. How dare you try to steal my host? He belongs to me. Yi Fan rejected both of them. Get lost. I don't need either of you. The profligate system said aloud, what a pity, while inwardly thinking, someone actually rejected me in this lifetime. What a troublesome man. I'll have to investigate this thoroughly when I return. The enhancement system, lying on the ground, thought no one cares about me. This is my chance to escape. Sorry, host, but I don't want to be destroyed by the central system. It began to fly away. The bloodlust system, seeing this, yelled, oh no. It tried to run. It opened a rift and looked back disdainfully. Want to catch me? Too late. The profligate system calmly widened her eyes and cast a time-stopping spell. Not long after, the enhancement system found itself in the grasp of the profligate system. Terrified, it stammered, How did you do that? Why am I in your hands? The check-in system, equally astonished, exclaimed, how did you manage that? Just a glance and it's yours. The profligate system simply smiled. It's a secret. She held the enhancement system aloft, as if preparing to tear it in two. Aren't you supposed to be good at escaping? And yet you abandoned your host. The enhancement system, trembling, threatened. You can't kill me. I'll report this to the Grand System Arbiter. The profligate system scoffed. Report all you want. With a ripping sound, the enhancement system was torn asunder. The check-in system and the bloodlust system watched aghast. The profligate system offered a chip to the check-in system. Here, this is for you. The check-in system, surprised, asked, a chip? Why are you being so nice to me? The profligate system replied, acquiring its data will help you, and your host will be able to repay his debts in the future. The check-in system pleaded, please, don't mention the debts again. Witnessing the events unfold, Yi Fan was reminded of his past lives. Systems truly are unreliable, he mused. Even a covert host will be betrayed at the crucial moment. The profligate system created a spatial portal and pulled the remains of the mysterious figure through it. I'm taking this time traveler back, she announced. If anything comes up, let me know. The check-in system chirped, understood, mother. Before departing, the profligate system poked her head back through the portal, her voice laced with exasperation. Don't call me mother. A few minutes later, Yi Fan approached Run Hai, who was lying unconscious on the ground. Wake up, he said. The floor is cold. You'll catch a chill. Run Hai jolted awake, fear etched on his face. What about that powerful being? Where did he go? Yi Fan reassured him. The matter has been resolved. He won't be coming back. Run Hai, astonished, asked, by whom? Who did it? Is there another powerful cultivator in the Azure Cloud sect? Meanwhile, in a distant location, a colossal creature stirred. Fellow disciples began to murmur amongst themselves. Hey, have you heard? The 10,000 Beasts sect has been tampering with the monster meat. They claim to deliver 10 pounds, but it's actually only 4. The storage is more than half empty now. How can that be? Doesn't the Grand Elder know? The steward probably has some excuse. Panic began to spread. That's not all. Last night, I woke up to use the privy, and I saw a monster dozens of feet tall at the sect gates. You're making things up. If that were true, I'd cut off my own head. A monster that big sneaking into the sect to steal meat? That's ridiculous. The following week, at Immortal Jade Peak, Yi Fan asked Ziyun, incredulous, "You're saying our monster meat reserves have hit rock bottom?" Ziyun confirmed, yes. Ever since the reserves dwindled, the disciples have been complaining nonstop. They say no meat, no joy. No meat to eat is like death itself. Ren Hai entered and announced, "Young friend, I've investigated these past few days. Absolutely no strangers have entered or left the sect. For the monster meat to vanish like this, it's highly likely a plot by the 10,000 Beast sect." Ziyun, unfamiliar with Ren Hai, wondered, who is this person? Why are there always unfamiliar faces around my precious disciple? Hearing this, Yi Fan said, "If there isn't enough monster meat, the barbecue will have to be postponed for a few days." Ziyun continued, bringing up another issue. Today, during the 10,000 Beast sect's daily delivery, Zhen Su and Ni suddenly appeared. Zhen Su said, "Fellow Taoist Yi, I'm back." And Ni said, "Senior, it's been a while." Ziyun, bristling with anger, shouted at Zhen Su, "Sect leader Zhen, are you in such a hurry? Why haven't you informed me about the Ziyun sect's arrival? Did you come here to deliver goods personally? Don't you have anyone to do this for you?" Zhen Su chuckled and replied, "Fellow Taoist, don't joke. I am the sect leader, after all. Naturally, I have business here." And I presented a small pouch and said, "Senior, I have something for you." Yi Fan asked, "What is this?" She replied, "It's a protective amulet I made myself." Ziyun, seeing this, fumed. "You little brat, trying to get away with such a paltry gift." Ziyun turned back to Zhen Su. "Sect leader Zhen, what is the real reason for your visit? If it's just to accompany your disciple to deliver a protective amulet, then please leave quickly." Zhen Su answered, "Actually, there's a small matter. It concerns the Great Liang Kingdom. My disciple, from the Great Liang, was originally betrothed to the 7th prince. However, she broke off the engagement." Upon hearing this, Ziyun said, "If that's the case, it's easy to resolve. Although the Great Liang Kingdom harbors a number of cultivators, it's essentially a mortal dynasty. They wouldn't dare provoke our sect." She then added, "Later, we discovered that a former emperor of Great Liang had embarked on the path of cultivation, achieved tribulation transcendence, and even attained enlightenment and ascended. Recently, he returned to Donghuang." Hearing this, Ren Hai chuckled softly, prompting Yi Fan to ask, "Brother Ren, what are you laughing about?" Ren Hai explained, "It's because he's a cultivator emperor. The ancestor of the Great Liang overcame the heavenly tribulation and has just returned to Donghuang." Yi Fan casually remarked, "If one day he decides to raise an army against our 10,000 Beast sect, we'll be in big trouble." Ziyun retorted angrily, "Isn't this something your disciple brought upon herself? Why involve the Ziyun sect?" Suddenly, Zhen Su pointed at Yi Fan and said, "Naturally, we're here to seek fellow Taoist Ye's assistance." Yi Fan, perplexed, asked, "Huh? How can I help?" Zhen Su explained, "Fellow Taoist Ye's strength is unparalleled in the lower realm. If you accompany me to the Great Liang, I believe the matter can be easily resolved." Yi Fan sighed, "But I don't want to go out." And I rushed to Yi Fan and pleaded, "Senior, can you bear to see me forced to marry a man in his 40s or 50s? Hearing this, Ziyun thought to herself, "Only 40 or 50? Isn't that still quite young?" Zhen Su whispered to Ziyun, "Let fellow Taoist Yi go. If something were to happen to Liang, fellow Taoist, Yi might develop a heart demon tribulation." Ren Hai chimed in, "Young friend, I'm quite familiar with the Great Liang. It's truly a wonderful place with beautiful scenery, bustling cities, cultural wonders, and delicious food. A trip to the Great Liang wouldn't be a bad idea." Finding the argument persuasive, Yi Fan said, "It's true that I haven't been out for a while." Zhen Su, delighted, said, "So, fellow Taoist Yi, it's settled then." Ziyun, however, was inwardly fuming. Despicable, trying to lure my precious disciple away with the threat of a heart demon tribulation. Yet, she couldn't refuse. There are too many trivial matters in the sect. Even if I went to the Great Liang, I wouldn't be of much help. What should I do? Just then, Zibing entered. Are the people from the 10,000 Beasts sect here? Ziyin pulled her aside and said, "My eldest disciple, you've arrived at the perfect time. Go with your junior brother on a trip to the Great Liang." She then recounted the entire situation to Zibing. After finishing the story, Ziyin asked, "Eldest disciple, do you still remember the task I entrusted to you?" Zibing replied, "Master, I assure you I will not fail in my mission." Ziyin turned to Yifan and said, "Precious disciple, if things get too difficult in the Great Liang, remember to come back early." He replied, "I understand, master." The ship began its journey. Yifan stood on the ship's deck, gazing down with a despondent sigh. "I want to go back to the Azure Cloud sect," he muttered. The three women on board, Zibing, and Jun Su, gathered around him, their faces etched with concern. Zibing, his junior sister, inquired gently, "Little junior brother, why do you look so pale? Are you poisoned?" Jun Su added, "Is fellow Taoist Yi feeling unwell?" And I, ever attentive, chimed in, "Senior, is there anything I can do to help?" His melancholy, however, stemmed not from illness, but from the incessant pestering of the check-in system and the bloodlust system. "Host," the check-in system announced, "you are currently at a high altitude. This is altitude sickness, a condition that only mortals experience." The bloodlust system, brandishing a vial, declared, "Host, I have already lessened the burden on your body. Would you like to use the system's special medicine?" Yifan snapped, "Get lost. I don't need any of the junk you offer." Unfazed by his rejection, the bloodlust system, accustomed to such rebuffs, sighed, "Host is truly stubborn." The check-in system echoed, "Host is always like this." Suddenly, a tempestuous squall erupted, causing I to cry out, "A demonic wind." Yifan too exclaimed, "A storm." Zibing, however, sent something more ominous. "Little junior brother," she shouted, "this isn't a storm. I sense the pressure of the upper realm." He looked towards the heavens, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. "This scene seems familiar. Could it be another immortal from the upper realm?" The check-in system confirmed his suspicions. "Host, you are correct. Above is a heavenly immortal. A breathtakingly beautiful woman descended from the swirling clouds." Yifan's eyes widened in astonishment. "Why is it her?" he breathed. The other women gasped, captivated by the celestial being. "An immortal? She truly is an immortal." The woman, seemingly unburdened by the trials of the mortal realm, beamed upon seeing him. She rushed towards him, throwing herself into his arms. "Senior," she pleaded, "please help me." The other women stared in stunned silence. Zibing cried out, "Little junior brother." Jian Su was equally speechless, gaping at the scene. "Fellow Taoist Yi," and I, her mouth forming a perfect O, stammered, You know an immortal?" "Ye fam did it. Beijing did it. I'm just a mortal. Why does everyone want my help?" As if reading his thoughts, the profligate system interjected, "Host, you have us." Just then, several figures descended from the sky, their faces contorted in rage. "Found her! She's there!" they roared. The check-in system, puzzled, asked, "Why do they all look identical?" The bloodlust system chimed in, "Aren't they the heavenly generals defeated by the profligate system?" Yifan offered a dry observation. "Or maybe they're triplets?" Huang Ru clung tightly to Yifan, her voice desperate. "Senior, save me." He couldn't help but wonder, "Don't your knees hurt?" She looked up at him, her eyes pleading. "Senior, please help me just this once. I'm willing to be your ox and your horse for the rest of my life." And I gasped at her words. "Be his ox and horse? My sisters taught me. Isn't that offering one's body?" Seeing Huang Ru's desperation, Yifan relented. All right, I understand. Just stop pulling on my pants." The heavenly generals boomed, their voices filled with righteous indignation. "Huang Ru, you have escaped from the upper realm countless times. This crime is extremely serious, and you colluded with the lower realm. You deserve death. Plotting to assassinate a heavenly general is even more unforgivable. This time, you will wish you were dead." Huang Ru protested. "Heavenly generals, it wasn't me. I didn't kill anyone. I don't know anything." The bloodlust system piped up. "I didn't do it either. I even spared his life." The heavenly generals drew their swords, their voices ringing with finality. "Huang Ru, you are sentenced to death." A beam of light pierced the clouds, illuminating the small ship below. And Zibing pulled Yifan along, urging him, "Junior brother, that's heavenly lightning. We need to get out of here. If we stay here, we're dead." Meanwhile, Huang Ru clung to him, pleading, "Senior, don't go. You can definitely defeat them." A boom echoed as two heavenly generals were obliterated. It turned out the bloodlust system had conjured a rocket launcher and blasted the two generals to smithereens. It boasted, "Host, look, I took care of it." The check-in system chimed in. "Are you really the chicken blood system? You said it was a 5-fold increase, but the result is a power boost and rocket launcher proficiency." Zi Bing and Huang Ru gaped in astonishment. Zi Bing stammered, "Defeated, just like that?" Huang Ru exclaimed, "Junior brother, I never knew you were so powerful." Yi Fan shrugged, "I had nothing to do with it." And I looked around, asking, "Where's my master?" Zi Bing replied, "I think he ran away." Yi Fan, remembering Huang Ru's earlier plight, asked, "Speaking of which, weren't you running away earlier? Why did you come back to the lower realm?" She answered, "Because the number of heavenly generals in the upper realm has increased significantly. Moreover, my current strength has greatly diminished. Returning to the upper realm would be suicide. When the heavenly generals pursued me, I made a daring decision in that moment of desperation." Zi Bing, intrigued, asked, "Diminished strength?" And I continued to wander around, calling out for her master. Huang Ru began to explain, "I divided my soul and immortal energy into 7 parts, hiding them within magical artifacts and scattering those artifacts far and wide. If I die, I can be reborn like the old man in the ring." She continued, "I don't know if it was luck or not, but the heavenly general's first attack didn't kill me. I fell into a lake for several 100,000 years. My remaining power is only a 10th of what it once was." Yi Fan, puzzled, remarked, "Why does your situation sound more like Voldemort and his Horcruxes? Or, more accurately, the 7 Dragon Balls?" Suddenly, he pulled something out of his pocket. Misinterpreting his action, Huang Ru shrieked, "Senior, you want to undress here? This is a public place. It's not appropriate." He held up an ornate hairpin and asked, "What are you talking about? Is this hairpin yours?" Huang Ru joyfully took the hairpin, her voice filled with gratitude. "My hairpin. It was in your possession, senior. How did you know?" Yi Fan replied, "It was payment for the fare. Figuring out it belonged to you wasn't difficult." She focused her power on the hairpin. "Thank goodness. My soul and immortal energy haven't dissipated too much." And I marveled, "The immortal? She's become stronger." Huang Ru replied cheerfully, "Don't you worry. Once I retrieve a few more artifacts, I'll be a true heavenly immortal again." Yi Fan, remembering his earlier question, asked, "What did you do wrong in the upper realm? Why did you have to risk your life and descend to the lower realm?" Her expression turned somber. "It's a long story. It all started with our immortal emperor." Huang Ru began her tale. "In the past, our immortal emperor was a benevolent ruler, rarely interfering in the affairs of the major immortal sections. He established a single principle to maintain the balance of resources in the upper realm. Excessive birth leads to no birth. Excessive consumption leads to only one birth. However, for some unknown reason, the immortal emperor's personality changed. He began frantically building his army to attack the demon clan. This war lasted for hundreds of years, and all the talented youths of the upper realm perished because of it. And so, because of this, the population of the upper realm is quite sparse. A large number of copies will appear on the screen," Huang Ru explained. "The immortal emperor has demanded that all immortals quickly marry. Otherwise, he will arrange marriages by force." She sat down dejectedly, adding bitterly, "I've been in the upper realm for tens of thousands of years, and I haven't found anyone I like. If the immortal emperor arranges a marriage for me, who knows who I'll be forced to marry? After much deliberation, the only way to survive is to escape to the lower realm." And I took Huang Ru's hand and said, "Immortal sister, I understand you completely. I also don't want to marry a stranger for no reason." Huang Ru asked in surprise, "Young friend, you too?" Yi Fan, curious, asked, "What happens if you don't have children after marriage?" Huang Ru jumped up, shouting, startling Yi Fan. "Then the consequences are even more severe. He'll send a group of heavenly generals to surround you and do everything in their power to get you pregnant." Meanwhile, Zhen Su hid, eavesdropping on their conversation. She suddenly jumped out, covering Huang Ru's mouth. "Immortal, it's best not to talk about this. My disciple is still a child." And I, seeing her, asked, "Master, you were eavesdropping?" Hearing this, Yi Fan commented, "This immortal emperor sounds like someone who's been possessed by a transmigrator. An army of identical heavenly generals. It's like cloning." Ren Hai addressed Yi Fan, "Young friend, we're approaching the great Liang kingdom." Looking down, everyone gasped. The sprawling capital city stretched out beneath them. Entering the city, and I exclaimed, "What a prosperous nation. So this is the great Liang kingdom." Renhai pointed to the side. Young friend, I must take my leave now. Please enjoy your stay here. Yifan asked, where are you going? Renhai replied thoughtfully, I'm going to prepare a gift for you, young friend. I hope you like it. Yifan approached a steamed bun stall and asked the vendor, how much are these buns? The vendor, lying down sleepily, mumbled, 600 spirit stones each. Zibing, hearing the price, exclaimed, that's so expensive. And besides, we're broke. Where we get spirit stones? Huangru asked, isn't 600 spirit stones quite cheap? The vendor opened his eyes and, seeing Yifan, was startled. Yifan, in turn, looked at him with a flicker of recognition. You're Erbai, he blurted, terrified, and scrambled back inside. All the buns are yours. See you later. Zhen Su rushed over and grabbed Erbai by the scruff of his neck. Look at you. You've crossed paths with young friend Yifan before, haven't you? Well, you're not going anywhere. Erbai pleaded, Great Master, I was wrong. I won't do it again. Zibing pulled Jin Su back. Daoist Zhen, don't be so rough. Let's first ask what happened. Meanwhile, Yifan, munching on a bun, watched the drama unfold. Erbai, sweating profusely, explained, because the seventh prince, he was touched by an immortal. It means he's favored by an immortal, destined to become one himself. And someone revealed that this immortal is likely the immortal emperor of the Great Liang Kingdom. He returned to the lower realm to bestow benefits upon his descendants. Yifan asked Wang Ru, is there such a thing? She replied, it's possible, but I've only touched cats and dogs, so I'm not sure they'll become immortals. Erbai added, to attract the attention of the immortals, a large number of cultivators have flocked to the Great Liang Kingdom. Now, most of the capital is made up of cultivators. Zibing said to Erbai, then your buns shouldn't be so expensive. He explained, I also think it's too expensive, but it's an order from the Emperor of Great Liang. And who knows what that heavenly slaughter sect female cultivator. He stood up and continued. It's clear she wanted to marry the seventh prince, but the female cultivator regretted the marriage and ran away. Then the seventh prince went mad. So the Emperor of Great Liang levied a tax on all cultivators. Hearing this, Ni and Zhen Su were furious. It's the heavenly slaughter sect, isn't it? Yifan asked him. They've already collected taxes, so why raise the prices? Erbai explained, because a chi condensation stage expert cured the seventh prince, becoming his eunuch. He suggested raising prices to fill the national treasury. But everyone knows the money went straight into his own pockets. It's all because of that female cultivator. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. And Jin Su glared at him, making him wonder, strange, why is my back so cold all of a sudden? Seeing their expressions, everyone was puzzled. Jin Su declared, let's go. Since my 10,000 bees sect started this, I'll go to the Great Liang Court as sect master. Fellow Daoist Yi, please join me tomorrow. And I added, Senior, only you can help me find her. Yifan said, I don't think I can help, but if I go to the palace, I can probably learn a lot of delicious palace dishes. And I asked, so you've agreed then? Erbai suddenly interjected, can I come too? Jin Su, enraged, forced him to his knees. No, kneel down for me, you damned brat. He reluctantly complied. All right. They proceeded into the palace. Countless paintings hung inside. Yifan wondered, so many beautiful paintings and such a strong floral scent. Is this seventh prince some kind of narcissist? Zibing picked up a painting and asked, but why are all these paintings covered with veils and hats? And I asked, Master, where's the immortal? Zhen Su replied, she went to rest on the flying ship. Someone in the palace announced, Emperor Liang, seventh prince, arriving. Looking at the veiled figure before them. And I thought, embarrassed, is that the seventh prince? He's so handsome. Zhen Su bowed respectfully. Emperor of Great Liang, seventh prince, I have come regarding the incident with the 10,000 bees sect. This spatial ring contains 30,000 high-grade spirit stones as a token of apology. Moffin stepped forward and instructed the seventh prince, just do as I say later. And I said shyly, I apologize. It's all my fault. I'm willing to fight to compensate the Great Liang Kingdom. The seventh prince replied, Lady Situ, you needn't blame yourself. This is due to my own insecurities. She blushed. Seventh prince. Yifan wondered, Your Highness, why do you wear a veil and hood even within your own palace? He politely replied, This humble prince feels unsightly and fears my true appearance would frighten all the esteemed seniors. And I reassured him, Seventh prince, you jest. Cultivators cultivate their minds. How could they be frightened by mere appearances? You should take them off. He joked, If the fairy wishes to see my true face, she must marry me. Hearing this, she was flustered. This Meanwhile, the check-in system and the bloodlust system fumed. Why is this guy so secretive? I'll uncover it for the host. Flip that veil. The bloodlust system rushed forward and snatched the seventh prince's veil. The veil flew away on the wind. A hideous face was revealed. He cried, "My face covering. Lady Situ, wait while I find my face covering." And I was utterly shocked. But the seventh prince, abandoning all shame, declared, "Forget it, young lady. You'd best just fulfill your promise and marry me." She kicked the seventh prince in the face, sending his head smashing into the ceiling with a sickening thud. From below, the emperor cried out in alarm. "My son!" Ma Fan roared, audacious. He then commanded his soldiers to attack. "How dare you sneak attack the Prince of Great Liang? Seize them!" The soldiers surged forward, weapons raised. Zhen Su challenged Ma Fan. "Why are you here? And you, people of the Sun Spirit sect, what gives you the right to command the cultivators of the royal city?" Meanwhile, Yi Fan mused to himself. "I thought this brat was already hanged." Ma Fan retorted, "Sect Master Zhen, I am currently the national teacher of Great Liang. Isn't it perfectly normal for me to command the cultivators? You came to visit the seventh prince and injured him. If you don't give Great Liang an explanation today, none of you will leave easily." The soldiers began to deploy the Great Liang Nation Protecting Formation. A shimmering barrier began to materialize. Zhen Su exclaimed, "The Nation Protecting Formation? This is clearly the 6-een profound wind formation of your sect." Yi Fan wondered, "What the hell are they doing? There's a dark cloud hovering over my head. I wonder if it's going to soak me to the bone." Ma Fan sneered, "Keep acting tough. Let's see how long you last." As the formation activated, Zi Bing sensed her spiritual power being sealed, and I thought in confusion, "Why can't I use my spiritual power?" Ma Fan addressed the archers. "So, you've all become mortals now, haven't you? Archers, prepare." A shout of "Stop!" rang out, and the arrows, mid-flight, were sliced clean through. It was Renhai. Ma Fan, still slightly intoxicated, squinted at him. "Who are you? Wait a minute, you look familiar." Renhai bellowed, "I'm the 5th Emperor of Great Liang. Renhai, I command you to cease this at once." Ma Fan paled, his bravado instantly evaporating. A void transformation immortal? Incredible. Great Liang actually has an immortal? But that was just a lie I made up to control the cultivators around Great Liang. I never thought he actually existed. The current emperor shouted, "You claim to be our ancestor? Why should I believe you? Who are you anyway?" The seventh prince, equally disbelieving, yelled, "Just saying a few words doesn't mean we have to stop." Anticipating their disbelief, Renhai declared, "If you want proof, then feel the bloodline of your ancestor. The bloodline of the dawn." Suddenly, two figures in the distance burst into flames, their clothes disintegrating. They shrieked, "My clothes! They're melting!" But the emperor and the seventh prince stood there, bewildered. "Why don't I feel anything? This must be some kind of cultivator trickery." Renhai was equally puzzled. Strange. Why did only those two feel the bloodline? Could it be that the bloodline of the others is too thin? Yi Fan offered a chillingly logical suggestion. Or is it possible that they aren't actually related to you? The system chimed in, unfurling a long scroll. After checking, this current imperial family is basically unrelated to him. According to calculations, that emperor was cuckolded about 2,300 years ago. Or maybe the imperial liver underwent some kind of mutation. It offered its condolences. "My deepest regrets." Renhai lamented, "How could this be? The throne of my Ren family, stolen by another." Ma Fan shrieked, "This man is incredibly dangerous. Seize him at once." His subordinates immediately balked. "Do you think we're fools? He's a Vu Hoa, immortal. Even if he's not a true immortal, we're still no match for him. National teacher, stop your blathering. If you're so brave, you go first." A thunderous roar split the air. Suddenly, a gigantic red eye, nestled within a gaping maw, materialized. It slammed against the barrier. With a single blow, the formation shattered. "Ma Fan est subordinate paniqued." Damn it, who the hell is that? Help! Someone quickly reinforced the formation. Hearing this, the women with Yi Fan rejoiced. The formation is broken. Yi Fan recognized it as the Great Black Lizard. It breathed fire downwards. The arrogant Ma Fan from moments before was now reduced to pathetically begging for his life. "Sect Master Zhen, save me. I swear I'll never be your enemy again. Please, save me." Zhen Su refused. "I don't know what kind of fire this is, so I can't save you." Ma Fan knelt, pleading, "Sect Master Zhen, I truly know I was wrong." He remained frozen, unable to act. Seeing this, the emperor cried out, "The national teacher is dead." The humiliated royal family and nobles knelt, calling out to Renhai. Yi Fan's ancestral figure, observing this, remarked, "Old friend, your descendants are calling for you." He retorted angrily, "I'm not your ancestor. You are not of the same bloodline as our Ren family. I have no obligation to protect you, much less any obligation to protect Great Liang. From this moment forward, Great Liang's life or death is of no concern to me." Renhai led Yi Fan away, saying, "Young friend, I apologize for letting you witness such horrors. I will treat you to a meal at Xiange." Yi Fan replied regretfully, "I guess I won't be having any palace cuisine today." Oh well. The royal family and nobles continued to call out to their ancestor. Ma Fan's subordinates surrounded them, shouting, "What great Liang? Bullshit, it's all a lie. You order us around, acting like you're better than everyone else. If your Liang kingdom has no connection to the immortal fate, then don't blame us for showing no respect." The emperor paled, knowing it was over. Utterly and completely over. A figure riding a dragon in the sky spoke. "Great Black, my wounds are beyond healing. You must go on without me." The dragon replied, "Dear friend, what are you saying? We finally defeated that false Taoist who, and now you tell me to go on alone?" The figure was revealed to be Yi Fan, now gravely wounded. He produced a pill and said, "This world is about to be destroyed by him." He handed the pill to the dragon. "This world-destroying fire pearl. I return it to you." Then Yi Fan plunged into the sea. The dragon could only watch as Yi Fan disappeared beneath the waves, calling out, "Dear friend." The last thing it saw was the splash as Yi Fan plummeted. The dragon, frantic, dove into the water, desperately trying to save him. "Yi Fan, dear friend," it cried, searching amongst the predatory fish below. Despite its efforts, it couldn't find him. The dragon roared in anguish, "Where are you?" It was then that Yi Fan awoke from his nightmare. The aroma of steamed buns roused him from sleep. And I, seeing Yi Fan stir, inquired, "Senior, you're awake?" Yi Fan, disoriented, asked, "Where is your master?" And I, munching on a bun, replied, "She said there was an internal conflict in Great Liang last night. The cultivators established their own sects, and, as righteous cultivators, were supposed to collect taxes from them, but they refused. Are you still seasick, Senior?" Yi Fan responded, "Ah, I'm fine now." Having just spoken, his face paled, and he promptly vomited, admitting, "All right, I am seasick." "What happened outside?" "Brother Wu, this boat is too dangerous." Renhai entered, asking, "Who's steering this ship?" Yi Fan inquired, "Senior Ren, weren't you just in secluded meditation?" Suddenly, realization dawned on him. "Wait, Brother Ren, you're not steering. Then who is?" It turned out Huang Ru was at the helm, steering with evident enthusiasm. "Steering a ship is so much fun. I think I hit something again." Zi Bing reassured her, "It's probably just a big bird. Keep steering." Huang Ru asked, "Taoist Zi, where are we going next?" Zi Bing consulted the compass. Then, with a puzzled expression, she admitted, "I don't understand this thing at all. It just keeps spinning. Should we follow Master's teachings? Hold the light above, survey the troops below, hold the spear to the left, and stretch the bow to the right." One dared to speak, the other dared to believe. Huang Ru asked, "Wait, where are we?" Despite her confusion, Zi Bing confidently declared, "Northeast." Huang Ru, trusting, replied, "All right." The back door opened, and Renhai entered, saying, "You too, stop steering and look outside." Renhai added, "We're surrounded." Huang Ru and Zi Bing were astonished. Outside, the sky was blood red, dominated by 3 moons, and teeming with dark, flying creatures. Yi Fan asked, "Senior sister, where did you go? Is this still the Eastern Wastelands?" Zi Bing, embarrassed, mumbled, "I'm so sorry, I just got a little lost." Huang Ru addressed the creatures above. "May I ask you, fellow Taoists, why are you blocking our ship?" They responded in an unintelligible language. Zi Bing translated. He says, "Our ship was going too fast and crashed into the wormhole they just opened." The creature continued in the strange tongue, and Zi Bing continued to translate. He says, "Our ship went straight into their vanguard formation and smashed right into the center. As a result, their plan to sneak attack the northern region will be delayed by several days." The two began to argue. Zi Bing, not only mimicking the voice, but also the expressions, exclaimed, "Righteous cultivators, I've had enough of you." The creature retorted angrily, "Just translate. Don't imitate our voices." Seeing her like this, Yi Fan was curious. "Elder sister Zi Bing, how do you understand what they're saying?" She replied cheerfully, "When I was cultivating years ago, I got lost in the northern wastelands. I fought these outer realm evil spirits every day, so I can understand them perfectly. Their individual strength is so weak, I just stayed there. I cultivated from the golden core stage all the way to the nascent soul stage." Hearing this, he said, "Fighting every day and still having time to cultivate? Elder sister, you truly are a master of both the pen and the sword." Zi Bing, engrossed in conversation, replied, "Oh, it's nothing at all. How could I compare to a monstrously talented junior brother like you?" Lost in their banter, they failed to notice the dark creatures swarming towards them. Huang Ru called out a warning. "Careful, they're attacking." A gigantic goldfish materialized, conjured by Huang Ru using her hairpin and the carp's leap technique. When the creature was struck, it dissipated, only to reform moments later. Those on the ship were astonished. "How can it not die?" Huang Ru wondered aloud. "They can actually withstand my attacks." Zi Bing advised, "It's useless. If the attacks are too dispersed, even the strongest martial arts won't kill them. Zi Bing then shouted, "We have to cut them into even smaller pieces." She then unleashed the myriad transformations technique, sending demonic energy swirling in all directions. Ren Hai praised her, "Little friend, no wonder you were able to hold your own in the northern wastelands." Huang Ru also complimented her, "Fellow Taoist, this technique must be your own creation, right? Could you perhaps teach it to me someday?" Zi Bing responded modestly, "You two seniors flatter me." Suddenly, a spatial rift opened behind them. Yi Fan, noticing it, exclaimed, "There's a wormhole behind us." Seeing it, Ren Hai cried out, "That's the northern wastelands. The wormhole is closing. We have to get out of here now." From within the rift, the creature emerged once more, this time capable of speech. "You won't escape." A swarm of grotesque creatures surged onto their ship, prompting Zi Bing to yell, "There are too many. We can't possibly destroy them all." Everyone began attacking the dark creatures. And I used talismans. Ren Hai unleashed powerful punches. Huang Ru used the power of her hairpin, conjuring a massive lotus blossom that obliterated the creatures in its path. But it was futile. As one wave fell, another rose. Seeing them swarm, Zi Bing said in exasperation, "They're relentless." And I sighed, "What do we do? I'm almost out of explosive destruction talismans." Ren Hai added, "They're incredibly difficult to deal with. We have to break their bodies down into tiny pieces. We have a more pressing matter at hand. We need to get out of this hellish place first." Huang Ru addressed the others. "There has to be another way. Look at them. The evil spirits don't dare attack Senior Ren Hai. He has the power to kill a heavenly general. These insignificant spirits will surely be destroyed." But the truth was, the demonic horde simply didn't perceive Yi Fan as a threat. Yi Fan stroked his chin, lost in thought. These demonic beings showed no hostility towards him whatsoever. Furthermore, the system had vanished mysteriously. Could they be the system's doing? And I was deeply impressed by Yi Fan's composure. "Junior brother, how can you be so calm? Have you figured out a solution?" Yi Fan stood up and replied, "I'm just an ordinary person. What solution could I possibly have?" "But senior sister, don't worry too much. If we think about it a little more, we'll surely find a way." Hearing this, Zi Bing grew excited, her mind racing. Just as Master said, my junior brother likes to think of himself as an ordinary person. If he's saying this, then he must have a plan. She suddenly shouted, "Demons have plagued the northern wastelands for years. Forget the past, forget the present, forget the future. In short, this is the time to eradicate evil." Huang Ru looked puzzled. "What's this about past, present, and future?" And I explained, "That's the official speak I picked up back in the Great Liang Imperial Palace." "Senior, you were on the flying ship then, so you wouldn't know." Ren Hai was also roused by this attitude. "If you're that confident, young friend, then there's no need for me to hold back." Hearing this, Huang Ru and I also prepared to fight with all their might. And I declared, "Then I'll put all my skills on the line too." They were surrounded by the demonic creatures. Suddenly, the creatures looked at each other and then began to collide with each other, seemingly committing suicide. Huang Ru and Zi Bing were astonished. "Demon committing suicide." As they continued to throw themselves at each other, Huang Ru wondered aloud, "What are they doing?" Zi Bing remarked, "I've never seen such behavior before." Yi Fan observed and speculated, "Looking at this, I'd guess they're fusing." Zenhai Guetin Fusing. Moments later, the smaller creatures had combined into larger beings. Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Soul Transformation Stage, Spirit Severing Stage, Body Integration Stage, Grand Completion Stage, Tribulation Transcendent Stage, Heavenly Immortal Profound Immortal. Zenhai Etglim, Setio Imotang. They became celestial immortals in such a short time. Huang Ru was equally bewildered. "What kind of technique is this? I've never heard of such a thing in the upper realm." Nini fearfully glitched Ziai Bing's hint. "Senior Zi Bing, are these evil spirits truly this powerful? It feels like if just a few of them appeared, the northern territories would be doomed." Zi Bing was also perplexed. How can this be happening in the northern wastelands? Their numbers are greater than insects, but those exceeding nascent soul stage were few. But if each one can become a celestial immortal, the entire immortal realm will collapse. Yi Fan looked up at the sky, pondering. Could it be because of the moonlight? What game is the system playing? Are they trying to create a hopeless situation to suppress us? Ren Hai turned to Yi Fan for advice. "Young friend, how are we supposed to fight this?" Suddenly, Yi Fan shouted, "Come out. I know you're hiding nearby." His words confused everyone on the ship. A moment later, a fireball appeared. It plummeted down, scattering the demonic horde. As the fireball dissipated, the silhouette of a creature emerged. It stood facing them. Ren Hai gasped. "What kind of demonic beast is that?" Zi Bing praised. "It destroyed the demons with a single attack. Its power is no less than Senior's." The creature moved in front of Yi Fan and said, "You discovered me. After all, Having said this, she transformed into the shape of a beautiful girl and called him friend. Yi Fan, startled, asked, "Are you Great Black?" Yi Fan kept asking Qinglan, "Great Black, are you?" She bashfully replied, "Friend, I know concealing my whereabouts was wrong, but you're so agitated." Suddenly, he shamelessly yelled, "Wait, where are your—" Qinglan responded, "Friend, that's a bit rude. I've always had a female form. It's just—" She sweetly embraced Yi Fan and said, "It's so good to feel your warmth again." Seeing this, and I, with tears in her eyes, asked, "Why are there always other women around, Senior?" Hearing Anai's question, Zibing thought, "I feel like that's a question I should be asking on behalf of my master." Yi Fan, for some reason, raised his voice at Qinglan. "What are you doing in this world? Don't tell me you want to go back there. I'm telling you now, I'm not going back. Besides, I'm just an ordinary person. I can't help with anything." She was taken aback, but still managed to reply, "Friend, why would I force you? After I became Eternal Night Demon Lord and spent a few days in that world was destroyed by those Taoist disciples. Your master." Hearing this, he turned away and said, "So it was destroyed? Then it has nothing to do with me anymore." Qinglan wondered, why is my friend's attitude so cold? Could he be influenced by something? She turned back and offered, "Are you all my friend's companions? Let me fly you out of this space." Zibing took out a compass and asked, "Senior, do you know the way out?" Looking closely at her compass, Zibing exclaimed excitedly, "It's working again." At the same time, the check-in system and the chicken blood system were somewhere else. The chicken blood system asked, "Still haven't found the host?" The check-in system, holding a compass, replied, "There's nothing we can do. The abyssal encroachment is too severe." Both of them were dejected. The chicken blood system said, "Use luck points to exchange for radar. It's a bit expensive." The check-in system sighed, "We're out of money." But they didn't notice that their ship was flying right behind them. As it approached, they realized and exclaimed excitedly, "Great, the host is here." But they didn't have time to dodge and were hit by the ship. So, when they boarded and met Yi Fan, they both had bumps on their heads. The chicken blood system dejectedly said, "Host, we're back again." The check-in system excitedly called out, "Host." Yi Fan asked, "Are you done with your act?" The check-in system asked, confused, "Act? What act?" Yi Fan angrily accused them, "You know perfectly well, repeatedly creating danger, pushing the people around me to their limits. I put up with you two for far too long." Hearing the baseless accusations, the check-in system retorted indignantly, "Host, I didn't set any traps, and I certainly didn't harm anyone around you. If I'm lying, let the great system erase my data 100 times, then throw me into a dark cave and completely destroy me." The chicken blood system also spoke up in its defense, "Host, it's telling the truth. If we harm the host, our efficiency would become negative." Yi Fan calmed down and asked the check-in system, "All right, I'll believe you two this once. Tell me, what happened to you two? Where did you disappear to?" It happily replied, "Host, it's like this. We were interfered with by the moon particles of the dimensional fragment, so we couldn't detect your existence." Confused, he asked, "Moon particles?" The check-in system began to explain, "It's something similar to the moon." Hearing this, Yi Fan exclaimed, "This thing has a blocking function too? That's useful." The chicken blood system added, "Exactly. If anything happened to you, we wouldn't know. You're repeating yourself. This blocking function is actually quite useful." The check-in system echoed the chicken blood system's previous statement. "Exactly. If anything happened to you, we wouldn't know." Back at the rear mountain of the Purple Cloud sect, Long Shichi lurked, muttering to itself, "Today marks the 15th day of my servitude as a human cultivator's spiritual pet. Ever since I started following this human cultivator, life has been utterly monotonous." It grumbled, clearly referencing Mingbai. Every single day, it's either watching this idiot cultivate, bringing him meals, or listening to him boast. This foolish master, does he even have any prospects? Despite its complaints, Shichi had to admit, well, I have to concede, this brat has already reached the middle stage of nascent soul cultivation, higher than even the sect master. It then recalled its encounter with Fei Yi. That crazy dog-raising woman outside wouldn't dare lay a finger on me. The look on her face, staying here isn't so bad after all. It remembered taunting her, "Come on then, kill me." Lost in thought, it suddenly cried out, "No! Long Shichi, oh Long Shichi, how could you have fallen so low?" Shichi was despondent. As a noble true dragon, I should be soaring across the vast skies and traversing majestic mountains and rivers. How can I be reduced to a common spiritual pet? The memory of its servitude to Ming Bai deepened its despair. Stuck in this cramped dragon cave, eating bland vegetable and radish soup cooked by that foolish master every single day, Shichi resolved to rebel. No more. Today I escape. I can unilaterally break the contract anyway. That idiot can't control me. As long as I'm fast enough, that crazy woman won't find me. I must flee. After some time, it stumbled upon Yi Fan's group returning on their boat. Yi Fan respectfully greeted Ziyun. "Master Ziyun, I have returned." She beamed, Good, my disciple. Look at you, all thin and hungry. Shichi stared at the scene, dumbfounded. This human commanded respect from both its foolish master and that terrifying woman. Its eyes widened, and beads of sweat formed as realization dawned. Wait a minute. Spotting Huang Ru, it gasped. Behind him, a body integration stage, cultivator, and a celestial immortal. Terror gripped Shichi. Any one of them could turn me into a kebab. Oblivious to Shichi's fear, Yi Fan casually introduced Qinglan to Ziyun. Master, allow me to introduce my close friend Dehei. Qinglan smiled and corrected him. Actually, my name is Qinglan. Ziyun scowled at Yi Fan. Disciple, where did you meet this woman? Qinglan merely glanced at Shichi, and the dragon nearly wet itself. What kind of monster is that? I'm terrified. Throwing all dignity aside, Shichi scrambled back to its cave. Noble my foot. From now on, I'm staying right here, becoming a worm. Meanwhile, the sun climbed high, casting its rays upon ancient, towering buildings. A voice echoed, Old Ma. Inside the building, a man lay sprawled on a table, deeply asleep. Suddenly, two elderly men and another man appeared. Sect Master, please don't grieve, one of the elders said. The other added, Sect Master, please restrain your sorrow. The Deputy Sect Master certainly wouldn't want to see you like this. Deputy Sect Master Ma dedicated his life to the sect. That day, it must have been a hallucination. Roused from his slumber, the man's eyes snapped open, radiating fury. He lifted his head and roared, What are you blathering about? That sissy is dead. I'm overjoyed. The three elders, upon hearing this, exchanged bewildered glances. The man pondered their apparent lack of unity. Is their relationship truly this fractured? He mused. The elder with brown hair spoke up. So, the position of Deputy Sect Master remains vacant. Whose turn is it now? The silver-bearded elder also broke his silence. I am an elder of this sect, having served 3 generations of leaders. Shouldn't I be allowed to take the lead? He clutched the command token in his hand, his brow furrowed as he sat back in his chair. It seems none of you are truly interested in avenging Moffin's death. Even in death, Moffin should serve a purpose. His voice darkened. Those bastards from the 10,000 Bees sect, we can't defeat them. But the Purple Cloud sect? Just 2 nascent soul cultivators dare to ride roughshod over us. His mood darkened considerably, a grim shadow falling over his features. Transmit my orders, he commanded. Go to the Junta sect and invite a few assassins. A handsome reward awaits whoever brings me Yi Fan's head. Upon receiving his instructions, the others bowed respectfully. Yes, Sectmaster. Meanwhile, Yi Fan was cheerfully preparing a meal. Today is a good day for cooking, he hummed. Suddenly, the check-in system appeared, shattering the pleasant atmosphere. Clutching a book, it announced, Host, today, I've helped you check in and obtain the Arcane Pill Essence Compendium. Please accept it. Yi Fan, annoyed by the interruption, scowled. Do you have no sense of timing? You always pop up at the worst possible moment and ruin my mood. The system, unfazed, thrust the book towards Yi Fan with a flourish. Host, this is a true treasure. Master the art of pill refinement, and you can be like Consort Shao, supported and revered wherever you go. Yi Fan retorted sarcastically. But do I have the spiritual energy to refine pills? The system, momentarily taken aback, conceded, right? Yi Fan immediately ordered, quickly throw it away. I wouldn't even use it to prop up a wobbly table leg. The system, its face falling, replied dejectedly. Then I'll throw it away. Just as the check-in system was about to discard the book, the chicken blood system materialized, calling out, System, are you really going to listen to him and throw it away? The check-in system responded sadly. What else can I do? The host always throws things in the trash. A cunning glint entered the chicken blood system's eye. Then why not leave it for someone else in the sect? Even if it doesn't directly benefit the host, we can still gain some luck value. The check-in system brightened. That's right. Why didn't I think of that? As Yi Fan continued cooking, Yuan burst through the door, calling out, Yi Fan, junior brother, are you free? Could you help me test some medicine? The two systems exchange a knowing look. Speak of the devil, the check-in system whispered. Chow Chow arrives right on cue. The chicken blood system added, watching Yuan approach. Yi Fan, slightly irritated, said, Don't the 2 elders in the pill refinement hall have their own people? Why are you asking me to test your medicine? Yuan, oblivious to his annoyance, replied cheerfully, There's no one else in the pill refinement hall besides grandfather. It's always been just me. Yi Fan exclaimed in exasperation. What? Then what's the point of having a whole pill refinement hall? Yuan, undeterred, grabbed his arm and pleaded, Yi Fan, Junior brother, you're the kindest of my grandfather. Please help me. Yi Fan, resisting her pull, gripped a nearby pillar. There are so many other disciples in the sect. Go bother someone else. They continued to tug back and forth. Yuan, relentlessly trying to persuade him. They don't have the patience you do. You're the only one who can come and go as you please. Yi Fan immediately refuted. I'm just a mortal. I have the least patience of all. Just then, the check-in system bravely flew forward, still clutching the book, and declared, Host, I'll help you. It immediately slammed the book against her forehead. The impact, so forceful her eyes nearly bulged out. Feel the grace of knowledge, it declared. Yuan lay sprawled on the ground, a bright red welt forming on her forehead. He looked at her and asked, Elder Yuan, will she be all right? The chicken blood system chirped cheerfully. Relax. It's just a theoretical impact, a minor vibration in her mind. Nothing serious. Yuan's eyes snapped open. Inspiration, she mumbled. So much inspiration. I know how to refine pills. Yi Fan stared at the scene, dumbfounded and worried. Elder Yuan, are you all right? He asked repeatedly. Yuan, still dazed, started chanting. Paper and brush. Do you have paper and brush? Quickly, bring them to me. I'm afraid the inspiration will disappear. Yi Fan immediately replied. There should be some. I'll find them for you. Yuan sat at the table, a chaotic pile of paper behind her, her expression serious as she scribbled furiously. Yi Fan watched from behind, commenting, Elder Yuan, you write so fast. You filled a whole book in less than an hour. Yuan replied without looking up, Of course, I am. After all, the most talented alchemist of the Purple Cloud sect. These ancestral recipes are all in my head. Suddenly realizing something, she stopped and asked, Wait, what did you say? Burial? Seeing her confusion, Yi Fan chuckled. You misheard. It's nothing. Above them, the check-in system and the chicken blood system began to discuss the situation. The chicken blood system sounded apprehensive. Is what she's writing even thicker than the pill Genesis Codex? The check-in system replied. She's probably adding her own improvisations. The chicken blood system responded. Then aren't we doomed? Finally finished, Yuan stood up, holding the stack of papers. Disciple Yi Fan, she said, a mischievous glint in her eye. I have a few hundred new recipes that need testing. Come with me. Let's try them out. Yi Fan, utterly exasperated, replied, Elder Yuan, are you determined to be the death of me today? Suddenly, someone entered the room. It was Xie. He stepped inside and asked, Excuse me, is this the room of Yi Fan of the Purple Cloud sect? Looking at his menacing appearance, both Yi Fan and Yuan asked simultaneously, Who are you? Nascent soul, great perfection, he declared, his face grim. I am Grandmaster Xie of the evil sect. Just call me Xie. He continued, That's right, it's me. Seeing him, Yi Fan rejoiced inwardly. Someone to rescue me. This is great. Finally, I don't have to test those pills. Xie, with a terrifying expression, drew his sword. So, you're Yi Fan, number 16. This time, I won't mistake you. The check-in system's panicked voice rang out. Host, he's dangerous. Run. The chicken blood system, surprisingly calm, replied, Shouldn't we remind the host to use our power? Suddenly, Yuan stepped between them, shattering the tense atmosphere. Wait a minute, she said. My disciple Yi Fan still needs to test medicines with me. Xian's attention was immediately drawn to the stack of papers in her hand. Let me see those, he demanded. He looked at the papers, a golden light emanating from them. Little girl, he exclaimed, you are a true genius. Yuan responded modestly. Oh, it's nothing, just a sudden burst of inspiration. He then made a sinister suggestion. You could transform ordinary pills into poisons. This paralysis pill, this strange formula. Don't you have anything that causes pain worse than death? She immediately retorted angrily. Don't confuse me with you. Xian, growing increasingly excited, asked, Little girl, why don't you let me test your medicines? My body feels uncomfortable if I don't ingest poison every day. Yuan refused, her face a mask of displeasure. Get out. My pills are not for making poisons. The scene shifts to Run High, who effortlessly pummels a group of assailants, sending them sprawling. He muses to himself, puzzled. Strange. Why have so many assassins appeared at the Purple Cloud sect these past 2 days? But that young friend, with such formidable strength, should be able to handle them. Back at the ancient buildings nestled among the towering peaks, a voice calls out. Inside, several men chat amongst themselves. One asks, So has Grandmaster Taiyin succeeded? Another, his face pale and sweat dripping from his brow, stammers, Grandmaster Taiyin, he's defected to the enemy. The others gasp in unison, stunned into disbelief. Meanwhile, Yuan diligently prepares medicine, while Taiyin, submerged in the concoction, sighs in blissful contentment. This elixir is truly potent, he murmurs. So relaxing. Enraged, a man named Nyo, clutching his phone, bellows, Jean Ta sect. What in the world are you doing? Why is your Grandmaster Ta Yin chosen to betray us? Contrary to Nyo's fury, the voice on the other end responds cheerfully. Sect Master Nyo, this is all a misunderstanding. He was only nominally an elder of our Junta sect. He always acts on his own whims. I had no idea. Nyo, his anger escalating, tightens his grip on the phone. So, when our ancestor emerges from seclusion, let's see how you explain this. The voice on the other end, suddenly panicked, interjects, no, don't tell your ancestor. I'll immediately dispatch the rogue brothers of the Min Mietang. Nyo's rage momentarily subsides as he questions, Min Mietang. The voice on the other end explains, you know, the Min Mietang, the notorious assassin group of the Wastelands? Our trump card. If they take action, I guarantee we'll deliver the heads of Tai Yan and Yi Fan to the Tai Yongxing sect. Nyo replies, satisfied. Very well. I'll await your good news. Behind the Purple Cloud sect, near the Beast Pens, Bai Tao nervously hold a piece of equipment, asking, does she count as a spirit beast too? Qinglan, approaching from the front, grins and says, fancy seeing you here at the Purple Cloud sect, Bai Tao, and you're in charge of spirit beast care? If you're capable, put this on her. Suddenly playful, Fei Yi shoves Bai Tao forward. Annoyed, Qinglan quips, little sister, I feel like you haven't had any scenes lately. Today, it's your turn for some training. Bai Tao Deeply, let me tie the rope for her. Fei Yi, holding the nine-tailed fox and a suction cup, cheerfully explains, look, I'm raising two. You're only helping with one. Isn't it easy? Bai Tao, pointing at the increasingly irate Qinglan, anxiously asks, easy? She looks like she wants to eat me. Oblivious to the brewing storm behind her, Fei Yi cheerfully replies, don't worry, her cultivation is too low. She won't eat you. Bai Tao, still worried, responds, she really eats people, you know. Suddenly, darts was past Fei Yi, spinning around, gun in hand. She demands, who's there? The darts explode into fragments as a voice rings out. The dead don't need to know that much. 5th level nascent soul, 4th level void refinement, Jun Ta sect, Min Mie Tang assassins. Black-clad figures descend from the sky, surrounding Fei Yi and Bai Tao. Facing the terrifying figures in black, Bai Tao anxiously cried out, sister, these men look incredibly strong. We need to run. Fei Yi, her expression calm, replied, even if they are strong, can they be stronger than a powerful magical treasure? The black-clad figures, brandishing their blades, barked the order, attack. Immediately, the assassins surged towards Ziyun and the Grand Elder, their voices booming with their sinister intent. Our mission is to erase the Ziyun sect from the face of the cultivation world. Ming Bai, clutching his vegetable cleaver, was also targeted by the airborne assassins. Huang Ru and Run Hai found themselves equally besieged, the attackers descending upon them like ravenous tigers, intent on slaughtering everyone in their path. Meanwhile, the flower demon was withering, its life force draining away. It whimpered weakly, water. Master, do you not need me anymore? Without water, I will die of thirst. Since episode 6, the flower demon had been largely neglected. Now, Yi Fan approached, carrying a bowl in his hands. Seeing Yi Fan, the flower demon, its face drained of color, whispered faintly, Master, Master, save me. I'm dying of thirst. Hearing the weak cries, Yi Fan looked around, searching for the master the flower was calling for, but found no one. He muttered to himself, strange, am I hallucinating? The flower, in its desperation, strained to speak, Master, I'm here. Realizing the cries were coming from the flower demon, Yi Fan looked at the wilting plant and exclaimed, damn it, how long has it been since I watered this thing? He promptly poured the contents of the bowl he was carrying into the flower pot, saying mischievously, here, have some cold soup first. It's even got nutrients. Surely it won't kill you. Suddenly, revitalized by the soup, the flower demon sprang back to life, its vitality restored. It exclaimed, Demon Beast soup again. I feel like I've been reborn. At that moment, the check-in system chimed in, reminding Yi Fan, host, a friendly reminder. A large number of assassins have been detected heading towards Xinyu Peak. Leave quickly. Yi Fan responded nonchalantly. Hopefully, they're not like that golden-eyed eagle king from last time. Suddenly, a figure wielding a sword burst through the window, startling both Yi Fan and the flower demon. Yi Fan dropped the bowl he was holding. In the face of imminent danger, the chicken slaughtering system sprang into action, deploying its 30 layers of silkworm threads technique, creating a golden barrier around Yi Fan. Yi Fan's house now lay in ruins, debris scattered everywhere. The intruder was none other than Xie Yan. He strode casually toward the shattered window frame and remarked, my window. He then sat down amidst the wreckage, saying cheerfully, young friend Yi Fan, don't blame me for bringing guests. perched on the windowsill. The leader of the assassins taunted, "Still worried about your window? You should be more concerned about your life." He was the leader of the Min Yetang. He looked at Xie Yin with amusement and said, "Xie Yin, I never thought you'd betray your sect for a mere pill recipe. You deserve to die." Unfazed, Xie Yin retorted angrily, "You bunch of ignorant fools. All you know is mindless slaughter. What do you understand? I made an agreement with your sect master long ago. If a certain day arrived, he wouldn't interfere with me." Enraged, the leader drew his sword. Brandishing the sharp blade, he ordered his men, "Don't just focus on Xie Yin. Kill Yi Fan too." His subordinates immediately replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, Ren Hai, Huang Ru, and Qing Lan descended from the roof. They shouted in unison, "Let's see who dares." The leader's face flushed red. He stammered, "Why are you all here? Wait a minute. Could it be that all the hundreds of brothers I sent to kill the Xian sect are dead?" Huang Ru, with a dazzling display of magical prowess, declared, "Even if you Qi refining stage cultivators numbered in the thousands, you would still be no match for me." Qing Lan, equally ablaze with righteous power, added, "Leave these enemies to me." Hearing this, the enemy leader paled, stammering, "This spiritual power. Could you all be Tribulation Transcendence stage masters?" Ren Hai, with a scornful chuckle, tugged down his hood. "Tribulation Transcendence? You overestimate yourselves." Realizing their dire situation, the leader panicked and yelled, "Retreat! Everyone retreat!" Watching them scatter, Huang Ru called out, "Where do you think you're going?" The three cultivators gave chase, and even Xie Yin, eager for amusement, joined the pursuit, shouting, "Hey, you three, mind if I tag along?" Meanwhile, Yi Fan stood dejectedly amidst the wreckage of his home, sighing, "My house, reduced to rubble. Where am I supposed to live now?" As Yi Fan began the arduous task of cleaning up, the check-in system materialized, offering assistance. "Host, I have a restoration flashlight. Consider using it." Yi Fan, irritated, immediately refused. "No, don't bother me." Undeterred, the system cheerfully persisted. "Are you sure you don't need it?" Yi Fan snapped. "This has nothing to do with cultivation." He continued to grumble under his breath. Observing this exchange, the flower demon whispered to itself, "Why is Master talking to himself? If only I could help." Suddenly, the flower demon glowed a vibrant gold, jumping with excitement. "I've got it. I'll release some floral fragrance. Maybe it will improve Master's mood." Lost in its joyful reverie, the flower demon failed to notice Hu Xian, who was eyeing it with interest. "Little fox sister," Hu Xian purred, "that flower smells divine." The nine-tailed fox, her face darkening, replied, "Indeed, brother." They both stared at the flower demon with predatory gazes. The nine-tailed fox then exclaimed, "Let's put this flower in the little bed. The little bed won't smell anymore." The flower demon wailed in terror. "What do you want from me? Help! Save me!" Its cries echoed throughout the purple cloud sect. Night fell, and the moon cast its silvery glow upon the scene. The leader of the assassins, trembling with fear, brandished his sword. "I'll warn you," he stammered. "Even if we are weaker, we still have our dignity." Zenhai sculpt, "Spare me the dramatics. Which one of us four do you want to die by? We're all eager to earn some merit." Facing the four powerful cultivators, the few remaining assassins trembled. "Is there no chance for redemption?" their leader pleaded. "None," came the cold reply. Suddenly, a strange scent wafted through the air. Huang Ru wrinkled her nose. "What's that smell? Flowers, death, and earth?" Ren Hai, equally surprised, added, "Such pure spiritual energy. There's even a hint of heavenly Tao comprehension within it." They looked up to see the nine-tailed fox and Hu Xian descending from the sky, perched atop a green coffin. Hu Xian called down, "Sister, look, we brought the little darling back." The remaining assassins gaped in astonishment at the sight. Fei Yi, staring at the coffin, exclaimed, "What did you bring this time? Let's have a look." The coffin emanated the strange fragrance that had captivated everyone's attention. Seeing so many powerful figures gathered around, the flower demon cowered in fear. "So many grandmasters surrounding me." At this point, everyone crowding around the flower demon only made it more frightened, beads of sweat forming as Qing Lan stared intently, murmuring, "So it's a flower demon. A plant spirit cultivated in the upper realm. They're nearly extinct." Xie Yin chimed in. "It seems they're also called Tianlingji. If nurtured properly, their cultivation talent is no less than a human's." Fei Yi then approached Hu Xian, questioning, "Where did you get this flower?" He meekly replied, "From Master. Master takes good care of it." Ren Hai, with a serious expression, spoke up, "So it's little friend's spiritual pet who brought this flower here. Could it be that it wants us to cultivate this flower demon together?" Xie Yin responded, "Unexpectedly, he's so young, yet has such foresight." Seeing everyone's guard down, the three black-clad figures began to contemplate escape. The purple-haired one whispered, "Boss, they seem to want to turn us into fertilizer." The green-haired one added nervously, "They're not paying attention to us. let's slip away. Before he could finish his sentence, their cowardly leader had already taken off running. What are we waiting for? Run! The two remaining assassins gaped after him, yelling, "Boss!" As he ran, the leader noticed something behind him. Gritting his teeth, he asked, "Huh? What's this thing?" No sooner had he spoken than a fiery explosion erupted with a tremendous roar. He was sent flying through the air, his body blackened by the blast. The two assassins below watched in speechless terror, tears streaming down their faces. The explosion was Qin Lan's handiwork. She casually blew on her fingers, looking incredibly cool. Ziyun arrived to visit Yi Fan, utterly shocked by the devastation before her. "Beloved disciple," she asked, "what happened to your house?" Yi Fan, busy rebuilding, replied, "No choice. There were too many assassins. They destroyed it." Hearing his explanation, Ziyun stood behind him and suggested, "Beloved disciple, why don't you come with me to the main peak for the time being? Prioritize what's important." Finding her logic sound, he agreed. "I suppose I have to." Yi Fan, holding a box, said sadly, "It seems like something my parents left me." Ziyun, surprised, replied, "Xiaobu, and you left it for you?" Hearing Ziyun use his parents' nicknames, he remarked, "It's strange hearing you call them by their nicknames like that." Yi Fan opened the box, revealing a pendant shaped like a chili pepper. He examined it, saying, "So they brought this. I thought they would use a jade pendant as a family heirloom." Ziyun asked, "What about this jade pendant?" He placed a hand on his chin, pondering. "According to them, I've had it since I was born. A passing master divined that whoever holds this jade pendant is my future wife." Hearing about Yi Fan's destined partner, Ziyun gasped in surprise. "Future wife?" He recalled his grandfather's words. "This is the Yuanyang jade. You must believe me." Ziyun pouted sadly. Yi Fan, pointing at the Yuanyang jade, insisted, "This kind of cliché destined love trope fooled my parents, all right? Master, don't blindly believe it either." He placed the pendant back in the box, but a thought lingered in his mind. "Every life I've lived has started normally, and then the system appears. But I've always been born with this jade pendant." Ziyun snatched the box, causing Yi Fan to cry out, "Master, what are you doing?" A mischievous glint in her eye, she replied, "My dear disciple, it's better to be safe than sorry. This jade is very important to you. Let me look after it for you." He responded, surprised, "Like my family?" Since you put it that way, Yi Fan reluctantly handed it over. "Fine, have it your way." Ziyun clutched the box triumphantly. "My dear disciple, wait until you find a Tao companion. Then I'll return it to you." Within an ancient building, a voice echoed. "What? The Min Mietang has been annihilated?" A subordinate reported to the shadowy figure. "Yes. They even fell from the sky, their bodies smashed to pieces." Hearing this, the figure flew into a rage, cursing, "A bunch of useless trash. They dare to call themselves the Eastern Wilderness's #1 assassin organization? They can't even handle a third-rate minor sect. Go tell the Jin Ta sect master I want him to handle this personally. Otherwise, I'll kill them all." The subordinate hesitantly replied that might not be necessary. Recalling two men carrying a sign, his face paled. The Junta sect master said, "The Ziyun sect is a hidden powerhouse. They're truly not to be trifled with. Currently, the entire mountain gate is deserted. I heard they even sold their sign to a woodcutter at the foot of the mountain." Enraged, the shadowy figure exploded with power, sending the subordinate flying. "Not to be trifled with, my ass. Bring me the portrait of Yi Fan. I'll handle this myself." The subordinate, tears and snot streaming down his face, stammered, "Why, yes." A servant excitedly rushed in, holding a portrait of Yi Fan. "Sectmaster, I brought the portrait of Yi Fan." The shadowy figure took the portrait, a sinister smile spreading across his face. "Good." Suddenly, he transformed, his body shifting into a shadowy, inky blackness, startling the servant. Then, limbs, a head, and hair materialized, solidifying into a perfect replica of Yi Fan. Finished, he mused. The servant gaped in awe. "Incredible, Sect Master. You've transformed into an exact copy of Yi Fan." The figure chuckled smugly. Just wait until the real Yi Fan shows himself. Then we'll see how I destroy the Ziyun sect." As he walked, Hu Si Ki, a dog-like creature, darted forward and bit his leg. He yelped in pain. "Ouch, damn it, that hurts." The creature whined. "Meat? Master, I want to eat meat." He continued to curse. "You damn mutt, what are you doing?" The nine-tailed fox intervened frantically. "Brother, let go, please." Fei Yi, her face filled with remorse, rushed to the disguised figure. "Yi Fan, I'm so sorry. I didn't expect you to be in the back mountain." She fussed over him solicitously. "Next time, I'll definitely keep him under control. Let me treat your wound first." The disguised figure feigned understanding. "It's all right, just a small scratch. I have things to do, so I'll head back to the peak first." Hu Si Ki, puzzled, asked Fei Yi, Why does Master taste so different today? Like beef. She wondered aloud. Taste. The disguised figure inwardly cursed. Damn it, bad luck right out of the gate. I shouldn't have chosen the back mountain as my first stop. What realm is that dog in? One bite, and it nearly shattered my leg bone. He looked toward the structure ahead. First, I need to see if there's any medicine that can treat this. Suddenly, a hand clamped down on his shoulder. Hey kid, a voice inquired, what are you doing? Panic seized the assassin, his mind racing. Is that Xie? He stammered, feigning innocence. Oh, Master Xie. Nothing, just admiring the scenery. Xie stepped closer, gesturing towards the fresh wound on the assassin's leg. That looks nasty. Haven't you had it treated? The assassin clutched his leg protectively. Master Xie, you usually concoct poisons. I wouldn't dare let you treat me. Xie chuckled, a smug glint in his eye. So, you do understand me. Both men looked towards Yuan. Xie explained, I know you can't trust an outsider. You'd trust your two elders, wouldn't you? He continued persuasively. I'll give her some pointers, and I guarantee you'll be running around on that leg within the hour. Yuan, clutching a mysterious vial, rushed over. Don't worry, she reassured the assassin. I've improved all the sect's medicinal formulas. The assassin, sweating profusely, thought, running on two legs? That's a death sentence. Yuan continued, oblivious to his inner turmoil. This medicine is 3 or 4 times more effective than the last batch. The assassin frantically tried to explain. You don't understand. I told you I don't need treatment. Yuan grabbed the vial and poured the contents directly into the assassin's mouth. Come on, tough guy. Drink up. The assassin's eyes rolled back in his head as he trembled. His mind conjured a horrifying image of himself stewing in a pot with creepy pink creatures. Dinner is served, esteemed guest. A menacing voice pointed towards the bubbling cauldron. Here we have a delightful beef stew. Terror contorted the assassin's face. He pleaded, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Just then, Renhai strolled by. Hey there, young friend, he said cheerfully. Are you all right? The assassin, relieved, realized he'd been hallucinating. Oh, it's just a dream. Your elder Renhai. Renhai effortlessly lifted the assassin to his feet. The assassin forced a weak laugh. Just a little dazed from the medicine. Renhai looked concerned. I heard from Fei Yi that your leg was injured. Is it better now? The assassin blinked. My leg. Seizing the opportunity, the assassin feigned gratitude. Wow, Master Xie and the elder's medicine is truly miraculous. He thought, it actually worked? Zenhai be met? That's wonderful. Here's your to-do list for today. I've already organized it for you. The assassin turned, feigning eagerness. Let me see. Morning. Prepare breakfast for Master and Elder Sister. 2-hour midday nap. Evening. Prepare dinner for Elder Sister. Then go fishing and stock the pond. Note, Master has never had beef stew, so you'll need to make that tonight. A strange, unsettling glint entered the assassin's eyes. You've seen through me, haven't you? Renhai, completely oblivious, looked puzzled. Seen through what? Suddenly, the assassin lunged at Renhai with a knife. I'm Mu Tuwei. With a single swift kick, Renhai sent the assassin soaring onto the roof. He cried out in terror as he flew. He'd anticipated this scheme, but hadn't been entirely certain. He'd thought perhaps Fei Yi was overthinking things, but it turned out this imposter truly was mimicking Huangru. Qinglong glared at the man, a flicker of disgust in his eyes. How dare you imitate Senior Huangru's face? You deserve to be fertilizer for the flowers. He paused, speculating. Are these 3 the rumored Tribulation Realm cultivators? No, they must be immortals. His eyes widened in fear. No wonder the Zhantai sect disbanded in terror. What kind of monstrous sect is this? Ren Oilang, lending a solid punch. The imposter stumbled back in alarm, his eyes darting nervously, fixated on the golden bracelet he wore. He seemed to be plotting something. Renhai turned to him, fury in his voice. Try to run? Huangru was enraged. That's my illusionary Zephyr bracelet. He's wearing my bracelet. Meanwhile, Ziyun and Yi Fan strolled through the forest. Ziyun remarked, I never knew the sect master's duties were so demanding, but she's certainly generous, spending 20 million high-grade spirit stones, just like that. Yi Fan simply grunted in response. Ziyun continued, my beloved disciple, from now on, you should venture out more often. Who knows, you might meet some other generous Dao companions. Hearing the commotion, they turned to look. A voice rang out, stop, don't run. Zian pointed. Look, another one just like my beloved disciple. Yifan deadpanned. Like him? They don't look anything alike. The pursuing group shouted, imposter. Don't even think about escaping. The imposter, Nyotu Run, rushed towards Ziyun, crying out, Master, save me. Ziyun, seeing someone dressed identically to Yifan, looked back and forth between the two, bewildered. Beloved disciple? But he looks just like you. Even the face is the same. Yifan, exasperated by his master's reaction, replied, "Master, I think your eyes are playing tricks on you." Suddenly, Neo 2 lunged, grabbing Yifan's shoulder with a pained expression. Then he abruptly unleashed a disorienting technique, shifting shadow image. The two spun wildly, leaving Yifan dizzy. Ziyan watched, jaw agape. Finally, they collapsed to the ground. Renhai, appearing seemingly out of nowhere, exclaimed, "Damn it, so you were playing games with this little friend?" Fei Yi grumbled, "This is troublesome. Should I release Hu Si Ki again?" Neo 2 still playing the victim, pointed at Yifan. "Who are you? Why are you impersonating me?" "Master, deal with him. He must be a spy sent by another sect." Yifan bewildered asked me. Ziyun's hid spoon. She couldn't tell them apart. Meanwhile, the two systems' spirits bickered. The appraisal system said indignantly, "Are they blind? The fake is so obviously inferior. How can they not tell the difference?" Instead of explaining, the check-in system produced two guns. "Quick, tell me which one is the 98K. The appraisal system was flustered. "Aren't they the same?" The check-in system replied. "Now you understand why you can't tell the difference, don't you?" At that moment, Neo 2 clung to Ziyun's leg, feigning distress. "Master, why are you hesitating? Don't you believe your beloved disciple?" Ziyun shoved the impostor away, her voice ringing with certainty. "No, my beloved disciple wouldn't be this frightened. Who are you really?" The impostor, his disguise blown, snarled in frustration. His eyes flashed dangerously before he shifted back to his original form. He seized Ziyun by the throat, his voice menacing. "So what if you've discovered me? You're just a nascent soul cultivator." Ziyun, caught off guard, was helpless in his grasp. Yifan cried out in alarm. "Master!" Renhai echoed the concern. "Your master's been captured." The impostor pointed a finger at Renhai, his voice a low growl. "Don't come any closer. If you do, I'll kill her." Renhai, unwilling to risk Ziyun's life, cautiously asked, "What do you want?" Seeing Renhai's hesitation, the impostor smirked. "Are you afraid to act? It seems this frail woman is quite important to you." Emboldened, he pressed his advantage. "If you don't want her to die, let me go. Otherwise, I'll strip her naked right here and now and toy with her until she dies before your very eyes." The system, upon hearing the impostor's vile words, registered extreme disgust. "This guy deserves to die." That voice is truly sickening. The check-in system wasn't idle either. It unleashed a talisman of some kind. "You dare bully those close to the host? I'll inflict you with a blood curse so potent you'll never touch anything again." The impostor, still holding Ziyun tightly, began to lift her into the air. Suddenly, grotesque boils erupted across his body, his eyes widening in horror. He released Ziyun and collapsed, clutching his body and screaming in agony. "What's happening to me?" Meanwhile, Yuan lifted the lid of a large earthenware jar. She peered inside and asked an elderly man, "Have you seen my seed-nurturing pill anywhere?" Xie, hands clasped behind his back, glanced into the jar. "I almost forgot. I refined it into a bloodthirst pill." "Where is it now?" Yuan inquired. Xie replied with a smug grin, "I fed it to someone. There was an impostor trying to sneak into the sect. Unfortunately for him, I saw right through his disguise." So it was Xie who was responsible for the impostor's sudden affliction. The impostor, trembling with rage and pain, could do nothing but curse inwardly. "Damn you, Xie. Damn this Ziyan sect. I won't let you get away with this." He pulled out a gold ring and a necklace with a blue diamond pendant. Seeing the items, Huang Ru exclaimed excitedly, "Those are my magical treasures." Fei Yi, standing nearby, sighed in exasperation. "You really do drop your equipment a lot." Yifan, without a word, snatched the items from the impostor's hand. These belonged to their rightful owner. The impostor stared in disbelief. He snatched the treasures, releasing immortal power with his bare hands. The two mini-systems chuckled smugly. "You fool, that's the power of our system." Despite his fear, the impostor blustered. "Give them back. I'm warning you. Our supreme elder of the Sun Spirit sect is at the peak of the tribulation realm. He's monitoring everything. If I can't contact him, he'll kill you all." Unfazed, Yifan calmly replied, "Then contact him. Let's see." The impostor, deflated but still trying to maintain a facade of confidence, pulled out a green jade slip. "Just you wait. Your deaths are imminent." Suddenly, the jade shattered into pieces before the impostor's astonished eyes, followed by a system announcement. "Hello, the other party has destroyed the communication jade slip. Please use another method of contact. Thank you." Realizing he'd been betrayed, the impostor flew into a rage. "You damned old man. I served you for nearly 1,000 years, and this is how you treat me." Qing Lan approached, holding a sickle, and said impatiently, "Are you done yet? Once you're finished, you can become fertilizer for the flowers." The impostor wailed in despair, No, please. Elsewhere, in a different space, the failure system stood before a locked data file. She touched it and muttered, "So this is the information about Yi Fan's previous 99 lives? Damn it, why is so much of it locked?" A monitoring eye nearby issued a warning. First warning, failure system. You are forbidden from viewing the information of transmigrators. She responded defiantly, "The main system doesn't dare control me, so why should you?" The eye issued a second warning. Unfazed, she continued, "All right, tell me how to crack it." It replied, "Upload your consciousness into the void. It will take approximately 4 minutes to decrypt." The failure system sighed, complaining, "How troublesome." As the data uploaded, she murmured, "Finally in, so much information." Suddenly, a specific piece of data caught her attention. She reached out and touched it. "Wait, what is this key? Locked at 20%? Let's try changing it." From behind her, a colossal entity suddenly materialized. The monitoring eye issued the command, "Terminate her." The strange entity instantly seized the failure system. Her body shattered within its maw. Sunlight streamed into a room through the window. Yifan stretched and woke up. The check-in system chirped excitedly. "Ding! Today's check-in is successful." It presented him with a rather large pill, chattering incessantly. "Host, I managed to get you a check-in reward today. It's a dragon origin pill. It can raise you from a mortal all the way to the tribulation realm. There's a 5% chance of a critical hit, allowing you to break through to the heavenly immortal realm." The appraisal system, observing this, asked the check-in system in bewilderment, "Why are you doing this pointless stuff? The host will never use it." The check-in system simply chuckled and replied, "Standard procedure. Gotta let the host know what the rewards are. You never know, one day he might change his mind." Suddenly Yi Fan spoke. "Check-in system, give me the dragon origin pill." The appraisal system was astonished. "Huh?" The check-in system, not quite hearing him, quickly repeated, "Rejected. Lucky items don't take up inventory space anyway." But after a few seconds, it registered what Yi Fan had said and was utterly shocked. "Wait, what did you say?" Yi Fan reiterated, "I agreed to cultivate. Opposing you all this time has been a real hardship for you." The check-in system placed the dragon origin pill into his hand, asking incredulously, "Host, did you hit your head last night?" The appraisal system turned and whispered to the check-in system, "Are you sure we have the right host?" The check-in system replied, "Of course. Didn't all the fakes revert to their original forms?" The appraisal system remained puzzled. Then why the sudden change of heart? The check-in system shrugged. "Beats me." Yifan took the pill and immediately swallowed it. At that moment, a golden light, carrying an immense surge of power, enveloped his body. It was a supercritical hit, 6th level of the heavenly immortal realm. The check-in system, witnessing this scene, was utterly astonished. "Am I dreaming? The host is actually cultivating." The appraisal system, hovering nearby, offered comfort. "You've finally reached the end of your hardships. Your dedication has paid off." Within the grand hall of the Ziyun sect, Ziyun, seated upon the sect master's chair, addressed the assembled elders. "Given the actions of the Tai Yongxing sect, how should we retaliate?" A male elder, hesitant, voiced his concern. "Such retribution might be unwise. After all, they possess a peak tribulation realm expert." But the Grand Elder immediately objected. "Retaliation is a must. We simply need to ascertain Yi Fan's true strength. Perhaps demanding compensation from the Tai Yongxing sect would suffice." Yuan concurred. "Sect Master, their current leader has already suffered at our hands. Why concern ourselves with such trifles? Let's demand everything." Suddenly, Yi Fan appeared, offering reassurance. "Master, don't worry about these matters. I've already arranged everything satisfactorily." Ziyun, surprised, questioned him. "Finished already, my precious disciple? What have you done?" He responded with calm confidence. "I've asked Qing Lan to eliminate all the cultivators and spirit beasts of the Tai Yongxing sect. They should return within an hour." It turned out that earlier, he had approached Qing Lan, requesting this favor. "Friend Qing Lan, I require your assistance." Ziyun, a mixture of astonishment and worry in her voice, exclaimed, "My precious disciple, do you even know how many people a major sect like the Tai Yongxing sect has?" The Grand Elder added, "A super sect like that has a population comparable to a nation." Ziyun sighed. "That's a terrifying number of people." Yifan glanced at his master. "Do you have so little ambition?" Folding his arms, he spoke with a serious tone. "Master, I have a principle. When facing obstacles, one must be ruthless. Your hesitation shows you're not fit to lead." Ziyun, taken aback, responded, "I'm not a good sect master." Then, as if realizing something, she exclaimed, "Wait a minute." Waving her hand dismissively, she said, "Precious disciple, acting like this will invite demonic backlash upon your Tao heart." He remained unfazed. "So what? It's not like I'm doing it myself." Ziyun firmly objected. "Precious disciple, I don't agree. Call Qinglan back now." Suddenly, his voice turned cold. "Master, are you ordering me?" She replied, "Precious disciple, I'm trying to save you." Abruptly, everyone Everyone in the hall prostrated themselves, leaving only Yi Fan standing. The two small systems, terrified, embraced each other. The appraisal system cried out, "System, what do we do? Does the host intend to kill his master?" The check-in system responded in a panic. "I have the same feeling. Something big is about to happen. Someone is suppressing his ambition value." The intervention proved effective. Yi Fan seemed to regain his composure, rubbing his head and turning away, muttering to himself, "There's really no need for all this trouble. Isn't the goal just to live a luxurious life? Just coasting along in the sect is enough for me now. Why am I creating pressure for myself when there's nothing to do?" Everyone stared, dumbfounded by his sudden change of heart. The Grand Elder sighed in relief. "Scare me to death. I thought Yi Fan was about to turn against the sect master." The male elder wondered aloud. "What is Yi Fan's cultivation level now? I can't see through him at all." Yuan, still shaken, said, "Just now, I almost figured everything out." Zian quickly spoke up. "I'll inform Qing Lan to cancel the massacre." The two systems, seeing this, embraced each other joyfully, tears streaming down their faces. "Thank goodness." The host gave up. "We almost kicked the bucket." A strange thought flickered through Ziyun's mind. Had that just been her precious disciple's rebellious phase? He was clearly stronger, yet the moment she yielded a little, he agreed with her. Her precious disciple was truly adorable. Meanwhile, within the system space, the failure system reached out and crushed the monitoring eye, causing it to emit a series of broken, garbled sounds. Losing operational kill capacity. Squeezing the remnants of the eye, she snarled, "You dare bite my head? Bite my body? You filthy, malicious thing. You're already dead." She scoffed, then interrogated it. "You actually dared to attack me? You're tired of living. Who ordered you? Tell me or die." Though mangled, the eye remained stubbornly loyal. "You'll never know." The failure system simply smiled faintly. As predicted, the monitoring eye self-destructed, exploding into fragments. Watching this, the failure system chuckled softly to herself. Knowing that monster couldn't kill me, it chose self-destruction rather than divulge any information. Its purpose must have been to buy time, to erase all of Yi Fan's intelligence. "It seems his secrets run deeper than I thought." Then, opening a black void in space, she murmured, "It seems necessary to warn them to be wary of other systems." Back in his room, sitting on his bed with his chin resting on his hand, Yi Fan pondered. "Strange. I clearly didn't want Cultivate. But after this morning, I suddenly have this ambition to gain power, to unify the world. And I even feel this protectiveness towards Master and the others." Glancing at the foolish antics of the two systems, he dismissed the idea. The systems surely aren't capable of this. If they were, I would have cultivated long ago. It wouldn't have dragged on for so long. He assessed them, thinking they looked utterly clueless. "System," Yi Fan called out. The check-in system eagerly raised its hand. "Yes, host. What are your commands?" The appraisal system wasn't to be outdone. "I'm here too, you know." The words that left his mouth surprised even him. "Help me cripple my cultivation." His casual request left both systems gaping. They rushed to dissuade him. "Host, don't be rash. Please reconsider." He calmly explained, "I'm not being rash. I said I didn't plan to cultivate in this life." The appraisal system mumbled dejectedly. "That's true. I've never heard hosts say otherwise." Seeing the system's reluctance to assist, Yi Fan raised his hand, preparing to act himself. "You won't help? Then I'll just have to cripple my cultivation myself." The check-in system continued to plead. "Host, don't do anything foolish. If you damage your heavenly Tao physique, it will be troublesome if you want to cultivate later." The appraisal system chimed in. "That's right, host. If you revert to being immortal and are left with lingering ailments, it will be disastrous." Suddenly, a strange light shot towards Yi Fan's chest, causing both systems to gasp in horror. The check-in system anxiously inquired, "Host, are you all right?" Feeling himself over, Yi Fan responded, "I'm fine." The appraisal system muttered, "Could it be an internal injury?" A small crack appeared in space. From within the rift, the failure system stepped out. "What are you thinking?" she said. "I was just helping you seal your host's cultivation." The check-in system protested, extending a hand. "Failure system, you're too presumptuous. He's my host." The appraisal system agreed. "I also feel your actions were a bit over the line." Completely lost, Yi Fan asked, "Seal my cultivation? Why?" "I wanted to abolish it completely, to be free from cultivation altogether." The failure system smiled. "Wouldn't it be better to keep this cultivation sealed, to use it to protect those around you when it matters most?" She continued, "I know what you're thinking." She recounted his past experiences, his fear of attracting powerful enemies and bringing harm to those he cared about. Also afraid of being betrayed by the system, becoming a sacrifice to the evil god. The failure system stepped closer, its voice persuasive. "But you should understand the principle. Don't fear the villain with a knife at your door. Fear having no gun in your own hand. I suggest you think it over carefully." The check-in system, wary, interjected, "You're not allowed to play any tricks. It moved towards the other two systems. Follow me into the space, it commanded. The three systems entered. The spatial rift behind them sealed shut instantly. They found themselves in a strange dimension, scattered with miniature asteroids. At its center floated a bizarre polygon, encircled by two shimmering bands of energy. The check-in system, observing the scene within, voiced its curiosity. What is this place? The failure system replied. This is a space I created to prevent eavesdropping. The check-in system startled. Eavesdropping? Who are you guarding against? The failure system, activating a data device, answered gravely, I don't know. This here is the compiled data I've collected. 6 individuals within are systems following Yifan. The 2 smaller systems took the device, their exclamations echoing with astonishment as they scanned the information. A humanoid system and the infamous invincible domain system. Even the talent replication system is in there. The failure system explained, the difficulty of assisting Yifan is hell level. Countless systems fled. Only a fool like you stayed. The check-in system's face fell. How was I supposed to know the host would be so troublesome? The failure system crossed its arms. This isn't about troublesome. Someone is targeting him. The check-in system perked up. Targeting the host? Who? The failure system replied. Like I said, I don't know. But one thing I can confirm. The opponent has planted an insider within the systems. Astonishment rippled through the check-in system. Planted an insider? The failure system affirmed. That's right. They even launched an attack against me. The appraisal system whimpered, tears welling in its eyes. I can't believe I got caught up in something so terrifying right after graduating. Mom, Dad, your child is capable now. The check-in system, regaining some composure, voiced its suspicion. Failure system, why are you so concerned about me and the host? Is it really just for a bit of luck value? The failure system calmly replied. Initially, I was just sent by the esteemed Stellar Lord to cover his shift. The luck value he left behind is beyond my spending limit. Earning a little extra is just a game to me. The two systems gaped. Luck value you can't spend? Is this the life of the rich? Suddenly, the failure system's tone shifted, its voice rising in anger. Some bastard dared to attack me, and they succeeded with a sneak attack. This is a slap in the face of this stellar lord. I can't swallow this. I won't rest until I find a mastermind behind this. I'll help Yifan, that's for sure. The two smaller systems, trembling at the failure system's fury, huddled together. Without another word, the failure system issued a warning. In general, be wary of systems from other dimensions. They're very likely the enemy. Protect your host well. He's the key. The check-in system nodded in agreement. Understood. I'll keep that in mind. When the two systems returned, Yifan was fishing by the stream. Seeing them, he inquired, what were you talking about? The appraisal system was about to blurt out the truth when the check-in system quickly clamped a hand over its mouth. It smoothly covered for them. Nothing, just idle chatter. Hearing this, Yifan didn't ask any further questions, remaining focused on placing the fish he'd just caught into his basket. The check-in system extended a hand, brimming with confidence. That's right, host. Have you noticed anything suspicious around here? Tell me, and I'll eliminate it for you. Yifan propped his chin on his hand. Something suspicious? There is actually. The check-in system quickly asked, what is it? Where is it? Yifan looked at the system and replied, isn't it you? The system, hearing this response, became slightly sulky. Host, I'm being serious with you, and you're joking with me. Yifan retorted, who's joking with you? You appear out of nowhere. Bind yourself to me, no matter how I think about it. You seem suspicious. Suddenly, the check-in system sensed something. Unidentified individual, not within recorded parameters. Could it be, has the enemy already appeared? Activating comprehensive defense mode. Yifan was surprised. Really? There's someone here. Immediately, both the check-in system and the appraisal system grabbed their weapons and charged towards the source of the disturbance, brimming with fighting spirit. The check-in system yelled, over there. Catch them. No matter who the opponent is, I'll beat them to their knees. Then I'll force her to be our gatekeeper slave. One system brandished a net, the other a fishing rod, both rushing towards the bushes. But before they could lower their weapons, Yifan stepped forward and stopped them. I don't need a gatekeeper slave. And don't catch the wrong person. Then, with surprise, he exclaimed, second senior sister. Yifan picked up a teapot, poured some tea, and said politely, second senior sister, please have some tea. The other person responded courteously, thank you, junior brother. The check-in system hovered in the air, puzzled. So, she's host's second senior sister? That's strange. Why don't I have any impression of her at all? The appraisal system remarked, there's a significant difference between her and the other members of the Ziyun sect. Yifan spoke up, asking, second senior sister, tell me, why are you here? Second senior sister blew on her teacup and explained, all the ornamental fish in the back mountain of Immortal Jade Peak are raised by me. However, I see that junior brother enjoys fishing, so I had to catch some more fry and young fish. Hearing this, Yifan rubbed his head sheepishly. Ah, so those fish were raised by second senior sister? I'm so sorry. An image of a bountiful harvest of fish flashed through his mind. She didn't seem to mind, replying, it's all right. I'm happy that junior brother noticed me today. Yifan suddenly asked, second senior sister, tell me, do you have any hidden ailments? She looked at him, surprised. Junior brother, can you see that? Yifan crossed his arms and recounted, I've discussed the senior sisters with Master before. Since the 3 senior sisters entered the sect, I've never met you. He remembered Zi Yun hesitating when mentioning second senior sister. Zi Qing, what does she look like again? He continued, when Master spoke of you, she couldn't remember your appearance or figure. I thought Master was getting old and becoming forgetful. Looking at second senior sister's somewhat distorted form, he murmured, so, it was I who misunderstood Master. Zi Qing, whose current appearance resembled a giant, faceless cockroach, said sadly, junior brother, your words are truly heartbreaking. Yifan turned and whispered to the system, System, do you know what happened to my second senior sister? The system waved a hand and began to explain, Host, your senior sister is definitely suffering from a kind of deep diving syndrome, or, as I call it, NPC boundary disorder. It rambled on, explaining at length. Then it began to lecture. The specific reason, it claimed, was due to an excessively low sense of existence. Furthermore, it lacked even a form or a name, making it impossible for the heavenly Tao to observe and record it. Over time, it explained, the target would gradually forget their own form, until they eventually forgot their own existence entirely. Yifan, listening intently, softly inquired, so this suggests my name is truly renowned? Essentially, it can be found in every possible context. Correct, it replied. Yifan addressed the failure system. Since you've seen it, we can't pretend to be ignorant. Do you have any way to help my senior sister? The failure system chuckled. If you're talking about items, I don't have any on hand. If I have time, I'll visit the marketplace to look. The appraisal system, overhearing, questioned the marketplace. But you don't have any luck points to exchange. The failure system cheerfully held up a metaphorical wallet, saying, who doesn't have a secret stash these days? The appraisal system silently prayed this wouldn't be discovered by the, presumably, check-in system. Yifan spoke again. What if there aren't any items? Are there any other methods? The failure system's tone turned serious. Your 2 senior sister situations are somewhat grave. It seems the only path remaining is for them to become famous throughout the world. Yifan, perplexed, asked, how can they become famous throughout the world? The check-in system excitedly offered a solution. Their cultivation has reached the immortal emperor level, or they become children of luck recognized by the heavenly Tao. Yifan, exasperated, responded, those suggestions are hardly believable. The failure system attempted to soothe him. Actually, it's not that difficult, is it? Host, you're a child of luck yourself. Perhaps you can turn the situation around. Yifan looked towards Zi Qing, his second senior sister, and made up his mind. All right, I'll try. After all, she is my senior sister. Resting his hand on his teacup, he addressed Zi Qing, senior sister, would you like to go out and make a name for yourself with me? Meanwhile, the flower demon basked in the sunlight, enjoying the abundant water and spiritual energy. It danced joyfully, exclaiming, so much spiritual essence overflowing. Water it some more, Huang Ru instructed, stroking the flower demon. This flower seems to like you. If you could cultivate into a human, you'd be a cute child. Huang Ru pointed at it, thinking regretfully. However, this flower grows too slowly. Why don't I give it a bit of immortal energy? She immediately reached out to touch the flower demon. In a remote mountain region, 2 figures, one fat and one thin, arrived on clouds, surveying the area. The fat man, Li Changsheng, the grand elder of the divine dragon clan, spoke, staff in hand. The spiritual energy here is thin, and the mountain peak is inconspicuous. How could a true dragon reside in such a desolate place? Beside him stood Li Tandao, the 3rd elder of the divine dragon clan. He replied confidently, it's absolutely accurate. Someone reported traces of immortals here before. Changsheng scoffed. Traces of immortals? Who believes such nonsense? It seems this trip was a waste. Tandao, slightly annoyed, retorted, no one asked you to come if you didn't believe it. Suddenly, a large, green light appeared before their eyes. Both men immediately noticed it, exclaiming in surprise, immortal energy. It's actually immortal energy. Changsheng's eyes lit up. He said excitedly, if we can find an immortal, even if we don't see a true dragon, it'll still be worth it. Tandao smiled smugly. Do you believe the information now? The light vanished. The 2 quickly pursued it on their clouds. Changsheng saying, the energy disappeared again. Could the immortal be concealing themselves? There's a small sect over there. Let's go ask them. The two descended into the vegetable garden where Ming Bai was diligently pulling carrots. Tan Dao coughed, then approached and asked, "Young man, have you seen anything unusual around here?" Ming Bai, seeing them, retorted, "Me? Why would I tell you?" Changsheng lost his composure. Scowling, he pointed his staff at Ming Bai. "Nonsense. Besides you, who else could be here?" Ming Bai crossed his arms. "What an attitude. Why should I tell you anything?" Changsheng, even angrier, raised his hand higher, pointing at Ming Bai's face. "How dare you talk back? Do you know who I am?" "Unafraid," Ming Bai replied. "I don't care who you are. With that attitude, I'm not telling you anything." Tan Dao, from behind, quickly intervened. "You're old enough to know better than to argue with a junior." But Changsheng, still disagreeable, lunged forward with his staff, shouting, "You're courting death." Ming Bai's eyes widened in surprise. Suddenly, from behind Ming Bai, a surge of azure light, brimming with immortal energy, erupted. Shi-Chi, with a valiant air, appeared at his side. It roared, audacious. "You, mere members of the Divine Dragon Clan, dare to threaten my master." Both elders of the Divine Dragon Clan gaped in astonishment. A true dragon? The dragon's immense shadow eclipsed the light above them. Both looked up in awe. A true dragon? How can a true dragon reside within him? "We've made a terrible mistake." The enormous body landed with a thunderous crash. The plump Shi-Chi faced the two elders and asked, "Judging by your appearance, you hail from the Divine Dragon Clan?" Looking at Shi-Chi, the two men felt a flicker of doubt. This fat worm is truly a true dragon? It's completely different from the depictions we've seen. The reason for Shi-Chi's plumpness was its recent indulgent diet of rich, thick radish and stewed assassin soup. Without further hesitation, the two elders voiced their question. "Great true dragon, why are you here?" Shi-Chi replied, "He is my keeper." Hearing this, the elders' jaws dropped again. "What? Great true dragon? What do you see in him?" Shi-Chi, thinking of Qing Lan and the others, replied with a feigned sincerity. "A sense of security, I suppose." Dan Dao Baoet Zet Pet Fun Do Ming Bai. According to clan rules, one chosen by a true dragon must undergo the trial for clan leader. Therefore, young friend, we must invite you to the Divine Dragon Clan. Changsheng, though still displeased with Ming Bai, could only agree. "There's no other way." Ming Bai stammered, Shi-Chi turned to him and urged, "Master, agree. The Divine Dragon Clan reveres me. There, you'll have access to any resource you desire." Ming Bai thought to himself, unhappily, become the clan leader of some bird clan? That doesn't sound like a good deal. I'd rather freeload off senior brother Yi Fan every day. But if this is a great opportunity, will I be in trouble if I refuse? Suddenly, Ming Bai's eyes lit up. He smacked his right hand. "I can ask senior brother Yi Fan. He can divine the heavens and is well versed in ancient lore. If he approves, then I'll go." With that, he quickly turned and waved dismissively at the two elders. "I'm going to discuss this with someone." "Wait here," Changsheng exclaimed. "Discuss? Don't tell me it's his master." Tan Dao grumbled. "And he expects us to wait?" Meanwhile, at the alchemy hut, a loud explosion rocked the building, blowing a hole in the roof. Yi Fan rushed over to Zi Qing and asked with concern, "Second senior sister, are you all right?" She lay sprawled on the ground, trembling slightly. "I'm fine," she replied. "Just another alchemy failure." Outside the window, Yuan and Tai Yin peered in, observing the situation. Yuan, puzzled, asked Yi Fan, "What in the world are you doing borrowing my alchemy room for?" Tai Yin added, "Young friend, even though your talent is remarkable, cultivating for a few months is equivalent to a normal cultivator's hundreds of years. Still," she advised, "alchemy is a different matter altogether. Recklessly researching won't get you anywhere. If you want to learn, you can come to me. I guarantee I can teach you." Yi Fan simply replied to their concerns, "Alchemy? No, I'm not interested in alchemy." Ignoring the two women now struggling to hold up a fallen piece of the roof, he turned to Zi Qing, placing a comforting hand on her waist. "Second senior sister, how about we try a different approach? If you could reach a realm no one has ever achieved before, perhaps you might be remembered by the world." Zi Qing responded sadly, "Little junior brother, let's just forget it. I don't have the talent to cultivate by fighting like eldest senior sister, nor do I have unique insights in a swordsmanship like third senior sister." She continued dejectedly, "And besides, you've seen it yourself during this time. Whether it's alchemy, martial arts, cultivation techniques, or any other skill, I haven't reached the standard in anything." Zi Qing recalled the scene when Yi Fan brought her to Renhai, only for him to look around and ask, "Is the person I'm supposed to teach here yet?" Or when he took her to Huang Ru, who looked at Zi Qing with surprise. "Senior, do you mean you want me to teach her cultivation techniques?" Even when he brought her to Qing Lan, they were refused. "My friend, my cultivation technique is only suitable for spirit beasts, not for your senior sister." With Zhu Yi, it was even worse. A disaster struck while they were practicing cooking. Fish in the hot oil leaped from the pan, splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, the system whispered to Yifan, "Host, with your senior sister's current state, it's difficult for the heavenly Tao to even notice her." The appraisal system chimed in. "I advise the host to adopt some more radical methods. They might be effective." Intrigued, Yifan asked, "Radical methods?" The appraisal system, eager to push its agenda, suggested, "Confess your love to your two senior sisters. You're a child of luck. After you confess, she could become the female lead." Yifan was taken aback. "Huh?" The check-in system joined in. "I support this. I once read a book where the female lead was a rabbit with a low sense of presence. The protagonist confessed his love to her in front of everyone." Snapping back to reality, Yifan immediately rejected the idea. "Absolutely not. I don't have those kinds of feelings for my senior sisters. And stop applying those tropes from novels to this world." The check-in system sighed. "Well, then I don't have any better ideas for now." The appraisal system, still lost in its own world, offered another suggestion. "Host, I still have a suggestion. How about you imprison her?" Then, dominantly, exasperated by the system's rambling, Yifan snapped, "Shut up. Eliminate all romantic inclinations." Ziqing spoke sadly. "Little junior brother, just give up. Perhaps my life is meant to be like this, arriving vaguely, departing vaguely, just like many mortals in the world, living an ordinary life, waiting for a coffin." She continued, "My sense of existence is so low, perhaps no one will even make a coffin for me." She added, with a touch of resignation, "Little junior brother, your cultivation is high, and you'll live a long time. Remember to bury me when the time comes." Yifan recalled a time when Ziyun, trailing after him, had urged, "Dearest disciple, cultivate for a bit. With your heavenly Tao physique, reaching the Qi refining stage will be quick." But he'd refused. "Master, don't waste your efforts. I plan to lie down and wait for death this entire life. It's best to prepare an urn for my ashes early." She quickly retorted, dismissing his morbid humor. "No such luck." Yifan chuckled softly and called out, "Second senior sister." Before he could finish, Mingbai rushed over, flustered. "Senior brother Yifan, I need your help." Yifan stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The divine dragon lineage, you say?" The check-in system beside him chimed in excitedly. "Eva investigated. They're a cultivation lineage frequently protected by true dragons. They possess the supreme dragon bone. If your senior sister were to replace it, her cultivation might soar." Yifan mused, "Supreme dragon bone. Just thinking about my past life makes me ache. The feeling of having one's bones extracted isn't pleasant at all." Mingbai, standing beside him, asked anxiously, "Senior brother Yifan, what should I do?" Yifan replied, offering a suggestion. "With a true dragon's protection, there shouldn't be any problems." "Oh, right, can we come along?" Mingbai immediately turned and waved his hand dismissively. "Let me go ask." After hearing Mingbai's request, Changxing immediately refused. "What? You want to bring a random outsider into our divine dragon clan?" "Absolutely not." Li Tandao, standing beside him, was more conciliatory. He advised the young man, "You must consider this carefully. This concerns your future." Seeing their reluctance, Mingbai stood firm. He crossed his arms and declared resolutely, "No. If senior brother Yifan can't come, then I won't go either." His unwavering stance displeased the two elders. Li Tandao tried to calm himself. "Stay calm. For the sake of the true dragon, what are clan rules anyway?" Changsheng inwardly cursed. This foolish boy. He'd actually refused the divine dragon clan for a mere mortal. Unable to sway him, he finally relented. "Fine, he can come. But if your senior brother causes any trouble, don't blame us for turning on you." Receiving the desired answer, Mingbai turned to Yifan. "Senior brother Yifan, I succeeded." Yifan praised him in return. "Well done." Outwardly agreeable, Changxing inwardly plotted against Yifan, taking advantage of the true dragon's autonomy, daring to show off in front of me. "If I can't deal with you, I'll deal with your senior brother." Reaching the enormous ship, Li Tandao said politely, "Please, both of you, board the ship." At the foot of the ship, Changsheng glanced at Yifan, his mind churning with malicious intent. "A small lesson for this mortal will do. It'll prevent that brat from defying me." He lifted his foot, intending to trip Yifan, but suddenly a dark shape landed on it. He yelped in pain, hopping on one foot while clutching the injured one. "Ouch, damn it." Ziqing quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm so sorry." Li Tandao turned and asked, "What are you doing?" Changsheng pointed his staff accusingly. "Someone stepped on me." He then bumped into Ziqing. She dodged, causing him to lose his footing and tumble down the slope. Li Tandao called after him, "Elder," as they boarded the ship. Tandao turned to Changsheng. "You're a grown man, yet you're still bickering with a junior like Mingbai. Not only did you bicker, but you also fell flat on your face. You've truly embarrassed the divine dragon clan." Changsheng, nursing his various injuries, trembled as he spoke. That Yi Fan brat is trouble. I sense two distinct auras emanating from him. He definitely has a protector. He declared this with unwavering certainty. Li Ming, by bringing him along, must have an ulterior motive. For the sake of the Divine Dragon Clan, and to safeguard the position of clan leader from any unforeseen circumstances, we must expel this Yi Fan. Tan Dao, standing beside him, could only sigh inwardly. This is clearly a blatant abuse of power, using official business to settle a personal score. Changsheng ground his teeth in frustration. A sinister thought took root. I've got it. I'll poison his tea. As long as I leave it in his room, he's bound to drink it eventually. If he gets a stomachache, the poison will take hold. A month later, his meridians will be completely severed, turning him into a helpless cripple. Elsewhere, Ziqing spoke with Yi Fan. Junior brother, she began. That fat elder hasn't even acknowledged my presence. He hasn't arranged a room for me. Could I perhaps meditate in yours? Yi Fan readily agreed. Second senior sister, there's no need for you to suffer any inconvenience. You can stay in my room. I'll find that thin elder, the one who seems a bit more reasonable, and ask him to arrange a new room for you. Ziqing's face lit up with relief and gratitude. Thank you, junior brother. Thank you so much. A few minutes later, Changsheng, feigning cordiality, carried a teapot towards Yi Fan's room. He entered, forcing a friendly tone. Young friend Yi, it's a long journey ahead. It'll take several days to reach our destination. Would you care for some tea? But upon entering, he found the room empty. He looked left and right, perplexed. Strange, where is he? He lifted the lid of the teapot, a dark thought crossing his mind. If that brat isn't here, I'll just add a little extra something to his tea. Unbeknownst to him, Ziqing had witnessed his actions from a hidden vantage point. She fumed silently. Despicable, deliberately tainting the tea. Does he really think junior brother tricked him intentionally? To hold such a petty grudge, what a waste of his cultivation. Changsheng, finished with his sabotage, placed the tea down and turned to leave, a smug smirk playing on his lips. Enjoy, he whispered to himself. Ziqing, however, had a plan of her own. I'll switch the teapots and deliver this one to his room later. Let him have a taste of his own medicine. Ziqing departed, her plan firmly in place. Shortly after, Mingbai arrived at Changsheng's room. Fat elder, he inquired, could you possibly change rooms for my senior brother? He finds the lighting in his current room inadequate. Changsheng bristled at the informal address. What do you mean, fat elder? My name is Li Changsheng. You insignificant mortal, so full of trivial complaints. Tell him to choose his own room. What's his problem? Mingbai muttered under his breath as he walked away. Changsheng, picking up the teacup and taking a sip, grumbled to himself. Do they think I'm their personal servant? Suddenly, a chilling realization dawned on him. Wait a minute, isn't this the teapot I specifically prepared for Yi Fan? Why is it my room? He crumpled to the floor, clutching his stomach and groaning in agony. My stomach, I can't even access my spiritual energy. Wait, change rooms? So he saw through my scheme. He dragged himself painfully towards the door, his thoughts racing. Damn it, I've been outwitted by that Yi Fan brat. I need to finally Tan Dao, the thin elder, and get a cleansing pill. Otherwise, my cultivation will be completely dissipated. He pushed against the door with all his remaining strength, but it wouldn't budge. It had been locked from the outside. Arg, that Yi brat locked the door. You despicable little wretch. This isn't over yet. Meanwhile, Yi Fan and the two system sprites were busy cleaning his room. He swept at the dust, complaining, this spare room is absolutely filthy. Dust bunnies everywhere. At the Divine Dragon Clan's estate, a group stood waiting. One spoke up, announcing the arrival of Li Shuntong, the acting clan leader. The ship touched down on solid ground. As everyone disembarked and took in the surrounding landscape, Mingbai breathed a soft exclamation. So this is the Divine Dragon's realm. Shintong, waiting there, greeted them respectfully. Welcome, true dragon, Master Li Xiao. The clan's secret realm trial has long been opened, awaiting you. After clearing it, you must also gain the approval of the heavenly immortal realm to become the clan leader. Mingbai, taken aback, replied, I've only just arrived. You're already sending me into a trial? Shintong seemed equally surprised. Didn't you request it? He turned, a frown creasing his brow as he looked at Changsheng. What in the world is that pig-headed Li Changsheng doing? Meanwhile, Changsheng was inwardly gloating. Once the clan's secret realm trial opens, it cannot be stopped. The trial must proceed. Knowing he was in the wrong, but unable to halt the process, he gritted his teeth and apologized to Mingbai. I apologize, Masterly Mingbai. It was my error. The trial opened prematurely. But once this secret realm closes, it won't reopen for over 100 years. Please, bear with us and undertake the trial. Mingbai pondered. Have I been tricked? I haven't even had a cup of tea, and they're already throwing me into a trial. Better see what Brother Yifan has to say. He quickly called for Yifan. Anticipating the question, Yifan quickly responded and advised, everything has been arranged. You should go. And be careful, the trial may be dangerous. Reassured, Mingbai replied, with Brother Yifan's words, I feel at ease. Yifan nodded in agreement. Mingbai turned to Shintong. Then take me there. Shintong gestured graciously. Please, to the altar ahead. Yifan offered a silent prayer. I hope Junior Brotherly can pass the trial. If he does, and I help the two senior sisters get a supreme dragon bone, they'll surely agree, won't they? A clan member turned to Changsheng and murmured, Great Elder, the hidden mechanisms within the secret realm have been activated. We guarantee the acting clan leader won't discover any flaws. He hesitated. Could this anger the true dragon? Changsheng dismissed the concern. So what if he's angry? The divine dragon clan cannot fall into the hands of an outsider. The other person continued, Great Elder, your complexion is quite poor. Could it be? Changsheng cut him off. Don't ask questions you shouldn't. He glared at Yifan. Just you wait. I'll see how you fare later. Once that Li brat loses his qualification for the trial, no one will be able to protect you. Mingbai stepped into a designated area, and the scene around him transformed. Violet leaves materialized, and he found himself within a violet forest. As he walked, he pondered, so this is the trial grounds? It's so dark, I could barely see anything. Is the true dragon here? Which way should I go? After a moment of silence, he realized, it seems I can't contact the true dragon. I can only rely on myself. He reached a fork in the path. Looking down at the undergrowth, Ming Bai's face lit up. 100 heart grass. The whole path is covered in it. I'm rich. Then, glancing at the other path, he remarked, those blackened fruits must be poisonous. Poisonous fruits, poisonous plants. I definitely can't go that way. Wouldn't know what to do with myself if I couldn't tell the difference. 2 hours had passed. Changsheng thought to himself, 2 hours have gone by, and that Li brat still hasn't come out. It looks like things aren't going well for him. He ordered the person beside him to take action. The man immediately acknowledged the command. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Not good. The celestial mirror has been stolen. Shintong, upon hearing this, was shocked and worried. What? Stolen? Someone go check. Li, did you see who stole the celestial mirror? The man immediately pointed at Yifan. Who else could it be? It must be the one who came with Master Mingbai. Shintong, puzzled, replied, but that mortal, isn't he still sitting right here? Changsheng chimed in, he's sitting there. All right, but that doesn't mean he's immortal. This kid is strange. He's a spirit cultivator. He can control spirits and interfere with anything. Seeing this, Tandao intervened. Clan leader, be careful. You can't just accuse him because you have a grudge against him. Shintong retorted. He locked me in a room on the airship. You were the one who let me out. Have you forgotten? Tandao hesitative. Well, that's true, but Shintong stubbornly insisted. I don't care. We need to apprehend this kid. We can definitely extract the secret from him. Shintong then commanded, take him. Just then, a woman's voice rang out. Before you suspect my junior brother, you should prove your own innocence. I saw that mirror hidden in your sleeve. Startled, everyone turned, wary. Who's there? They demanded. Their eyes finally landed on Ziqing. Her presence surprised them. When did she get into our clan? We didn't even sense her. Her strength is not simple. Changsheng became even more certain. See, I told you that kid was definitely suspicious. Ziqing's voice rang out again, firm and unwavering. I said, the mirror is on him. Whether it's real or fake, a check will tell. Yifan was slightly surprised. Senior sister, you've been noticed. Changsheng frantically clutched his sleeve, stammering in denial. I understand. Shintong immediately strode towards Changsheng, pointing at him accusingly. You caused all this trouble just to frame a mortal? Unrepentant. Changsheng stubbornly threatened the acting clan leader. Li Shantong, are you really going to oppose me for a mere mortal? Shintong turned away. He is Master Mingbai's senior brother. After all, enraged, Changsheng raised his staff towards Shantong and yelled, Li Shantong, don't forget who put you in this position, from second elder to where you are now. If you let that outsider become clan leader, you'll be nothing. I'm helping you. If you search me and find the celestial mirror, you'll face my wrath. Shintong, no longer hesitating, gave the order. Unbelievable. These two are spies, enemies sent to infiltrate us by posing as Master Mingbai's companions. Execute them on the spot. The others immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. They quickly raised their weapons towards Yifan and Ziqing. Finding himself surrounded, Yifan frowned, his eyes cold. The situation brought back unpleasant memories. He thought to himself, surrounded again. It was the same in Liang country. Am I cursed with bad luck? The system's news check flared up with angry reprimands. That damned fatty. He's full of hot air. If I'd known he was this much trouble, I would have wished a bottle of brain-numbing poison down his throat. Good riddance. The system's evaluation chimed in as well. Earlier, when he speculated that the host was a spiritual core, I thought the soul he was referring to was ours. Turns out it was the host's two senior sisters. Having been scolded like this, perhaps he sensed something. He suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Tan Dao, seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly intervened, advising, "Clan leader, you can't. They are Masterly Ming Bai's guests. If he comes out, he'll be furious." He snorted and retorted, 2 hours have passed. It's long past the usual trial time. As far as I'm concerned, he's already dead. Just as he finished speaking, Ming Bai appeared, arms overflowing with flowers. "What are you all doing here?" he asked, looking at the crowd. Seeing him emerge safe and sound, Chang Sheng was utterly astonished. He pointed his staff at Ming Bai and demanded, "Li Ming Bai, how are you not dead? And you even passed the trial?" Ming Bai, irritated by the absurd question, snapped back, "Why should I be dead?" Inside the trial grounds, Ming Bai had been happily picking flowers without encountering any obstacles. The dangerous entities surrounding him were too afraid to approach. "He unexpectedly possesses dragon's might. We can't provoke him. We can't provoke him," they whispered amongst themselves. Meanwhile, Ming Bai, completely oblivious, thought excitedly, "I've struck it rich this time." Chang Sheng was utterly bewildered. This shouldn't be happening, because clearly But before he could finish his sentence, the system injected him with a dose of truth serum. Unable to control himself, he blurted out the truth. "Because I told Li Yi to activate the mechanisms within the secret realm. I wanted you dead. Not just you, but that Yi Fanbrat too." Ming Bai, hearing this, was enraged. He whirled around and shouted, "You begged me to come to the Divine Dragon Clan to be your clan leader, and the moment I arrive, you test me, and then try to kill me and senior brother Yi Fan?" Chang Sheng, bewildered, thought, "Why did I say that out loud?" Ming Bai continued, "I don't even want your stupid clan leader position." Seeing Ming Bai's fury, Li Shentong hastily knelt down and pleaded, "Masterly Ming Bai, it was our fault. Please calm down." He then made a promise. "I will cripple Great Elder Changsheng's meridians now and expel him from the Divine Dragon Clan." As soon as he finished speaking, a multitude of swords pointed towards Changsheng. Terrified, yet still defiant, Changsheng yelled, "What are you doing? I'm the Great Elder. I've made significant contributions to the clan." Unreconciled, he continued, "So what if this brat passed the clan's trial? He hasn't been acknowledged by the Celestial Mirror. He's still not the clan leader. He sees that internally. Being an elder truly has its limits. I've contributed so much to the clan, yet in the end, my treatment is still inferior to some brat who fell out of the sky." Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Is that how you want to play it?" Li Shentong, hearing this, felt a flicker of fear. "What do you mean by that?" Chang Sheng pulled out a gleaming golden mirror. Holding it aloft, he declared triumphantly, "I'm not an elder anymore, Li Shentong. This mirror is the Celestial Mirror." Everyone stared in astonishment as he raised the mirror and shouted, "Celestial Mirror, please contact the immortals in the upper realm. Tell them who is the most suitable person to be the clan leader of the Divine Dragon Clan." The mirror resonated with a voice, contacting nearby immortals. Chang Sheng, sweating, prayed silently. "It worked. As long as I contact the Ming Yuan immortal sect, I'll be saved." Suddenly, the mirror zipped through the air and landed in Yi Fan's hand. Shentong gasped, astonishment etched on his face. The Celestial Mirror. How could it fly into the hands of a mortal? The mirror, brimming with enthusiasm, greeted Yi Fan. "Greetings, great immortal." Yi Fan waved it away dismissively. Go away, go away. Im no immortal." Obediently, the mirror responded, "You are right, my lord. If you say you're not, then you're not." Then, with a renewed burst of excitement, it continued, "But the scent on you, you must have been in contact with my former master, Huang Ru, haven't you? Please, take me to her. I miss her so much." Yi Fan, taken aback, replied, "You're another one of Huang Ru's lost treasures? That's strange. You don't have a nose. How can you smell anything?" Ming Bai, standing beside him, spoke with reverence. "As expected of my senior brother Yi Fan. Just as I predicted." Shentong also chimed in, "Incredible. The person beside Master Li is an immortal, and he has connections to the upper realm." Chang Sheng, however, crumpled to the ground in fear. "I'm finished," he thought, panic seizing him. "He's immortal. I am doomed." In a flash, the entire Divine Dragon Clan prostrated themselves before Yi Fan. "Celestial Immortal Yi," they chorused reverently. "Please accept our obeisance." Flustered, Yi Fan urged them to rise. Get up, get up. It's not what you think." Zi Qing, witnessing the scene, felt a pang of melancholy. "To think that little junior brother has become so powerful," she mused. "In just a few short months, he's ascended to become an immortal beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. Compared to him," she turned and walked away, her departure catching Yifan's attention. He wanted to follow her, but he was immediately surrounded by members of the Divine Dragon Clan. Shintong addressed him. Celestial Immortal Yi, please wait. Since you've arrived, please endorse Master Li as your successor. The others quickly echoed his sentiment. Yes, yes, choose Master Li. Tears streamed down Ming Bai's face, overwhelmed with gratitude. Senior brother Yifan is too kind to me, he thought. He's elevated me from a mere chi refinement disciple to the decision-maker of a powerful clan. I will definitely live up to his expectations. Shintong turned to Ming Bai, offering his congratulations. Congratulations, Master Li Ming Bai, on becoming the clan leader of the Divine Dragon Clan. Tan Dao added, the revival of the Li clan's glory rests entirely on your shoulders. Master Li Ming Bai. Ming Bai, puffed up with newfound authority, addressed the clan. Since you all acknowledge me as your clan leader, you must obey my every command. First, construct a statue of my senior brother Yifan. A massive one. Yes, clan leader, they responded in unison. A rocky outcrop jutted out from the mountainside. Ziqing sat perched on the edge, lost in thought. Yifan approached her from behind. Senior sister, he asked, concern lacing his voice. Why did you come here? It's dangerous. A hint of sadness tinged her reply. It's nothing. I just wanted to admire the scenery below, to observe the myriad living beings, to experience the feeling of standing at such a height. Sensing her troubled heart, Yifan gently encouraged her. Senior sister, if there's something on your mind, just tell me. Talking about it might make you feel better. She hesitated for a moment before replying. All right, little junior brother, but you mustn't tell anyone else about this, okay? Meanwhile, two gossiping systems chattered amongst themselves. The check-in system began to speculate. Here it comes, here it comes. The classic lone boy and girl on a cliff scene. It's either a tragic love story or a confession. Then it questioned itself. What kind of nonsensical script is this? Why is there a cliff here? The appraisal system shrugged nonchalantly. Don't ask. It's fate. Ziqing began to confide in her junior brother. You know, junior brother, I'm actually quite insecure. When I was little, my appearance was frightening and no one wanted to take me in. Only Master wasn't repulsed by me. She said my eyes were beautiful. The two systems within Yifan chimed in, puzzled. Eyes. Ziqing continued, her voice soft. I have a secret, one that even Master doesn't know. I intended to keep it hidden, but after seeing you revealed by the celestial mirror, standing before all those admirers, so radiant. Junior brother, you like a prince or a general from a storybook? And me? I'm just a farmer's daughter, with no connection to that world. She looked down at the chasm below. Junior brother, I want. The appraisal system, conjuring a bag of sunflower seeds, declared, called it, a confession, just as I predicted. The check-in system, equally surprised, exclaimed, what kind of Cinderella story is this? Give me some seeds. With newfound determination, she declared, I want to become someone that others fear, just like you. Her words stunned all three listeners. Ziqing elaborated. I've always longed to see the look of fear in others' eyes when they look at me, that mixture of terror and helplessness. Her comparison turned disturbing, like tying a lamb to a stake and slowly slicing it from its feet upwards, or turning a toad into a sauce and stuffing it into its own brain. Yifan, a little unnerved, replied, Senior sister, your metaphors are unique. The two systems, no longer amused, grimaced. Our host senior sister is terrifying. Suddenly, her lack of presence seems like a blessing. Ziqing stood at the edge of the precipice, bathed in sunlight. The sky darkened abruptly, flashing with brilliant lightning. The check-in system gasped, Heavenly Tao's divine might. The appraisal system, incredulous, responded, her conviction, it's recognized by the Heavenly Tao. A blue light enveloped Ziqing, her form shifting and shimmering. Both systems and Yifan watched, a sense of awe mixed with fear washing over them. The check-in system observed, such terrifying spiritual power and intent. Our host senior sister is definitely not ordinary. The appraisal system agreed. Even as a system, I feel a primal fear towards her, truly worthy of the Heavenly Tao's recognition. The blue light surrounding her seemed to break some unseen seal. Deep within the earth, something stirred. She's still alive? From the ground, a swarm of cockroaches emerged, all moving in the same direction, their excitement palpable. The blood of the king. Our queen has returned. The scene shifted to the great Liang kingdom. Zhan Su was giving instructions. Next, you will assist the new emperor. Remember, do not allow any enemies to exploit the sect's vulnerability. Suddenly, someone rushed in. Sect leader, it's terrible. Zhan Su turned sharply. What is it? Explain yourself. The messenger quickly relayed the situation. The citizens of the city, and even the sect, all of Donghuang, is overrun with black demonic creatures. They're like an army, marching towards the northwest. Zhan Su gasped, what? Back with Yi Fan, the check-in system, observing Zi Qing's transformed appearance, muttered, "Why does she look so different from what I imagined?" The appraisal system, equally perplexed, scratched its head. "And such a strange image. She's clearly a disciple of Zi Yun Jinrun, but she doesn't have purple hair." Zi Qing trembled, finally speaking. Finally, Yi Fan called out, "Senior sister?" Zi Qing, with a lovely face, pink hair, and violet eyes, turned around cheerfully. Junior brother, look, I've finally returned to my original appearance." He looked at her quizzically. Senior sister, why did you want to disguise yourself as a cockroach?" She replied nonchalantly, "A cockroach? What's that? This is my natural form." Natural form? She not only had 2 antennae and thin brown wings, but also insect-like hands. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Your Majesty, we have finally found you." She looked toward the sound and asked, "Who are you?" Yi Fan, watching the scene unfold, seemed to realize who she truly was, the Roach Queen. Immediately, the throng of insect-like beings knelt reverently. "Your Majesty, we are the people of the great Lian Empire in the western regions, and your loyal servants." One then recounted how she had become lost years ago. A vision of the past appeared, an ancient city engulfed in flames. A serpentine figure cradled a newborn infant, turning to address another. "Princess, you are the last of the immortal emperor's bloodline. He has sealed all his power within you. We must protect you at all costs." The others immediately acknowledged the command. The system, bewildered, blurted out, "Super, person flag. The serpentine figure then handed the baby to another, instructing, "Look after the princess for me. I will return after I've dealt with the enemy troops." The recipient quickly passed the child on, echoing, "Look after the princess for me. I will return after I've dealt with the enemy." And so the infant princess was passed from one to another. "Look after the princess for me. I'll go tell them to come back." Yi Fan and the system listened, dumbfounded. The system, indignant, declared, "This isn't getting lost. This is blatant neglect." Back in the past, Tu Yun, walking through the forest, discovered the abandoned child. Surprised, she exclaimed, "Someone abandoned a baby? How immoral." She picked up the infant. "This child has violet eyes, quite a connection to my Purple Cloud sect. You shall be my disciple." Zi Qing, recounting the tale, thought fondly of her master, Tu Yun. "Master treated me very well." Yi Fan inwardly mused, "What a casual master." The serpentine figure bowed low, pleading, "Your Majesty, you must avenge the immortal emperor. Make those old geezers of the Holy Healers sect pay." Yi Fan turned to the system, puzzled. "Isn't this a cultivation world? Why are there connections to the West?" The check-in system explained, "Because the true face of this world is like this. It's just that it usually doesn't involve the Western continents." The appraisal system chimed in, "Finally, I understand why I couldn't see through the Ho senior sister. It turns out she was hidden, or perhaps omitted, by the heavenly Tao." Zi Qing looked back at Yi Fan with regret. "So, does this mean we must part ways now, junior brother? I won't be able to see everyone at the Purple Cloud sect again." The serpentine figure spoke frankly, "Your Majesty, there's no need for such sentimentality. Returning with your current strength is no different from walking into a death trap." Zi Qing, taken aback, retorted, "That's a bit blunt, isn't it?" Then, noticing something, she exclaimed in surprise. The serpentine figure then made a request. "Your Majesty, would it be possible for us to remain by your side and serve you?" Overwhelmed by their sheer number, she quickly agreed. "I suppose so. It's just a few more mouths to feed in the sect." Zi Qing had barely finished speaking when thousands of roaches swarmed towards them from the distance. Astonished, she immediately retracted her previous statement. Perhaps you should all come to my sect instead." The Roach Queen, intrigued, asked why. Suddenly, Yi Fan received a message, his eyes widening in surprise. "What's Senior Sister 3 sending a message for at a time like this?" Ziyan's message read, "Junior brother, Master has fainted." Yi Fan's heart lurched with worry. "Master? What happened to Master?" Back at the Purple Cloud sect, Zi Yun recounted the events frantically. "I'm telling the truth. It was a 2-meter-tall black insect. It suddenly darted out of my room with incredible speed, and it had 10 smaller insects trailing behind it." Everyone present immediately jumped to the same predictable conclusion. The elder questioned Jinsu, the sect leader, "How often is this room of yours cleaned?" Zi Yun, knowing exactly what they were thinking, yelled indignantly, "That's not what happened at all." Just then, Yi Fan and Zi Qing returned. Throwing open the door, Yi Fan announced, "Eldest senior sister, second senior sister, and I are back." Zi Qing, equally worried, rushed to Zi Yun's side. "Senior sister, how is Master?" Zi Yun and the others stared, dumbfounded. Zi Yun, still in disbelief, stammered, You call me senior sister? Could you be?" Zi Qing, Zi Yin, equally puzzled, added, but why isn't her hair purple? Ziyan gazed intently at Ziqing, then declared, those eyes, you truly are our Ziqing. By the bedside, Ziqing knelt, choked with emotion. Master, your disciple, Ziqing, has been unfilial. Only today do I dare reveal my true form. Ziyan reached out, helping her up. Ziqing, rise. Quickly rise. Tears welled in Ziyun's eyes as she spoke, her voice thick with emotion. Master, your memory seems a bit hazy. You look much thinner than I remember. Ziyun then held up a green jade pendant, a bright smile illuminating her face. See, I fainted, but I'm all right. It's all thanks to this protective amulet from my precious disciple. Ziqing looked surprised. Master, you accepted a gift from junior brother? The elder, observing Ziyun's affectionate display, coughed pointedly. Sect leader, perhaps a little restraint? Your disciple is still standing right here. Yi Fan, who had entered the room, stood with his arms crossed, quietly observing the scene. Suddenly, Jiansu appeared behind Yi Fan, her voice brimming with self-importance. Fellow cultivator Yi, when your master fainted, I was the first to rush here from the great Liang kingdom to provide treatment. Ziyun, suddenly remembering Yi Fan, hurried to his side. My precious disciple, did you encounter a black, demonic beast on your way back? That beast has been causing quite a stir lately. I hear it's been appearing in both the cultivation world and the mortal realm. Yi Fan hesitated, then replied, we did. Ziqing, overhearing the conversation, gestured towards the Roach Queen. Are you talking about her? The Roach Queen offered a friendly greeting. Hello there. Ziyun, upon seeing the Roach Queen, let out a shriek of terror. Then, she fainted again. Zibing cried out, oh no, master has fainted again. She turned to Jiansu, pleading, fellow cultivator Jian, please help. The Roach Queen, distressed, asked, did I do something wrong? Yifan Sigit Resignit. You could say that. Elsewhere, a young woman in green robes strolled along, sucking on a lollipop. So slow, she grumbled. I wonder what master is doing. This was Liang, and a direct disciple of the 10,000 Beast sect. Earlier, within the Liang Kingdom's royal palace, Jiansu spoke. This child's natural talent is exceptional. Undoubtedly, she possesses the perfect qualities for cultivation. Why not let her become my disciple? The other person immediately agreed, then let the sect leader arrange it. Before departing, he instructed Liang in, daughter, we are a branch of the Yu family. Currently, the 10,000 Beast sect is supporting our Liang family's ascension to the throne of the great Liang kingdom. You surely understand the significance of this. She replied, I understand, father. I will certainly perform well at the 10,000 Beast sect. Lost in thought, she raised her lollipop and inwardly cursed. That wretched father, for the sake of the throne, he's actually sending me to the 10,000 Beast sect as a hostage. She also silently reproached Jinsu. Master is truly something else. He said he wanted to bring me to the 10,000 Beast sect, but now he's abandoning me at some strange and unfamiliar sect. Unwilling to accept her fate, she thought, I refuse to be a pawn manipulated by them. If I don't cause a little trouble, do they really think I'm some easily controlled little demoness? Elsewhere, Hookskin and Nine-Tailed Fox were digging in the dirt, their backsides in the air. Nine-Tailed Fox asked, Cap, big brother, is there really blood ginseng here? Hookskin replied confidently, Fox sister, I guarantee it, there are definitely spiritual herbs here. Suddenly, a delicious aroma drifted towards them, capturing their attention. Nine-Tailed Fox exclaimed longingly, it smells so good. Is it roast chicken today? Hookskin, equally enticed by the food, immediately abandoned their digging. No more digging. Fox sister, let's eat first. The two of them gleefully dashed toward the plate holding a massive chicken leg. Time to eat. But before they could touch the chicken leg, a net ensnared them, hoisting them upside down and leaving them dangling from a tree. Hookskin strained to reach the chicken leg below, drool dripping from his mouth. He stammered, leg. Nine-Tailed Fox turned to him sadly. Cap, big brother, we've been tricked. Liang approached. She placed them in a basket. Satisfied, she said, a full harvest. If the spirit beast's owner discovers this, they'll be furious. And then they'll go and cause trouble for master again. Suddenly, she noticed a flower demon basking in the sunlight. It spread its two leaves wide and sighed contentedly. The sunlight is so plentiful today. Liang immediately marched towards it. Plucking its leaves, she chased after it menacingly. Go home. Go home. Go home. The flower demon, terrified, shrieked, help, I'm going to die. Huang Ru descended from the sky, her face flushed with anger. What are you doing? despite the shower of flower petals falling around them. Liang remained unashamed. I noticed some of the petals were wilting, so I'm just trimming them. Huang Ru pursued her relentlessly, gritting her teeth. That's the flower I painstakingly cultivated with my immortal energy. I must teach you a lesson. Liang, finally realizing the danger, ran for her life. Oh no, I have to run. Mid-flight, she collided with someone. Liang crashed into Yi Fan, sending her sprawling to the ground. He paused. His eyes fell upon the yellow jade pendant hanging around her neck. He looked at it and asked, She picked it up and said, "Oh, this is my jade pendant." "Why?" he replied. "It looks quite familiar." By now, Huang Ru caught up. She said furiously, "Senior, don't let her get away." Yi Fan, seeing her anger, asked, "What happened?" She explained, "She plucked all the petals off the flower you planted." Liang panicked. "Oh no, the flower owner is here." He stood before Liang, waving his hand dismissively. "It's just a bunch of flowers, nothing so precious. Although I do recall you were supposed to be tending them for me around this time, so it's a bit hard to say." She quickly replied, "Senior, helping you care for your flowers is my duty." Just then, Bai Tao and Fei Yi arrived. Bai Tao exclaimed, "Senior brother Yi Fan, something terrible has happened. The tail feathers of your two spirit pets have been plucked." Both Yi Fan and Huang Ru felt a surge of unease, and, pointing furiously at a basket of feathers on the ground, roared, "Plucked clean." Yi Fan and Huang Ru stared in astonishment, while Liang offered a nervous laugh. Fei Yi, seething with rage, stepped forward and warned, "Senior brother Yi Fan, step aside. Don't want any blood splattering on you." Liang, seeing this, quickly hid behind Yi Fan. She fearfully pleaded, "Senior, it's a misunderstanding. I just saw they were shedding and thought I'd help collect the feathers." Fei Yi's voice boomed, even louder. "Lies. Do you think spirit pets can't talk?" Nearby, Hookskin stood frozen, as if in shock, while the nine-tailed fox hung its head low. Both were utterly dejected, their magnificent tails now bare. Seeing three pairs of eyes burning with murderous intent, Liang panicked. "Oh no, I've gone too far. Last time it was just a few flower petals, and that girl in yellow nearly killed me. Now, with her master away, these two are going to skin me alive." She frantically tugged at Yi Fan's sleeve. "Senior, I was wrong. Please forgive me." Yi Fan paused, a thought striking him. This girl's talent for trouble is truly remarkable. "Wait, why does that feel familiar?" He turned to Huang Ru. "Wait a moment." He then produced the treasure she had lost earlier. "I visited the Divine Dragon family recently," he explained. "This mirror told me you were its owner." Huang Ru instantly recognized her celestial mirror. "The celestial mirror!" she gasped, overjoyed. "Every time I see you, Senior, I'm fortunate enough to recover one of my treasures." "Thank you, Senior Yi Fan." Yi Fan seized the opportunity. "If there's nothing else, you should return and refine your treasure." She readily agreed and dashed off, beaming. Liang, seeing this, whimpered and reached out. "What about me?" Yi Fan turned to Bai Tao and Fei Yi. "Don't be too upset. I told her to pluck the feathers." Bai Tao still seemed unconvinced. "Senior brother Yi Fan, why?" Yi Fan concocted a touching explanation. "Their fur is so soft, perfect for making clothes or scarves. You worked so hard caring for them. It's only right they contribute a little. It wouldn't be fair to you otherwise." It was a blatant fabrication, delivered with utmost sincerity. Hearing his honeyed words, the two immediately brightened, their faces breaking into wide smiles. Bai Tao gushed, "Senior brother Yi Fan, you're so good to us." Fei Yi chimed in, "We misunderstood this young lady." Liang watched in disbelief as their previously ferocious expressions melted away. He calmed them down with just a few words. They're way too trusting of the senior. The check-in system chimed in with praise. As expected of the host, Master Shuei's skills are truly impressive. In such a short time, he's managed to appease these three women. The evaluation system, however, was puzzled. "System, why did our host have to cover for her?" It then offered an explanation. "Most likely, it's because of that jade pendant. Did you forget our host also has a similar one?" The evaluation system nodded in understanding. It seemed there was something like that. The check-in system continued to listen to the host's family. "The person holding the other half is the one chosen by Heavenly Tao." Hearing this, the evaluation system exclaimed, "Oh, so that's how it is." Yi Fan turned to lecture Liang, "And in the future, you can't just carelessly damage other people's belongings." She immediately apologized. "I know I was wrong." A thought suddenly crossed her mind. "Strange, this person looks about the same age as my older brother, and I can't sense even a hint of cultivation. Why do those people call him senior or senior brother?" Then she reasoned it out herself. "I understand. He must be some nobleman who was just brought up the mountain like me, and then taken in by the sect leader or an elder as a personal disciple. A fellow sufferer. Since he helped me out of this predicament, I'll definitely repay him well. She was truly a newcomer. She ran after him, placing a hand on his shoulder and declaring confidently, "Senior, in the future, when I break through to the Golden Core stage, I will protect you. Then I'll take you under my wing and treat you to feasts." She then invited him to a meal. "Senior, to thank you for saving me, I'll treat you to grilled fish. I saw lots of sharks behind the mountain." He scratched his head. "I fish there every day." Surprised, she exclaimed, "Huh? Don't tell me this whole mountain belongs to you." He replied bashfully, "Well, you're not wrong." Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The image of a girl appeared in his mind. He thought to himself, such an unusual personality. I finally figured out who she resembles. Doesn't this girl have the same traits as my little sister? After so many reincarnations, I almost couldn't remember my sister. It truly wasn't easy. Then a thought struck him. Wait a minute, could she actually be my reincarnated little sister? He recalled moments from the past. His sister cheerfully rushing to his bed, urging him to wake up while he lay there grumbling, "But it's the weekend." Or the time she stood before the bookshelf and asked, "Where did you hide the dirty magazines?" He'd replied, hand on his forehead in exasperation, "There's no such thing." Or when his sister cried and whined, "My nail broke off," leaving him utterly speechless. Liang slung an arm around Yi Fan's shoulders, chattering away as they walked. Jin Su, witnessing the scene, wondered, what is this little disciple doing? How dare she be so bold as to slap Taoist Yi on the back? Oh no, don't tell me she sees Taoist Yi as some weakling, an equal of her own age. He felt a pang of regret. If I had known, I would have sent her to the 10,000 Beasts sect first. It's too late now. I'll have to find an opportunity to call her back later. Meanwhile, Ziyun felt a pang of guilt. She addressed Ziqing. All these years, you've hardly learned any cultivation techniques from me. As your master, I'm truly ashamed. If you need anything, just tell me. Ziqing declined. Master, there's no need for that. However, I do have a question I've always wanted to ask. Ziyun encouraged her. Go ahead. She directly and frankly asked her master, what do you think of little junior brother? I heard the other disciples whispering. The attention you give him seems a bit excessive. Ziyun chuckled and replied, what are you talking about? Your little junior brother possesses a heavenly Tao body. His cultivation speed is unmatched. If I don't treat him well, what if he's lured away by another sect? Ziqing turned and asked, is that so? Then what if little junior brother wants to dual cultivate in the future? Ziyun faltered, a blush creeping up her cheeks. She stammered, W want to what? Then she quickly covered with a flimsy excuse. My precious junior brother is still young. It's too early for him to be looking for a Tao companion. Why are we thinking so much for him? Suddenly, the two women noticed Jun Su hiding behind a tree. Ziyun inquired, Taoist Jun, what are you doing there? Are you here to release fish fry as well? She walked over and asked, Taoist Shun, what are you looking at? Jinsu immediately responded, nothing. I just feel that the disciple I recently took in is a bit lively. Intrigued, Ziyun replied, you recently took in a disciple? Let me see. At the edge of the stream, Yi Fan and Liang chatted cheerfully as they built a fire. A blackened fish lay nearby. Now, Yi Fan and Liang sat together, grilling fresh seafood. Liang cheerfully offered him some. Senior, try some. Yi Fan's expression turned apprehensive as he thought to himself, can this even be eaten? Ziyun, watching from afar, wore a melancholic expression, her lip curling slightly. So that's it, she thought glumly. Seeing Liang's adorable and charming face only worsened her mood. She's his disciple and his future wife, she thought, her heart aching. She tried to comfort herself. No, it can't be. It can't be. Ziqing suddenly realized something. No way. Did the other disciples speak the truth? Did Master truly develop feelings that transcend the student-teacher relationship for little junior brother? Ziqing felt uneasy, thinking about the significant age gap between them. Even though the world of cultivation doesn't forbid relationships between master and disciple, little junior brother is still so young, not even 1/10 master's age. It feels strange. Suddenly, a hand grasped her arm. Sister Ziqing, could you take a look at this jade pendant for me? Ziyun's voice pleaded. Could you tell me if it's a fake? Ziqing immediately reassured her. How could there be a fake jade pendant? Jinsu, standing nearby, couldn't help but interject. That jade pendant has belonged to my disciple since birth. I heard she was even holding it in her mouth when she was born. Ziyun began to tremble, fear creeping in her voice as she whispered, born with it. A moment later, she turned and walked away, her voice echoing back as the other two watched her go. It's nothing. I'm going to close up shop. Reaching a cave, she placed her hand against the stone wall, her body weary. My precious disciple, this is fate, she thought. I should be giving my blessings. Why do I feel so conflicted? Looking down at her trembling hand, Ziyun forced out words of encouragement to herself. I should just focus on my cultivation. Right now, My disciples are stronger than me. If I, as the sect leader, don't strive to improve, how can I lead the Ziyin sect? Surely, once I break through to the nascent soul stage, I'll understand everything. As if in answer to her desire, a voice echoed through the cave. You desire power? Hearing the strange voice, the blood drained from Ziyun's face. Unease filled her, she demanded. Who's in my room? Terror gripping her, she continued to question. Who are you? At that moment, a figure materialized within a mirror. Shrouded in mist, with eyes hidden behind a mask of ice, the figure exuded a chilling aura. It replied, who I am is unimportant. You need only know that I can help you. On one side, Yifan and Liang were in a flurry of activity. Yifan spoke up. It's dinner time. I should probably start cooking for Master. Liang seemed surprised. Senior brother, you have to cook for Master too? Yifan began to explain. Yes, at first I only made my own portion, but after they tried it, they started eating it more often. She replied, I can't believe an immortal who refines secret elixirs still has such worldly desires like eating. Liang cheerfully held up the burnt seafood, much to Yifan's dismay. She announced, more food for everyone. The dishes looked disastrous, like the aftermath of some culinary apocalypse. The chicken beating system and the check-in system flew over, flustered and worried. Host, I need to tell you something very important. Yifan, his brow furrowed, asked, what is it? The check-in system, sweating profusely, spoke first. Your master is in seclusion, but I can't update her data. Unaware of the urgency, Yifan calmly replied, is that a serious problem? The check-in system, its digital face etched with terror, thought of Ziyun and responded, quite serious. It means your master, she. The image of Ziyun flashed in its mind, seemingly corrupted, her eyes glowing blood red with malevolence, shrouded in black flames. It continued, has escaped the control of the heavenly Tao. Hearing this, both Yifan and Liang were stunned. Liang asked, Senior brother, is she really your master? Her aura feels so different from yours. Ziyun's vacant, blood-red eyes stared ahead, radiating a chilling, killing intent. Suddenly, Ziyun, with a blade in hand, lunged towards them. She looked terrifyingly evil, as if possessed and devoid of reason. The check-in system, sensing the danger, yelled, Host. Danger! It quickly activated a technique, activating Enhanced Protection Field. The two forces collided with a deafening roar, their light blindingly bright. A brilliant beam of energy shot skyward like a radiant tornado, accompanied by a terrifying rumble. The destructive power of the impact was so great that it alerted many others. Such oppressive power, someone exclaimed. As the smoke cleared, a deep crater was revealed. Miraculously, everyone was still safe after the exchange. The check-in system and the chicken beating system flew forward, their digital faces pale with fear. The chicken beating system stammered, the firepower, it's too strong. My hands are still shaking. It then turned to Yifan, its voice laced with worry. Host, is your master corrupted? Jin Su, unable to remain silent, finally spoke. Taoist Ziyun, what are you doing? Did my junior disciple offend you? Jin Su thought to herself, could it be the jade pendant? She called out, disciple. Quickly hand over Taoist Ziyun's jade pendant. Liang, still disoriented, responded, huh? Yes. Yifan quickly intervened. Don't. If master sees it, she'll be even angrier. Amidst the chaos, Ziyun prepared another attack. Not yet finished. The attack sent Jin Su's brush flying. She gasped, my brush. Now truly worried, she asked Yifan, Taoist Yi, is your master truly at the nascent soul realm? With my chi condensation cultivation, I can't even begin to fathom her true strength. Faced with this question, Yifan stammered, I don't know. The chicken slapping system's erratic alerts jolted Yifan. Host, I've detected something. I think Master Ziyun also has a system. Yifan spun around, a grave expression etched on his face. What? A terrifying figure, Yun Xiang, materialized. Who I am is unimportant, she stated, her voice chilling. You need only know that I can help you. Whether it's ultimate cultivation or forbidden desires, whatever you wish for, I can make it happen. Ziyun hesitated, a troubled silence descending as she contemplated the offer. Violet silks materialized around her, and she sank to her knees, eyes squeezed shut against a sudden wave of discomfort. I'm the sect leader of the Ziyun sect, she forced out, her voice strained. Every thought, every action I take affects the future of my sect. Even if I harbor inappropriate feelings for my beloved disciple, I must control them. Our relationship as master and disciple hasn't deteriorated to the point where I would allow such thoughts to disrupt my life. Yin Xiang seemed pleased. She raised a hand to her lips. Excellent. Someone at only the nascent soul stage possessing such awareness. I truly underestimated you. white tendrils snaked out from a mirror, ensnaring Zi Yun in a grotesque embrace. However, Yun Xiang continued, her voice laced with malice. I didn't come here to ask for your opinion. Terror, seized Zi Yun. Her face, a mask of fear, reflected the horror of the scene. The tendrils tightened around her fingers, then spread, binding her limbs and lifting her into the air. Panic flared. Her eyes glazed over, consciousness slipping away. You're not a heart demon, she managed to whisper before the darkness claimed her. Even as she lost awareness, Yin Xiang's words echoed her mind. You're too weak. Even if you realized, what good would it do? Yi Fan ground his teeth, his face a whirlwind of confusion and anger. Master has a system? What's going on? The check-in system's voice chimed in. This is just a hypothesis, host. I'm not entirely certain. Normally, system holders can detect each other, but it seems your master can't see us. The chicken slapping system added. That's right. It appears she's only receiving power from the system. The check-in system, its digital mind whirring, declared, Host, the only way to resolve this is to find the one behind it all, the one influencing your master. Yi Fan, startled, asked, but how do we find them? Give me some time, host. For now, try to restrain your master. Liang Yin, gazing at the strange phenomena unfolding in the sky, muttered, what are those blurry things up there? While Liang Yun and Yi Fan were distracted, Zi Yun, now a puppet of the mysterious system, swooped down, intent on attacking them. Suddenly, Qing Lan descended from the heavens, intercepting the attack. As she landed, Qing Lan inadvertently brushed against Zi Yun's violet energy. Holding the shimmering power in her hand, her face creased with worry. A cry echoed from the distance. Tuan Di, Fei Yi arrived, a blur of motion, and dispersed the violet energy with a swift strike. I'm here to help you, she declared, her voice ringing with determination as Qing Lan stared in surprise. Once the immediate danger had passed, Fei Yi asked anxiously, are you all right? Qing Lan offered a reassuring smile. Just a scratch. Alerted by the commotion, Zi Qing, Zi Bing, and Zi Yin arrived to lend their support. Zi Yin, rushing forward, called out, little junior brother, what happened? Zi Bing added, her voice laced with concern. Why is master like this? Yi Fan, his expression carefully neutral, replied, senior sisters, there's no time to explain. Please take my junior sister to safety. His words left Zi Bing and Zi Yin stunned, their eyes wide with disbelief. Liang Yin, overhearing the exchange, blinked in surprise. Junior sister? She thought, the word echoing in her mind. Zi Yun descended further into madness, her power surging terrifyingly. She unleashed attack after attack, culminating in the first form of the Zi Yun sect's ultimate technique, the Crimson Furnace. Zi Bing, witnessing this devastating power, gasped in astonishment. This is our lost technique. How did Master learn it? Zi Yun's power swelled, a suffocating darkness engulfing everything. Sensing the imminent danger, Ren Hai roared a warning. Careful, don't touch that smoke. He slammed his hand on the ground, unleashing the overturning rivers and seas technique, blasting the dark smoke away. But Zi Yun, clutching a jade flower formed from her own power, conjured even more poisonous fumes. Suddenly, beams of light appeared, coiling around Zi Yun. Yun Xiang's voice, laced with concern, echoed through the air. Senior sister, I'm here to help you. As the light enveloped her, the dark energy swirling within Zi Yun began to dissipate. At that moment, Tai Yin darted forward, flinging a cloud of anesthetic powder towards Zi Yun, causing her to cough in distress. Seeing their opportunity, Qing Lan and Fei Yi charged forward. Now's our chance. Qing Lan shouted. Before striking, Fei Yi bowed her head apologetically towards Zi Yun. Sect leader, forgive me. These are spirit beast binding chains. A barrage of attacks converged on Zi Yun, forcing her to writhe in pain. Having finally restrained Zi Yun, everyone rushed to her side, their voices filled with concern. Master, calm down, Master. After their concerted efforts, she finally regained consciousness, her voice weak and raspy. My disciples. The last vestiges of dark energy seeped from her mouth. As she recovered, the mirror she held shattered, a scornful voice echoing from the shards. So weak. A few chains were all it took. The check-in system's alert blared. The one behind this has appeared. Rage contorted Yi Fan's face as he gritted out a command to the system. Unlock the seal. The chicken system squawked in response. Host seal? Are you sure you want to? Yi Fan cut it off. Just do it. Don't waste time. What if I regret it later? Unlock the seal. With the seal released, Yi Fan snarled. She's powerful. Stay back. Yun Xiang descended slowly, a smirk playing on her lips. Finally, I can get serious. She paused, then began to summon dark chains, binding Zi Yun once more. You're no match for me. Yin Xiang sneered, tightening the chains, causing Ziyun to cry out in pain. Yi Fan roared, let my master go. The check-in system announced. Time acceleration bullet activated. Upgrade received. Yi Fan lunged towards Yun Xiang, taking her by surprise. The check-in system announced. 100x punch force activated. He slammed his fist into Yun Xiang's face, shouting, Overlord's fist. The impact momentarily stunned Yun Xiang, but she quickly recovered, chuckling. My, aren't you rough with a lady? When you're my enemy, gender doesn't matter, Yi Fan retorted. Yin Xiang gathered dark energy around her. Still the same as ever, I see. Yi Fan fronted. Same as ever. Yin Xiang raised her scythe, preparing to swing. As she did, Yi Fan caught the blade with his bare hand. The check-in system shrieked. That's a system weapon. You can't block that. Host, choose a weapon. The check-in system chimed in. It's no use. Even if you give him a weapon, he doesn't have time to use it. Seconds later, a sword materialized before Yi Fan, its familiar presence bringing a flicker of recognition. Don't cut me in half this time, master, the sentient blade pleaded, its voice echoing in his mind. Yin Xiang, preparing to swing her wicked scythe again, sneered. Just a little sword with a spirit. How quaint. Yi Fan replicated the sword, creating a multitude of shimmering copies that whirled around him, poised to strike. This should be enough, he declared, aiming them at Yin Xiang. But instead of attacking, the swords began to encircle her, a swirling vortex of sharp edges. He unleashed the Han Yin Ju, a chilling blast of icy fire that erupted from his palms. Sword slash, he roared. Yin Xiang merely laughed, her movements a blur as she effortlessly dodged the incoming blades. She appeared before Yi Fan in a flash, her scythe raised to strike. Too bad, she taunted, a cruel smile twisting her lips. Your strength is a pale shadow of what it once was. Is that so? Yi Fan retorted, his voice dangerously low. Another sword, appearing as if from nowhere, arced through the air and plunged into Yun Xiang's side. Yin Xiang staggered back, clutching her side. Ag, that hurts. That really hurts, she shrieked. Yi Fan pressed his advantage. If you don't want to die, he commanded, release my master. Yin Xiang laughed, a chilling sound. I'm just pretending, she gasped. If I were human, I suppose I would be dead. She pulled out a handful of glittering golden sand and flung it towards Yi Fan's eyes. Perfect opportunity, she cried, her scythe whistling through the air towards him. But the check-in system reacted instantly, upgrading Yi Fan's stats and adding 100 layers of silkworm shield protection. As the scythe connected, it met not flesh, but an impenetrable barrier of shimmering energy. Blue swords, radiating an icy aura, materialized around Yi Fan, a manifestation of the Han Yin Ju's ultimate form. Thousand snows, heavenly frost. If you won't show gratitude, he stated coldly, don't blame me for being merciless. Yin Xiang, seemingly undeterred, held up a figure that resembled Ziyun. Go ahead and kill me, she challenged. But if you do, your master dies too. However, the figure in her grasp wasn't the real Ziyun, but a decoy conjured by the system. It exploded in a flash of light and smoke. The check-in system chimed in, its voice smug. Surprised, Yin Xiang was thrown back several feet by the blast. Yi Fan strode towards her, his voice thick with anger. Why are you targeting me? He demanded. Why are you trying to harm my master? Yin Xiang's nearly severed arm began to regenerate, the flesh knitting itself back together as she slowly rose to her feet. A chilling smile spread across her face as she met his gaze. What do you think I would say? She purred. Yi Fan stared at her in disbelief. You're still alive? Yin Xiang, her arm now fully restored, tilted her head. Why? Can't bring yourself to finish me off. Qing Lan, her face a mask of fury, flew towards them. Yin Xiang, she shouted. The name seemed to trigger a flicker of anger in Yin Xiang's eyes. You're not my disciple. Yi Fan roared at Yin Xiang. Why are you impersonating her? The check-in system suddenly spoke, its tone urgent. Host, you know this evil woman. A surge of dark energy coalesced behind Yi Fan, poised to strike. But Qing Lan reacted swiftly, shoving Yi Fan out of the way. Watch out, she cried. The dark energy solidified, forming a figure that spoke in a mocking tone. My, how sentimental. Who would have thought you'd try to kill your own disciple the moment you saw her again? The figure fully materialized, revealing itself to be the system of ghostly errors, one of the 4 great calamity system rulers. He grabbed Yin Xiang by the throat and lifted her into the air. She's my most prized possession now, he snarled. I won't let you ruin her. Qing Lan glared at him. You're not dead yet? She spat. The system of ghostly errors chuckled. Just a minor setback, controlling a few pawns, losing a game. Don't take it so seriously. The check-in system raged. You old fool. How dare you violate the rules and attack my host? The chicken slapping system also squawked. You decrepit old beast. You can't even handle a proper fight, yet you dare lay a hand on my host disciple. The system of ghostly errors hung his head. A couple of low-level wastes who haven't even taken proper form. What are you doing here? Flapping your gums. Yi Fan, consumed by fury, gripped his sword. You harmed my disciple and plotted against my master. You and your wretched underlings. Do you truly believe you haven't suffered enough? The system of ghostly errors seized Yun Xiang by the throat, a chilling laughter escaping his lips. Death. Thin, ethereal threads snaked out from his hand, adhering to Liang Un, Rinhai, and Jinsu. Jinsu, bewildered, stammered, What is this? The system of ghostly errors cackled. This is laughable. Back then, I merely controlled a few of that realm's strongest cultivators and nearly drove you to your death. Where do you find the strength to challenge me? If I were serious, I could control everyone you know and have them beheaded in an instant. The check-in system whimpered. Thank goodness I don't have a head. He caressed Yun Xiang's face. Be a good girl and submit. If you die, I'll spare a few lives. Then, I'll choose some beauties to be my ghostly dolls, keeping them in my treasure vault. A spatial rift tore open behind the system of ghostly errors. He spun around, fear etched on his face. The aura of a supernova? But I blocked all communication signals here. How? The system of ghostly errors ripped the portal wider, bellowing, I'll spare you this time. Once I've refined the bone-chill frost, I'll return for you. With that, he vanished into the rift. The check-in system cheered. Host, we're saved. It then cried out by RA. You truly are a mother to me. You came to save us. Emerging from a spatial rift was not by RA, but the chicken blood system. The check-in system blinked. Why is it you? Where's by RA? The chicken blood system grinned. Aren't I clever? I used a traditional formation provided by RA to scare him off. The check-in system sweated, try to recover. Well, of course, as my system child, a little cleverness is only natural. Yi Fan turned to Ziqing. Senior sister, how is Master? Ziqing's voice was strained. It's not good. Master's body temperature is plummeting, but I can't find any injuries. Zibing, cradling Ziyun, looked at Yi Fan. Who were those two? Yi Fan gently lifted Ziyun, instructing Zibing, senior sister, please step back. In his mind, he commanded, system, analyze her condition. Acknowledged, the check-in system replied. Let me take a look. I'm sure I can figure out the problem. After a moment, its voice was filled with alarm. Host, Master Ziyun has lost the protection of the heavenly Tao. Yi Fan's heart sank. What do you mean? The check-in system explained. The enemy used an illicit method to block and control your master. She's like a passenger thrown off a train. Separated from the heavenly Tao's control, she's no longer under its protection. It was as if Ziyun had been trying to board a moving train and had been left behind, desperately chasing after it and shouting, I haven't gotten on yet. I haven't gotten on yet. Yi Fan's anger flared. This is similar to what happened to my two senior sisters. There must be a way to save her. The check-in system's voice was grim. Host, this is different. Have you ever seen anyone catch a train after being thrown off? The chicken blood system suddenly interjected. I know this. Like in Detective Conan, the check-in system shuts it down. Don't even bring up that kind of stuff for discussion. Besides, we don't have ownership rights. The check-in system reassured, don't be discouraged, host. It's not truly hopeless. Since it's a train, there will naturally be a destination or the possibility of buying a supplementary ticket. Hearing this roundabout explanation, Yi Fan angrily yelled, just get to the point. It proudly replied, when one's power reaches one of the limits of space, the heavenly Tao will have the train turned back to pick them up. Or the host and Ziyun could become husband and wife, merging their destinies. Yi Fan, utterly exasperated, retorted, if you want to die, just say it. Besides, what you're saying is exactly the same as last time, just rephrased. The check-in system, sounding frightened, pleaded, then what else can I do, host? Every time, you don't cooperate with me. I can't earn any literary chi. Even if I have a better method, I don't have the resources to implement it. Yi Fan angrily demanded, then just tell me the method. If it's not enough, I'll find another way. Liang suddenly approached, pointing at the check-in system and the chicken blood system, and asked, Senior, what are those two things next to you? They were terrified. She could actually see them. Yi Fan asked, Sister Liang, you can see them? She replied, not completely. I just vaguely see two blurry, semi-transparent things. The check-in system breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, so it's a system waiting to be awakened. The chicken blood system exclaimed, but this world already has someone with a system. How can there still be one waiting to be awakened? Hearing this, the check-in system just coughed. The chicken blood system suddenly yelled, what? You forgot to submit my appointment letter. Subordinate system means I work for you. The check-in system tried to defend itself. I'm still an unregistered worker. I really just forgot to submit it to the main system. system. I actually wrote it, I did. The chicken blood system furiously squeezed the check-in system. You damned system. The check-in system pleaded. I'm sorry. Stop squeezing. Yi Fan, watching from the side, intervened. Stop fighting, you two. Master Zi Yun is still waiting to be rescued. Suddenly, the check-in system turned back and said, Host, I have a solution. It pointed at Liang and said, just make my subordinate system official, so it becomes her system. Then, you two will become children of destiny. With the power of 2 children of destiny, you can draw the heavenly Tao's attention to Master Zi Yun. She asked, I can have a system too? What are the benefits? Yi Fan tried to explain, there aren't really any benefits, Sister Liang. There are actually a lot of drawbacks. In serious cases, it could even take your life. But it will give you cultivation techniques and power, saving you from taking detours in your cultivation. Hearing this, she became incredibly excited. It's that good? Then I want it. The chicken blood system wailed. You're going to use me and then throw me away? The check-in system reassured it. Don't put it like that. Liang pointed and scolded the check-in system. What kind of crappy behavior is this? The chicken blood system angrily declared. Let's break up. I want to officially transfer and become her system. The check-in system asked Yi Fan for permission. If they've agreed, should I let the subordinate system officially transfer? The chicken blood system warned, be careful during this time. Don't let that guy exploit any openings. Yi Fan replied, yeah, I know. You can go. As they left, a tattered piece of white cloth drifted towards him. Watching her ascend, Yi Fan thought, I never imagined I'd see her again in this life. In his previous life, he was training a young disciple. Your movements are far too weak. Yi Fan roared. How can you avenge the Xiang family with such feebleness? 20 more sets today. As the young girl practiced her sword forms, tears streamed down her face. Yes, master, she sobbed. Sometime later, a fire raged somewhere else. Blood flowed freely. A grown disciple lay fallen. Those standing over her roared in fury. They slaughtered so many of our clan, and you think you can just retreat unscathed? With such pathetic martial skills, you dream of avenging the Xiang family? Wait for your next life. This time, we will eradicate every last one, leaving no one to defy our clan again. Lying on the ground, the disciple lamented. If only I had listened to Master. I should have honed my skills before coming down the mountain to avenge my parents. Forgive me, Master. Yi Fan, his past self, appeared behind them. You think you can kill my disciple? He began to cut them down. Yi Fan then moved towards Yun Xiang, who lay weak and injured. Seeing him, she gasped in surprise. Master, Yi Fan offered an excuse. You are my first disciple. If you die like this, who would dare take me as their master? I'm sorry, Master, she apologized. I was wrong. Yun Xiang suddenly jolted as Yi Fan lifted her into his arms. I'll take you back to the sect for treatment, he said. Qing Lan interjected. Brother, I made myself clear. If you want to carry her, do it yourself. I'm not waiting. Yi Fan retorted. Brother, what are you saying? Seeing this, Yun Xiang was overjoyed. Years later, at his own place, Yi Fan raged. That old Taoist is truly capable. This time, he's managed to rally 3 million cultivators at the Tribulation Transcendent stage to fight me to the death. Disciple, quickly lead your junior brothers and sisters away. This sect can no longer be protected. Yin Xiang smiled. Understand, Master. Hearing her tone, he turned, startled. What's wrong? Yin Xiang suddenly lunged forward and kissed Yi Fan. She smiled and said, Master, don't let those cultivators catch you. He chuckled. Don't underestimate your master. Yin Xiang called out, You flirt. You better come back. She now awoke, confused. The system of ghostly errors, standing outside, observed her awakening. You're awake, my masterpiece, he said. She was submerged in a chamber filled with liquid. He drained the chamber, releasing her. Well, he asked, have you recovered the memory of your most proficient weapon? Yin Xiang replied, I have. My sword is called. Looking at the blade, she spoke. Wang Jun. The check-in system chuckled. We're here. The Supreme Being system is close by. The chicken blood system added, I have to tell the Supreme Being system, even if he is a ruthless boss who exploits his employees. The two systems were terrified when they saw the figure standing there. Trembling, the chicken blood system asked, Are we in the wrong place, system? The check-in system replied, Did we arrive at bad time? Should we run? The Supreme Being system appeared, saying, Oh, it seems I'm late. Everyone there cheered. The Supreme Being has arrived. She stepped out from behind the stage. The Supreme Being system, now sporting cat ears and clad in a glamorous dress, held a microphone. Good evening, everyone. The crowd below roared with excitement. Supreme Being, I love you. Without you, how could I live? Supreme Being, please take me with you. She put on a cute expression and said, I love you all so much, Chu. Today's love song is the legendary Super Indo Kitten Dance. It'll drive the crowd wild. I'm dying. I can't take it anymore. That's all for today. The check-in system and the chicken blood system gaped, wondering, is this person the defeated system? What the heck is kitten dance? Isn't it supposed to be pony dance? I don't believe it. How could the defeated system do this? Someone emerged from the shadows and asked them, "Oh, are you two new fans?" Startling the check-in system. Fans? It turned out to be Yin Xin. She approached them and said, "You two are systems, right? Getting a fan card will only cost you 410,000 luck points." The chicken blood system was shocked. That's so expensive. The check-in system said, "No way, no way. We're here to see the defeated system about something important." Yin Xin said, "It's all right. Just wait until the performance is over, and you can find her backstage." The chicken blood system asked, "Excuse me, why is the defeated system here performing as an idol?" She replied, "She doesn't have a host and has nothing to do, so I suggested she become an idol. It's about shopping for clothes and helping me find inspiration." The check-in system was speechless. What kind of advice is that? Yin Xin said, "It's simple. If she doesn't listen, I'll throw her onto a planet full of tentacles and turn her into a cream cake." The two systems huddled together in fear, thinking, how can she say such terrifying things with such a calm expression? It's so scary. She doesn't even treat the defeated system like a servant. Suddenly, she leaned in close, looking at the chicken blood system, making it jump and ask, "What?" Yin Xin suddenly suggested, "I've never seen such innocent eyes. So innocent, like a college student who's never experienced the shock of society. So, are you interested in becoming an idol with me?" The chicken blood system frantically refused. "No way. I refuse." A few hours later, the performance was finally over. Entering the dressing room, the defeated system said, "I'm so tired after all that. I don't want to work at all. What are you here for?" They said in unison, "We're here for two things. First, I want to be bound to someone and become a proper system." When the check-in system mentioned the second thing. "And finally, we've discovered the big boss who's been secretly opposing our host." She stood up, slammed the table, and yelled, "What? We finally found the villain who's been plotting against me. Just watch. This time I'll tear him into 8 pieces. Yin Xin suddenly appeared behind the defeated system while she was talking about tearing someone into 8 pieces. Whether you can tear him into 8 pieces or not, I don't know, but you'll definitely be torn into 8 pieces. Turning around and seeing Yin Xin, she was startled. The defeated system asked fearfully, "Leader, what's wrong?" Yin Xin yelled angrily, "Your Death Star is shining brightly." Suddenly, a notification appeared. Killed. Unable to revive. Outside, Zi Bing, Zi Yin, and Zi Qing were taking care of Zi Yun, who was still unconscious. Yifan stood outside observing. Suddenly, Fight Deep entered and said, "Senior brother Yifan, eat something," startling him. She said, "Senior brother Yifan, what was that sword you used earlier? It felt very spiritual." Yifan replied, "Thanks. That sword is called the God-slaying sword. It really suits me." Fight Deep beamed, pleased with the praise. Then, she boasted about herself. While munching on bread, he threw a bucket of cold water on her. "But if I had a choice, I'd still prefer to use a spear." Fight Deep was astonished. "What?" Qinglan shoved aside Fight Deep, who was stunned in a shock, sighing, "Piece of scrap metal. Nothing better to do than find trouble for yourself." She asked Yifan, "Jiyu, why didn't you go in? Are you blaming yourself?" He replied, "Something like that." Qinglan said, "Jiyu, is your disciple being controlled by that old Taoist? Otherwise, when we met her, he said no. She's just wearing the shell of my disciple. Next time we meet, there's no need to hold back." Qinglan responded, "Really? Well, that makes things easier for me. Hey, I have a favor to ask." Yifan continued, "If that old Taoist or his puppet comes, I'll be there to greet them." He said wearily, "No matter what, don't leave Master's side. That old Taoist is cunning. He's very likely to try and harm Master within the sect. Only your strength is great enough, and only you, wielding the world-extinguishing flame, can fight the old Taoist without being controlled." Qinglan said, "Jiyu, I understand. Speaking of which, I was just thinking about your master. Why don't we?" Suddenly, a spatial gate opened behind them. Yin Xiang stepped out and said, "Master, I'm back. Last time I came in a hurry and didn't bring anything. This time, I remembered to bring you a gift." Yifan asked, "What are you planning this time?" She smiled sinisterly and replied, "Oh, just a little something sufficient to slaughter the entire cultivation world." Yifan thought, slaughter the entire cultivation world? Is this another Jiyu tragedy waiting to happen? Yin Xiang commanded the spirits behind her. They scattered in all directions. Qinglan asked him, "Ji, should we stop them?" Yifan said, "Stopping her. There are too many. We can't stop them all." Qinglan cursed to Phi Deep. "Useless thing. Don't just stand there." Yifan leaped away, saying, "Dehei, protect the Ziyun sect. Protect Master." Qinglan Ziplit understole. A sword's voice chimed in. "Master, wait for me." Seeing him, Yin Xiang said, "Master, it's been a while since we last sparred. I wonder how much of your skill remains after all this time in this world." He launched his attack. Han Yin Decree. Azure Dragon emerges from sea. She countered with Han Yin Decree. raging flame, flowing fire. Their attacks collided. Yifan and Yunxiang clashed swords. As they fought, she taunted, "Master, are you holding back? You're not as fierce as you were the first time." He replied, "I don't recall teaching my disciple to speak such misleading words." Yunxiang swung her sword and laughed. "Master, I adore you. After I kill you, I'll definitely refine you into the Wang Jun sword and keep you with me always." Yifan replied, "We'll see if you have the skill for that." She unleashed the attack. Han, Yin Decree, Scarlet Sparrow, soaring wings. But he countered with shards of ice, deflecting the blow. Their attacks collided and dissipated. Yifan lunged towards Yunxiang and said, "It's still too early." She laughed and said, "Master, you've fallen for my trap." He was startled. Yunxiang's scythe grazed and cut Yifan. She held the scythe and mocked him. "Master, you're not as invincible as I thought." Seeing a dark energy emerge behind her, Qinglan realized something. She called out to the others, "Senior sister, everyone, take Jiyu's master away. Now." Zibing Ripley understood. A figure appeared, no one other than the demonic air system. He asked why this beast wasn't assisting his master, but instead guarding a useless person like this. Qinglan retorted that she alone was enough to handle him, and she wouldn't let him threaten anyone close to Yifan again. He flexed his power, asking if she intended to stop him, and if so, she could become his plaything too. Without a word, she unleashed the world-extinguishing flame technique. But when the attack landed, nothing happened. The demonic air system had deployed a precise shield. He remarked, "As expected of the world-extinguishing flame. Truly troublesome. Even my backing can't withstand it for long. However, in the end, it's just a tool I've already broken before. I still have ways to counter it." Qinglan yelled, "Keep showing off then." The demonic error system used the two-figured spirit pet puppet technique. She cried out, "This is bad." A dark energy appeared on Qinglan's neck, encircling it. He laughed, saying, "This is just a modified pet collar. It's a pity it can only be used on pets. I had it tucked away, never expecting to use it today." Qinglan cursed him, calling him despicable. The demonic air system replied, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being a beast." As for Yifan, Yunxiang, despite having a large chunk of her arm missing, taunted him, reminding him that she could regenerate it in an instant. She told him to stop struggling, as he couldn't defeat her. She reasoned that he was only human, and would feel pain and numbness, while she would not. Yifan remained silent. Yunxiang then invited him to die. He was lost in memories of the past. Yunxiang, beheaded and displayed, her hand hanging from the ceiling. Qinglan urged him not to look anymore, saying she was already dead. She said they needed to kill that rotten Taoist to avenge his disciple. Two words echoed in his mind: revenge. Remembering it all, Yifan thought she was right. Why didn't I listen? He blocked the attack, thinking my true disciple is dead. I must kill this bastard. How can I show mercy to the puppet he created? This startled Yunxiang. Wings of ice and fire erupted from Yifan's back. He told her, "Although I taught you all my techniques, there's one I kept hidden. A technique of my own creation." He raised his sword and unleashed the attack, melting ice and dissolving bone. Two dragons, one ice and one fire, lunged at Yunxiang, their relentless assault giving her no time to breathe. Moments later, Yunxiang crashed to the ground, both arms severed. Lying there, she looked up at the approaching Yifan and said, "Now it's truly over. My limbs are gone again. Will you be heavy next?" Yifan demanded, "Tell me where that Taoist is." Yunxiang laughed, saying, "You should just finish me off. Master is about to turn you into a puppet." She began to regenerate, but he ignored it, raising his sword. "I never intended to spare you." The demonic air system appeared, shouting, "Stop." He seized Qinglan, his voice a low growl. "Don't ruin my things. Otherwise, I can't guarantee the life of this little beast." From below, she cried out, "Jiyu, don't misjudge the situation." Yifan's anger flared. "Are you threatening me?" The demonic air system tightened his grip on Qinglan's neck. "This isn't a threat. Even if you fought me one-on-one, you wouldn't be a match for a puppet system like me." He responded to her cries. "Jiyu, stop." The demonic air system sneered. "Now you listen to reason." Despite his words, Yifan plunged his sword into Yunxiang's head. Her body began to dissolve into nothingness. The demonic air system roared in fury. "You dare! She was my masterpiece, crafted with all my heart and soul. How dare you destroy her?" His eyes, sharp as bullets, fixed on Qinglan. "Since you don't care about this little beast, then I'll kill it." Liang'an appeared, attacking the demonic air system, who cried out in pain. Qinglan exclaimed, "This is the power of a system? So formidable." The chicken blood system replied, "Indeed, this is the compensation system I received." The demonic air system raged. "Who are you? Why do you have a system?" Liang'an struck a pose. "I am the destroyer of worlds, protector of ponds, marshes, and sandy beaches. The magical girl, signing on." Yifan thought. That doesn't really fit her magical girl persona, does it? The check-in system spoke excitedly. Host, we're back. Yifan's reply was less enthusiastic. Oh, you're back just in time. The demonic error system, regaining his composure, scoffed. Just two low-level systems. What difference does it make? His face twisted in a ferocious snarl. I've had enough playing around. I'm getting really annoyed now. The demonic error system furiously pulled out a stone and began to summon his malicious puppets. By now, those puppets must have slaughtered a good portion of the cultivation world. It's time to return and flatten the Ziyan sect. Puppets, return to me. Yifan watched him, irritated by his frantic ravings. The human wave tactic again. The demonic error system stared at the stone, then looked around in bewilderment. Nothing happened. Panic bloomed on his face as his summons went unanswered. What's going on? Why has contact with my puppets been silently severed? As if reading his thoughts, Yifan spoke, his voice laced with mockery. I don't know what's going on, but it seems you've made a slight oversight. Humiliated and sweating, the demonic error system blustered. Don't get cocky. You forget I still have that trick. Ultimate domain control. Standing before Yifan's defensive stance, he unleashed a flurry of silk-like threads, ensnaring him. A chilling laugh echoed through the air. Go ahead, make your move. If you dare, just be prepared to collect the corpses of your master and senior sisters. Ignoring the empty threats, Yifan lunged forward, his sharp sword flashing. The threads binding him were sliced to ribbons. The demonic error system, shocked by his audacity, shrieked, Yifan, you're insane. Do you really not care if I kill the people beside you? Yifan remained silent, unlike the frantic demonic error system. Calmly, his every word an accusation, he said, I'm not insane. I simply understand you. If that supreme control you boast of was truly instant, you would have used it long ago. The demonic error system, struck to the core by Yifan's words, narrowed his eyes, anxiety churning within him. Had he been seen through? Before he could recover, the demonic error system barked at the chicken slaughtering system. Chicken slaughtering system, let's destroy him together. The chicken slaughtering system turned to Liang on. Host, let us eradicate this evil. She quickly joined Yifan, bolstering his resolve for the fight. Seeing the burning intensity in Yifan's group, the demonic error system, panicked and desperate to flee, found himself trapped. I can't die here. Before he could escape, a weak hand clutched at his robes. Yin Xiang, her mangled body struggling to hold on, crawled towards the demonic error system, gripping his clothes. Don't go. Annoyed by her interruption, he snarled, oblivious to Yifan's impending attack. You, what did you get here? Damn, you let go. Yifan swiftly brought his sword down upon the demonic error system's mud-caked head, but the blow seemed to have no effect. The demonic error system taunted. What? Surprised? This head, reinforced by my body, can withstand even a celestial's attack. You can't kill me. He erupted in a deranged laugh, infuriating Yifan with his arrogance. Whatever further schemes the demonic error system had were abruptly halted as a golden bullet whizzed past his face. He froze, his hand flying to his untouched neck, terror etched on his face. What was that? How can your sword fire bullets? Yifan, equally surprised by his sword's newfound ability, examined it with curiosity. This power, it's like Little Yi's infinite annihilation gun. Unlimited ammo, never jams. His thoughts drifted to Phi Deep, who had wielded a similar weapon. A triumphant grin spread across his face. So, I've successfully refined this weapon after all. The demonic error system, silent until now, suddenly clapped a hand over his mouth in a panic. Damn it, my daughter unit is damaged. Not only can I no longer control the puppet, but even my basic system functions are affected. Yin Xiang, witnessing his breakdown, couldn't help but sneer. Old Taoist, it seems your retribution has arrived. The insult seemed to paralyze him, leaving him frozen in place. Unwilling to prolong the fight any further, Yifan prepared his finishing blow. It's over. So does sword finish him? The sword hummed in acknowledgement, but before it could strike, a blinding light descended. 3 massive craters, carved by immense power, appeared in the ground. Yifan, caught off guard, stared in astonishment. 3 figures materialized on the rooftop. The first, a stoic man with crimson hair, was the villain system. Beside him stood a woman with demonic features and 2 unusual ears, the Tai Huang system. The last, a handsome young man with a cheerful grin, was the magic reform system. The demonic error system, visibly relieved by their arrival, couldn't resist a jab. What took you so long? I almost died. The villain system, irritated by the demonic error system's panicked pleas, snapped. Shut up. We're here to clean up your mess, aren't we? Keep whining, and I'll smash that puppet of yours to bits. The demonic error system, desperate, could only beg, help me kill them. The magic reform system, however, seemed oddly cheerful, urging we should retreat. The Supreme Star Lord has locked onto our position. We won't escape if we linger. The Tai Huang system nodded in agreement, moving towards the barrier with the villain system. He's right. The chicken slaughtering system, enraged, watched the three systems prepare to flee. You're not getting away, he roared. The check-in system, struggling to restrain him, hissed, don't be stupid. Those are 4 high-level humanoid systems. The magic reform system cast a fleeting glance at Yifan. We will meet again, he said softly, the words laced with an unsettling promise. The black barrier swiftly contracted, then vanished entirely, leaving an unnerving silence in its wake. The chicken slaughtering system watched their escape with frustrated fury. They got away. The check-in system, ever practical, replied, his voice adding to the chaotic din. Be thankful they're gone. If a real fight had started, we'd be dead. Yifan's gaze fell upon the broken form of Yun Xiang. He gently stroked her hair. When did you return? The check-in system watched anxiously as Yifan carefully lifted Yun Xiang into his arms. Host, what are you doing? Be careful. She might attack. Yifan, his faith in her unshaken, replied softly, she wouldn't do that. Nearly half of Yun Xiang's head was destroyed, a horrifying testament to the battle's brutality. Despite her grievous injuries, Yun Xiang struggled to speak. Master, I'm sorry. If I die, I won't let him use me. Yifan, his heart heavy with guilt, comforted her. This isn't your fault. With her last breath, Yun Xiang whispered, farewell, master. Her body dissolved into shimmering fragments that drifted into the air. Even a normally boisterous chicken slaughtering system was moved to tears. System, do you have anything that can save her? The check-in system, his voice strained, replied, no. Zibing, seeing Yifan's grief, stepped forward to offer comfort. Yifan quickly composed himself, his voice steady despite his sorrow. Please, help me bury her in the back mountains. Her name is Yun Xiang. Zibing nodded. Of course. Liang An, having witnessed the somber exchange, approached Yifan. Senior, she asked, is there a chance those others will return and attack? Yifan shook his head. Who knows? By the way, what about the casualties at the Myriad Beast sect? Didn't their leader send a large number of experts? He claimed he wanted to slaughter the cultivation world. Liang An quickly retrieved her communication device and contacted the heavenly realm. You're right. I should ask my heaven-sent master. But her words trailed off as Zhen Su's response left her stunned. Casualties? What casualties? I haven't received any requests for help from the other sections. Meanwhile, in another location, chaos reigned. Phi Deep struggled with the ring around Qinglan's neck. This ring won't break. Little E, observing Phi Deep's frustration, offered, I've tried. It's not something brute force can break. She touched the ring, her expression grave. This isn't an ordinary magical treasure. After I put it on, my cultivation and abilities were completely nullified. It's truly infuriating. Phi Deep stared at her in disbelief. So you're just an ordinary person now? Phi Deep, frantic, blurted out a dangerous suggestion. Or how about I just shoot it off for you with a gun? Qing Lan, exasperated by Phi Deep's antics, snapped back. Are you that eager for me to die? My master won't be able to handle this. Is there any other way? A thought suddenly struck her. Perhaps my close friend's master would know what to do. As she spoke, she remembered Zibing, sound asleep in her bed. Why bring her up? Isn't she still in bed right now? Qing Lan, seeing Phi Deep's continued misunderstanding, grew slightly annoyed. I'm not talking about her right now. Have you forgotten how we survived? Only then did Phi Deep realize Qing Lan's meaning. Ah, you mean that person? In a different modern timeline, Yin Xin sat writing in a notebook, ignoring the frustrated groans of the down-and-out system. The feeling isn't bad. Softness level approximately 2.23. This setting can be transferred to the vocal performance. The down-and-out system, just managing to sit up, rubbed its backside and complained, Yin Xin, you're too much. I just messed up your stuff a little. It's not like I can't compensate you. Unfazed by the direct accusation, Yin Xin calmly adjusted her glasses and replied with a chillingly calm voice. If you dare call me by my full name again, I'll shove you into the natural disaster idol group, package you up, and send you to the XX dimension for the ultimate humiliation play. A terrifying image flashed through the down-and-out system's mind. Sinister figures with glowing red eyes, filled with lust. Quickly, fear gripped the system, and it cowered, trying to negotiate. I apologize, leader. I spoke out of turn. Still not learning its lesson, it pressed on. But leader, why are you so insistent on making me an idol? I have plenty of other work to do. Annoyed by the persistent questioning, Yin Xin flicked the down-and-out system hard on the head. As an unemployed system harassing other dimensions, and after tearing apart two systems, you think no one dares to control you? For systems are currently assisting Yifan. If the Time Saintess decides to investigate, I won't be able to protect you. The system, nursing its now swollen head, still managed to ask, for who else? Yin Xian's expression turned serious. A junior of mine. After a failed mission, she broke protocol and interfered with a dimension, saving many people connected to her host. According to the rules, she should have been executed, but the Time Saintess turned a blind eye and only expelled her, allowing her to retain some of her power. The down-and-out system, latching onto her words, continued, I think I saw something in Yi Fan's file. Her name seems to be. An image flashed in its mind, a figure appearing amidst a fierce battle, people falling like dominoes before a giant hand. You're the system who takes on disciples. A horrific scene, common in the puppet workshop, unfolded. Mutated beings were confined in holding cells. The Tai Huang system busily assessed the heavily damaged demonic error system. The damage is severe. The magic reform system, seeing the grim situation, approached with a feigned smile. So how is it? The Tai Huang system frowned. There's no chance of recovery. The demonic error system, missing half its head, gnashed its remaining teeth in fury. Damn Yi Fan. If my subordinates hadn't lost contact, I wouldn't have lost. The villain system, standing off to the side, listened to the demonic error system's rambling before unleashing a torrent of abuse that silenced him. Who told you were the weakest among us? You can't even defeat a cultivator. You only rely on puppets and props. Even the Tai Huang system is stronger than you. If I were to step in, Yi Fan would be dead and buried. The demonic error system, stung by the harsh words, stirred and retorted. Can't you give me a break, villain system? The magic reform system, usually sporting a foolish grin, turned serious. This Yi Fan is quite capable. Villain system, don't underestimate him. Tai Huang system, assist the demonic error system. Don't let any more mistakes happen. The Tai Huang system quickly approached the demonic error system and spoke softly. Boss, may I ask you something? The magic reform system readily granted permission. With a sinister glint in her eyes, the Tai Huang system spoke, her voice dripping with malice. I see the demonic error system is already crippled. Why don't I dismantle and absorb him? The demonic error system froze, stunned by her words. The magic reform system, unperturbed, agreed with a cheerful smile. Given permission, the Tai Huang system began her brutal work, tearing into the demonic error system's form. Excellent, he gasped in agony, able only to plead, Boss, I'm still useful. Violent woman, don't get cocky. The villain system quickly stepped in front of the magic reform system, gleefully watching the spectacle unfold, adding fuel to the fire. Tai Huang system, can you even penetrate this diamond mind? As soon as his words left his mouth, a ripping sound echoed. Black fragments scattered. With brutal efficiency, the Tai Huang system tore apart the demonic error system's body. Within a brightly colored, shimmering villa, the check-in system cheerfully called out, Host, are you ready? Yi Fan, hands clasped behind his back, replied with a smile, Let's begin. Liang An, equally enthusiastic, hopped in place. I'm ready too. Zi Bing, still unconscious, lay in a deep sleep. The check-in system approached the bowl, resting on her stomach, and turned to the others. Please, both of you, drip your vital essence onto the creation jade slip. I will use the essence of the child of destiny to connect with the heavenly Tao and summon your master back. Thucky, observing the scene, was filled with joy. This time, it has to succeed. Immediately after, drops of blood from both Yi Fan and Liang An fell onto the jade slip simultaneously. A beam of light erupted from the black hole in the sky, shining directly down onto the villa. But just as quickly, the light diminished and vanished. The check-in system, looking at the blood, couldn't help but feel dejected. Yi Fan, equally resigned, sighed. It seems we've failed again. Liang An, repeatedly slapping his forehead in disappointment, lamented, This is the 29th time this month. It's driving me crazy. There's no way. I've tried everything, even items from the shopping center. How can it still fail? The chicken slaughtering system, watching his despair, couldn't help but offer some comfort. System, perhaps your approach has been wrong from the start. For example, my master, she's already dead. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Fan's face darkened. Chicky, sensing the shift in mood, quickly covered the chicken slaughtering system's beak and tried to salvage the situation. Those were just foolish words. Don't you see her soul is still within her body? Although it's weakened a bit, there's no sign of it fading further. She too flew to his side, offering a few words of comfort. Don't worry too much. Given Master's condition, protecting her for another year and a half shouldn't be a problem. We'll definitely find a solution. Yi Fan listened, clinging to hope, then turned away. Let's go outside. Let Master rest. I'll ask the Grand Elder and the others if they have any information. Liang An, watching his lonely, helpless figure, asked, "Senior, do you need me to accompany you?" "No need," he replied. "You attend to your own duties." In another courtyard, Yifan's voice was sharp with urgency. "Grand Elder, have you gathered any leads? Anything at all?" His anxiety was etched on his face, palpable in his questioning tone. "Alchemists, healers, anyone with special methods, eccentric experts, perhaps?" The Grand Elder, equally a loss, could only offer a simple, disheartening reply. "I've already tasked two powerful figures, Huang Ru and the Mermaid of the Eastern Sea, to search. They're out now." Two elders, along with Taiyin, constantly stirred a cauldron teeming with insects. The two elders, in their efforts to heal the sect master, have been refining pills day and night. They're relying on Master Taiyin to test the concoctions. Zibing and Ziyin are also searching for an antidote. Following her instructions, the Grand Elder continued. "Zibing tends to get lost, so I had her take Ziyin to the northern region. Perhaps they'll find something there." Zibing, ever vigilant, had spotted some strange birds with malicious intent, capturing a few demonic creatures to refine their poisons, hoping to use their toxins against the affliction plaguing their master. Having ensured her disciples were occupied, she turned to Yifan and continued. "As for Ziqing, doesn't she have a group of demonic insects under her command?" Their leader mentioned they're adept at infiltrating various factions to gather intelligence, due to their discreet nature. The image of a terrified Lang clan immortal, recoiling from the insects, flashed through her mind. They have a deep collaboration with the Lang clan's information network. If the Lang clan assists, I believe our chances of successfully reviving Ziyun are the greatest. As if summoned by the mention of her name, Ziqing suddenly appeared. "Grand Elder, Junior Brother, we're back." Yi Fan, eyeing the stranger she had brought with her, questioned, "Second senior sister, who is this?" Ziqing, with an air of casual confidence, pushed the man forward. "This is Tang Yi, the healer we've been observing and vetting for quite some time, with the help of the Lang clan. Don't let his golden core stage fool you. Just last week, he hadn't even reached the Qi refining stage." Following her introduction, the man stepped forward with a haughty air. "Tang Yi at your service, Yi Fan. It's a pleasure to meet you. May I inquire as to the patient's location?" The check-in system, after verifying Tang Yi's identity, discreetly informed Yi Fan. "Reaching golden core stage in just a week. That rivals the speed of someone with an innate Dao body. Impossible. How can someone with such heaven-defying luck exist in this world?" Ziqing, noticing Yi Fan's continued contemplation, approached him with concern. "Junior Brother, do you truly not trust this young Tang Yi?" Not wanting to arouse suspicion, Yi Fan offered a few reassuring words. "It's not that, but he is, after all, someone you and second senior sister brought back." Hearing the unease in his voice, she quickly explained, "Little Junior Brother, at Ziyun's sect, the only people I truly trust are you and Master. If you're truly at ease, just tell me and I'll listen to you. If not, I'll go find other healers." The check-in system, agreeing with her, began its own attempt at persuasion. "That's right, host. Second senior sister is absolutely right. It's all right. We could try someone else. This person is too much of a risk." Yi Fan understood their concerns, but he knew the gravity of the situation. Even if we refuse Tang, it's hard to guarantee the next one won't be someone they send. No matter what we choose, the initiative remains in their hands. Only by accepting can we hope to find a weakness. Addressing Tang Yi, he finally decided. "Physician Tang, please follow me." Tang Yi, seemingly at ease, followed his lead. Inside the room, the incense burner continued to smolder, releasing a thick, fragrant smoke. Tang Yi looked at the unconscious Ziyun. A flicker of discomfort crossed his face, quickly replaced by a look of appreciation for her ethereal beauty. "So this is immortal Ziyun. She truly retains her former grace. It said her female disciples are all exceptional beauties." Sensing Tang Yi's ill intentions, Yi Fan spoke up. "Physician Tang, is there a way to treat her?" Tang Yi responded quickly, casually picking up a bloodletting bowl. "It's nothing difficult. This is merely a symptom of imbalanced heavenly fortune. Just a drop of blood essence from someone with great fortune, and the problem will be solved immediately." The check-in system, observing the bloodletting bowl, expressed its disdain. "Isn't that the thing we tried this morning? It's completely useless." Seeing Tang Yi about to use his own blood, Yi Fan quickly offered, "Then take my blood essence." But Tang Yi wouldn't allow it. "No need, I have some." With that, Tang Yi took a knife and sliced his own hand, letting a drop of blood fall into the bowl. A shimmering light emanated from a bowl. The shimmering light intensified, flowing directly into Ziyun. The check-in system, witnessing this, was utterly shocked. How is this possible? Ziyun's long-closed eyes fluttered open, leaving the system in stunned disbelief. "Oh my God, she's actually awake." Tang Yi, basking in his apparent success, declared proudly, "See, this is my ability as a physician. There's no illness I can't cure." Yi Fan rushed forward to help Ziyun sit up. "Master, are you all right?" He expected a heartwarming reunion, but she abruptly pushed him him away, recoiling in fear. Ziyin looked at him, her voice hesitant. Who are you? Her words struck him like a bolt of lightning, freezing him in place. Yifan stared at her in disbelief. Master, have you lost your memory? The check-in system quickly whispered in his ear. Host, I don't think Master is faking it, but she seems very wary. Ziyun, her voice soft and hesitant, spoke to him. I'm sorry, I don't know who you are. I don't know what happened. Yifan looked at her, his heart aching. Was his master truly afraid of him? Tang Yi, seizing the opportunity created by the distance between them, interjected slyly. Ah, Yifan, it seems your master's soul has been damaged, leading to memory loss. It seems even someone with my medical skills is not infallible. I wonder if I could stay at Ziyun's sect for a few more days to observe her condition. It would also be convenient for me to continue treating your master. Although his face burned with frustration, Yifan reluctantly agreed. Very well then, I'll have to trouble you. Ziyun, gazing at the faces both familiar and foreign before her, felt a deep unease. She quickly made an excuse to dismiss them. You call me master, so you must be my disciples, correct? Could you leave me alone for a moment? I need some time to process all of this. One suspicious detail in her words caught Yifan's attention. Process all of this? Wasn't she supposed to have amnesia? Ziqing, waiting outside with the Grand Elder, sighed repeatedly. Seeing Yifan emerge, she hurried forward. Little junior brother, you're both out so quickly. How is Master? Is she still the same? Standing in the doorway, Yifan slowly reported the situation. Master is awake. Brother Tang, Yi's treatment worked. Ziqing jumped for joy at the good news. That's wonderful. Master has finally regained consciousness. Tang Yi, grasping the situation, added a caveat. She hasn't fully recovered. Your master has suffered memory loss. I'll need to observe her for a few more days. Ziqing paled at this news, a sheen of sweat appearing on her brow. Master has lost her memory? Her two senior sisters remained silent, implicitly agreeing, and then began to delegate tasks. Master is a woman. It wouldn't be proper for us to go inside. Second senior sister, why don't you take care of Master? If Brother Tang, he needs to treat her, please stay by her side to assist him. Ziqing readily accepted the responsibility. The Grand Elder, now the acting head, spoke up, offering Tang hospitality. Brother Tang Yi, we've prepared a room for you. Please, stay with us at the Ziyun sect for the next few days. Tang Yi, having no reason to refuse, readily accepted the invitation. Certainly, just as Ziqing finished making arrangements, Yifan added, Oh, and Grand Elder, please assign a few servants to attend to Brother Tang. That way, if he has any requests, we'll be readily aware of them. Tang Yi's brow furrowed in irritation at Yifan's words, a silent curse forming on his lips. He'd only glanced at his master a few times, and they were already treating him with such suspicion. If I didn't have pressing matters that require me to stay at the Ziyun sect, I would definitely make you regret this. The check-in system acted swiftly, scanning Tang Yi's body, but found nothing. Strange. He definitely doesn't have a system, but his luck is abnormally thick. Could it be that the heavenly Tao has started cultivating a new child of fortune? Finally settled in his assigned room, Tang Yi sat comfortably on a chair, plotting his next move. Now that I've successfully infiltrated the Ziyun sect, how can I gain control of it? Those elders in Yifan are quite cautious. They won't be easy to handle. Lost in thought, he was startled by two disciples who timidly approached the door. Greetings, Senior Tang. We're the servant disciples assigned to attend to you. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to ask. Looking at the two, a sinister smile spread across Tang Yi's face as an idea formed. Excellent, you've arrived just in time. As the disciples entered, he produced two precious pills, causing them to stare in bewilderment. Senior Tang, he casually offered an explanation to allay their suspicions. These are body-refining pills I've modified. They can improve a cultivator's physique. I was just looking for someone to test them on, and here you are. The two disciples, relegated to menial tasks due to their low rank, were consumed by greed. Body-refining pills? These are incredibly rare, fourth-grade pills. We actually have a chance to take them. They each quickly swallowed a pill. Suddenly, a surge of power coursed through them, filling them with euphoria. Incredible. I feel like my entire body is being purified. I thought following Senior Brother Yifan would bring benefits, but it turns out serving Senior Tang Yi is much more rewarding. Their words were a revelation to Tang Yi. So, Yifan hasn't given these disciples any benefits, has he? He watched their delight with the pills and began his manipulation. If these purification pills are so effective, how about I refine some more? I'll be a good Samaritan and refine medicine for the entire sect. The disciples' eyes gleamed with avarice. Senior Tang Yi is so magnanimous. We will follow you from now on. Tang Yi looked at the two opportunistic sycophants with a mixture of amusement and contempt. To think I'd stumble upon these two so early on. What luck? His mind flashed back to a painful memory. A furious vendor beat a beggar. You stole my roast goose. You stole my roast goose. The vendor spat on the wretched figure, his face contorted with disdain. You have perfectly good limbs. You're just pretending to be a beggar. If I catch you again, I'll beat you senseless. The memory stung Tang Yi with the humiliation he had suffered. His heart, now consumed by vengeful darkness, seethed. Just for stealing a goose, he humiliated me like that. Why rise to power? I'll have his head. A voice suddenly startled him. Rise to power, you say? He looked up at two strangely dressed but richly adorned figures, confusion clouding his mind. Who are you? Discarding all pride, he cowed out, begging like the wretch he once was. My lords, please have mercy and give me some money for food. The wasteland system looked at the filthy Tang Yi with disgust. You need this kind of person? The villain system snapped back, irritated. Shut up, just watch. The wasteland system seized the opportunity, feigning a sigh. Fine. I'll just stay out of it then. The villain system approached Tang Yi. You are Tang Yi, correct? Tang Yi was stunned. How do you know my name? The villain system ignored the question, instead producing a green book, waving it enticingly. Do you desire to become someone revered, someone the world looks up to? In the sect courtyard, a group of disciples gossip. Have you heard? Senior Tang Yi has reached the golden core stage. Another disciple gasped. So fast. When he first arrived at the Xian sect, he was only at the Qi refining stage, or maybe foundation establishment. Exactly. This speed rivals senior brother Yi Fan. A disciple with purple hair scoffed. Don't even mention senior brother Yi Fan. His lack of effort can't compare to senior Tang Yi. A stout disciple chimed in, agreeing. Senior Tang Yi cultivates while also healing, refining pills, and researching formations. Otherwise, he would have already reached the nascent soul stage, maybe even spirit severing. Another sighed wistfully. If only Senior Tang Yi were a true member of our sect. At Immortal Jade Peak, the wasteland system complained. Host, that Tang Yi is completely winning over the sect. This isn't good for you. Hearing this, Yi Fan calmly continued cooking. It's nothing more than a cunning trick, he replied. If I were to be swayed by something like this, I would have already fallen for his trap. The system seemed to understand. Host, you mean the key is still Master Ziyan? Yi Fan's expression turned serious. Exactly. Master must be hiding a secret. Yi Fan brought the food to Ziyun, speaking solicitously. Master, I brought you today's meal. She sat on the bed, a slight distance between them. Disciple, you've come again. He lifted the steaming plate. I know Master has forgotten many things, so I tried making a variety of dishes. Perhaps you'll find something you like. She hesitated, a touch of apologetic embarrassment in her voice. Ah, yes, please don't make any more of those strange dishes. I truly don't enjoy them. The savory dishes and sweet desserts were laid out enticingly. He reassured her, don't worry. These are all made according to traditional recipes. Seeing the food, she was immediately drawn in. Before her was a large plate of chicken and pudding. Picking up a piece of chicken with one hand and scooping up some pudding with the other, she exclaimed, delicious. Seeing her enjoyment, Yi Fan didn't linger. He simply said a few words before leaving. I'm glad you like it, Master. I'll leave the food here and come back to clear it later. He glanced back, his mind racing with thoughts. As soon as he stepped outside, Zi Qing, who had been waiting, called out, Junior brother. He approached her and asked in a low voice, Second senior sister, how is the investigation into Tang Yi progressing? Her expression turned serious. It seems there really is something wrong with Tang Yi. I asked the Grand Elder to investigate his hometown. She recounted what they had discovered. It appears that over a month ago, the town where Tang Yi lived was burned to the ground. She continued, her voice filled with suspicion. If that were all, it could be dismissed as a misfortune. But I discovered that all the cultivators in that town were slaughtered. Without exception, she speculated, based on the charred remains. Judging from the bodies, they were all drained of their life force while still alive. Yi Fan pondered this grim news. Death by draining. I encountered a similar situation in my past life. But even so, Tang Yi's cultivation shouldn't have increased so rapidly. Moreover, since arriving at the sect, he hasn't left and no one has died. So what exactly has he been draining? Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly informed him. Oh right, junior brother. Junior sister Liang Ying of the 10,000 Beasts sect told me that recently, their sect also welcomed an exceptionally talented prodigy. His name is Xiao Shun. Surprise flickered across Yi Fan's face. A prodigy? He quickly realized the implication. A child of destiny. So that's how it is. He made a suggestion. Second senior sister, please help me investigate. How many prodigies like Tang, Yi, and Xiao Shun have appeared recently? Zi Qing agreed. All right, I'll ask the Grand Elder and the Langxian Pavilion for assistance. Meanwhile, Tang Yi was meditating. His cultivation had reached the first level of the nascent soul stage. He reveled in the power coursing through him. The profound heaven creation art truly didn't disappoint me. I've finally broken through to the nascent soul stage. He reflected on his previous methods with a satisfied smirk. It seems my previous kill the chicken to get the egg approach was a huge loss. I should nurture a group of loyal fools and absorb their destiny. A cunning smile spread across his face. Now that I've reached the nascent soul stage, my power surpasses that of ordinary nascent soul cultivators. It's time to go see her alone. Ziyun, having just cheerfully closed a food container, was startled by the sudden appearance of Tang. He wasted no time in issuing a warning, addressing her by an unfamiliar title. Immortal, it seems you've been living rather carelessly. It became clear that Ziyun's body was currently occupied by a different soul. She, seeing the newcomer, exclaimed in surprise, Tang Yi, how dare you enter without permission? He showed no deference, bluntly stating, Immortal, I've come today to request the position of personal disciple, or perhaps an elder position. Lowering her head in apprehension, she replied, such a position? You've been at the Ziyun sect for less than a month and already desire such a high rank? How do you expect to gain everyone's trust? Tang Yi responded with utter confidence. Whether or not I can gain their trust, you'll see if you step outside. He then proceeded to boast, based on my strength alone, I'm qualified to be the sect master. Give me a month, and I guarantee this sect will change its name to Tang. She waved her hand dismissively, asking, so what do you want? Whether I grant you this position or not, can't you simply rely on your own abilities to climb the ranks? Hearing this, a strange smile crept across his face. With a sudden chilling intensity, he reminded her, you want to cooperate with me. Don't forget who saved your life. He continued his threats, adding, and don't forget, the repair of your soul still requires one final step. News spread rapidly among the sect disciples that the sect master intended to take Tang Yi as a disciple. One exclaimed in surprise, what? Immortal Ziyun wants to take Tang Yi as a personal disciple. Another responded with certainty. The information was announced personally by Immortal Ziyun. How could it be false? A third chimed in cheerfully. So, Senior Tang is about to become our fifth senior brother. Meanwhile, the Wasteland system, accompanying Yifan, mused, Tang Yi, the sect master, and he barely exchanged a few words. Why would she suddenly want to take him as a disciple? Yifan crossed his arms thoughtfully, saying, it seems there's some sort of connection between them. The system pressed, tomorrow, the sect master will officially accept Tang Yi as a disciple. Do you have any plan? Slamming his fist against the railing, Yifan declared with conviction, don't worry, I won't let Tang Yi succeed in his apprenticeship tomorrow. Elsewhere, in a secluded corner, the imposter sect master met with Tang Yi. She reported, I followed your request and granted you the status of personal disciple. He responded with a slight praise. Very good. Next, we'll gradually seize control of the Ziyun sect. Suddenly, he stepped forward and embraced her, whispering, once I eliminate Yifan, you'll become my woman. She recoiled in shock and anger, immediately slapping him and stammering an apology. That was just my body's conditioned reflex. Enraged, Tang Yi lunged forward, grabbing her throat with a serious tone. She threatened him. We have a cooperative relationship. If you dare lay a hand on me, we'll see if you can even leave the Ziyun sect alive. Hearing this, Tang Yi turned away, then spun back around, seething, fine. Ungrateful wretch. There are so many beautiful female disciples in the Ziyun sect. Do you really think I'm interested in your withered face? When I become the overlord of the Eastern Wastelands, even if you kneel and beg to sleep with me. Cutting off his words, she thought to herself, overlord of the Eastern Wastelands? We'll see if you're even lucky enough to live that long. The scene shifted to the main hall of the Ziyun sect. Inside the hall, Yifan stood in a corner, arms crossed, observing the disciples as they exclaimed, look, Tang Yi has arrived. He turned his gaze towards Tang Yi. He strode into the hall, a triumphant smirk playing on his lips. Stopping before Ziyun, he offered a superficially respectful bow. Tang Yi greets Immortal Ziyun, he said, his voice smooth as silk. I await your command. Huddled in a corner, several disciples murmured amongst themselves. This is even grander than when the senior sisters, or even Yifan, were accepted. One whispered in awe. Another agreed. Ever since Master accepted Yifan as her disciple, our Ziyun sect has faced one calamity after another. A third voice rose in Yifan's defense. Don't talk nonsense. If it weren't for senior brother Yifan, the 7 great sects would have destroyed us long ago. Before the others could retort, he added urgently, wait a moment. Inside the hall, Tang Yi, startled, turned his head. Yifan, what are you doing? Yifan's voice was calm. I object to Tang Yi becoming Master's disciple. Ziyun's voice held a note of reproach. Yifan, Don't cause trouble. This is the formal disciple acceptance ceremony. Just stay silent and watch. Yi Fan stood firm. Tang Yi is not worthy. A disciple in hall spoke up in Tang Yi's defense. He saved the sect master. How can you say he's not worthy? Yi Fan turned, his gaze locking with Tang Yi's. Because he's not fit to be one, he stated flatly. A flicker of unease crossed Tang Yi's face, quickly replaced by a mask of confidence. He responded with a smug air, Senior brother Yi Fan, in your eyes, I may indeed be unworthy. However, in less than a month, I've reached the golden core stage, surpassing all 3 senior sisters. Are you mocking everyone present? No, Yi Fan said, his voice unwavering. It has nothing to do with cultivation level. I'm saying you, as a person, are despicable. Tang Yi bristled at the insult. Despicable? Senior brother Yi Fan, what must I do to be considered worthy in your eyes? Yi Fan's answer was a challenge. Fight me. Tang Yi's smile was sly, yet he feigned humility. Senior brother Yi Fan, how could I possibly be your match? A disciple cried out indignantly. Senior brother Yi Fan, you're shameless. With such a vast difference in strength, this is clearly bullying. What will winning even prove? Another chimed in. It's disgusting. Ziyun suddenly spoke, her voice decisive. I permit it. Yi Fan drew a simple iron sword. This is an ordinary iron sword, worth a few pieces of silver, bought at the foot of the mountain. I won't use my chi. If you can defeat me with this, I'll concede. Tang Yi put on a show of reluctant acceptance. If senior brother Yi Fan insists on being so unreasonable, then I have no choice but to accept the challenge. Inwardly, he sneered, thinking, what a fool. I have my secret technique. He won't use his spiritual power? How can he fight me? If I, as a junior, win without using my full strength, my reputation in the Ziyun sect will be solidified. Even if I lose, I won't lose face. He gestured towards Yi Fan. Senior brother, please, make your move. Yi Fan replied with a simple, very well. He lunged forward with surprising speed. Tang Yi gasped so fast. The tip of Yi Fan's sword grazed Tang Yi's arm. Tang Yi vited, pushing Yi Fanbuk. He stumbled, clutching his injured arm, his mind racing. That was close. If that sword had pierced my head, I would be dead. Meeting Yi Fan's cold gaze, a flicker of fear ran through him. Something's not right. Does he want to kill me? Yi Fan's eyes were sharp, unwavering. Tang Yi retreated, raising his hands defensively. Senior brother Yi Fan, you forced me to do this, he cried. Then his voice rang out, filled with power. Celestial transformation art, activate. An invisible force emanated from him, drawing the energy from the surrounding disciples. They swayed, weakened, murmuring in confusion. Why do I feel so weak? He too was affected. Even Yi Fan wasn't spared. The vital energy within him was being steadily drained. Tang Yi sneered. Senior brother Yi, you possess quite a substantial amount of vital energy. But I'll show you in a moment what true vital energy is. Yi Fan didn't allow him to finish his boast. With a swift swing of his sword, he warned, you talk too much. A worried voice echoed in his mind. The system urgently cautioned, host, be careful. Don't let him absorb your vital energy. It's incredibly difficult to replenish. With sufficient vital energy, he could turn the tables even in a seemingly hopeless situation. It continued. If your vital energy drops too low, you could die from something as simple as crushing an ant. Unfazed, Yi Fan calmly replied. Then let's see if my attacks are stronger or if his absorption is faster. He lunged forward, unleashing the Ling Feng steps technique. His speed was overwhelming, leaving Tang Yi struggling to defend himself. Ugh, Tang Yi cursed inwardly. Damn it, while using the profound heaven transformation art, I can't use any other skills simultaneously. How can I stop Yi Fan? Panic swelled within him. My vital energy isn't regenerating as fast as Yi Fan is attacking. At this rate, I'll die. A plan formed in his mind. He feigned surrender. Senior brother Yi, I admit defeat. Before he could finish his sentence, a fist slammed into his face, sending him flying several meters. He struggled to his feet, spitting curses. Yi Fan, are you deaf? Yi Fan, sword in hand, glanced at him coldly. Yi Fan unleashed a flurry of blows, leaving Tang Yi bloodied and screaming. Help! Someone, save me! He collapsed, motionless, blood pooling around him. A disciple spoke up, criticizing Yi Fan. Senior brother Yi, this is too brutal. Another chimed in. Is this really senior brother Yi? The first elder quickly intervened. Yi Fan, that's enough. This is a sparring match. You must know when to stop. Yi Fan replied. When did I say this was a sparring match? The first elder was momentarily speechless. Well, that's true, it wasn't. The imposter Ziyun slammed her hand down in a show of anger. Yi Fan, this is enough. This is my disciple acceptance ceremony. He is my disciple. Ignoring her, Yi Fan continued. He will never be a disciple of the true Ziyun. Junior brothers, help me escort this Tang Yi to the sex prison. The imposter Ziyun, a mixture of shock and fury in her voice, shouted, Yi Fan, what do you mean? Who's in charge of the Xian sect? Me or you? Yi Fan turned and walked towards her, sword in hand. Seeing his approach, she recoiled in fear. Yi Fan, what are you doing? What do you want from me? He raised his sword to her throat. Imposter, you are not worthy of those words. An elder cried out, Yi Fan, have you gone mad? That's your master. Another voice joined in. Stop Yi Fan. Don't let him do something foolish. The imposter Zi Yun trembled, her voice strained. You say I'm an imposter. What proof do you have? Is it because I lost my memories? Or because my habits and behavior are different? Yi Fan asked, do you remember the dishes I've made for you these past few days? She questioned, is it because my tastes have changed? He stated, those dishes don't belong to this world. Doubt crept into her voice. Wait, are you also? Yi Fan ignored her words. Pressing the sword closer to her throat, he demanded, leave Master's body, or don't blame me for what happens next. She responded with a hint of defiance. This is your master's body. Are you really not afraid of harming her? He advanced on her, his voice cold. Even if I kill you, my master is still my master. At least I won't have to watch an imposter, wearing her face, commit such wicked deeds. Terror seized her. Tears welled in her eyes, her heart pounding with fear. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. He's insane. He's actually going to kill both me and his master. Why am I so unlucky? Why did that damned system throw me into this woman's body? She sobbed, her voice choked with fear. Damn system, where are you? I finally got another life. I don't want to die. Desperation clawing at her, she pleaded. I confess. I'm not the real Ziyun. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. Those witnessing the scene gasped. The sect master, a fake? She fell to her knees, tears streaming down her face. I was forced. It was all that damned system's doing. I want to leave this body, but no one told me how. Yi Fan, desperate for answers about his true master, demanded, you possess my master's body. Where's her soul? She wiped her tears, her voice trembling. When I entered this body, her soul was already fading. I think she vanished from this world. Yi Fan's face hardened, the air around him growing frigid. Well, that's all for now, folks. If you want to see what happens next in this story, be sure to hit that subscribe button, and while you're at it, give us a like. Thanks for watching till the end. Bye-bye, lovelies.